Taste of metal stung the tip of Jane Finch's tongue as she stumbled down an overbright hallway. Had she bitten her tongue when she, Gray, and her dog were herded from the base entrance by a group of armed soldiers? She'd barely glimpsed her parents before being swept away from them and shoved through a set of double doors and into some passageway. Her fingers tightened into a fist on Gray's torn t-shirt, while her other hand white-knuckled on Schroddie's collar. Rows of fluorescent beams stung her eyes, and lab technicians flocked around her like white-coated ravens, coats flapping and faces obscured by gleaming black respirators. Beyond them, she caught flashes of military fatigues and the dull gleam of gunmetal. Everyone seemed to be talking at once, and it was hard to hear instructions over the ringing in her ears. The soldiers barked orders, and the lab technicians buzzed with what might be anticipation.
Right down here.
No sudden movements.
Keep moving, keep moving.
She sucked in a shaky breath and tightened her grip on her dog's collar. Not that it was necessary. Schrodinger had glued his shoulder to her thigh. The dog was making low grumbles that bordered on growls, and she couldn't argue. His hackles formed a line from his neck to his rear, the short, spiky fur a silent warning against her wrist. This sterile hall full of blank-faced masks and guns was the safety they'd fought so hard to reach? Gray's fingers flexed on her elbow. He'd taken hold when the soldiers had moved in and had refused to let go. Steady as always, shielding her and leading the way to wherever they were being taken. He glanced over his shoulder, mouth tight and broken eyes dark with concern. She tried to force a reassuring smile. Instead, her heart stuttered. I kissed him, and he's married. The floor seemed to tilt beneath her feet. Oh shit. Was this an earthquake? She stared wildly around at the technicians, but no one else reacted. No, not an earthquake. Just her small world crumbling beneath her feet. How are you married? She hissed. His eyes widened, and his shoulders lifted in complete bafflement. While he'd obviously remembered his name in the entrance, Jack, guess she needed to start calling him that, he clearly had no recollection of having a wife. Well, that made two of them. He hadn't been wearing a ring or... Schroddie's low grumble became a more defined growl. The dog slowed down and tugged against her hold, as if urging her back to the base entrance and away from the doors ahead. Gray paused and glanced at the dog. Then his gaze lifted to hers. His attention shifted to the door and his muscles flexed, as if expecting a threat to come rushing out the door.
Keep moving,
one of the soldiers barked. It's okay, Jane said, eyeing the man's gun. We're moving. She nudged Gray forward and clicked her tongue, a signal for Schroddie to keep going. Neither male wanted to enter that room, but they hardly had a choice. The doors opened automatically, swinging back with a soft hiss. White-coated lab technicians ringed them, and then parted to admit a new figure. Dressed the same as the rest, something about his bearing and the way the others gave way announced he was the lead doctor for the facility. The narrow-faced lead researcher with the personality of a bottle of vinegar, who she'd met by video chat in her dad's bunker and whose name had completely fled her brain. She forced herself to stare at where his eyes should be behind that mask. Hello, Doctor. It's good to see you.
Time to separate the subjects for observation,
he said to the technician beside him. Wait, what? She stepped closer to Gray. You can't?
Take the female subject to containment cell B, the doctor continued, without a hint of acknowledgement.
He didn't even seem aware she was speaking.
We'll need her blood and to start running a comparative panel immediately. It's an unprecedented opportunity to track the infection and compare it to the host.
Infection. Host. Oh God, oh God. Her heart beat wildly against her ribs, throat tight with the urge to run, but there was nowhere to go. No safety outside these walls she'd fought so hard to reach. She'd done all this to get to safety with Gray. And now she might be infected. And the person she'd stupidly, foolishly risked herself for was married. To someone else. Worse, she knew she'd do it all again. Back when the world first changed, when Jane Finch and her dog had first walked across a city changed for the undead, she'd have bartered vital organs to avoid being trapped with a zombie. Now, the thought of being separated from one threatened to tear her heart out of her chest. She sucked in a breath. Doctor. Don't call him Dr. Vinegar. Don't do it. Dr. Coe. A relieved puff of air escaped her as the name surfaced in her brain. We came a long way, and you promised that was before you were exposed. He waved a hand, dismissing her words with a flick of the wrist. You must be separated for observation. Now, Miss Finch, trust me when I inform you that this lab is well equipped to subdue any issues. You will be quite contained until we know your fate. Past the row of faceless aides, she saw what looked like a giant plastic terrarium. She had to go sit in that alone? Just her in a clear box, slowly turning into a zombie while researchers took notes? Oh, God. She gulped in mouthfuls of air and inched closer to Gray. Please don't do this. I can't. Schroddie shoved himself in front of her and lowered his head at the doctor. Still holding onto his collar, Jane stumbled forward. Schroddie, off! She gaped at her dog. These are people. Gray stepped in front of her, hands balled into fists, legs braced for a fight. Don't move! The watching soldiers lifted their guns, and the distinctive click of safeties releasing filled the lab. Holy shit. This situation was balanced on a knife's edge. The soldiers' body language screamed, or else. The desperate pose of people whose lives had been turned upside down and who were itching for payback. She had to calm down, or she was going to get both the creature she loved most in the world hurt, or worse. She forced herself to take a breath. Easy, she said to both man and dog, doing her best to infuse her tone with calm certainty. Come on, training. Don't fail me now. She grabbed Gray's arm and tugged him backward, while at the same time holding Schroddie back by the collar. She couldn't blame the dog for being on guard. Between the masked doctors and armed soldiers, the room reeked of danger. Schroddie, sit. Off. These are people. People. The Great Dane gave her a sideways glance and grumbled. Sit, she ordered again. His head swung between her and the doctor. With another grumble, his butt dropped to the floor. One down. She focused on Gray. Had his eyes gotten darker? She shook her head. No. No exploring that right now, especially when surrounded by soldiers with fingers on triggers and faces that spoke of zombie-related trauma. Gray. She kept her voice quiet. I mean, Jack? Fuck. I don't know how I'm going to remember that or what to do with that. She cut herself off. Not the point. I need you to back down. Everyone in this room knows you're dangerous. But right now, we need to help these people do their jobs, okay? His gaze flickered from the doctor to her. Please, she whispered. His chin dipped in a reluctant nod, and his posture eased into what she considered to be his everyday readiness. Thank you, she mouthed. He tipped his head in a grudging, "You're welcome." Still holding onto Gray's arm, she looked at the lead researcher, Dr. Coe. It would be so much easier if she could see his face, but at least his posture was more relaxed than anyone else in the room. Hopefully that meant he was the most reasonable. Can't Schroddie at least stay with me in that plastic cube? Please, Fine. His attention dropped to a data pad. If you turn, you'll eat the dog. But I've got no use for a dog in this lab, so that's an acceptable... No! Her head snapped back, and Schroddie started growling again. Shit. What if the big dog was growling at her? She thought his reaction was due to the tension in the room and the faceless people. Masks always made him nervous. But what if that wasn't it? What if he could feel her turning into some thing, and he was trying to warn her? Breath lodged in her chest. No. She couldn't seem to stop shaking. If Schroddie is in danger, he has to go, but I need him to go to my parents. He has to be safe. He has to go somewhere safe. The doctor shrugged.
Outside my scope.
The Admiral has been in touch, ma'am. One of the soldiers stepped forward and lowered his gun. I'll make sure the dog is taken to him. Thank you. And thank goodness for her dad. He might not be in charge of this base, but he was doing what he could, and she needed to know her dog was safe before she met her fate in that cube. Okay, buddy. She crouched down and wrapped her arms around Schroddie's solid body. Pressing her cheek to the short fur, she closed her eyes and drew in the familiar scent. Even a dirty dog had a comforting smell, some strange mix of earth and traces of eucalyptus, the remnants of his last bath. His whiskers tickled her cheek and gummies nibbled the tip of her ear. Tears burned her eyes. How was she going to survive that cube without the Great Dane's steady warmth? Doesn't matter. Schroddie would be safe with her parents, and she just had to believe she'd see them all again. You're a good boy, buddy. You're going to go with the nice soldier. You're going to go see Grandpa. She motioned for the dog to follow the soldier. Schroddie shoved his head into her middle. No, Schrode. Her voice broke, and she fought to maintain her hard-earned trainer tone. She gave the signal for him to join the soldier, gesturing at the man with an open hand, fingers together. Go. Go with the soldier. Tragic brown eyes informed her that if she sent him away, she'd break his giant heart into pieces. Her own heart lurched in her chest. Fuck. She was the meanest owner ever. But she refused to risk her dog. Schroddie would forgive her. Dogs always forgave. In the meantime, he'd be safe. And if the worst thing happened and she was infected, well, her parents would take care of him. Go. She stepped back and motioned firmly. Go. Tail tucked between his legs, black and white belly almost scraping the polished lab floor. Schroddie slunk over to the soldier. He didn't fight as the man led him out of the room, but he looked over his shoulder the entire time, and his gaze bored a hole straight through her chest. Oh, God. She turned toward Gray and barely stopped herself from wrapping her arms around his waist. Shit. She'd find no comfort there. Or no comfort she had any right to take. You're married, she hissed. How are you married? Hands spread. Gray shook his head.
Ms. Finch.
The doctor's cool tone sliced through her.
You'll have blood drawn and then enter the containment cell. As for Commander Jack Hale, he's going to join the American liaison who is waiting in the adjoining lab.
The doctor pointed across the room.
I've been informed that Dr. Hale has jurisdiction over the commander's care and will be supervising my testing.
Dr. Hale? Was that Gray's wife? His wife was a doctor, and apparently Jane was a husband-stealing asshole. The lights seemed to flicker in the white room. All these doctors and lab technicians and soldiers were staring at her. And why was it so hard to breathe? It felt like an invisible band was crushing her chest, like some invisible force had sucked all the air from the room and only she had noticed. Insane laughter tried to bubble up from her gut as she eyed the plastic cube of doom. How ironic. She'd kissed Gray to keep him from being alone, and for a host of other reasons she couldn't consider now, or any time, ever again, because he was married to some doctor who was waiting next door. She wanted to cry and wail and beg Gray to stay, and she couldn't. Oh, okay. Her voice wavered and cracked, but she pushed on. Jack, should go and... Gray gripped her shoulder. No.
Commander,
no. His voice was low and full of grit, as if it were an engine left in the rain that needed to shake off a layer of rust. But the message was clear, and the support warmed her all the way to her toes. Stay with Jane. The doctor stared at them for a long moment. She felt, more than saw, Gray return the favor. Dr. Coe took a tiny step backward and cleared his throat. If you're quite sure, Commander Hale? I'm sure, Gray grunted. Are you? She whispered. He squeezed her shoulder and nodded. Stay together. Pure warmth suffused her body. A better person would force him to go next door. But she didn't know how to be that person right now. She simply couldn't make him leave. The thought of turning into a zombie alone in that plastic box chilled her to the bone. Even if she turned, she couldn't hurt Gray. And maybe there was a chance he could reach her, that he could somehow connect with her the way she had with him. An infected girl could dream. Even knowing it was wrong, she let him lead her over to the plastic box, certain that when she looked back on the moment, assuming she didn't become a mindless feral, she'd be amused by the way lab technicians and soldiers alike parted to let Gray pass. The lead researcher observed their passage silently, noted something on a data pad, and then motioned at an aide. Inform the American liaison that Commander Hale has opted to stay with Miss Finch for the observation period. The technician scurried off. Another technician appeared at her side with a stainless steel cart that had a pressure cuff and all the materials needed to draw blood. They obtained a set of vials from her first, and then Gray. Blood obtained. She and Gray were given the cue to enter the cube. A set of juice boxes and 2 trays of food, like she'd get on an airplane, did nothing to make the space welcoming. She perched awkwardly on the clear plastic bench covered with a thin foam pad. As if this happened every day, Gray took a seat beside her. How the hell was he so calm? Was that his training coming to the surface? Or had he simply figured out how to smash the plastic walls, break through the base's defenses, and escape into the woods outside? Part of her hoped it was the latter. She hated being watched. Her eyes darted from blank masks to polished surfaces to glowing screens and back to the white-coated audience. Some kind of signal must have been given, because one by one they removed their masks. Oh, good. Now they were all openly staring at her. She shifted on the mattress, uncertain where to look or what to do. Her shoulders hunched forward, and she tucked her hands between her knees, wishing she had a blanket to hide behind. Gray bumped her shoulder with his and lifted a brow. I'm okay. She offered him a wobbly smile. He appeared unconvinced. An hour ago, she'd have reached for his hand and taken comfort in the contact, knowing he had her back. But everything was different now. He wasn't hers, and she might be infected. The world felt fuzzy. Wrong. There was a low buzz in her ears, and the strips of cold white light singed her eyes. Was this what it felt like to turn? She really should have asked Gray more questions. Not that he'd been in any position to answer. She inched closer to him. She wanted to stop staring at the technicians and doctors outside the cube, but it was impossible not to look. There was something about their movements that bothered her. Something about the flow of human traffic in the lab that seemed off. Then again, she'd never observed a lab from inside a human-sized hamster box before, so she had no idea what the flow should look like. Still, she didn't have an urge to eat them. So that had to be a win, right? Take heart, Ms. Finch. Dr. Coe held up a vial of blood to a light. It must be Gray's blood, because it seemed darker than normal. Our tests for the contagion are still rudimentary, and infection timelines vary widely. But it's become clear the pathogen has a relatively brief infectious period. As you've been in close contact with Commander Hale for some time, and assuming you don't turn in the next 12 hours, we can consider Commander Hale semi-cleared. She blinked. Cleared? The doctor replaced the vial and lifted another one. If you're not infected after mouth-to-mouth contact, we can consider the commander a low risk for infection. This will be of benefit to the American liaison. Commander Hale will join his people, and you'll be free to join your parents. Mouth-to-mouth contact, huh? Guess it's better than saying kissing. Cheeks burning, Jane swallowed hard. Great. Assuming she wasn't about to become a monster, she'd be joining her parents. And leaving Gray. She shivered uncontrollably. Gray wrapped an arm around her shoulders and tugged her close. It was confirmed. She was the worst, most selfish person in the world, because she didn't fight him. Instead, she leaned into his solid strength. Resting her cheek on his bicep, she blinked back tears and tried to stop shaking. They were on borrowed time. And it hurt. All her effort to stay with Gray had landed her in this terrible box with two equally awful outcomes. She'd gone and put herself in the position of turning into a zombie or making it possible for him to leave her.
You're not infected. It's time to go.
Jane jerked awake to find Dr. Coe watching her through the glass with his flat, assessing gaze. It was like being studied by her friend's ball python, though that might be doing a disservice to the snake. I'm clear?
Yes, Miss Finch.
The doctor sounded like he was reading a routine diagnosis, as if he were telling her to eat more fiber and wear sensible shoes.
You are not infected.
Oh, great. That's great. How she'd managed to fall asleep in the observation box, she couldn't say, but it was probably a blessing. She scrubbed sleep from her eyes with the back of her hand and glanced at Gray. He lifted a shoulder and dipped his head as if to say, "Of course you're not a zombie. I wasn't worried." Liar. She'd felt his worry tangling with hers until she'd passed out from exhaustion. He'd obviously felt responsible for her predicament, and he'd barely left her side long enough to eat their meals. He pressed his hands to his chest and appeared wounded. Her lips twitched into a smile. You were... The door slid open.
Commander Hale, you'll be secured until the General decides otherwise.
Dr. Coe stood at the entrance. Your results were intriguing, and your unusual physical enhancements render you a threat regardless of infectious potential. The doctor checked something on his datapad. Ms. Finch, you show no signs of infection, which aligns with our understanding of the half-life of the virus. You are cleared to join your family. Unusual enhancements? She blinked at the doctor. Does that mean Gray? From there, you'll both be taken for debriefing. A soldier stepped forward. An older man with kind eyes and a few days' growth on his chin. She wondered if he was the one who'd taken Schroddie to her parents. Her throat felt like she hadn't had water in a week. Separately? He nodded.
Separately.
She wasn't a zombie. Win. But she had to leave Gray. Definitely not a win. A group of soldiers appeared, carrying enough restraints to stock a high-security prison or some intense fetish dungeon situation. Her eyes widened. Talk about overkill. There was no way that many chains were standard practice. Beside her, Gray tensed, his body sliding into his ready-to-fuck-shit-up pose. No way he'd handle being chained up well. She glanced between the doctor and the soldier. Sir? Sergeant Calloway? Sergeant Calloway. Dr. Coe. Please, she said. Jack, has only ever hurt people who threatened our safety. Those restraints aren't necessary. I don't know what you mean about physical enhancements. Or maybe I do, he's tougher than most. But he's no danger to anyone on this base. Dr. Coe's gaze was as cool as his voice. The danger to the base is up to the General to assess. I've informed him of the enormous benefits of studying the subject. Gray, she corrected. Jack. Of studying the subject, one Commander Jack Hale. The doctor's mouth tightened at the corners, his stance flickering into something she'd consider territorial. However, it appears the American liaison has convinced the General to consider alternatives. The subject is to be restrained with all due caution, as he'll be meeting with the General for a debriefing. Once the military pageantry is out of the way, we can continue with necessary science. She froze, Holy shit. This doctor wanted Gray for a test subject. He didn't want to treat Gray like a person at all, and Schroddie hadn't been wrong to bark at him. The doctor seemed to be goading Gray, daring him to deny the restraints or insist on staying with Jane. Would that give the general a reason to leave him locked up in this lab? She couldn't take the chance. "The Admiral is waiting on you, miss, and the American liaison is waiting on the commander." Sergeant Colloway pointed across the room. "Let's go, Miss Finch. Commander Hale?" Jane's gaze darted to the opposite side of the lab, where two silhouettes were framed in the doorway. The Americans. One would be the man she'd met in the base's entrance, the tall black man who'd known Gray's real name. The other? She swallowed hard. That slender figure had to be his wife. "Gray," she said softly, "you should go." His jaw flexed at the corner. No. Her heart lurched with the knowledge he'd fight to stay with her, even as shame burned through her at the response. She had to do better. She couldn't give anyone a reason to treat him like a subject and not a person. Most of all, his wife was waiting, and she'd be damned if she stood between them any longer. She sucked in a breath. "I'm fine now." The lie cut. But what else could she do? What might have been hurt flashed across his expression. Brows furrowed and mouth flat, he shook his head. Tapped his chest, right over his heart, then hers. "Stay together." "I want to. But you're not mine to keep. I'll be fine without you." She'd never lied to him before. Not when he'd followed her across the city, or when she'd faced him outside that armored truck, or when she'd pulled him inside her parents' bunker. Not even when she'd curled against him at night, or when they'd stood side by side against an approaching horde of feral zombies. But now? "You have to go, okay?" She forced her lips upward. "It's all right. I'm all right. No zombie powers for me. I get to see my parents and Schroddie." Her voice broke. Damn it. He gripped her elbows, brow furrowed and mouth a flat line. His expression matched everything she felt. "Doesn't matter." She lifted her chin and forced her shoulders back. They'd been a unit for less than a month, and the start of that period had involved her thinking he was hunting her for food. Yes, they'd had each other's backs and survived through trust and teamwork. Being together was how they'd made it to the safety of the base. And now, apparently, neither of them knew what to do without the other. But they weren't running for their lives anymore. They had family. Duty. This gut-wrenching panic at the thought of being separated had to stop. She couldn't let it define her. Or him. Her gaze flickered to the doorway again, to the figures waiting there. "You need to meet this general," she said quietly. "You need to show him that you're a person." His fingers flexed against her elbows. She forced the words out. "You need to meet her, to see if you remember." He let out a low grumble, then nodded. She let out a shaky breath and stepped out of his grasp. "It'll be fine. We'll do our debriefings and see each other soon." Jaw sharp enough to cut steel, he gave a single nod. "Soon." "Okay." Her lip wobbled. "Good." Spinning on her heel, she stumbled out of the lab and into another, sterile hallway. Don't look back. Don't look back. You don't need to see him remembering his wife. She scrubbed moisture from her eyes and kept her gaze fixed on the pair of double doors at the end of the hall. An excited howl reverberated down the hall a moment before the doors opened. And there were her parents and her dog. She broke into a run and launched herself into her parents' open arms. God, how she'd missed them. Her mom, with her hair somehow curled despite living in an emergency base in Whistler, and her dad with a handlebar mustache a bull moose would respect. She'd done it. She'd gotten to them. They pulled her tight, two sets of arms wrapping her in a cocoon. It reminded her of when she'd gotten her 17-year-old self stranded on the corner of Hastings and Main in the middle of the night, and a gang of the scariest kids she'd ever encountered had tried to break into the vehicle, with her inside. Her dad had come to rescue her in his pajamas and slippers. He'd yelled at her for taking her unreliable car out so late, and without letting them know. Then they'd pulled into the garage and he'd hugged her for 5 minutes straight. "God damn it, Pud. You're making me old before my time," her dad grumbled, his grip steely enough to crack ribs. "Hush," her mother failed at sounding stern. "I'm okay, Dad," she whispered. "I'm okay, Mom." Massive black and white paws landed on her shoulders, and a tongue the length of her forearm gleefully covered the right side of her face in doggy slobber. Good boy, Schroddie. Good boy. The moment would have been perfect if she'd had Gray with her. This time the sob escaped her, and a tear snuck down her cheek. "Oh, my baby," her mom whispered in that broken voice that belonged to mothers who thought they were going to lose a child. "Oh, Janie, I thought I wouldn't see you." "I know. I thought so too." "Mom." She eased back and searched for words. "I'm okay." "What the hell were you thinking, Pud?" Her dad kissed her hair. "I thought you'd be stuck in that lab for a week." She had so much to tell them, about how she'd survived, what she'd seen. Her dad probably needed intel, and despite her best intentions, she twisted around to look back at the lab. Through the closing lab doors, she got a glimpse of Gray having his hands shackled behind his back and chains connected to his ankles like a prisoner in the movies. "Oh, Mom." The words were ragged, like they'd been sliced from her soul. "I had to leave him."
Chapter 2. Gray. Who the fuck was Jack Hale? And what had he done to land himself strapped to a damn medical table being wheeled down a hallway by an armed guard and a flock of scientists? Oh, right. Jack Hale had gone and gotten himself dead. Worse, the fucker had decided to stay silent, leaving Gray alone and unprepared for a room full of top brass. What he could see of the hallway narrowed to steel doors, tinted windows, and white coats. Bars of flat light passed overhead, the bands marking an eerie countdown as he was wheeled toward his briefing. Or, as he currently thought about it, certain doom. With his slivers of memories and altered senses, he felt completely out of his depth, especially while separated from the one person he understood and bound to a glorified table. A freaking gurney. Like he was some mobile shooting target being wheeled out for a session on the range. The sudden memory of a converted warehouse flashed through his head, the cool handle of a gun in his hand and his team at his back, more worried about the score on a board than anything life or death. He rolled his eyes. Just my luck. I can remember picking off dummies in a test course, but nothing about how to handle my superior officers. How in the hell was he supposed to convince these officers he was a person, without anything useful returning to his brain? Worse, he was going to see his supposed wife, and he had no idea what she even looked like. He tried to dredge something from the depths of his memories, but his brains were still fried from that kiss with Jane. His stomach twisted. Shit. He wasn't ready for this briefing. But what choice did that leave him? Break out of his bindings and run for the mountains? He casually tested the white padded wrist and ankle restraints, then inhaled deeply and pressed his ribs against the leather strap holding his chest to the gurney. Nothing pushed back enough. Whatever they'd used, it was graded for a regular human, not whatever Gray had become. The doctor had mentioned enhanced strength, and Gray estimated he could break free before most soldiers released the safeties on their guns. Hands first, feet second. He'd move fast, using the wheeled slab for cover, then rip the mask off his face. His jaw flexed, aching to be free. "Ah!" One of the white-coated technicians lurched away from him. "Sorry," he said, voice muffled by the chunk of padded leather cupping his chin and lying just beneath his nose. Sure." The sharp tang of the aide's fear washed over him as the technician backed away, eyes wide and voice trembling. They clutched a long white stick with a padded end between both hands, holding it to their chest as if it would protect them from harm. I don't need to swab right now. I'll do that later." He sighed. For all their swabs and poking and prodding, none of these people had any clue what to do with him. Where was Jane when he needed her? She had to explain to these whitecoats that he wouldn't... Stop it. He gave his head as much of a shake as he could without disrupting his bonds and scaring more of the people surrounding him. Jane wasn't here, and there was no way to change that. She had to see her parents and go through her own meeting. He'd told her he'd be fine, and while that was a lie, it wasn't any worse a lie than her claim of the same. Which meant he had to at least try to manage without her, even if he hated it. He drew in a deep breath through his mouth and held it in his lungs before letting it out through his nose. Think. Jane had told him to meet this general, along with his supposed wife, and prove he was still a person. Her tone had been calm, yet her blue eyes had been wide and worried when she'd spoken. Fear had tinged her scent, and she'd looked at that doctor, the one Whitlock had called Dr. Death, with suspicion bordering on hostility. All that meant one thing. This meeting had to go well. Unfortunately, Gray had no idea how to handle a debrief. If he could remember something from his past life, he'd know what to do. If he felt like Jack instead of Gray. But he just didn't. The man known as Jack Hale had been a regular human who had known how to handle himself in this kind of situation. All Gray had was a vague sense of uniforms and standing straight with his hands clasped behind his back. Not helpful. He had no uniform and no ability to stand to attention while strapped to a fucking table. Come on, Jack. Wake up and give me a hand here. He measured his breathing and waited for something to stir in his mind. Light strips and tinted windows flashed through the metal grate covering his eyes, but no helpful recollections came. Fuck. Of all the restraints, the mask was the worst. It limited his vision and generally pissed him off. What was the point of clearing him if they were going to strap the stupid thing on his head? It itched and smelled faintly of someone else's sweat. The padded leather pressing into his cheeks and chin almost begged to be bitten. He resisted the urge. He was in this contraption because people were afraid of him. Ripping things apart with his teeth really wouldn't solve that. It might give some people exactly what they want. A reason to keep Gray in chains? A low growl tried to escape his throat. Swallowing it back, he angled his head to the right and could just make out the doctor's shape from the corner of his eye. But he didn't need to see the man's face to feel his satisfaction as the terrified aide waved the unused swab. Oh yeah, Jane had been right to worry. That doctor enjoyed having Gray restrained, possibly due to control, more likely for the thrill of another experiment. Gray had no idea what to do about it either. Not yet. And here we are, Commander, the doctor said, gesturing at a blank steel door. I assure you the precautions are not personal. Our understanding of the virus is rudimentary, and you're an extraordinary subject. Gray narrowed his eyes, but held his tongue. The last thing he needed was a feral cry escaping his lips. We're going to do great things, the doctor said with a smile that bordered on a smirk, and then gave the door a quick rap. Don't snarl. Do not snarl at him. So what if his former self wasn't being talkative? Gray had survived worse than a room full of regular humans in uniforms. And now he had the use of his words again. Limited was better than nothing. He didn't need to know who Jack Hale was to deal with this bullshit. The panel slid open. Gray's bravado slid away as he was wheeled inside. Fucking hell. It felt like there was a platoon's worth of officers packed into the room. He slowly panned the room, searching the sea of unfamiliar faces gathered around the long white slab of a table. The older man at the far end of the table had to be the general. He wore a dark green uniform with a row of medals over the left breast, and a stern expression. There was a sense of familiarity to the silvered hair, cut short, and the lines framing his mouth and eyes. He leaned forward, elbows resting on the table. "Commander Jack Hale, I'm sure you know how this works." "Do I?" Gray paused for a moment, waiting for Jack to rise from the undead ashes of his brain like a commando emerging from cover. Any moment now he'd appear and make some comment that put the room at ease. Nothing came. Gray's heart kicked into overdrive. Faces blurred past the bars of his mask. He tried to say hello, to calmly inform the general that his memories weren't yet intact, but couldn't get his voice to cooperate. Someone muttered, "Hello, Clarice." And even though Gray didn't get the joke, he understood it was at his expense. They were all staring at him. All these people in their uniforms with their ways he no longer knew. So many eyes. "Bear with the commander," Dr. Coe said. "He's adjusting to his surroundings. It will take him a moment." Gray winced. Fucking humiliating. The doctor made it sound as if Gray were a dysfunctional dog. That would not get him person status. Okay. Forget flying solo. He needed Jack to speak up and handle some of this shit. "Come on, past self. Time to get it together and give me something to work with." "This is bullshit, Doctor," a deep voice announced from somewhere to the right. "Anyone's going to be off their game strapped into that nonsense. Jack walked in here of his own free will with a bunch of refugees and didn't hurt anyone. Now you're giving him the Hannibal Lecter treatment?" The general's expression barely flickered. "Precautions, Major Whitlock." Gray shifted his narrow window of view from the general and found a familiar figure standing at the far end of the room. Relief rippled through him as his gaze settled on Whitlock. The one person he actually remembered from his past life. Even if those memories were thin, they existed. The man had a signature grin and a steady hand with a knife. They'd fought together, bled together, and shared a laugh. He didn't need the details to know they'd seen some shit together, and probably started some of it too. Hopefully that meant the giant black man could haul Gray's ass out of this fire. "Hey, buddy." Whitlock offered him a wide smile, one that showed off bright white teeth. It should have read as pure welcome, yet it somehow also conveyed warning. Gray tried to nod. "Whitlock. Looks uncomfortable." Whitlock tapped his own jaw. "Not great." Gray gave a slight shrug, all he could manage without risking damage to his bonds. "Gotta fix that." Whitlock looked down at someone. "Right, Rachel?"
"Indeed," a female voice said. "This isn't what we agreed, General." Gray's muscles tensed as he followed Whitlock's gaze to a smaller figure standing calmly beside him. A slender woman with golden skin, dark hair, and steady brown eyes stared back at him. Unlike the other men in the room, she had a matching outfit that wasn't quite a uniform. Skirt suit, his long-absent memories supplied, though it was silent on every other point. Was this her?
"Dr. Hale, the general said. "The safety of this base is my responsibility, not yours. Don't let our current state of cooperation fool you. As much as we value our American liaisons, you and Major Whitlock are guests of this base. That status can be revoked."
Her eyebrows winged up at the corners. Gray got the distinct impression she wasn't all that threatened. Hale Lee. Oh, shit. It was her. The woman who was supposedly his wife, who Jack had married. Rachel. A person with a cool stare and confident body language, who had come to help him. He should know her. Why didn't he know her? Rachel, Rachel, Rachel. He silently repeated her name in his head, yet it didn't trigger anything further. How was it he'd known Whitlock immediately, but had nothing on this woman? Gray needed to fix that before his conversation continued. Come on, Jack. Speak up. Any minute now, his memories would surface, and, Whitlock rubbed the back of his neck. Jack, you remember Rachel? No. No, I don't. His throat locked, and he was afraid that if he shrugged, he'd snap his restraints and take off in search of Jane, which he absolutely couldn't do. That kind of bullshit would put Jane and Schroddie in danger, and would definitely land him on the not a person list. Focus. Rachel worked for the American government. Liaison. What the fuck had Whitlock told him in the entrance? Something about liaison work being hard and a doom patrol and... Rachel cleared her throat and looked at him expectantly. Jack? Jack's not here. The urge to break free built in his chest. Heart beating faster, muscles tensing, instinct screaming it was a trap and that he should run while he could. He clamped down. Curling his fingers into fists, he did his best to shake off the energy while he searched for something useful to say. He glanced around the room and found everyone watching him expectantly. Shit. He was supposed to act like a person, and a person would greet his wife. He cleared his throat. Hi, Rachel. Surprise widened her eyes. Do you even remember me? He bet Jack would have said something clever to defuse the situation. Unfortunately, Jack hadn't made an appearance, and Gray couldn't see any option aside from the cold truth. No. He did his best to meet her gaze through the bars of the mask. I don't. Her mouth worked. Oh. Sorry. She blinked at him for a moment. It's okay. You've been through a lot. Well, yeah. I died. He opened his mouth, closed it. Pointing out his death was a shitty plan. He didn't need Jack around to know that much. But what came next? He couldn't hug her or even shake her hand. In fact, even if he hadn't been restrained, he couldn't have reached her. His eyes narrowed as he processed her position on the opposite side of the room, the spot farthest from his position, with the entire length of the conference table between them. While her outward appearance was composed, his altered senses caught flickers of other emotions. A ring of white around her eyes, a tiny tremor in her words, a subtle bob of her throat. He'd just told his wife that he couldn't remember her. Some kind of reaction was understandable. Yet it didn't quite read as grief, nor anger. He held her gaze, and his gut clenched when she shifted onto her heels, adding ever so slightly to the space between them. A prey move, one his altered instincts recognized. Was she afraid of him? Okay, he was strapped to a table like a dangerous beast. Hell, he was a dangerous beast. Infected, altered, with the ability to snap these restraints like blades of grass if he were so inclined. Did she know that? Did that scare her? Maybe. Probably. When he'd first met Whitlock in the base's entrance, his friend had suggested she would beat the doctor to his side. Only that hadn't happened. An accident or an intentional delay? His gut said it was the latter. Fuck everything. The wife he couldn't remember was scared of him, and he had exactly 0 memories to console her with. If he even wanted to. He should, right? Except she wasn't Jane, and he needed Jane. "Commander Hale," the general's voice drew his attention. "Are you able to continue?" "I recommend we try again later," the doctor said, after more testing. Gray's head snapped to the side to glare at the fucker. The straps holding his mask in place stretched tight, and the wail of metal pins cut the air. A collective gasp filled the room, and he forced himself to hold still. Fuck. The mask hadn't fallen off, but he'd just gone and let everyone in the room know how easily he could remove it if he wanted. The scent of fear grew stronger. Not good. He needed to explain things to these people, needed them calm and able to hear him, except he clearly didn't have that skill, at least not until Jack decided to make himself heard. No. Right now, Gray needed someone who could explain things for him, someone who understood him better than he did and wasn't afraid of what he'd become. His gaze shifted to Whitlock. "Get Jane." His throat was being an asshole, tightening on every syllable and forcing him to limit his words. "Explain." Man. Whitlock's eyes shifted from side to side. "Maybe not." "Jane?" Rachel's voice winged upward. "You need Jane." "Don't be alarmed, Dr. Hale." A smug little smile curved Dr. Coe's mouth. "I believe the Finch girl has an incendiary effect on our subject. I expect more of his faculties to return in—" "Be careful what you say about my girl, Coe," a new booming voice announced. "Admiral Finch." The general drew out the name. "Good of you to join us. Had to hug my kid for a year. Took a minute." A tall man with an enormous mustache appeared in the corner of Gray's restricted vision. He gripped Gray's shoulder and gave a healthy squeeze. "Jack, my boy, good to see you. But what in the hell are you doing in this contraption?" Gray lifted one shoulder. "Scared of me." "For fuck's sake," the Admiral muttered under his breath. He faced the far end of the room and raised his voice so it once again resembled a large-caliber weapon. "General, this seems unnecessary." The general merely flicked an eyebrow. "That's what we're here to figure out." Jane's dad snorted. "By strapping the lad to a table?" "It's called suitable precautions," the doctor said, voice tight with what might be frustration. "I call it overstepping," Rachel snapped. Gray flinched as the room exploded with noise. The doctor insisted that testing take priority, while Rachel argued that testing had to include basic rights. Someone threw around references to D.C. and L.A., and the general shut that down, claiming those topics were need-to-know. The other uniformed men and women in the room sent Gray worried glances while talking about security and risk management. Fuck. How was he supposed to convince the people in this room he was a person when they couldn't even hear him? "That's a question of jurisdiction," Rachel kept saying. Gray had no idea what that meant. What he understood, all too clearly, was that the doctor wanted him in that lab, available for constant testing. The general wanted to protect his people. Admiral Finch was pissed about the restraints. And Rachel and Whitlock wanted everyone in the room to believe they had the power to decide his fate. All these people wanted to claim him, like he was a lost dog or piece of footwear. It beat against him. Trap, trap, trap. Need to run. The pressure in the room had him flexing against his restraints. They'd parked him close to the doorway. He could snap the leather and thin lengths of chain, use the table for cover, and... Hold. Wait. He froze as an old fragment of knowledge bubbled to the surface of his mind, one that advised patience while his superiors debated. Thank fuck. He needed that training from his previous life to combat his altered instincts. Right now, that knowledge said he needed an ally. Shifting as best he could in his bonds, he focused on Admiral Finch, Jane's father, who'd planted his feet beside Gray's gurney and refused to move. He met the man's gaze, searching for understanding. He knew the Admiral from the video chat in the bunker, when they'd talked with Jane, and from before, when he'd apparently hired Gray to retrieve Jane. Steely blue eyes met his. Gray lifted his brows in silent question. The Admiral's nostrils flared, and that white mustache twitched.
"Won't listen,"
Gray said, hating the edge of desperation that crept into his tone.
"Can't explain, can't—"
"Don't worry, my boy." The man gripped his shoulder again. "I'll get this dog and pony show back on task. Gotta let them yell it out for another minute, then I'll out-loud them." Gray fucking hoped so. He glanced at Whitlock and Rachel. Whitlock appeared ready to join him in the smashing of things, while Rachel was carefully not looking at him as she spoke. "Major Whitlock and I didn't come all this way in the middle of a global crisis to be uninvolved in the study and treatment of an American citizen," she said. "If you won't accommodate us here, we will have to have the commander transferred to D.C." The general started.
"Now, Dr. Hale.
"You're bluffing," Coe interjected. "The subject's too volatile for shipping, and you already have subjects to manage in D.C. Unless you're planning to bring the Finch girl along to keep him contained. She might be willing, but I doubt her father will allow that to happen."
For fuck's sake, these people needed to stop throwing Jane's name around. "Not about Jane,"
Gray ground out. Every eye snapped to him.
"Please, Commander," the general said. "Tell us what it is about."
His stupid throat chose that moment to close, strangling his words.
The commander here kept my Janie alive in ground zero of the outbreak. He spent a week inside a bunker with her, with no injuries or issues, and got her all the way to Squamish, where they saved a bus full of people from a megalomaniac."
The big man lifted a hand.
"My Janie played her part in all that. But she wouldn't have made it without Jack. He's a soldier, an asset, not some lab rat."
"With all due respect, Admiral."
"Doctor, if you're about to start talking about my daughter inciting dangerous responses in the commander, I'll advise you to check that tablet of yours."
The Admiral had an impressive growl for a regular human. "My Janie can't incite danger and be the only reason Jack is keeping it together." "Exactly," Rachel said from across the room. "He's a hero who's responsible for rescuing 23 civilians and one Sergeant Rossi." The doctor sputtered. "We don't know enough to assume."
"Then we ask him."
The general met Gray's gaze through the bars of his mask.
"Why did you save those people, son?"
Gray frowned in confusion. It mattered why he'd saved those people?
"Sir, I did it because it was what Jane wanted. Letting them die would have made her sad. No, don't mention Jane."
For some reason, the people in this room were all twisted up about Jane, and he needed to keep their attention on him. The last thing he wanted was for her to end up in this same situation, being threatened with testing and containment. Above all, Jane had to be safe. He forced his throat to cooperate.
"It was my job, sir."
"I see." The general propped his elbows on the table, steepled his fingers. "Everyone else in this room has made their position clear. It's your turn, Commander. Walk us through everything you remember since becoming infected. Focus on why you took your actions." Well, shit. There was no way to keep Jane out of that story. He glanced at Rachel, Whitlock, and the Admiral. Found no solution on any of their faces. Muscle flexed against the restraints, and he forced himself to take a breath.
"The doctor doesn't want her for testing. He wants me."
The man wanted to control Gray.
to rule his lab. And that, at least, Gray could understand. At the end of the day, this room was no different from an abandoned warehouse full of ferals, all scrapping and clawing for dominance. It was a question of territory, of who was the biggest predator. Only this time, the fight had nothing to do with physical prowess, and everything to do with finding the right words. He couldn't punch his way out. He had to bear every scrap of memory he possessed from that journey across Vancouver and hope it was enough to convince the general and his people that Gray's non-feral behavior wasn't a fluke. To avoid being consigned to that lab forever, he needed the support of the most powerful animal in the room. He settled his gaze on the general. "I remember it was cold," he said. "And then there was Jane."
Chapter 3. Jane. Hands pressed between her knees, Jane sat in the middle of the narrow couch in her parents' living quarters. The room was a long rectangle, not unlike the bunker she'd come to love, with a loft bedroom overtop the efficient kitchen, a sitting area with said couch, and a single washroom. Tight quarters, especially when sharing with your parents and a giant dog who refused to sleep on the floor. That sitting area was currently Jane's bedroom, and Schroddie's. She shifted, eliciting a grumble from the big dog tucked into her side. Right now, she had her mom on one side and Schrodinger on the other, the former sitting close and the latter using her thigh for added comfort. The couch was of the industrial variety found in shared student spaces and medical offices, with a metal frame and hard vinyl cushions. It was also small, with barely enough room for all three of them. Jane felt like the jam filling in a comfort sandwich. That had to be why she was struggling to breathe. It had been hours since she'd left Gray alone in that lab, surrounded by doctors and scientists and technicians, and guns. The Americans who were supposedly there to support him had been nothing but silhouettes at the far side of the lab. Why hadn't they protested the chains, or objected to the way they'd talked about him as if he were less than a person? And sweet fuck, there'd been all those guns. So many guns. Oh, God. I shouldn't have left him. He's in trouble. She bent over and put her head between her knees. Just breathe. Her mother patted her back, making the same gentle circular motions that had soothed her as a child. It's going to be okay. Your father isn't going to let them lock him up like an animal. She wanted to blindly trust that verdict. If only her mom sounded confident. What are those Americans even doing? Jane's head was still between her knees, and it wasn't doing anything to stem the guilt gripping her throat. Worry churned in her gut. When I left, they hadn't entered the lab. They're supposed to be there for him, and they hadn't even entered the... She sat up and stared at her mother with widening eyes. They were waiting, Mom. Stalling. Why? Oh, Janie, her mother sighed. We can't know that. Like hell we can't, Jane muttered. We met that pair briefly at the forward base in Squamish, her mom said. Right before everything happened there. They ran with us. Maybe that Rachel is up to something, but she took my arm and forced me onto that helicopter. I was so afraid that you were in that line. I just... It must have been awful. Jane leaned into her mother. Her mother sucked in a shaky breath. Well, never mind that. You're here and you're just fine. I'm just fine. Jane took her hand and squeezed. I am. I know, dear. Her mother laid her other hand on top. I also know you're worried about that young man. But you know your father won't take no for an answer. Not if he thinks it's the wrong answer. Jane snorted. I know. I just wish he had the power in this situation. She hadn't even met this general, and she already had concerns about his judgment, which was probably grossly unfair because the man had to be facing 100 impossible choices every minute of the day. But whatever. When it came to Gray's well-being, she'd be the worst person in the world as long as it kept him safe. Assuming the worst people aren't already working against him. She let out a long breath. What if they let fear rule their decisions? What if his so-called wife doesn't... What if she doesn't care about him? Or if she doesn't want an almost zombie for a husband? Janie? Her mother had that unique talent of using her name as both reprimand and assurance. You know as well as I do that everyone in this space is doing their best to keep their feelings close to their chest. She gave Jane a knowing glance. But I can say those two Americans seemed very concerned about Jack. We have to believe they have his best interests at heart. Do we? Jane asked. What if... The door slid open, and her father entered the small cube that was their living quarters. Without a word, he took off his beret and scrubbed a hand over his silver hair, making the strands stand on end. His shoulders slumped, and even his mustache seemed to droop. Oh no. She lurched to her feet. Dad, what happened to Gray? Is he okay? Is he... Her dad held up a hand. He's fine, Pud. She stared at him. Nothing about his posture screamed fine. Really? His mustache twitched. Well, fine enough, at least for now. He walked around the narrow steel counter that served at a kitchen island, poured himself a glass of water, and sank onto one of the stools attached to that same island. For now? Oh, Gray, how much trouble are you in? Stomach twisting, Jane crossed the small space on shaky legs and slowly lowered herself onto another stool. What happened, Dad? Is he still locked up in those chains and being forced to... Easy, Pud. Her dad patted her knee. He's being recognized as a sentient being, as a person. That means no more chains or tables, just a pair of handcuffs. Her dad took a swallow of water, then circled the air with his glass. Not that he'll be given freedom to walk around unrestrained, but it's a start. The best we could do. Schroddie got off the couch and plunked his butt down beside Jane's chair. His big head dropped into her lap. Good boy, she whispered, gently rubbing his ears. The big dog hadn't left her side since they'd been reunited outside the lab. Danes were renowned for being Velcro dogs, and Schroddie was no exception, especially right now. She'd been followed diligently from room to room, including the small bathroom. She'd also swear that her dog was missing Gray almost as much as she was. He kept searching the room, as if expecting their third to reappear on the sofa or the loft. No judgment. It will be better when we're all together. She intended to employ the same tactic when the three of them were reunited. She'd damned well follow Gray from room to room, refusing to let him out of her sight, at least until she was certain he was being treated properly. And even then it was iffy. Heck, she might hang on to his arm like a burr, or do her best imitation of a squirrel on a branch. So what if someone was claiming to be his wife? That didn't mean Jane would wash her hands of her friend. Gray, or Jack, or whatever name he decided to go by, was her partner in survival, her almost zombie who she'd kissed and wanted to kiss again. Kissing might be off the table. Protecting each other was not. She glanced at her parents. When will we get to see him? Not yet, Pud. Her dad sighed. I'm sure you'll get that sorted soon enough. Her mother poured 3 glasses of whiskey and placed 2 in front of Jane and her father. She lifted her own glass, letting the flat band of light fixed in the ceiling glimmer through the amber liquid. To returned friends. Her dad mirrored the gesture. Thanks, Mary. Jane did the same. Then she paused. Her brows pulled together. Who was we, Dad? Those Americans. Her dad took another swallow of whiskey. They seemed all quiet at the start, but the feisties snuck through in the end. That Rachel is a firecracker, one our good general didn't see coming. Oh, good. Gray's wife is on his side. And she's a firecracker. Jane swallowed hard. Great. Do better, Jane. She forced herself to sit straighter and say the words like she meant them, because she did. That's great. He deserved good people on his side. I'm so glad he had help. Not to worry you, Pud, her dad said, but I think he needed it. The general has promised to reconsider after more testing. For now, Jack's under the jurisdiction of the lab. Dr. Coe will be running his tests under the supervision of Dr. Hale Lee, so that should keep him in line. Jane sputtered. Testing? But he's so much more than... Nothing more to do about that for the moment, Pud. Her dad finished his whiskey and stood. He's alive and he's got his orders. We have our orders too. Let's go. She gaped at him. Go? Go, her dad affirmed. Time for you to get to know our base, see the lay of the land. Hurry up, Pud. Our escort will be here any moment, and they don't like being kept waiting. She perked up. Will we see Gray? Her dad dusted off his hat. Later, Pud. There couldn't possibly be that much later in the day. It was past 4 in the afternoon. Okay, fine, they'd do this walk-through, and then she'd check on Gray. She sucked in a breath and forced her shoulders back. Time to put her anxious waiting on hold and see this base. And who knew? When they went past the lab, maybe she'd be able to pop inside? She could make sure Gray was being treated well and that those Americans were doing right by him. Official liaisons or not, she'd tear a strip off the pair of them if they'd done wrong by her Gray. She hurried to rinse off her face and then joined her parents by the door. It slid open to reveal 2 soldiers. Admiral! The pair stood to attention, uncomfortably young-looking in their matching camo pants, shirts, and hats. One had a face full of freckles, the other smooth brown skin. Barring the uniform, both could have come straight out of high school. We're here for the tour, sir. I gathered, her father said dryly. We're ready, assuming you don't mind the dog. No, sir. The pair glanced at Jane and Schroddie. Any dog that survived downtown deserves a tour, sir. Thanks. Because I wasn't leaving him. Laying her hand across her chest, she signaled for Schroddie to join them. The big dog wiggled over to her side and leaned against her hip. Good boy, buddy. Can I? One hunkered down. Can I pet him? She had to grin. Sure. Schroddie wiggled over and showered them both with kisses, giving leans and wags and leaving fur all over those pristine uniforms. The pair didn't seem to mind. In fact, they seemed awestruck that Jane had survived downtown and had been traveling with a zombie. They couldn't stop commenting as they led everyone down the hall. Yes, he tracked me across downtown, Jane said with a smile. He waited outside the armored vehicle I hid inside overnight. And yes, that's when I figured out he wasn't there to hurt me. Whoa, the ginger-haired soldier gaped at her. You must have been terrified. Guess I should have been, she shrugged. But by then he'd saved my life, and Schroddie's. I knew he wasn't going to hurt me. He'd guarded us all night long. Damned if it didn't piss her off that she couldn't do the same for him outside that lab. Come to think of it, why couldn't she? As soon as this tour was over, that's exactly what she'd do. She'd steal one of those plastic chairs and park herself across from the lab door. That doctor and his technicians better watch themselves and get consent for every single vial of blood and swab they took. Let's get touring. She clapped her hands. Come on. Such enthusiasm. Her mother shot her a look. Yep, enthusiasm. She increased her pace, silently urging their guides to go faster. Great! Oblivious to the subtext, they sped up. It's an incredible facility. Schroddie pranced happily alongside. The whole thing was built from modular cubes that resembled fancy shipping containers, some kind of enormous space Lego that stacked together to form a series of interconnected buildings. The end result was 4 connected wings. The science wing, which housed Dr. Coe's lab and other testing facilities, the residence wing, for officers, researchers, and their partners, a wing for troop barracks with common rooms, including more medical spaces, meeting rooms, and a cafeteria, and finally a block for defense. That forward block housed the front gate, guard towers, and containment facilities. All 4 of the long, rectangular buildings created a square, central courtyard. As much as Jane tried to speed things along, she couldn't help but marvel at the system that had allowed the entire structure to be built in a matter of weeks. Every block was the same size, many with adjustable sections to create hallways, and all with powered connections. A feat of temporary engineering that sat across the road at the narrowest spot, creating a choke point to protect the rest of Whistler beyond. And they needed that line of defense. She jumped as a burst of gunfire cut the air. One of their guides shrugged. "Get a handful of those fast ones trying to get through the gate every day, mostly at night, but sometimes they'd try it as the sun starts dipping behind the mountains." Jane shivered. Oh, she knew all about ferals trying stuff. "Arrrrrr." Schroddie leaned into her side and warbled. "Arrrrrr." She dug her fingers into his scruff, drawing comfort from the dog's steady presence, and blew out a breath. For the first time since leaving the lab, her thoughts traveled beyond Gray. "But the defenses have held? The refugees, all the people we came with, they're okay?" "Absolutely." She received a wide smile. Her dad clapped a hand on her shoulder. "The majority of civilians are kept at a distance for their own safety. The bulk of the refugees are further north. We've taken over most of the hotels and condos in the area." Shit. She'd been a terrible friend. She'd been so wrapped up in infection risks and being separated from Gray that she hadn't checked on everyone else, especially the best friend and honorary niece who she counted as family. "Keely and Maeve are okay?" she asked. "All set up," her dad confirmed. Thank goodness. She couldn't wait to see her friend and share everything that had happened in the past day. Are there many people being housed past the base?" "There's a whole bunch, Bud." Her dad went on to describe the volume of refugees being housed. It did her heart good to learn how many people had made it out of Vancouver and the surrounding area. Apparently, there were odd handfuls of survivors still trickling in from town, or being pulled from apartment buildings by rescue crews whenever they could manage a search. "You should be there too," one of their guides said. She frowned at the young soldier, then shifted her gaze to her father. "What does that mean?" "Civilians are supposed to take up residence in the hotels." Her father lifted his shoulders. "Could have sent you with Keely. Lord knows she asked for you to join her. But I pointed out to the general—" "There's no way our baby wasn't staying with us," her mother said. Even the general didn't want to face Mary's wrath. Her dad tugged his wife close, and for a moment, Jane just appreciated the warmth between her parents. "But he pretended it was to the base's advantage to keep you around, Pud." Jane glanced between her parents. "Why's that?" "Because I said so." Her mother crossed her arms. "That?" Her dad grinned at his wife. "And they want you around for observation. You're a material witness to the spread of the infection, Pud. The general and top brass recognize you've got knowledge and a particular skill set for observing behavior. So you're going to stick around and answer questions." Oof. No pressure. "I'll do what I can," she said. "Speaking of my skills, where are the 2 dogs we rescued from Joe's?"
Fucking Joe,
her mother grumbled.
"I'd skin that man alive if he wasn't dead."
"She would," her dad agreed. "We're all lucky she doesn't have to lead an assault party on that compound." Her mother snorted. "As it is, we're spared," her dad said. "And the 2 dogs are at the base. They're fine, getting lots of food and scratches until you have time for them. The hope is that you'll be able to train them up. See if they can give us early warnings before larger groups of those ferals reach the wall." Jane let out a breath. "I'll sure as hell try." Not that she had any idea how she'd accomplish that. Schroddie had simply known when to alert her to danger. And while most dogs would react to the threat, they might not do it in a way that helped the humans around her. Still, she'd figure it out. They hadn't fought their way to the base only to give up behind these walls. Schroddie would help. And they'd help the base gain that additional layer of protection. Her mind was churning as their guides led them through the rows of barracks and across the central yard. According to the soldiers leading them, the square patch of earth was mostly used for exercise and drills. And if the worst-case scenario happened, and they were hit with something akin to what happened at the forward base in Squamish, they could corral infected into the area and dispatch them using the weapons mounted on top of the ring of buildings. Her palms grew sweaty at the thought of being trapped in these stacks upon stacks of cubes with ferals. What they'd seen in the remains of the Squamish base would haunt her forever. And this base was simply a larger, more populated version. So many places to hide. So many people to infect. She glanced at the soldiers. Even with the wall's defenses, aren't close quarters a risk? They thought of that, the freckled guard said proudly. His partner nodded and pointed at a series of panels installed beside each entry point and major door. In the event of an outbreak or incursion, each section can be individually sealed. The young soldier sounded almost like a student reading off a report, and it was equal parts endearing and unnerving. Each block here offers a layer of protection, and therefore time, for the refugees beyond. Setting off the alarm in one section seals all doors in all the sections, giving the base defenses time to muster and take positions. We'll kill any zombies before they get far, ma'am. Except the friendly ones, Jane said. Yeah. The soldier's eyes were round. Except those. The other one pointed to a red button covered with a simple, clear plastic case. Here's the alarm. Just in case anyone decides to not be friendly, you can hit this to seal the base. Why is it always red? Jane wondered. The guide shrugged. If it ain't broke. They walked through the common spaces and into the science wing. Their trip through this space was short, barely a small loop through a corner of the main floor, but the lab, and Gray, were close. Anticipation coiled tight in Jane's chest as her guides noted the lab was at the far end of the hall. She glanced eagerly at the doors. Why don't we just take a quick look and... Schroddie stepped in front of her and growled in the direction of the lab. Easy, buddy. She caught his collar. Shoot, he must hate that place for separating them last night. But he'd get over it as soon as they were all reunited. She turned to her father. Is that where Gray is right now? Can we go see him? Later, Pud. Her dad pointed across the yard. First, you've got to meet your permanent guide. You're not military, and you're not a spouse. She winced. Way to rub it in, Dad. So you're going to be assigned an official guide, someone to help you navigate the base, who will make sure you play by the rules and don't go where you're not allowed. Jane blinked. But, Dad, Come on, Pud. He ushered her back into the central courtyard. Look familiar? For a moment, Jane's heart fluttered. But the lone figure approaching wasn't a massive, almost zombie built like a superhero and surrounded by an armed guard. The person coming toward them was leaning on a cane and wearing a clean, crisp uniform, and still wonderfully familiar. Her face split into a wide grin. Rossi! It wasn't Gray, but seeing her comrade in survival from Joe's compound lifted Jane's spirits. From the moment Jane had been tossed in that cage, the sergeant had been a lifeline, and one of the reasons they'd made it from the compound to the base. The last time she'd seen Rossi, the sergeant had been limping away while guards swept Jane into the lab for observation. Jane! Rossi matched Jane's smile and met her in the middle of the courtyard. Glad you're not a zombie. Jane laughed. Me too. She opened her arms and, at Rossi's nod of agreement, wrapped the other woman in a fierce hug. They held on for a moment, and Jane found herself pushing back tears. Pulling back, she gave her friend a watery smile. Who knew finally having a moment to be alive would get me? I feel you. Rossi pulled out a package of tissues. Jane pulled out a cloth and blotted her eyes, Wait until Gray gets to say hello. He'll be glad to see you two. We won't know what to do with each other when we're not being chased by ferals. We really won't. Rossi let out a breath and glanced behind Jane. Glad to have your help, Sergeant, her father said. Happy to serve, Admiral, Rossi said. Then she returned her attention to Jane and offered a lopsided smile. They're putting me to use while I recover from this damn leg injury. I figured if you had to have a glorified babysitter, you could do a hell of a lot worse than yours truly. You figured right, Jane grinned. Things were looking up. She had a friend for a guide, and the tour was finally over. It would be wonderful to get to know the sergeant when they weren't being caged or hunted, but for now, she had other people to check on. Rossi, it's great to see you. We'll have to catch up tomorrow. For now, do you have to escort me and Schroddie to the lab where Gray's being held? Rossi glanced desperately at Jane's father. About that. What is it? Jane's stomach dropped. She spun around to face her parents. Neither of them would meet her gaze. Damn it. They'd been avoiding the topic of seeing Gray, and she was just now realizing that. What's going on? One of you has to tell me. Oh, dear, her mother whispered. Well, Pud, her dad tugged on his mustache. It's, complicated. Oh, shit. This is not good. Turning back to Rossi, she said, Tell me what is happening, please. Yeah, Jane. Rossi's expression was pained. I'm sorry to have to be the one to tell you this. Didn't think I'd have to. But a visit? That's not going to happen. She sucked in a breath. Right now, you're not allowed to be in the same room as Gray. I mean, Commander Hale. Doctor's orders.
Chapter 4. Gray. Gray wasn't sure what he'd expected from being in the lab with his so-called wife. But it sure as hell hadn't been awkward silence while Dr. Coe and his white-coated minions swarmed over him. A quiet storm of flashing tablets and syringes and swabs. His table had been changed for a chair, and his shackles chained for handcuffs on his wrists and ankles. They'd left the mask on him. Apparently, the face covering helped keep the lab technicians calm. Bully for them. He felt like a fucking dog at the pound. Or a blood bag. He glanced across the room to where his wife leaned against a spotless white console, wholly removed from the whirlwind of activity. She'd barely said a word since entering the lab. Gray appreciated an economic use of words. He'd only regained his a day ago. But wasn't she supposed to advocate for him? Didn't that mean telling the horde of technicians to give him a minute? 3 white-coated techs gathered around his head, brandishing long white sticks topped with cotton. Were they seriously going to stick those things through his mask? Yes, they were. A swab shoved between his lips and pushed into the corner of his cheek, making him feel like a damn child. Fuck this. Fixing his gaze between 2 of the white coats, he stared at Rachel, willing her to step in, to insist the tech at least ask before pushing things into his mouth and veins, and fuck knew where they'd end up next. She dropped her gaze to the tablet in her hand. His lips tightened with frustration. Hack! The technician released the swab with a squeak and scrambled back from his chair. Don't bite me! I have a mask on. Gray squinted at the person through one eye and waited for them to catch on to the obvious. After a moment, they returned to pull the swab out of his mouth and add it to their collection. Rachel, of course, said nothing. Was she even his wife? He had no memory of her, felt no hint of recognition. And he should, shouldn't he? This aloof woman with the fall of straight black hair, who'd spoken forcefully in the meeting. She should be memorable, even if she'd retreated the moment they were alone in the hallway. She was beautiful and talented. Shouldn't he at least feel like he knew her?
Unless she wasn't who she claimed. He let out a breath. Something's not right. The lab pressed in on him. His memories were broken pieces of a past life, distant, more like familiar shows he'd watched than lived experiences. But shouldn't there be some sliver of recollection for the woman he'd supposedly married? He remembered his friend, Whitlock, who apparently wasn't as much of a badass as Gray had thought, because the big man turned green at the first sight of a needle and scurried out of the room. It was surprising how fast he could move, and how much his retreat resembled a cat escaping a yard. Gray deeply wanted to follow his friend. "Please?" the technician at his head whispered. "Please don't move."
"Haven't yet,"
Gray grumbled around yet another swab.
"Not gonna start."
Thanks." The tech muttered something. Gray repressed a sigh and eyed the door that Whitlock had disappeared through. How could he remember fighting in a jungle with Whitlock and leading a team through enemy buildings in hot desert terrain, but have absolutely no recollection of this woman? He glanced at Rachel. Her brown eyes slid from his. Shit. What was he supposed to do about this wife he didn't remember? Not that this situation was her fault. She'd come looking for the man she'd married, Jack Hale, commander and regular human. What she'd gotten was Gray, an almost zombie who had more questions than memories. Still, she'd advocated for keeping him apart from Jane. That didn't sit right with him. If she wasn't lying about being his wife, then what was going on? Jealousy? Something else? There was so much she could tell him, assuming he wanted to know. He studied Rachel as she circled the console to where Dr. Coe stood, observing his domain. "Any correlations with DC?" she asked quietly, as if Gray couldn't hear her perfectly well. The glance she sent in his direction confirmed it. She had no idea how finely honed his senses were. What it didn't explain is why she was trying to hide her questions about DC from him. Dr. Coe shook his head. "Too soon to tell." "Patience, Dr. Haley." Her throat flexed. "Not a lot of time for patience, Doctor." "And yet—" Coe smiled and returned to studying a flow of illuminated numbers that were washing across a glass screen. "We cannot rush science, Dr. Haley, not if we want results." "Without speed, results might not matter." She tapped the tablet in her grip, fingers beating in nervous rhythm. Was that normal for her? He had no idea. A husband would, though, wouldn't he? Fuck if he knew. Being an almost zombie hardly came with instructions. Maybe his memories of the people who'd meant the most to him would be the last to return. If she really was his wife, maybe she could confide in him, ask him whatever it was she wanted to know, and he could learn about who he'd been. He caught her eye.
"Need to talk."
Her gaze skittered away. "Later." His fingers curled into fists.
"Later I talk to Jane."
She partly turned away, putting her shoulder between them and pointing her chin across the lab. If that's what it takes. Was it? Fuck. Maybe. Worse, he was supposed to keep their attention off Jane, but there he went, asking for her again. He couldn't stop himself. He needed her steady presence, and her unique way of viewing the world. He knew how to fight, but she knew people. There was something going on here, something he couldn't quite identify. It nagged at him, tugging at his instincts. Or were those Jack's instincts? Either way, something beyond the obvious was out of alignment. What would Jane do?
Watch. Listen.
His Jane used stillness to her advantage. He should try and do the same. He narrowed his eyes and watched Dr. Coe circle the lab. The doctor claimed Jane was a danger to him, that she triggered his base, feral instincts, and that being around her would prevent him from regaining the person he'd been. Rachel had gone along with that assessment and promised the general that Gray would be contained in the lab, and with a small team of specialized soldiers who were trained to deal with high-risk targets. Worse, she'd promised they'd limit Gray's contact. That hadn't been her promise to make. The urge to snap his cuffs in two and make a break for it beat into his chest. He could join Whitlock, or better yet, find Jane. But no. That was his feral instincts talking, not his human sense. No matter what he was feeling in his chair, no matter how much the sounds grated against his skin or the air seemed to carry a warning, he had to keep it together. He'd promised the general that he'd use his human brain while in the base, and he'd do his best to honor that promise. Or most of it. The parts that he'd agreed to, not the pieces that the doctor or his wife had added. Another tray with vials and scanners approached, and his muscles tensed. He tested his cuffs, and a lab aide lurched away, eyes wide. The sharp tang of fear smacked into his senses, and he had to slow his breathing, force himself to hold steady, and not give in to the need to pursue. Letting out a breath, he looked at the tech. "Not going to hurt you." A metal tool clattered against the tray. "Oh, okay." Gray sighed. "Really?" The lab aide, who seemed barely older than a child, dwarfed by the white lab coat and wide-eyed under the bright strips of lights, tried to force a smile. "Sorry, it's just—" They glanced across the room and swallowed whatever else they were going to say. Huh. Gray followed the kid's gaze to where Dr. Coe and his so-called wife stood before a massive data console. Even accepting he was scary, there seemed to be a disproportionate number of nervous little birds working for that doctor. In fact, with the exception of the doctor and a few of the soldiers watching him, everyone in the large steel and white room was terrified of him, including Rachel. It scratched at his skin, especially after the calm acceptance and trust he'd grown used to with Jane and Schroddie. Jane. He hated being separated more than he hated the constant needles in his arms and swabs up his nose. He'd been told to cooperate, to be a person, to reconnect with his former self. But would Jack Hale have accepted this? He doubted it. "Go." He looked past the ever-present lab aides. "Done yet?" The doctor's gaze didn't lift from his tablet. He waved a hand in Gray's general direction. Soon. People seriously needed to give him accurate time frames. His hands flexed. "Which means?" The doctor finally regarded him. "I said soon, Commander Hale. You're a unique specimen, and we don't yet know the extent to which you can assist us in containing this virus. We need to run every test possible, as quickly as possible." "Time to gamble. To help DC." Rachel started. "How do you know about DC?" Dr. Coe sent her a superior glance. "We were just talking about it, Dr. Hale. You should be mindful of what you say, especially around those with enhanced senses." "Not the only thing I need to be mindful of," she muttered. For once, Gray didn't think she meant him. He didn't know what else was in this lab, but the skin at the back of his neck was tense with warning. Muffled noises taunted him, and he felt as edgy as the bevy of techs. He eyed the sealed doorway past Coe's data battle station. The passage sat in an unusually empty pocket of space in the otherwise bustling labs. No data stations or racks of vials were within 10 feet of that door, and the aides looked wary every time they approached that space. In fact, they appeared to take extra steps to give that doorway a wider berth. He studied the reflection of the rooms connected to his current space. The cube he and Jane had been closed inside was in an adjoining space, all linked by tinted glass and sliding doors. The door the aides avoided was the only one in the space that was solid metal, with no view of the room beyond. Awareness skittered over his skin. Jaw clenched. There was something in the lab, past that door. He couldn't hear it, but he could feel it. Or was that just his desire to get outside to Jane, somehow melding with the sensation of being trapped in this lab? No. His instincts might be altered, but they hadn't lied to him yet. Fuck what the general and the doctor said. Gray wasn't some broken feral. The bunker he'd shared with Jane had been radically smaller, but he'd had room to breathe. Here, the carefully filtered air was stifling. It was wrong? Yes, wrong. He pinned the newest lab tech with a stern look and angled his head at the door. "What's in there?" The tech dropped the syringe she was holding. What? That. He nodded again to the steel doors. "What is in there?" The technician's throat worked. I can't tell you." Fear. The young tech was so afraid it radiated from her in waves. And it's not me. Gray's eyes widened. The people in this lab might be afraid of him, but he wasn't the only thing they feared. Not by a long shot. Everything clicked together in his head, and the chains on his wrists pulled tight. He wasn't imagining those muffled noises, or the warning they carried. There were ferals past those doors. He was certain of it. He growled. "Ferals." The tech scrambled back. "Doctor?" Dr. Coe and Rachel hurried across the polished expanse of white tile to Gray's seat. The guards, who'd given him space and been loitering by the main entrance, halved the distance. The doctor held up his hands. "Please don't fight this process, Commander. The tests we're doing here will save—" "You have ferals!" Gray snapped. Coe stopped in his tracks, just out of reach were Gray to snap his cuffs. He adjusted his lab coat. His lips tightened slightly. "Research, Commander. My work is vital and—" "Ferals," Gray huffed. "Danger, not worth research." The doctor's nostrils flared. "Research is necessary, and results require risk." "Too risky." Gray shifted his gaze to Rachel. Surely his so-called wife wouldn't sanction this. Her eyes darted from him to Coe. She crossed her arms and drew in a deep breath. "He's right, Jack. We need live subjects to figure out what we're dealing with when it comes to this virus, to understand why some people become what you call feral, while others perish or repeat actions until they succumb to exposure." "Then there's you, Commander," Coe said. "Something entirely different. The comparisons are—" Gray growled at him. Fuck logic and feral instincts and all that shit. Live subjects meant danger, and something about this place amplified Gray's need to fight back. To get Jane and leave. He tried to abide by the promises made in that meeting room, to keep her out of danger. But if there were ferals inside this lab, then danger was already here. Forget about Jack and figuring out Rachel. He wasn't leaving Jane alone in this place. They wanted Gray to cooperate? They'd have to meet his demands. Slowly, he snapped one of his cuffs, staring at the doctor while the metal band wailed with defeat. As the cuffs gave way, he shifted his gaze to Rachel and dropped the crushed halves of handcuffs onto the floor. "Jane, now."
Chapter 5. Jane. Jane stabbed the broccoli stalk on her plate. While she didn't love previously frozen vegetables, the broccoli hadn't done anything to her. In fact, it was covered in cheese sauce and surrounded by noodles, one of her favorite dishes. Here she was, sitting at the counter with her parents with her plate full of something she normally loved, and she seriously needed to stop scowling. Damn it, she was supposed to be enjoying her meal and acting like everything was fine. She forced a mouthful down. Today, even her mom's amazing cheese sauce tasted like ash. The doctors must have gotten it wrong in the lab, because if Jane wasn't undead, she must be actively dying. No ability to taste. Pain in her chest. Inability to focus on simple tasks. Hell, she'd done nothing since finishing that tour. She'd barely checked on the 2 Malamutes before returning to her parents' rooms and curling up with Schroddie for a long cry. Which was pathetic, and officially all she'd been capable of after learning some 4-star asshat had decided to ban her and Gray from seeing each other. What good could that possibly do? Nothing. That's what. She glared at her plate. These are the kinds of decisions that get forward bases overrun by ferals. His so-called wife better be looking out for him, or she'd have Jane to contend with. And that wasn't fair. Worse, it might fail what she'd silently labeled the asshole test. Okay, she'd definitely fail that test. Her parents deserved a happier reunion. She should be supporting Gray in reclaiming his identity, not moping around like a petulant child. But her feelings were an ugly lump in her chest, all tangled together and bleeding fear and worry and loss into her bones. Her instincts were a mess. Safe in steel-clad barracks, and she'd never felt so lost. She hadn't seen Gray since first thing that morning, and it was nearly 10 at night. Late for dinner. Later still for an update. Not that she was likely to get one. Or that she had any actual right to request one, given he was married and trying to be stupid Jack Hale, which was totally fair and something she had no place complaining about, even if it felt wrong on a cellular level. She stabbed another broccoli floret, and her fork scraped loudly against the metal plate below.
"Oh, Janie,"
her mother said softly.
"Please try to eat something."
She glanced across the narrow island. I ate. Dear, that dog has eaten more of my mac and cheese than you tonight. Her mother crossed her arms and gave her a look that made Jane feel exactly 7 years old. In particular, it was the same look as when she'd been 7 years old and forced to stay at the table until she finished her peas, and her childhood dog hadn't held up his end of the deal. Jane widened her eyes. No idea what you... Schroddie put his paw on her knee and licked his chops. Traitor, she muttered. He dropped his head onto her lap and gazed up at her with sorrowful brown eyes. Sweet baby, her mom said. To the dog, of course. I have something for you later. As for my human child, her mother's gaze lifted to Jane's, brown eyes steely. You couldn't fake it with the peas, and you can't fake it now. I know it's been a hard day, but I had to trade for that cheese. At least try. Oof, direct hit. Jane's shoulders slumped. Sorry, Mom. She shoved in a mouthful and did her best to chew happily. Bud, her dad speared her with a glance. It's just for now, not forever. Is it? She let out a shuddering breath and dropped her gaze to her remaining noodles. A proper, non-asshole adult would swallow her worries, eat her mac and cheese, and accept the truth of her situation. Her fork clattered to the plate. Dad, he's married, and I've got no right to... Her dad's radio buzzed. He motioned for quiet and reached over to where he'd left the chunky black rectangle. Yes? A staticky voice kicked in. Admiral, sir, sorry to intrude. Her dad's eyes lifted to the ceiling. What is it, son? The American liaison would like a word with you, in person, and she is bringing company. The infected from the lab and 2 armed guards. If you have any concerns, we can... No. Her dad caught Jane's eye. No concerns. Excellent, sir. They're on their way. The lump of emotions exploded like fireworks in her chest. She gripped the counter. Gray's coming? Seems so. Her dad nodded. But don't get your hopes up, bud. No telling what this liaison will do. Oh, thank God. She pushed away from the table and hurried to the tiny, brushed steel washroom that seemed better suited to a 1970s science fiction movie than a mobile army base. I need to know how he's doing, that he's being treated okay in that freaking lab, and confirm this so-called wife of his is both real and acting with his interests in mind. She eyed herself in the mirror. Ouch. Why, oh why, hadn't she showered like a proper human, instead of embracing the worn sweats and cheese stains of a swamp beast? Her blonde hair was in a bun too messy to be attractive, and she had sauce on her cheek. She hurriedly scrubbed off the sauce, and then rapidly tried to finger-comb her hair into some semblance of order. At the same time, one hand stuck in her hair. She hopped out of the borrowed sweats and tried to find a pair of jeans. How much time did she have? Based on what she remembered of her tour, not much. She located a clean pair of gray sweats and clutched them to her chest. Looking better wasn't the biggest hurdle. She had to behave differently with Gray. No casual touching or holding hands or acting like the one person in his life. Nope. She had to dig deep and... A knock sounded at the door. Shit! She yanked on the sweats and lurched out of the washroom, joining her parents just as the door slid open. Her shoulders snapped back, and she sucked in a breath, eyes fixed on the opening. She gripped Schroddie's collar, the big dog vibrating with excitement beside her. Admiral, thank you for letting us impose. A slender woman in a perfectly tailored suit entered first. She motioned behind her. Please remove the commander's restraints. Then you two can stand outside the door. The commander and I will be fine inside. No imposition, Dr. Hale. The admiral motioned for her to enter. The woman gave a slight smile. Rachel, please. Jane probably should have said hello or something, but her eyes were locked on the familiar figure who followed. Gray. Everything inside her lit up at the sight of him. It took everything she had to hold her arms stiff at her sides and not launch herself at him, which would have been bad, as the guards had him bracketed on either side. He stood still as chains were unclipped from his wrists and ankles, yet his eyes burned into hers. She wanted to stand like that forever. Unfortunately, she had to greet the woman who'd entered with Gray. Dr. Rachel Hale Lee, his wife, who did not look like a swamp beast. The difference between them was laughable, from the tips of her pointed shoes to the gray pants, pressed white shirt, and tailored jacket. This Rachel was the picture of a professional government agent, one with unrealistically good hair. Honestly, who had perfectly straight, untangled hair after handling their not-dead husband in a lab all day? Hi. Jane awkwardly thrust her hand out. It's good to meet you. Is it? The other woman's eyebrows lifted, then her mouth curved into a rueful smile. Apologies. I mean to say it is good to meet you too. I appreciate everything you did for Jack. Of course the woman would be understanding and well-spoken. It almost made Jane wish she'd left the stained sweats on. Why not round out the moment by making it comically obvious how little she had to offer in comparison to this polished human with multiple degrees and security clearance? You can call me Jane. She paused. You know that. Yes. Rachel murmured softly. I do. Oh, hell. Jane's cheeks burned with embarrassment. She swallowed hard and finally realized Schroddie was wiggle-walking around Gray and his guards, his tail whipping back and forth as the guards finished unlocking Gray's restraints. Happy Ruse emerged from the big dog, who leaned into Gray and knocked one of the guards aside. Good boy. Without taking his eyes off her, Gray gave Schroddie a rub with a free hand. Schroddie leaned into him, wagging harder. It was the most open affection she'd seen between the two. It seemed they'd missed each other, The sight made her heart ache and had tears threatening to escape her eyes. These two were supposed to be her family, and she missed being that unit so much it hurt. The fact that she felt guilty as hell for missing that unit made the whole situation so much worse. "We'll wait outside, ma'am." The guards left, and the door slid shut. "Well, Admiral, Finch family," Rachel said. Gray pushed past her. "Jane." She swore she'd keep her hands to herself, but she couldn't stop herself from swaying closer. "Gray, I'm so glad to see you. I hated leaving you in that place. Are you okay?" "I'm fine." He cupped her face. "You?" "Better now," she wanted to say. She hated that she could see the shattered veins of his eyes darken. His fingers flexed against the soft skin of her cheeks. Was this the reaction that cold-blooded jerk of a doctor was talking about? No. No way. She refused to believe that they'd reached a place where being together was holding him back, where she was preventing him from regaining who he'd been. His fingers continued to search her face, dropping to her shoulders as if he expected to find something lurking there. Then he scanned the room, shoulders tight, feet spread, as if bracing for trouble. She ducked her head, caught his eye. "What's going on?" "Get things. We go." He nudged her toward her small pile of belongings on the couch. "Whoa." She dug in her heels and put her hands on his chest. "Explain?" "Not safe." His mouth was a flat line. "Ferals." Her stomach plummeted. "Ferals? In the base? Oh my God, where?" She spun around to stare at her dad. "Why aren't alarms going off? We need to get out of here and warn—" "Mary!" Her dad was already reaching for his radio. "Get the guns and—" "Stop!" Rachel stepped in front of him. "The infected aren't loose. They're in the lab." "Is that true?" Jane gripped his wrists. Ferals in the lab would explain why Schroddie had growled in the direction of the lab during their tour. Maybe it even explained the nagging sensation that something was wrong inside the base. She trusted Gray's instincts, and if he said they had to run, she'd get that backpack and herd her parents out the door. He nodded. "Side room in lab. Locked door." "The fuck they are," her dad growled. "Why wasn't I told about this?" "Because it was need to know, Admiral," Rachel said. "There are a couple live subjects for research. I can't see whether they're feral, though I'm assured they are thoroughly contained." "Is that so?" Admiral Finch asked softly. "Yes." Rachel gave a delicate shrug. "The General approved the lab's request for select use of highly contained infected specimens for testing and observation. And good thing, too. Otherwise, this base wouldn't have been in a position to handle your daughter or Jack." Gray let out a low grumble. "Danger." "No." Rachel pinched the bridge of her nose. "No danger, Jack. Just specimens. I told you. Dr. Coe assures me they're far from dangerous and completely contained. Given the General approved it, I have to assume that's correct. Don't you think, Admiral?" The Admiral's mustache twitched. "I suppose. Though I damned sure have preferred to be informed." "We had to limit knowledge. Otherwise, we'd risk chaos," Rachel said. "But you knew," Jane's mother grumbled. "I found out last night, and only because Dr. Coe let it slip." Rachel's expression didn't flicker, but a note of strain crept into her voice. Her fingers twitched, as if she was fighting the urge to pinch her nose again. An interesting tell, though impossible to know if it meant the woman was hiding something or simply irritated at having her judgment questioned. "I honestly thought the General would have briefed the room earlier, even if I understood the hesitation." "I also understand the hesitation," Jane's mom said dryly. Jane shared a look with her mother, then shifted her attention to Rachel. "Look, if those are actual ferals and not repeaters in the lab, then keeping them here is a seriously bad decision." Schroddie pressed against her side. I'll be sure to pass your feedback on to the doctor, Rachel said, gaze dropping to Jane's hands before turning to her parents. In the meantime, Admiral, we should let the General know you are now in the loop. Jane looked down and realized her fingers were laced with grays. Shit. Way to make an awkward situation even more awkward. Still, there were bigger problems to contend with. She tried to untangle her fingers from Gray's, but he held tight and shook his head. She leaned in and whispered, "You think we should run?" He rolled his shoulders. "Not sure." She nudged him. "Not helpful." "Instincts say danger, but..." He gave another shrug, and his mouth worked for a moment. "Can't say. Doctor says my..." He tapped the side of his head, then wobbled his hand from side to side. "But Farrell's? Not good." She let out a breath. "We can both agree that Farrell's on the base is not good." He nodded. "But good if Lab was ready for you." "I guess." It still didn't sit right with her. Farrell's on the base and a so-called wife who just didn't strike her as a loving spouse who was relieved to have her husband back. Of course, that could be what Jane wanted to see. But did that mean she was wrong, or simply an observant, if somewhat shitty, human? Who even knew? Either way, she shouldn't be standing there holding hands with someone who was probably married. Maybe married. Assuming this Rachel was telling the truth. "Jane." Rachel's voice cut through Jane's train of thought. She swallowed hard and tugged her hand free from Gray's hold. Yes?" "We didn't come here to discuss lab safety protocols," Rachel said. "Or perhaps Jack did, but I have a different goal." Jane forced herself to ease away from Gray. Stepping back from him felt like peeling a Band-Aid off her whole body, but it had to be done. They had an audience, and her mother hadn't ever met Gray before, while her father hadn't met him post-outbreak. Oh, and she was talking with the woman who might be his wife. I'm so failing the asshole test. Damn it. "We need to discuss these visits." Rachel clasped her hands in front of her and fixed Jane with a stare worthy of a dentist chastising a client for not flossing. "Dr. Coe stressed that Jack is more feral around you, and my own research with trauma responses backs up his assessments. It appears clear that we need to keep you both apart for a prolonged period of time. I'm sorry, truly, but separation could be the best chance Jack has of regaining his memories." Jane glanced between Gray, his expression stony, and Rachel, entirely focused on convincing Jane. "It feels like that should be Gray's decision," Jane said softly. "Jack's judgment is impaired. It is my responsibility to speak for him." Speak for him? Jane's hands tightened into fists. Gray could damn well speak for himself. And if Rachel couldn't see that, Jane would have to correct her. Seemed she was about to push this conversation from awkward to bad. Oh well, needs must. "So, you're just stripping him of what he's known for the past 3 weeks and assuming that will be for the best? What about what he wants?" Chin lifted, she glared at Rachel. "You can't tell him to act like a person and then treat him like an animal." Beside her, Gray huffed in agreement. She held Rachel's gaze. "I need to make sure that Gray—" "His name," Rachel snapped, "is Jack. Jack Hale." Gray gripped Jane's shoulder and growled, "Screw Jack. I'm Gray." Rachel's head snapped back. "You don't mean that." "Might." Gray grunted, face an expressionless mask. He was watching Rachel, whose lifted brows and tight lips indicated she'd broker no disagreement. It also announced there had been disagreement when it came to names, or some kind of conflict. It told Jane they'd already had this argument. More than that. She gasped. "He doesn't remember you." Rachel's expression shuddered. "No, it appears he doesn't." "That must be hard." Jane dug her fingers into Schroddie's ruff, taking comfort from the dog at her side. The urge to go full "I will fight you" built in her chest, and she forced herself to take a breath. Shit. She couldn't start a fight in her parents' temporary home, and she couldn't be that other woman. Or any more of that woman. "Rachel," she said, pleased to find her tone resembling something calm. "I appreciate he is Jack to you. But if he feels like Gray right now, I can't see that harming him. He saved my life more than once, and I have to make sure someone is looking after his best interests." The other woman's nostrils flared. "You think I'm not?" Jane lifted a shoulder. "He's still being shackled and followed by men with guns, so yeah, I have some doubts." "I suppose that's fair." Rachel gave her a perfectly neutral half-smile. Damn. The woman knew how to control her expression. She'd clearly also taken a moment to get her emotions in check, making it even harder for Jane to get a sense of what was truly driving her. "Well?" Jane crossed her arms. "Janie?" her mom hissed. She shot her mom a quick, apologetic look, but stood her ground. Rachel let out a sigh. "There's nothing simple about politics, even in a crisis. In fact, they're usually worse in a disaster than anyone's willing to admit. People are scared. If I push too hard, I'll back the general into a corner. I have to let him think he's calling the shots, and meanwhile, I'm giving the base a chance to warm up to Jack in his new, state." "Is that so?" Jane glanced at her dad. His brows were furrowed, but he inclined his head. "I might not like it, Bud, but Dr. Hale Lee is right. She did the best she could in that meeting, better than I could, walking that line between the general and his officers, and the doctor and our mandate to research this thing." Face tight, Jane glanced at Gray, hating the defeat she found brewing in his broken gaze. "It's not good enough," she said softly. "I know there's a way to go." Rachel lifted her hands. "It's new territory for all of us, and it's messy. But I do believe it is best. I also realize that when I talk about Jack, neither of you know what that means." Her gaze shifted to Gray. "Not even you. And you should, before you make any decision." She crossed to the tiny kitchen island and propped up a tablet. "I put this together last night." Gray stiffened, and Jane braced herself. A video started playing, small on the screen and with that hollow sound that came from tiny speakers. But the picture was clear enough. A group of people at some kind of fancy party. The camera panned, and suddenly, there was Gray before he changed, when he was Jack. She sucked in a sharp breath, taking in the cocky smile, the uniform. He had a cigarette between his lips and a rifle on his lap, and was laughing at something a man that had to be Whitlock said from beside him. Then the scene changed, and he was leading men through a training course. And then another blur and... Oh, fuck. Was that a suit? Not just any suit. A tux. And there was Rachel in a long white dress. This was his wedding. Her stomach became a rock. She glanced at Rachel, found the other woman's gaze steady on hers. "See?" the woman's eyes seemed to say. Unfortunately, Jane did. Beside her, Gray's stance had gone from guarded to complete shock. His mouth hung open, arms limp at his side, and his eyes seemed to greedily consume every image on the screen. Her insides lurched, body wanting to reject what she saw. But she couldn't deny the truth slapping her in the face. The man who'd been her rock, the one who'd stood steadfast at her side through ferals and wannabe dictators and isolation tanks, wasn't really called Gray. And he wasn't really hers. Schroddie let out a low warble, a half cry, half growl. She knew exactly how the big dog felt. Her heart threatened to crack in two. But she had to admit that Rachel was right. Jack Hale had been a whole person before he'd been infected. and Jane couldn't consign him to death for her own selfish comfort, no matter how much it hurt, or how many worries wanted to get in the way. Her eyes burned, chest ached like she'd taken a punch to the throat, but she knew she had to do it. She had to tell Gray to give being Jack a chance.
Chapter 6. Gray/Jack. I danced with her? Gray stared at the screen. One hand gripping Jane's waist, the other braced on the counter. He leaned forward, trying to soak in every detail on the display. It was like watching a movie, one that tugged at his past self. He couldn't remember the moment, couldn't swear what was playing out on that tiny screen had truly happened, but he felt something. A strange, almost unwelcome kind of familiarity that had his heart racing and his fingers flexing against Jane. This is real. It was hard to believe. That smiling man laughing with others, grinning across a Jeep's hood and dancing easily in a room full of people, had been him. He glanced at Rachel. See? She asked softly. This is why we... He cut her off with a frustrated gesture. Turning away from the screen, from everyone, he crossed the small space and stared at the blank wall. He knew they were still staring at him. Fine. As long as they were quiet, they could stare all they wanted. He needed a minute. Needed to sort through the mess of half-remembered times and the strange desire to run before anything more was said. Fuck. He had just seen proof of Rachel's claims. That had been her in that white dress, and him in that fancy black tux. Or it had been, back when he'd been Jack. That meant he should want her. Except he didn't. All he wanted to do was to grab Jane and get out of this damn room. Hell, he wanted to get out of this damn base. Escape its labs and doctors and endless supply of needles, and get back to a life he understood. Only that kind of thinking was a trap, because the life he understood had only existed for a few weeks. His fingers curled into fists, pressing into his sides. How the fuck was he supposed to know what came next if his altered instincts were fighting the person he'd been? Jaw tight, he glared at the damn wall. He'd felt something when he'd watched those scenes, damn it. That had to mean some of the information still lived inside him. He had to connect the person he'd seen in that video with actual memories. Had to be certain this wasn't some new test Dr. Coe had cooked up, something designed to mess with Gray's instincts and weaken his resolve. Sucking in a breath, he closed his eyes and willed his brain to cooperate. Slivers of jungles and deserts and gatherings in a massive room whipped through him. Pale fractions of seconds, like shreds of fog blowing past a mountain. Pieces of his past life, all mottled and frayed at the edges, as if he were watching them through a dirty window. They felt distant, separate, flimsy and colorless, like the landscapes that had taunted him on that final push up the hill in the snow, when he'd barely had a sense of being a person and the cold had trapped him beneath the ice. He'd nearly given up, given in to the frozen past. Then Jane had shattered that ice and pulled him into the bunker, and everything had gotten warmer, clearer. He'd come to understand what he was, and he'd held onto his purpose. Protect Jane. Simple enough when traveling the roads and eliminating ferals and random assholes. But in this space, nothing was simple. He twisted around to stare at the image frozen on the screen, the laughing face of a man with sun-kissed skin and a bold smile. Jack Hale looked healthy, happy, and human. Hell. His jaw flexed. Jack had swagger. As for Gray, he had the ability to crush handcuffs with his bare hands and lift steel panels. He could sense ferals blocks away, see clearly in dark spaces, and locate his Jane in the middle of a warehouse complex on smell alone. All things that were helpful when fighting said assholes or being chased by ferals. Not so much when in a room packed with military officials. Jack Hale would have known how to handle a bunch of officers without snarling like a damned beast, or getting himself banned from Jane's side. Still, something didn't fit. His shoulders were twitching, and he refused to believe his instincts had suddenly shifted from life-saving asset to complete handicap. He needed more information. Letting out a frustrated huff, he returned to the group. Jane's back was to him, the big dog leaning into her side, while the other three faced him. Rachel wore a carefully neutral expression, as if she'd resigned herself to patience with a simple animal. In contrast, Jane's mother, Mary, had worry openly stamped on her face, while the Admiral's set shoulders and flat mouth fell somewhere in between. Then again, the Admiral always looked on the verge of telling people to get off his lawn. "Get my daughter, Hale," he'd said. "That's your only mission. Get her home." "Yes, sir, leaving now." Gray blinked. Holy shit. He nearly cheered out loud. He just remembered getting the call about Jane. He remembered Admiral Finch, at least a little, and despite his infection and altered state, he'd remembered the mission he'd been given right before the whole world went to hell. So why couldn't he remember the person claiming to be his wife? "Now you understand," Rachel said. "You're Jack Hale." He eyed her. "I need more." The sharp tang of distress finally hit him. "Jane." He shifted his stance, placing himself between Jane and the rest, and cupped her elbow. A shiver crept through her body, and his own tensed in response. He realized Schroddie was whining softly and leaning hard into her side. Shit. Something was wrong. He searched her face. "Jane?" Her lips were trembling, and she wouldn't meet his gaze. I don't... You're actually Jack." Her voice was a broken, fractured whisper. Her gaze darted between the floor and the people behind him, and with every look her skin seemed to pale. That's your wedding, and I... He squeezed her elbow and glanced over his shoulder. "We need a minute." "Jack," Rachel sputtered, "we need to go." Ignoring her protests, he gently propelled Jane across the room, back to the blank wall he'd stared at only moments ago. It wasn't exactly far, but it was the closest thing they had to privacy in this place. He trapped her chin between his thumb and forefinger, tipped her face up. "Talk." "Sorry." She scrubbed at her eyes and sent him a wobbly smile. "I didn't expect that to hit me so hard. I saw you in that video, being Jack, and it was like everything I knew just flipped on its head, and I'm so sorry." "Not your fault," he said. "Never your fault." "I thought she was lying," she whispered. "Me too." He let out a breath. "Might still be." "Maybe." Her lip wobbled again. But that was you in that video. I know fakes exist, but they take time, and I can't imagine how anyone would plan for this. That fucking video looked real, Gray. Jack. Oh, shit. She covered her eyes. "I don't know what I mean. This has me so twisted up inside." Twisted and backed into a damn corner. A low growl escaped him. "Fuck." "I know." She sighed and dropped her hands to stare at him helplessly. "I hate this too." "It's wrong," he ground out. "Has to be wrong." "What if it isn't?" Her chin lifted, blue eyes holding his. "I never asked you this, and I should have. Do you want to be Jack again?" He lifted his hands. I don't know. What the hell did he want? That golden, glowing man in the video called to him, but so did the woman at his side. Maybe he wasn't all the way a person as Gray, yet Gray had Jane and Schroddie, had a pack, while Jack had a wife, one Gray couldn't feel a connection with. Don't know her, he grunted. Don't feel anything. Gray, Jane whispered, a sad smile curling her lips. You should find out. It's been, what, a little more than 3 weeks? Less than a month since you were infected? And you've already regained so much of yourself. Hell, you're talking and remembering names. That's amazing. He rubbed the back of his neck. Not many words. Please, she snorted. It's incredible. Then her expression sobered, and her eyes slid from his face. In another week, you might remember Rachel. You might feel something, and everything between us will be different. No. His mouth flattened. Won't. Gray. He could smell her unhappiness and see her determination to protect him, even from himself. But that wasn't right. It was his job to protect her, to keep her safe from the monsters. Shadows flickered on the edge of his vision, and pressure compressed his chest. Unable to form enough words to explain how he felt, he dragged his fingers through his hair, and then slammed his fist into his chest. Stay together. He had to keep Jane safe, be ready to protect her in case things went wrong. Gray, her voice crackled. Damn it, help me out here. She pointed across the room at the counter. Stay. He focused on the counter, on the screen still sitting there, the image of a man's smiling face frozen in time. The shadows receded, and his brain slowly caught up. Right. Jack and his damned wife. Fucking Jack, he muttered. Tell me about it. Jane's lips quirked. His own curved in reply. No matter what the experts said, being apart from her felt wrong. It had to be wrong. He tugged her closer, and she sniffed loudly, gaze fixed on his shirt. I hate this. Her hands curled into fists against his chest. I want to make terrible till death do us part arguments. I want to yell and scream and say that you died, and demand they let you stay here with me and Schroddie. She lifted her gaze to his. But that would be wrong. I won't do that to you. Of course she wouldn't. She cupped his face. Just because you don't feel something for Rachel now, that doesn't mean you'll feel the same way tomorrow, or next week, or a month from now. She sucked in a breath. I thought Rachel was lying. But it has to be my own feelings getting in the way. I can't trust myself with this. Clearly, you mattered to her, and she mattered to you, to Jack. And I think you need to try to see if things can feel right with her. His eyes widened. No. Damn it, Gray, she hissed. You think I'm going to be okay with separating someone from their spouse just because I don't... Her voice broke. She faced the wall. We both need you to know whether you'll remember her, whether you'll love her. Did he need to know that? Maybe. Fuck. He was still trying to process that video, that frozen image of his face before he'd changed. It felt like he was fighting that image, as if the ghost of the man he'd been was at war with what he'd become. That ghost wasn't Gray. He was Jack Hale, a decorated soldier with a wife and a whole other life. He just wasn't convinced that was a life he wanted. Don't trust this, he muttered. Separate is dangerous. Maybe, Jane whispered. But what else can we do?
Fuck if I know. He forced himself to take a deep breath. His gaze shifted from the video to Rachel, finding her expression hadn't flickered. Neutral and patient, as if she had no doubt he'd come around to her point of view and follow her meekly back to the lab. His jaw flexed. The video looked real. Hell, probably it was real. But his instincts insisted something more was happening here, that Rachel had come for more than a lost husband. Jack might know how to handle a room full of officers, but Gray knew things too. His altered instincts had served him well these past weeks. He'd be damned if he ignored them now. Besides, Rachel had shared a specific window into Jack Hale. She'd picked those moments carefully. Only a fool planned an op based on information given by one questionable source. Both Gray and Jack could agree on that. There was danger in the base. They agreed on that too. Maybe it was the Ferals. Maybe it was the woman claiming to be his wife. Either way, in order to neutralize that threat, he needed to locate the source. And for that, he needed time and information. In his heart, he didn't believe Jane made him feral or somehow prevented his former personality from returning. Given everything she'd done to bring him back from the abyss, that idea was just stupid. But the doctors were all locked in on it, so he had to be careful. Jane would get herself in trouble for him. He couldn't let that happen. Gray, the almost zombie, couldn't protect her from officials and rules and doctors with too much power. But maybe Jack Hale could. That glowing former self in the video had known how to control a conversation. Even now, a tiny voice in the back of his head whispered about gathering intel and keeping his cards close. Worse, it promised that reclaiming his identity as Jack Hale might be the only way to have a life outside the cage. His teeth clenched at the thought of losing who he was now. Since he died, or changed, whatever the word was, he'd been coming back to himself. But until now, all the pieces he'd regained so far had fit, like part of a gun sliding back into place. Something about the easy charm of the man in the video didn't sit right. It felt false. Yet it still drew him, made him wonder what it would feel like to be that person. Fuck. The whole thing made him itch. But in the end, it all came down to one simple fact. If Jack Hale could help Jane, then he needed to live. Swallowing hard, he focused on Jane. This was the last time they'd be together for who knew how long. He wanted to pull her close and never let go. Instead, he carefully studied the lines of her face, soaking in the bright blue of her eyes and the wild blonde hair escaping the messy knot atop her head and framing her cheekbones. "Stay alert," he said, brushing strands out of her face. "Watch." Her throat worked. "Be ready?" "Yes." He rested his hands on her shoulders. "Danger." She gave a jerky nod. "Okay." "Good." He forced himself to let go and take a step back. If trouble was coming, and every inch of him felt it was, then he needed every weapon at his disposal. And the sooner he loaded the weapon that was his past self, the sooner he could get back to her. "I have to learn to be Jack Hale."
Chapter 7. Jane. "Honestly, it sucks, Keels." Jane sighed into the receiver, all too aware that her phone time with her best friend was coming to an end. Between limited resources, fragile infrastructure, and the sheer number of survivors, access to everything from showers to the internet was being strictly regulated. "I'm trying to be understanding, but I hate it."
"I hate it too,"
her best friend hissed.
"I don't care how nice this Rachel acts. She's a monster for keeping you and Gray apart. A monster, and I hate her. I'm invoking her name during potty training. And I'm bartering for some wine." Next time we visit in person, we get sloshed.
Thanks, Jane whispered. You're the best.
I know.
The grin was evident in Keely's voice.
Love you. And I'll see you soon, okay?
Very soon. Jane would beg, borrow, or steal a pass to visit the camp if she had to. Love you too, lady. The line went dead, and Jane slowly replaced the old-fashioned receiver. Apparently low-tack was king in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. The visits and conversations helped, until they ended. It had been nearly 2 weeks since Jane had last seen Gray, and the loss still burned like a fresh cut. She'd been told he was doing well. Hell, she'd been told she was doing well, too. As per the general's orders, she'd been exercising her dogs and answering the daily myriad of questions lobbed at her by the general's people. It seemed every officer at the base had their own questions about what she'd seen in Vancouver. And every officer wanted an answer directly from Jane, even if she was reiterating the same response she'd given a colleague the day earlier. Apparently, she'd been a model observer, noting behavior details and recalling information on burned buildings and where she'd encountered the largest number of repeaters. Bully for her. She yanked on a pair of pants with more force than necessary and shook her head. The bar for remembering must be low, because she couldn't imagine ever forgetting that downtown intersection filled with infected humans, all repeating their final actions. Human kelp, she'd thought at the time, though she'd kept that to herself during questioning. Sharing that label would probably start a whole new chain of inquiry, more repetitive questions and... Stop it. She mentally kicked herself. Trauma messes with memory. Don't be a dick. The officers were doing the best they could in an impossible situation. It wasn't their fault Jane was a pile of misery in human clothing without Gray. Speaking of which, she needed to stop moping and get dressed. She sucked in a breath between her teeth. Low bar or not, she muttered to herself, today is about to get worse. She glared at her borrowed t-shirts, grabbed the first one on the pile and pulled it over her head. Stupid clothing, stupid rules. As much as she wanted something useful to do, she'd rather scrub floors than deal with today's interview. Because today she wasn't facing a group of officers picking at her brain for information. Nope. Today she had a meeting with one Rachel Hale Lee. Fuck, she muttered. Arrgh. I know, buddy. She ruthlessly pulled her hair into a ponytail and glanced at her dog, who was sprawled in the washroom doorway, watching her with big brown eyes and a wrinkled brow. Her heart melted at the sight, and she gave his shoulder a rub with her foot. Thank goodness she'd been allowed to bring Schroddie with her, for training purposes, she'd claimed. In truth, she desperately needed the moral support. This would be her first time alone with Gray's wife, and the awkward was already all over her. Well, awkward and stomach-churning nerves. She had no idea what she was walking into with this meeting. She braced her hands on either side of the sink. Head bent, she tried to pull herself together. An impossible feat when she was effectively heading into enemy territory with zero information. She'd promised Gray that she'd stay alert, find out what she could. But how the hell was she supposed to do that when she didn't even know where she stood? It would be simpler if she knew whether Gray was still Gray, or if he'd become Jack again. If he remembered Rachel. 2 weeks ago, he hadn't trusted the woman. But 2 weeks before that, he'd been struggling to communicate with her in her father's bunker. And he'd had to be fed in the tiny bathroom with pre-opened soup tins she'd pushed inside with a broom. Heat burned the backs of her eyes at the memory. Oh, God. It was stupid to miss the sharp uncertainty of those days, and impossible not to. Damn it. She bent over the sink and tried to breathe. A big, wet nose booped her forehead, followed by a pink tongue across her cheek. Hey, buddy, she whispered. He bumped her again, then wiggled his huge body beneath her torso, leaning into her hips and wagging furiously. A slobbery dog kiss graced her nose, and she found herself chuckling. "Are you emotionally supporting me, bud?" He headbutted her in the stomach, as if to say, "Let's get this over with. I want to see my friend." If only. There'd be no visits today. That much had been made clear. Her knuckles were white against the brushed steel sink, but as much as she'd rather hyperventilate in a corner, she'd made Gray a promise. 2 weeks of no messages didn't change that. She peeled her fingers off the sink and patted her hip, following with the signal for the big dog to stick close to her hip. "Come on, Schroddie. With me." "Ruh, ruh." Schroddie gave a happy warble. With her dog at her side, she marched over to the unit's sliding door and stepped into the hallway. "At last, Cinderella emerges," a dry voice quipped. "Ready for the ball?" "Some ball." Jane scrunched her face at Sergeant Rossi. Rossi snorted. Shoulder propped against the white hallway wall, the sergeant gave her cane a neat flip, rolling the length of aluminum across the back of her hand before catching it again. "I gotta tell you, practicing cane tricks is boring as hell when there's no hidden swords involved. Might as well escort you to this meeting." "Might as well, huh?" Jane said dryly. "As if it's optional." Rossi shrugged. "There are worse assignments." The sergeant was officially Jane's military guide, a concession to having a civilian remain on base. Unofficially, she was the general's way of ensuring Jane didn't find a creative way to break the no-contact rule with Gray. Assigned to shadow every one of Jane's steps, the sergeant had been the one person Jane had seen the most over the past 2 weeks, and that included her parents. The surveillance rankled. But Jane had to admit, the company was welcome. She and Rossi had gotten to know each other over the past couple weeks, and Jane appreciated Rossi's sardonic sense of humor almost as much as her quiet understanding. In surviving Joe's compound, they'd been through something extraordinary together, and it was a relief to have someone to talk to, even if she would rather that person be Gray. She forced a smile. "Let's get this over with." "Good woman," Rossi said. "Rip off the Band-Aid." Ouch. Jane gripped. The sergeant simply laughed and set a brisk pace across the central yard. Still recovering from the injuries she'd sustained at the forward base and Joe's compound, Rossi had been ordered to use the cane. Not that it seemed to slow the sergeant down. "Shouldn't you take it easy on your leg?" Jane asked, glancing at Schroddie, who pranced beside the sergeant. "We don't want to be early. Be ashamed to get Schroddie all worked up before the lab." "Yeah, right." Rossi sent her a knowing glance. "I bet you're hoping our boy hates the doc, huh?" "Busted." Jane lifted a shoulder. "I'm not that good a person." "Me either." Rossi ushered Jane through an open door and stopped in front of the next set, a pair of steel and glass sliding doors. "There's something shifty with that one. Hope you give her hell." Jane found herself looking at the lab entrance. She blinked. "We're here?" "I even took the long way," Rossi said. "Liar." Jane elbowed the sergeant. "I saw that shortcut." "What?" Rossi widened her eyes in fake innocence. "You mean I sensed your growing urge to flee and trapped you before that could happen? Wow, I'd have to be so clever for that." "And so subtle." Jane rolled her eyes. Rossi clapped her on the back. "When you're done, we'll enjoy that whiskey I've been saving and you can tell me all the juicy details." Jane's mouth kicked up at the corner. "I'll hold you to that." "I never lie about whiskey," Rossi assured her. "Great." Jane squared her shoulders and stared through the glass at the lab beyond. She hadn't seen or heard from Gray in 2 weeks, and now she had to face the woman claiming to be his wife. The one who'd shown an awfully realistic video of Gray before he changed. But wife or not, she'd given Gray her word. She had to enter this lab, answer Rachel's questions, and try to gather as much information as she could without digging herself into a massive hole. It was a miracle she'd remembered clothes and wasn't about to find herself naked and surrounded by techs and bright lights. Here goes. She hit the intercom button. The doors slid open, and a voice called out, "Come in." Jane gripped Schroddie's collar for dear life, shoved her chin up, and entered the lab. She could do this. Her heart shuddered, and her gaze locked onto the poised woman behind a polished white table, her hair hanging in a perfectly straight line down her back. Gray's so-called wife was irritatingly composed, with her hands cupped before her and a patient expression worthy of any counselor pasted on her face. Jane gulped. Thank goodness she had Schroddie to... Roar! With a casual wag, the big dog left her side and pranced over to the desk. Traitor. "Hello, handsome," Rachel said. "Would you like a treat?" She glanced at Jane for permission, and Schroddie's head swung around, brown eyes pleading. Obviously, the Great Dane was wasting away, and the only thing that would save him was that biscuit. Fine, Jane grumbled. As her dog betrayed her with Gray's maybe wife, Jane slowly lowered herself into the single chair facing the desk. She swallowed hard. So what if she hadn't heard from Gray? That didn't mean he'd vanished, replaced by a fully reverted guy named Jack. It would be a mistake to assume anything had changed between them. They'd been told they'd be kept apart. No surprise that had been exactly what happened. So nothing had changed. Their agreement stood. He had concerns about what was happening here, and so did she. Watch. Get information. Be ready for whatever followed. She sat straight in the chair and studied the woman before the desk. Rachel was grinning at Schroddie, apparently unconcerned about the doggy drool coating her fingers. On the surface, she was the picture of an open, honest, dog-loving person. But there was something about Rachel's behavior that set Jane on edge. And she swore it wasn't the connection to Gray. This might be Jane's one opportunity to figure out what the hell it was. She wouldn't squander that by moping like a freaking toddler. Thanks, she forced herself to say. Schroddie loves being acknowledged. How could I not? Rachel replied, giving the dog a rub. His name is perfection. Jane gave a short huff. Trust the psychologist to get a kick out of a dog named Schrodinger. I want to make a joke about Schrodinger and I being trapped in that room on campus, she said. But... Rachel lifted an eyebrow. There's a 50% chance it will be dead on reveal. Damn it! Jane did not want to like this woman. Still, she let herself give a rueful grin. You can't know until you open it. Terrible. Rachel gave a small laugh. Yeah, Jane agreed, lips quirking. Jokes aside, Rachel's expression sobered. I appreciate you saving Jack in downtown. I know our situation is uncomfortable. I'm sure you have questions about how he is doing, and you won't like that I can't answer them. For now, allow me to acknowledge the difficulty and simply state that neither of us are responsible for that emotional hardship. Jane swallowed hard. There went her stupid eyes, already watering. How dare Rachel go and be kind and understanding and wholly professional about this situation, while Jane had walked into the office hoping Schroddie farted so badly they were all forced to leave. Jane sucked in a breath. It's hard. Rachel nodded, eyes bright and attention focused on Jane. It is. And that leaves us where? Jane glanced to the side and stared intently at a beaker full of bright blue liquid sitting on the far corner of the desk. So, she wheeled her voice to steady and forced her gaze back to Rachel's. You wanted to ask me questions. I'm here. She didn't want to sit so defensively in the chair, back rigid and fingers curled tight, but she couldn't seem to help herself. Guess we should start. Rachel let out a small sigh. Guess we should. Shoulders tight, Jane braced herself. She had no idea how she'd handle talking about her time with Gray in the bunker. So, yeah, funny story, Rachel. I pulled your undead husband into the bunker and then stripped him. He was cold. It was snowing, you see, and then my dog and I cuddled with him all night to ensure he warmed up. Her cheeks heated at the memory. And what followed?
So,
Rachel leaned forward.
tell me about your first encounter with Jack.
The first? Jane blinked. Okay. Of all the questions she'd expected, strangely, that hadn't been one. Though it should have been. The beginning of the story was the obvious place to start. I first encountered Gray in a grocery store. I was gathering supplies for Schroddie and myself when I noticed this still, scary-looking figure at the opposite end of the aisle. Whenever I moved aisles, he moved too.
That must have been...
Rachel's throat worked.
terrifying.
Yep. Jane let out a short huff. I ran.
I expect you did.
Rachel visibly gulped.
What happened then?
Schroddie and I wove through the streets trying to ditch our zombie stalker. As Jane outlined her and Schroddie's journey from Point Grey and across downtown, noting how Gray had followed them, she watched the other woman. Every time she described Gray's silent, methodical pursuit, Rachel shifted in her chair. The movement was slight, but persistent. Is she uncomfortable? What would happen if Jane added a little more detail? When we approached the field of repeaters, all those people waving in a group like a field of kelp beneath the water, he began closing the distance, she said. I thought he'd decided to kill us, for food.
I see.
The other woman turned away and scribbled at a notepad, hand trembling. Oh, yeah. No doubt about it, Rachel was not a fan of details. This was the opportunity Jane had been looking for. A chance to gather information on the other woman, to find out what it was that didn't sit right about her. Was Rachel afraid of zombies? More so than any normal person? Jane had to remember that her experience with Gray was singular. But if that's what was going on with Rachel, if she couldn't be at ease with him, then Jane needed to know. Instead of speeding through her answers and rushing out of the lab at the first opportunity, she had to take her time, had to describe everything in painfully complete detail. She dug her fingers into Schroddie's scruff. What came next wouldn't be easy, but she couldn't gloss over it. Gray chased us through that field of humanity, and then the ferals reached us. She took Rachel through the race down Robson and the desperate chase through the building site. I thought Schroddie and I were done for. He'd been injured, and I'd used my last weapon against the ferals. Then, suddenly, Gray was there. He'd killed the first two before I'd processed what was happening. Rachel's skin noticeably paled. Jane tilted her head. Has he always been that lethal? Rachel blinked at her.
I suppose. He was trained as a SEAL before moving into...
Her mouth clamped shut. Jane suppressed a smile of triumph and quickly schooled her features. Jack was a SEAL? That makes sense. Bet he went on to do Black Ops, specialized in extraction or infiltration?
Rachel's eyes narrowed. Stop trying to sneak information out of me.
Then just tell me. Jane leaned forward. Please.
We're not here to talk about Jack, Gray, as you call him, Rachel said. You're here to give me vital information on the outbreak and initial behaviors. Time is not a luxury I have. I need to know.
The sheer need in the other woman's voice sliced through Jane. Urgency mixed with grief. Gray had been right. There was a lot more going on here. Rachel's purpose at this base went beyond Gray, or Jack, and their relationship. By all appearances, she was terrified of the ferals and what Gray had become. She couldn't sit still whenever Jane talked about his appearance or silence or behavior. But she wanted something else from these stories. Something Jane hadn't given her yet, and couldn't until she knew what the hell was going on. She laced her fingers together, propped her elbows on the desk. Why don't you ask what you really want to know? Rachel gave her a hard look.
What do you mean?
I mean, Jane said, ask me what you really want to know. The other woman's lips wobbled, just for a second, and then firmed.
Fine. Tell me about the moment Jack stopped behaving like a feral.
Jane's head snapped back. What?
Tell me.
Rachel flattened her palms on the polished white surface.
I need to know what triggered his change from feral to whatever he is now. Lives are at stake.
But... Jane frowned at her. Feral? But he
was hunting you until that building. Then he...
No. She cut the other woman off with a slash of her hand through the air. He wasn't hunting me. He was following me. She shook her head, but tried to soften her voice. Rachel, Gray might be stronger and faster than regular humans, but I don't think he was ever feral. His last job was to find me. He was on his way to get me when the outbreak hit. Rachel's mouth worked.
I don't understand. He stalked you.
No, Jane said. He followed me. She waited, watching the other woman carefully.
That was the job,
Rachel whispered, palm pressed to the base of her throat.
That was the job. His last action. He wasn't hunting you, he was repeating his last task.
What might have been grief crossed the woman's face.
Oh, God. He wasn't ever a feral.
This isn't about the people in Vancouver or Squamish, is it? Jane asked quietly. Is this? I've heard people talking about DC. It was like a steel door closed over Rachel's expression. Ah. Sometimes showing nothing was the biggest tell of all. Whatever this was about, it mattered to this woman, and mattered dearly.
There were so many more repeaters than ferals in Vancouver,
she said softly. But not in DC?
No.
Rachel's voice was a broken whisper.
Not there.
Okay. She kept her voice soft, held herself steady, as she would with any traumatized animal. I want to help you, but I wasn't there. If our outbreaks are different, how can I help with DC?
You can...
Rachel froze. She slanted a look at Jane and let out a low whistle.
I'm beginning to understand how you and Jack beat the odds together. Here I am, the professional interrogator with security clearance and a wall full of degrees, and I'm the one getting red. You are very good at what you do, Jane Finch.
Jane lifted a shoulder. People overlook the value of behavioral training. Also, we forget we're still animals. They regarded each other across the desk for a long moment.
You might as well tell me,
she said.
At least what you can. I really do want to help.
Is that so? Rachel pursed her lips and then sighed.
Very well. I suppose it's no longer a secret that DC also experienced an outbreak. What's not known is that the outbreaks happened in what appears to be an intentional sequence. And while the footprint in DC is contained to a much smaller radius, the impact is marked. Key people were infected.
Jane let out a low whistle. And you were there?
Yes,
Rachel said.
I was there.
No wonder the woman had reacted so strongly to Jane's description of the outbreak. Cross purposes or not, Jane couldn't stop herself from sympathizing with the woman's pain, even if she couldn't do anything for it. I'm sorry, she said. I don't know how to save ferals.
But there has to be something.
Hands flat on the desk, Rachel leaned forward, intensity radiating from every line in her body.
DC needs this information. Our single unique case has almost the complete opposite progression of Jack. They can't help. The answer has to be with Jack.
Another unique case? Jane's eyebrows rose. I'll tell you whatever I can, but I don't know how I can help you or your special case. I only know Gray. The ferals? My focus was on escaping them. I didn't manage any communication.
But they worked as a group.
Rachel radiated earnest concern.
That has to mean something.
That city's plight seemed to be her priority. Yet she'd come here. For Gray? Or for something else? Someone else? Jane's gaze dropped to Rachel's hands. The other woman was fiddling with something on her left hand. A wedding band. Most people who wore a band played with it, most twirling it methodically around their finger like an expensive fidget spinner. But not Rachel. She shuffled it toward her knuckle, then back to the base, as if she couldn't find the right spot. "I'm sorry about DC," Jane said softly. "But you must be relieved to have your husband back." "Ah, of course," Rachel murmured, her hunched shoulders screaming guilt. "Way to be convincing." Jane glanced again at the ring, and certainty lodged in her gut. She might not be a top-level government psychologist, but she knew behavior when she saw it. There was something going on with Rachel, something that made it uncomfortable to wear that ring. She'd lost someone in the outbreak, someone very dear to her. And Jane would bet Rossi's entire bottle of whiskey that person wasn't Gray. She stared at the other woman for a long moment, weighing her instincts against her own motivations. Her territorial heart wanted the marriage to be some false flag from the Americans, for the marriage to be fake. But her dad swore it checked out. Still, Jane trusted her gut. "I think we're done for now," she said quietly. "Miss Finch, Jane, I'm not..." "Done? I am. At least for today." She slowly pushed back from the desk and stood. "May I ask why?" Rachel asked. Jane drew in a breath and ran her fingers down Schroddie's side. Rachel had done her the courtesy of being direct when they'd started this conversation, and Jane would do the same to end it. "Because I can't help you if you're lying to me. Or maybe it's that I won't." Rachel's mouth opened. Jane lifted a hand. "You're right about my instincts," Jane said. "About my ability to read people. I think you lost people you loved in DC, and I'm so sorry for your loss." She planted her hands on the desk and met Rachel's gaze. "But you're wrong to lie about it. Wrong if you think Gray hasn't picked up on the same things in his own way. Whatever it is that's going on with you, whatever reason that ring on your finger makes you uncomfortable, you need to tell him." Rachel sucked in a breath. "You don't have the right." "That's true." Jane signaled Schroddie and headed for the door. Pausing at the sliding panel, she looked back at the other woman. "I don't have the right to demand answers about your personal life, but he does."
Chapter 8. Gray Jack. Being the recipient of pitying glances from one of the lab's most junior techs was probably not a good sign. Gray even appreciated the sentiment, but after 3 weeks of blood draws and swabs and endless samples, he finally faced a test that he found necessary. He attempted to flash the tech a reassuring smile. The junior aide, a skittish figure dwarfed by the white lab coat and a massive pair of glasses, blinked, but didn't run away. "Progress. Let's get a move on, Commander." The terse directive snapped the silence in the lab. Gray lifted his gaze to the door at the opposite end of the lab. The lead researcher, Dr. Coe, stood beside the pair of sliding doors on the far side, the set that led to where they kept the rest of his test subjects. Jane claimed the man had the personality of a bottle of vinegar. Gray felt that was generous. He shifted in his seat. There was something about the doctor that made him want to raise his hackles, or whatever the zombie equivalent of hackles were, and growl. Maybe it was the amount of blood the man had drained from him. Maybe it was nothing more than the clawing sensation that had plagued him for the past 3 weeks, the feeling that something was wrong and he was part of it, which had to be wrong. As much as he had doubts about Rachel, the lab was doing good work. There'd been no hint of escape from the ferals locked in the other hall, no issues with any base personnel. Was this just him missing Jane, or some feral instinct he didn't understand? Hell if I know. Thank fuck he'd get to confirm one of those things for himself today. His mouth scrunched to the side with frustration, fingers tapping against the arm of his chair. Nearly 3 weeks he'd been trapped in this lab, with no Jane, endless tests,
and a so-called wife who'd gone from awkward to non-existent for the past week. She was supposed to be here for today's test and had yet to appear. Gray didn't know what to do about that, but he knew he needed to figure it out, and soon. "Are we quite ready?" Ko gave a sharp tap of one foot against the polished floor. "Almost, Doctor." 2 aides scurried across the floor. Their movements would have drawn Schroddie's eye the way they ran, almost like squirrels. And if he was honest, it tugged on his instincts too. Humiliating. Refusing to shout, "Squirrel!" and chase people around the space, like a goddamn border collie, he forced his attention away from the aides and studied the lab, trying for the 100th time to pinpoint the source of his unease. Everything was cold and white. So much fucking white. It pricked at his eyeballs and left him sore and cranky. He shifted in his chair, a hard, polished steel, and winced as the foot scraped loudly against the floor. The 3 techs nearest him jumped. "Sorry," he grumbled. With ferals being stored for testing in that attached room, he couldn't blame the techs for being nervous. Zombies in a cage were one thing. Him roaming the lab relatively unencumbered was another. Since he had no intention of putting the handcuffs back on, he figured it didn't hurt to try and assure them he wasn't going to suddenly develop a hunger for human flesh. After all, his guards had figured that out a week ago. He glanced at where they sat by the exit to the main hallway, legs crossed and rifles propped beside them. Catching their eyes, he tipped his head toward Ko and the side room's entrance. The nearest guard gave a slight nod. Good. The guards deciding Gray didn't pose an imminent risk was a win, possibly the only one he'd had since being separated from Jane. He rose from his steel chair, and the sea of lab coats circling the space froze, and then scattered like a flock of startled birds, leaving him a clear line to Ko and the side doors. About time I walked through them. "Any time today, Commander," Ko snapped. "Jeffries and Khan, you're to accompany us." Gray fought the urge to reply with a toothy smile. Instead, he rolled his shoulders and headed toward the doctor. He did his best to give the aides as much space as possible. None of them were comfortable with any of this, especially the 2 selected for note-taking duty. He could smell the stress rolling off them in a sour-edged wave. Poor kids. He stopped a few feet from the doctor, already being slapped by the stench of ferals from the space beyond, even with the door closed. He eyed the doctor. "Rachel coming?" Ko gave an impatient flick of his wrist. "She can catch up." Unlikely, Gray thought. He'd barely seen her for the past week. He'd thought she'd appear for this test, one she'd pushed for, yet it appeared even that couldn't surpass whatever kept her away. What the hell would Jack Hale do in a situation like this? He wished he knew. Not that Jack Hale was the right person to test a room full of ferals. His former human self might have been able to charm a panel of officers, but he had nothing to bring to zombie assessment. Gray wasn't sure he did, but he damn sure intended to find out. He nodded at the doctor. "About time," Ko said, and placed his hand over a glowing panel. The 2 white panes pulled apart with barely a whisper, but the door didn't need to shout for Gray's senses to begin screaming. He followed Ko into a small, white square between spaces. He stood close to the next set of doors, making space for the aides that entered behind him, and keeping himself positioned between those 2 and the ferals beyond. And oh, there were ferals in that next room. More than he'd thought. Already he could hear their broken voices, crying out in those keening wails that had hunted Jane across downtown and to the door of the bunker, that had chased them and their bus of escapees from the compound to the wall of the base. Even as his altered instincts understood the cries, felt them resonate in his chest, his hands wanted to ball into fists. The second set of doors slid apart. "Well, Commander," Ko said, lips quirking into a slight smile. "Assess the situation."
"Fine."
Gray stalked past him and into the space. A narrow hall of gray and white and fractured cries. Rows of steel cages assaulted his eyes, lining one side of the rectangular room. Not one of them was empty or singularly occupied. Fuck. How many ferals were inside? Metal rattled as figure after figure threw itself against the barrier, blindly attempting to reach him and the humans who'd entered. Eyes rolled with hunger. Teeth snapped at him. He snapped back. The ferals backed up, retreating to the far side of their cages. "Interesting response," the doctor murmured. "Take note, Khan. Subject Alpha able to subdue the lesser betas with a single act." Gray winced. Shit. He was supposed to be acting more human, not snarling back at ferals, especially when there wasn't even a real threat. He glanced at the doctor and found a disconcerting gleam in the man's eyes. Something told Gray the more animalistic his actions, the less likely he'd ever escape this lab. Gray shifted his gaze to the tech named Khan, who was furiously typing one-handed onto a tablet.
"Can you note that, Gray, Commander Hale feels bad about it?"
Khan's wide eyes darted from him to Ko and back. Sure, sir."
"Yeah, Gray, that's the answer. Feel bad."
Rolling his shoulders, he tried to pull himself together. He'd wanted to assess the risks posed by these ferals, and that's what he'd do. On first glance, the holding pens seemed secure, with cement floors, back walls, and ceilings divided with heavy steel panels. Thick steel bars, interlaced to form almost a heavy-duty mesh, lined the front, making each feral fully visible. He frowned. There was a rectangular slot at waist height in each cage front, no doubt to push through food, but there was no panel to slide over top and seal it. Their arms could fit through that gap. He wasn't an expert at zombie containment, but that seemed like a damn foolish design.
"Ko."
He pointed at the slot in the nearest cage.
"Dangerous."
"Yes, Commander," the doctor drawled. "That's why there's a line on the floor." Gray looked down, and sure enough, there was a red line marked on the floor, running 2.5 feet from the cages. Damn it. He should have noticed the one thing in the whole fucking lab that wasn't white or silver. He needed to get his head in the game. Tricky, with so many desperate eyes on him. The ferals, wild and hungry, and the aides, shoulders pressed against the far wall. The only person who seemed comfortable was Ko, standing casually in the far corner. How the doctor was so at ease, Gray couldn't understand. There was nothing those ferals could do to him, and yet the space felt worse than Joe's compound. He moved closer to a cage holding 2 male-presenting ferals. The pair snarled, baring teeth before retreating to the far wall, gazes dropping in obvious submission.
"Who are they?"
Gesturing at the pair, he addressed the question to Ko. The doctor's brows flickered. "Does it matter?" His jaw flexed. "Yes." Ko heaved a sigh. "Jeffries?" Yes, Doctor." The second aide took a tentative step closer and cleared his throat. He pushed up his glasses with a trembling hand. "Commander, the subjects in these cages are members of the armed forces that were infected during operations. Their units were able to subdue them and bring them to the lab in the hopes we'd be able to, cure them."
"How's that going?"
Gray asked. Not well," Jeffrey stammered. Dr. Ko says it's too soon to reliably synthesize a cure."
"I bet that's what he says."
Gray hooked his thumbs in his waistband and studied the ferals, noting the worn military-issue pants and torn shirts. No washroom facilities or sinks. The pair had a glorified hamster bottle and a tray on the ground.
He might only have slivers of his past life, but he was damn certain Jack wouldn't approve of treating anyone from the service this way. They were being handled like oversized lab rats, not people. "Not right," he said, glaring at Ko. "They're people." "Right now, Commander, they are subjects that lack the faculties to use human facilities." The doctor's face was illuminated by the blue glow of his tablet, giving his expression a strange edge of challenge. "Unless I am wrong. Indeed, that test is one of our objectives today. Talk to them." Gray shot the doctor a look. From his position in the far corner of the narrow space, Ko waved a hand. "Communicate." "What the fuck do you think I can do?" His gaze shifted between the wild-eyed ferals and the doctor's flat expression. Did the doctor think he was some kind of zombie whisperer? "See if they listen to you, Commander. See if they can be people." He shook his head. "Doesn't work like that." Or he didn't think it did. It's not like there was a secret zombie code or series of grunts when it came to dealing with ferals. He snarled, they backed off, unless they were stupid, in which case he ended them. Either way, it wasn't a conversation. It was more of a question of survival, of managing the instincts and urges that came with their new forms. If these caged ferals were rabid coyotes, he was a bear. A predator to be avoided and appeased. "Do it, Commander," Ko snapped. Gray's hands flexed. Fuck, that doctor was pushing his buttons. Did the man want to get his smug face rearranged? Because Gray was on the brink of obliging. He swung his head around and curled a lip at the source of his frustration. The aide closest to him let out a squeak of alarm, and the ferals emitted a low series of wails. This experiment was a joke. One he might have to end. Undaunted by Gray's attention, Ko merely flicked a brow. "You can participate in the communication exercise, Commander, or we can return to the lab for the next set of blood panels." Gray's teeth ground. The doctor was a fucking vampire with a death wish, and Gray was developing a deeper level of dislike for the researcher. But he'd promised to cooperate. He'd promised he'd try to reach these ferals. And as much as he detested the lab and its endless tests, he knew his lot was nowhere near as terrible a fate as these creatures in the cage. It could have been him in there. It was probably a damn miracle he wasn't dead or in a cage, that instead of going mad and becoming subsumed by violence, he'd found a woman and her dog. Guess he probably owed these poor fuckers some kind of a chance. It might be what Jack had done. Not leaving a man behind and all that. Or maybe his past self had been a dick. Either way. "Fine." He lifted his hands in silent surrender. "Excellent," Ko said. "Jeffries, stay close. I want a close videocon, detailed notes." Gray returned his attention to the pair. "Hello," he said, focusing on the closest one. "I'm Gray." The feral's head twitched to the side, and it inched toward him. He blinked in surprise. Shit. Was this bullshit actually working? Okay, then. He rolled his shoulders and studied the roving eyes of the nearest feral more closely. He might be imagining it, but there seemed to be something flickering in those broken brown eyes. Awareness? Gas? Who knew? But it seemed to be focused on him in a non-challenging way. "That's right." He stepped up to the bars. "Let's chat." "Yes," Ko murmured, tapping furiously at his datapad. "Converse." The zombie's gaze darted from him to the doctor and back. Gray's jaw flexed. Who's it more afraid of? Though Jane would probably tell him fear wasn't the answer, how had she talked to him in those early days? Ah, right. The same way she'd talked to the dogs they'd rescued. "That's right," he said slowly, trying to make his tone gentle. He placed a hand over his chest. "Gray."
The feral licked its lips and drew closer. A set of metal plaques rattled from a chain around its neck. Dog tags, his memory supplied. Close enough to read, he realized. Stunned to discover the shapes stamped into the silver formed a coherent pattern, and weren't jumping all over the place as he'd become accustomed to. Well, shit. Seemed he could read again. He'd celebrate the return of that ability later. For now, he was struck by the punched letters. Harris, Jacob. There was also his service number and blood type. No date of birth, but the kid couldn't have been much more than 18. There was still acne on his chin, for fuck's sake. That was a raw deal, to be a feral and stuck with teenage pimples. What was left of Jack ached at people of service being reduced to monsters in cages. All of Gray hated to see anything locked up that way. He'd rather fight it in the forest than be safe behind a wall, which was probably the altered part of him talking. He rubbed the back of his neck. Closer, Jeffries. The doctor directed. I want that video. The aide crept closer. Gray could hear the kid drawing near behind him, breath too rapid and shoes scuffing against the floor. A loud reminder of why cages were necessary to keep the unaltered safe. The aide's tablet bumped Gray's back. He sent the kid a quick glance over his shoulder. Too close. Sorry, sir. The kid stammered, shuffling back a step, but keeping his tablet's light aimed at Gray and the feral. At least the kid was squarely on the red line, his toes right on the edge. Stay, he told the kid. Then he returned his attention to the feral. The feral that had been Jacob Harris had drawn closer yet, its nostrils flaring as it no doubt drank in the scent of the aide's nervous sweat. Still, it had been a person once. If Gray hadn't been taken in by Jane, if he'd been shoved into a cage and treated like a beast, would he be as he was now, or would he be like this? He wasn't sure he wanted to answer that question. Bet you want a sink, Jacob, he thought. Or at least a toilet, if you remember what those are. He tapped a finger against the steel grate. Hey, Jacob, he said. We talk? You talk? Its head twitched from side to side. Teeth chattered and tongue clacked. Was it trying to talk? If it was trying to communicate, Gray had no idea what it was saying. He let out a frustrated huff. It was fucking difficult talking to zombies. How the hell had Jane managed it with him in that bunker? Jane. What would Jane do in this situation? Exactly what she'd done with him. Keep it simple. Keep it calm. Gray. He pressed his palm to his chest and gave it a single thump, drawing the feral's eye. Gray. Then he pointed to the feral. And you are Harris. Jacob Harris. Or you were. The feral's head ticked sideways until its ear brushed its shoulder, but it didn't run. It came closer, until they stood almost nose to nose with only the mesh between them. Its gaze fixed on his, its vein-cracked eyes intent. Hello, Jacob, he said quietly. Let's... The doors to the room slid open with a soft hiss of air, and the feral's attention dissolved. Its lips smacked together, eyes swiveling to fixate on the new arrival, Rachel. He recognized the perfume before he bothered to look. He muffled a curse. Seemed his so-called wife had decided to make an appearance, just in time to disrupt whatever progress he had made. If he'd made any. She seemed to stare straight through him as she addressed Ko. I assumed you'd wait. The comparative test? You were late, Ko replied, voice flat, and there's no baseline. Figured. This morning was about more than seeing if he could talk to their test ferals. He was coming to believe there was always another agenda with Rachel, if not 3 or 4. She ran her life like she ran her corner of the lab, with 2 calls taking place at the same time and multiple screens running different simulations. And he only knew that because he'd asked. Damn. She sucked in air between her teeth. What do you mean there's no...
What comparative?
Gray demanded. Was there another zombie like him?
The Finch girl says he's a repeater,
she said to Ko, completely ignoring his question. She'd become a fucking expert at ignoring him.
Maybe they speak different languages, or...
The Finch girl's a fool, Ko snorted. There's no way a repeater would show such physical enhancements.
Fool.
Gray's Jane was no fool. His lips pulled back and his hands tightened into fists. He swiveled toward the little worm. How dare the prick talk shit about Jane? He'd show the doctor who was the real fool. Movement from the corner of his eye. An arm shot through the panel, fingers wrapping around the aide's arm. Gray spun around, grabbing the arm before it could yank Jeffries into waiting teeth, before Jeffries managed to scream. The aide's face was pale, mouth gaping. Bone cracked beneath his grip, and the feral wailed.
God, oh God, don't let it bite me!
Jeffries cried. He exerted more force, bearing down until the feral released Jeffries. He shoved the aide back with his elbow, making sure he was out of reach, then released the feral's arm. It scrambled into the far corner of its pen and hissed at him. But he didn't have time to pay attention. The others were all stirred up, wailing and grasping through the open panel. And Rachel and that other aide were all too close to that damned line. Putting himself between them and the cages, he snarled at the pens nearest the door until all the ferals inside backed up. As the arms retreated, he turned and pointed at the aide named Khan.
Panel.
Okay. The aide hit the control and the door slid open.
Out!
Gray shoved Jeffries through the door, using him to push the smaller Khan out first. The 2 aides didn't protest. They staggered into the cube between spaces and clustered against the doors to the lab. As the panels slid shut, Gray faced Ko. While Rachel's expression was stricken, her knuckles white against her tablet and her shoulders pressed to the far wall, Ko appeared unruffled. Like some placid lake, with only the slightest ripple of interest as he noted something on his damned tablet. Gray stared at the doctor. He'd pushed the aide to film Gray, had demanded he move closer. Had the doctor intentionally put the aides at risk? Had all of this been some fucking test? He wouldn't put it past Ko. He pointed at the ferals.
These still contagious?
Ko's lips barely twitched. Last we checked. Gray's fingers curled into a fist, which he pointed at the smug researcher.
The fuck you...
Jack, stop. Rachel stepped between them, hands up and fingers splayed.
Stop. You're going to end up in chains if you don't get a handle on yourself. You want to be treated like a danger again?
Not the one you need to worry about, he growled.
We're doing necessary work, she said slowly. Valuable work.
Really?
He scanned the row of cages, the soldiers reduced to snarling, snapping messes in steel boxes. Then he turned to the doctors who were supposed to be helping them. Were they? Or was this all some ploy, some trick to do something that Gray couldn't possibly figure out? Fuck if he knew.
You want answers, ask Jane, he growled. You want to bring Jane here. I'll be there.
Cries sounded from the lab beyond.
Trouble,
he said, and left Rachel and Ko with the row of cages, hurrying through both the first set of doors. He waited impatiently for one set to close and the next to open, catching snippets of the conversation beyond. Recon team trouble. There was an attack. Wu got bit. He entered the lab proper in time to see a squad of battered soldiers rushing inside with a writhing figure strapped to a gurney. All of them wore standard uniform, camouflage khakis, and all of them were scuffed and torn. A pair of white-coated doctors hurried behind, calling for tests. The one who must have been the squad leader met the doctors, a desperate hope in his face.
"Tell me he's okay."
Gray sniffed, and his stomach clenched. That squad leader wouldn't get his wish. The one called Wu was already turning. Gray could smell it from across the room, could hear it in the hollow edge of his cries. The change was fast, like what had happened to the men at Joe's compound. All that blood they'd taken, all those tests they'd run, all their test subjects trapped in pens, and yet none of the doctors in here could help this soldier. Nothing that could give him a fighting chance. Fucking bullshit. Something was rotten in this damn lab, and Gray would damn well figure out what. Face tight, Gray turned as Rachel stepped through the doors.
"Better ready your cage."
Chapter 9. Jane. Jane cupped a steaming mug of coffee with both hands. She had Schroddie's head in her lap and a weight on her shoulders. It was early in the morning. Too early, if she was honest. But when you were sleeping on the couch in your parents' unit in a hastily built military base, you rose when your father did. And that was fine. It's not like she'd been sleeping anyway. It had been 21 days since they'd arrived at the base, and 20 of those had been spent away from Gray. In short, it sucked. Letting out a soft sigh, she took a sip and glanced at her dad. He was sitting at the small kitchenette counter, stool positioned directly across from her, pensively regarding his own cup of coffee. They'd sat in relative silence since getting up, and while he'd likely been gathering his thoughts, preparing for the day's slate of meetings, she'd been working up the courage to ask her father for a favor. A big, probably impossible favor. But after another sleepless night, she'd come to a conclusion. She took another sip, then placed her mug on the counter with enough force that the ceramic rang briefly against steel. "Dad?" she said, waiting for him to look up before she continued. "I need something to do." Bushy eyebrows rose. "Pud." Something more than answering questions for the general or working with the dogs. She held up a hand. "Don't get me wrong, I love Schroddie and the pair we rescued from the compound." Lowering her arm, she rubbed Schroddie's head with her palm. "They're a blessing, but it's not enough. I need to feel necessary. The way I did with Gray. So I'm not missing him every moment of every day." Her gaze shifted to the door, the last place she'd seen him. She'd been so convinced after the meeting with Rachel that the other woman would come clean on whatever she was hiding, that she'd own up to things with Gray and drop this stupid no-contact moratorium between them. Nope. Talk about misreading that situation. 6 days later, there was still a hard wall of silence. Schroddie warbled softly and licked her arm. "Thanks, buddy," she whispered, giving him another rub. "I wish you were enough, but..." "But you're right," her dad said. "Let's get you doing something." She tore her gaze away from the door and regarded her father. Why didn't he look surprised or worried about her request? The wrinkles creasing his brow and framing his mouth hadn't deepened. In fact, "You already have something in mind?" "I do." His lips quirked. "If you're ready." "Ready, huh?" Buying time, she took another sip of coffee. Her dad wasn't the least bit ruffled, which meant he'd been at least 2 steps ahead of her. Hardly the first time that had happened. Moreover, he'd suggested a solution without saying he'd have to talk to her mom. She let out a low whistle. "Mom isn't going to like this, is she?" He gave a short laugh. "No, but she understands." "You already talked about this?" He gave a nod, took a healthy swallow of coffee and smacked his lips. "Mary didn't want to push you into anything right away, and we both wanted you to have a chance to settle after that run to the base." And they'd wanted her around. "I know, Dad. I love you both, too." Warmth filled her chest. With one hand on Schroddie, she reached across the counter and squeezed her dad's hand. "Now, tell me what I can do." His mouth tightened at the corners. For a moment, weathered blue eyes assessed her carefully. He gave a short nod,
All right, Pud, here it is. I want you to review the footage we have of the outbreak at the forward base in Squamish. Go through it and tell me what all those damned analysts missed. Whoa. She blinked at him in shock. Of all the tasks she'd imagined, most of them of the make-work variety, she'd never imagined it would involve security footage. She let out a shaky breath. Was she ready to watch her parents nearly die in that outbreak? To see everything that led up to the destruction she and Gray had found at the forward base, and relive the devastation of thinking she'd lost her family? Even recalling it had her stomach twisting. But that's what she'd asked for. And maybe it was what she needed. Okay, she whispered. Yes, I'll do it. Good. Her dad clinked his mug against hers. I already got the general to agree. Tricky, as the bastard's been pushing me out of operations, but the footage will arrive later today. Sorry it's been so hard, Dad, she said. No doubt Jane and her campaign to see Gray hadn't made things any easier. Not your fault, Pud. Waving off the apology, he made a frustrated noise. Slow, cantankerous bastard. Thank fuck he's not a stupid man. At the end of the day, he knows sense when he hears it. And what happened at that base doesn't track. Analysts can't solve it, so now it's your turn. Wow. No pressure. Okay, I'll do my best. Hands shaking, she eased off the chair and crouched beside her dog. She rubbed his sides and leaned against his sturdy frame, breathing in the soothing smell of canine. Arrrr. He gently nibbled at her hair. The sound of a ceramic mug scraping over the stainless steel counter had her looking up. Her dad walked around to stand beside her and the dog. He gave Schroddie a pat. Good boy. That he is, she said. You too. He ruffled her hair. You'll do all right, Pud. She studied her dad as he returned to his seat at the counter. He might have anticipated her request, might not have been upset by it, but the outbreak had still aged him. He seemed to have more lines around the corners of his mouth, deeper bags under his eyes. Technically retired or not, he'd been involved in the response efforts as much as possible, and he was worried. About something more than what had happened at the forward base? Maybe. His mustache twitched, and he slurped some coffee, muttering about the general and too many Yankees. Damn it, she should have known. You don't like that the Americans got here so fast, she said quietly. Do you? No, Pud, I don't like any of it one bit, he sighed. That pair turned up right before things went wrong at the forward base. Now, they were a big help to your mom and me in making it out of that shitstorm, and I'm grateful for it. But still. His mustache twitched again. They might be here for their own, but they had an awful lot of questions. About the forward base and those zombies from that fuckhead's complex, and now they've gotten their fingers into every damned thing in this base. It don't sit right. No, it didn't. Jane had thought Rachel was hiding something about her personal life with Gray, or Jack. But what if she'd been wrong? Clearly she'd read that meeting wrong. Rachel hadn't owned up to anything, and Jane was still banned from contact with Gray. The woman had been earnest about helping the people impacted by the outbreak in D.C. Jane was sure of it. But that kind of commitment could cut, could make people cold and desperate. There was guilt in Rachel's body language, deception. Jane just wished she knew why. Fingers curled into Schroddie's ruff. She looked up at her dad. Get me that video. I'll do everything I can to figure out what happened in Squamish. Because we need to know what the hell is going on.
Chapter 10. Gray, Jack. Gray officially hated this shit. This lab. Arms braced on either side of the lab window, he stared out at the square yard in the middle of the ring of steel containers. 3 sides were the base, built of those modular containers. One was the wall that had been constructed to divide the base from the zombies outside. Below, an achingly familiar figure with sun-bright hair worked with 2 fluffy dogs. They gamboled around the space while the black and white beast looked on from a patch of sunlight. Shifting his stance, he laid one hand on the glass. He drew in a deep breath. The scent of fresh rain and summer, accompanied by dusty notes of dog, seeped through the lab window. It cut through the pervasive odor of antiseptic and nervous sweat that filled the lab, muting the harsh steel and plastic notes and invoking warm summer days. That sweet smell equaled Jane. Gray's heart kicked in his chest, hard. He missed Jane and the black and white beast. He missed his pack. That was the closest word he had to what he felt, even if regular humans weren't supposed to think that way. But he wasn't a regular human anymore. And he wasn't Jack either. It had been a month, a fucking month without Jane, and he still thought about packs, still searched the yard for any sign of Jane and the beast, and still watched to ensure she was safe before she disappeared from view. He still growled when the door to the feral's hallway was opened, and made sure he stood between that portal and the aides working in the lab. Maybe he'd never stop. Maybe he didn't want to. All he wanted to do was walk out of the lab and join Jane in that yard, to have just 5 minutes with her. He pressed his forehead to the glass and let the frustration rumble out of him.
"According to the doc, that shit ain't helping," a deep voice drawled from behind.
Gray studied Whitlock's reflection in the glass. He'd come to understand what Jack had liked and trusted about the man. Whitlock was a loyal, jovial brick of a man who was as ready to put his fists through an obstacle as he was to charm someone into letting him through. Gray appreciated both those instincts. But Whitlock remained Jack's friend, not Gray's. He wanted Gray to wake up with a perfect memory of his past life, and since he'd loved Jack, that was fair. But a whole month had passed, and Gray still didn't understand Jack Hale. He shrugged.
"Seriously, man."
A heavy hand gripped his shoulder and gave a quick squeeze.
"If you're going to find your way back from Zombieland, it's not going to involve obsessing over your zombie brain's crush."
Gray's jaw flexed.
"Zombie brain is all I got."
"Dude," Whitlock groaned. "Come on."
"What?"
Gray narrowed his eyes. It's not like his past self had left instructions. He'd spent hours watching videos of Jack, looking at photos, and he'd found a man with a talent for matching his environment. Charming in a boardroom with officers, comforting with trainees, vicious on the battlefield. Never the same. With an easy smile that rarely reached his eyes. All of which left Gray trapped with a version of himself he didn't know. He rolled his shoulders and glanced between the window and Whitlock.
What would Jack feel about this? He'd be convincing Rachel to let him out and,
No. Gray focused intently on the man's face.
What would he feel?
Shit, man. Whitlock let out a breath.
I don't know. Not like we talked about feelings and shit.
Gray crossed his arms.
Shit,
Whitlock muttered again.
You've got all the intensity and none of the charm, brother.
Accurate. Gray was lacking in charm. He failed to see why that mattered. He couldn't charm ferals out of eating people, but others wanted it. Whitlock rubbed the back of his neck.
I mean it. We didn't talk about feelings. Jack played his cards close to his chest, but...
He glanced away, then back to Gray, and sighed.
Guess I can't betray Jack's confidence to you, though damned if it doesn't feel that way. We got drunk once in Brazil, and we got into who had it worse pissing contest. He told me his old man had a hard hand. Said it got harder after his mom died. Believed real men didn't have feelings or cry when they took a hit. Old man was obsessed with legacies and land, so old Jack went the exact opposite way. Enlisted, never left his feet in the same place for long.
Head tipped to one side, Gray absorbed the information. Someone always moving who never let his feelings show. That matched those videos. His brows pulled together. Why Mary, then? Whitlock's eyes widened. Then he let out a booming laugh. Sex, my brother. Pretty sure Jack thought with his dick half the time. And that's when it wasn't all the time. Huh. Thinking with your dick was irresponsible. It could bind you to someone unsuitable for your pack. Or worse, enemy threats would take advantage of the distraction. He glanced at the yard, at Jane. Drawing in a deep breath, he savored the faint smell of her. He wanted to drink it in, to be alone with her, and finally able to sink his fingers into her hair and pull her close. His dick twitched. Damn it. Seriously, Whitlock punched his arm. You gotta stop. He returned his attention to his friend. What else is there? I've never gotten shackled, so I might be wrong, but maybe focus on your actual wife. There was a strange edge to actual. The scent of sweat reached him, something he'd come to associate with fear or stress. Gray frowned at the man. What aren't you? Later, brother. I'm doing the yard for drill practice. Whitlock wore a wide smile, but the scent increased as he edged toward the lab door. Gotta teach these Canadians how to fight, poor polite bastards. Gray watched him leave, struck by how he knew that man was worried, was hiding something, and he still felt more connected to that person than the one he'd promised to love and honor. If he couldn't have Jane, he wanted to follow Whitlock into that yard and ease into the familiar routine of training. Instead, he was trapped in this lab. Stuck with a version of himself he still didn't know, and a doctor who treated him with cool dismissal, as if he were nothing more than a specimen. Contagious ferals were hidden from sight behind a glossy white panel, better suited to a spa, and the wife he didn't know was still avoiding him. Commander, sir. An aide approached. Sorry to interrupt, but we're ready for the next round. Fine. With a sigh, Gray returned to the testing chair. At least the aides and lab techs had stopped being afraid of him. Jeffries had sung his praises. It was a welcome change, not having them scurry everywhere like mice caught stealing food. But it didn't make Gray feel better. If anything, it made the clawing sense of unease in his chest worse, as if he'd taken comfort from their ready wariness. He wanted them on guard because it all felt wrong. Or maybe that was just Jack, trying to climb back into his mind. He tried to focus on the man Whitlock had described, on the boldly smiling man from the videos, who offered his best angle and dared the camera to take a bad picture. What the hell would Jack Hale do in a situation like this? Fuck. He wished he knew. Being Jack, knowing what that meant, would get Gray out of this stupid lab. Jack had fought warlords, taken down drug cartels, and helped train a new generation of special ops. In the videos, his teammates described him as tough, wild. Whitlock was always talking about how Jack never took life lying down, how he was always on to the next mission. That made sense because when he remembered, it was always snippets of different places, all wrapped in this urge to keep moving. Moving. Always moving. Why would a man like that marry? And if he had married, if he had made that commitment, why would he leave that wife and go to Canada? He refused to believe he'd been casual with such a promise, or the feelings of someone he'd loved. If it had just been for a visit, why would he have taken a job for Jane's dad? Even a zombie brain knew that didn't add up. He growled with frustration and studied Rachel. She stood with Dr. Coe at his workstation, a circular monolith of glowing screens, glass tubs, and other items Gray couldn't possibly identify. For two people who'd started off at cross purposes in that meeting room, they'd sure gotten over their differences fast. By the second day, they'd gone from arguments and veiled threats to hunkering together over readings and hushed debates about what they called comparative data. Because it's fucking great being compared to the poor ferals locked in that damn closet. His mouth scrunched to the side with frustration. The wife he barely knew, and the doctor he'd come to dislike, continued to insist that being around Jane would make him more feral. It was past time to admit that was nonsense, but they'd proven dedicated to the belief. And the more he pushed, the more they dug in. Whispers of the man he'd been told him to stop. Don't push, or he'd make things worse. Which left what? Tests and bullshit and too many questions. Taking a seat in his rolling chair, white, of course, the doctor gestured to some kind of results on the largest screen. From her position standing beside that seat, Rachel nodded and tapped some notes into a tablet. Ko tapped a corner of the flow of data, and she gave a knowing nod. They had to be discussing the zombie markers in his blood, whatever it was that gave him the speed and strength that Ko seemed obsessed with. Fuck knows they'd taken enough of his blood to write a freaking manual on whatever he'd become. He sighed into his palm. People either wanted to test his extraordinary abilities, or be baffled by the fact that he wasn't a regular person. Or both. His friend wanted to do the regular guy things he'd done with Jack, but apparently almost zombies didn't like beer. His wife seemed equal parts terrified and irritated by his altered state. And when his blood wasn't needed, everyone expected him to simply stop with the zombie stuff and be Jack Hale. Apparently, Jack always knew what to do. He always had an answer. As for Gray, not so much. Fucking Jack Hale. Who the fuck even was that guy? Some Navy superhero who always knew how to crack a joke, who everyone loved and was the best at what he did, who was charming, but who'd only talk to his closest friend about something real when drunk, who married for his dick, not his heart. How did that add up to someone who'd spent his days infiltrating enemy compounds? He needed to figure that out. Maybe then he'd be able to shake this clawing sensation that something was wrong and he was part of it. There'd been no hint of escape from the ferals locked in the other hall, which had him wondering whether the feeling was something else entirely. Was it him missing Jane, or her triggering some feral instinct he didn't understand? Hell if he knew. The one thing he knew for certain, if that had been Jane standing so close to the cold-eyed doctor, he wouldn't have sat calmly in the chair. Ko was careful with data, and far too casual with the lives of his aides. After what he'd seen with the ferals, Gray wouldn't trust that doctor within 5 feet of Jane. If she'd been in Rachel's place, he'd have forced his way across the lab, any protests or screams be damned, until he stood beside her. Perhaps Jack felt the same way about Rachel. Ignoring the aide fluttering at him, he rose from the chair and marched over to the workstation. Her hair was pulled into a smooth ponytail, her suit perfectly tailored, and he was certain many people would find her incredibly attractive. But marriage? He'd seen them together in that video, but video could be faked. For all she'd shown him pieces of his past life, she'd avoided his questions. Had avoided him. He stopped too close for her comfort and waited. Rachel slowly turned to face him. Jack? He waited for Jack to talk, hoping for some kind of response, some echo of the tightness in his chest whenever he looked at Jane. Something that would have him tugging her chair away from Dr. Ko, and him silently claiming the space between them. Nothing. Damn it, Jack. His hands flexed with frustration. What is it? Rachel met his gaze, but inched away. I've got a lot of... Commander Hale, if you can follow me, please. A lab aide approached, pushing a stainless steel tray covered with syringes, swabs, and tiny labeled vials. The back right wheel needed oiling, squeaking slightly with every rotation and vibrating against the bearings. Holding Rachel's gaze, he held up a hand to the aide. "No." "We don't have time for this behavior," Dr. Coe said, not bothering to remove his gaze from the screen. "Jack, be reasonable." Rachel's eyes darted from his to the doctor's and back again. "Dr. Coe and I agreed on our course of study, and these first weeks are critical. We need to get our base panels and—" "No." His fingers closed into a fist. Coe stood, a pained expression on his narrow face, as if he'd been forced to reason with a petulant child. "Commander Hale, please. It's vital that we do this work as quickly as possible. Lives are at stake." That argument would have probably worked for Jack Hale. Unfortunately for them, they weren't dealing with Jack. Gray had tolerated their tests for long enough. As far as he was concerned, a month was beyond reasonable. He needed a damn break. More than that, he needed Jane. But if he couldn't get to her, then he damn well learn more about the person he'd been. Rachel's hand fluttered close to his arm, but didn't quite make contact. "Jack, if you could just—" "Agreed to try." Gray forced the words out past the frustration clogging his throat. "But I can't remember." He sucked in a breath and slowed his words, carefully forming each sound. "I need to know more. About us. About who I was." Air whistled between her teeth. "Very well. We'll finish these tests and review some now." He crossed his arms. Ever so slowly, her shoulders drew back and her chin lifted. "Okay. I suppose you're right. It's time. I have more videos, pictures. We can look at those in my quarters if you want." "No more video," he said softly. "We need to talk." "Oh, okay." She placed her tablet on the workstation, and while she hid it well, he caught the tremor in her hands, the almost infinitesimal hesitation before she stepped toward the lab doors. "This way." Trying hard to ignore the warning scratching at the back of his head, he followed the wife who was afraid of him out of the lab.
Chapter 11. Jane. "Good work, Shadow." "Good work, Gary." Jane put the 2 rescued dogs into their kennels and let out a soft chuckle at the white Malamute's ridiculous name. A zombie watchdog named Gary. She supposed stranger things had happened in recent days. Besides, in the face of cities falling to viral outbreaks, they needed all the help they could get. The dogs licked her fingertips, and she grinned at them. "You're gonna have off-leash company in no time, Schroddie," she said. "Rrr." The Great Dane behind her gave a happy huff and thumped his tail against the wall. He snuffled in her hair, and she shifted position to give his shoulder a rub. The big dog was loving having some canine companionship, and she wanted to let the 2 dogs join their daily routine. But first, she had something to do. The distinctive sound of a cane knocking against cement preceded a dry voice. "Knew I'd find you with the dogs." "I'm reliable that way." Jane's lips curved. "So I've noticed." Standing up, she dusted off her pants and found Sergeant Rossi, her erstwhile escort and de facto guard, watching her with a thoughtful expression. So far, the sergeant had been more friend. Not that Jane had done anything the military would want deterred. At least so far. Today might change that. "Your dad said you wanted my help with a project?" Jane drew in a breath. "Yeah, I do." "Which is?" Rossi quirked a brow at her. Her dad had challenged her to only work with people she trusted. Since Gray was out of bounds and Keeley had to stay safe with baby Maeve in the civilian camp, Jane's options were limited. Happily, she had Rossi. "Schroddie, with me." She signaled the big dog with a hand to her chest, and then motioned for Rossi to lead the way outside. "We're to meet my dad and the general in the conference room." I'll have to explain there." "Well, shit." Both Rossi's eyebrows rose, but she didn't press Jane further. They made their way to the conference room in silence. Groups of soldiers and other personnel passed with the occasional nod, and the flow of traffic through the connected portables grew heavier as they approached the designated room, yet everything felt strangely silent. The tap of the cane and the odd clip of Schroddie's nails disproportionately loud in the glorified shipping container hallway. She didn't want to get her friend in trouble, but her options were limited, and she knew the sergeant was chafing against her current restrictions, desperate to get back into the action. If she didn't invite Rossi to the table, the sergeant would kick her ass from the kennels to the cafeteria. Reaching a juncture, Schroddie stopped and swung his head to the left, the direction of the lab. He let out a low whine and looked up at her. "I know, buddy. I miss him too." She laid a hand on his shoulder and considered bolting down the passage and flinging herself into the lab. She could probably do it before anyone stopped her. "Jane, please don't do whatever it is you're considering." She glanced at Rossi and sighed. "I won't." Though it was tempting. "Come on." Rossi ushered them down the final stretch of the hall and into one of the smaller conference rooms in the section of the base Jane thought of as Command Central. Hell, even if no one called it that, the area was Command Central. She entered the space labeled Conference Room C to find her father and the general sitting at opposite ends of a small rectangular table. A couch sat against the far wall, and a screen glowed on the opposite, illuminating both men's expressions. Her dad's mustache was wrinkled with frustration, and the general had fierce lines bracketing his mouth. The two men might have agreed to this, but that argument had left a mark. "I hope you know what you're doing, Dad." "General," she forced a smile. "Thank you for letting me help." "We'll see." The man rose from the table and marched to the door, every moment reminiscent of a bear woken too early from hibernation, with his shoulders tight and his arms bunched across his chest. He turned and pointed at her dad. "Don't make me regret this, Finch." Then he left. "Phew." She looked at her dad. "What happened?" He shrugged. "You gotta crack some eggs to make an omelet, Pud." "Come on, Dad." She parked a hip on the table and studied him. "I know things are tense, but I thought you were trying to make it work with the general, not piss him off." He tipped his head in the direction of Rossi. "She in on this?" "She is, sir," Rossi affirmed. "Whatever this is." "I trust her," Jane added. "Now, explain." "Nothing new, Pud," her dad shrugged. "The Americans are pressuring us for more samples, more data, while offering next to nothing from their end. When political pressure fails, they threaten. That's a game as old as time. But our general is convinced they're serious about dropping a bomb on Vancouver. I'm not. If they were going to nuke us, they'd have done it by now." Jane gaped at him. "Holy shit, Dad." "It is what it is." He lifted a shoulder and glanced at Rossi. "Am I right?" "I won't say you're wrong," the sergeant said. "But I'll also call you a liar if you repeat that to the general." "I like you." Her dad gestured to the couch. "You're in this now, Sergeant. Go on. Both of you get comfy, because your day is about to get harder." Schroddie wasted no time parking himself on the couch, taking up a full half of the piece. Some things even the apocalypse couldn't change. "You're a comfort, Schroed," she said with a grin. Rossi jabbed Jane's side as they squished onto the remaining couch. "What's going on?" "Ah, right." Wedged between the sergeant and a black and white dog butt, Jane took comfort in the contact. As much as she needed to take action, what came next wouldn't be easy. It was also important, which was why she hadn't hesitated when her dad got the general to agree. She pointed to the screen. "We're investigating. My dad asked me to study the recordings from the outbreak at the forward base and compare it to what I remember from Vancouver." Rossi let out a low whistle. "Fuck me." "Yeah," Jane whispered. "I have to go to a meeting, Pud." Her dad handed her the remote. "I know I'm asking a lot. Whether or not you find something, Pud, I'm so damn proud of you for trying." Throat tight, she nodded. She didn't know if she was more afraid of failing him or finding something awful. He paused in the doorway. "Lock up when you're done."
"I will," she said. "Love you, Dad."
"Love you too." Then he was gone, and she, Rossi, and Schroddie were alone with that damned video.
"Guess we'd better get this over with," she said, glancing at Rossi. "You were there. I'm hoping you can add pieces the recordings didn't catch, or even confirm what I'm seeing is accurate." She registered the pallor of Rossi's skin. "Shit, you were there. As bad as this will be for me, it's going to be 1,000 times worse for you. If you want to leave,
Not a chance in hell," Rossi said. "I'm in this."
Jane studied her friend for a moment. "Are you sure? Because
that outbreak cost me a piece of leg and landed me in fucking Joe's clutches. I want to know what happened, because if someone is responsible, I have a bullet with their name on it. Start the damn video."
"All right." Sucking in a deep breath, Jane hit play. The video shuddered to life. Grainy and wobbling as if the hastily installed camera had been knocked around by a Squamish wind. But it was enough to see the forward base, stretched across the highway. The first camera was positioned behind the base, capturing the makeshift helicopter landing pads painted on the highway and the groups arriving. She'd been warned there was a lot of footage to wade through, and not all of it was sequential. It would take hours to view everything, and longer yet to unpack what happened. She saw her mom and dad appear on screen, holding hands and hurrying toward the base, waiting for her and Gray to meet them. Only the outbreak had happened first. She pressed a fist to her middle. Even now, weeks later, the memory of finding them gone, and that base in ruins had the power to punch the air from her lungs. Damn.
"Want me to hold your hand?"
Rossi asked. "Maybe?" Jane said, mustering a rueful grin. "I need the... Wait, they were there?" She frowned as Dr. Coe and a handful of assistants appeared on the screen, all wearing protective gear and clutching medical kits. Come to think of it, the doctor had mentioned doing testing at the forward base. She just hadn't realized it had been so close to the outbreak.
"Yeah," Rossi said. "Routine testing. Nearly didn't make it out."
"No wonder he's so focused on data," Jane murmured.
"Lost one of his techs in the outbreak," Rossi said. "I remember one of the coats yelling about their friend as they were hauled onto a chopper, and that's before shit really hit the fan."
"I'm sorry." Jane bumped Rossi with her shoulder. "It must have been awful."
The sergeant shrugged. "War is awful. Disease is awful. Put them together and you had one hell of a bad time. Lab-coated bastard had no idea how lucky they were to get on that copter."
The view shifted to another camera, this one at the front of the line. Unlike when Jane and Gray had arrived, this time the road before the base was chock full of people, all lined up and packed tight in carefully fenced rows as they waited for their turn to be cleared. Time ticked away, with nothing more dramatic than the line inching forward and the odd glimpse of medical personnel delivering tests. With their protective gear, it was impossible to tell who was who, but their steps were all easy, with no sign of infection or alarm. She scanned the crowd for any sign of a feral's harsh actions or an infected person's stilted body language, but couldn't find anything. "Everyone is calm," Jane said softly. "There's no sign anyone is sick." She gasped. "Holy shit." The camera shuddered as movement exploded from the front of the line. Like ink rushing from a drop of water, people rocked forward in a circular wave, teeth flashing and faces contorted. In an instant, the line went from order to chaos. A teeming sea of limbs and desperate humanity. Something about the pattern of movement, that circular wave, tugged at the back of her mind. It mirrored what the group of repeaters had been doing when she and Gray had reached the perimeter, shambling in a circle, somehow in sync, and stopping in unison. Every face had worn an expression of shocked, stunned horror. She hadn't seen enough of the outbreak in Vancouver to compare, but she'd heard that initial impact through the locked laboratory door. The building had a fraction of the population of that line. She couldn't treat it as the same, and yet the infection she'd listened to had been slow enough for people to cry out,
for her to think it was a shooting. This felt different, faster, more violent. That matched what that lone repeater inside had kept saying. Sudden, too fast, containment breach. Watching it again, and I still can't make sense of it, Rossi said softly. I lost too many friends that day. One moment it was fine, all systems normal, and then everything was breaking and the alarms were blaring. The person Gray and I found inside, someone who'd been infected and became a repeater, kept saying it was fast, too fast, Jane said. It must have been the last thing they said. I believe that, Rossi said. Barely got anyone out. Jane shook her head. There's so many ferals. At first glance, it appeared that nearly all the people in the line had become feral. Was that 80, 90%? But that didn't track. There hadn't been that many ferals in Vancouver. The majority of the people she'd encountered had become repeaters. The camera feed shifted, and she saw soldiers trying to push the ferals back as helicopters took flight. From the bottom of the view, others loaded onto vehicles in a race to get people away from the outbreak. Someone fell, and they were pushed onto a vehicle. That's me, Rossi whispered. My squad was holding the line when I got shoved into some damn piping. A familiar figure broke rank and ran out of view. Fucker. Rossi punched the couch arm. That fucking asshole. So that's what happened to that military asshole, Jane said softly, rewinding the video to confirm it was the bastard from Joe's base, the one who'd been halfway through taking over when Gray had broken into the compound. He abandoned his post, somehow escaped the ferals, and ended up trying to make a kingdom out of Joe's fuckery. Bastard pulled up on a motorcycle, said he'd save me. Asshole. Since he'd thrown Rossi in a cage and planned to use her and the other women as slaves, Jane refused to acknowledge that he had, in fact, saved Rossi's life. Instead, she rewound the video to the moment before the outbreak started. There were hours of footage to go, but she couldn't continue. Not yet. Her dad was right. There was something wrong with this outbreak. There was a piece of it here, from this angle. Something beyond how that AWOL prick ended up with Joe and Rossi ended up in a cage. She simply needed to find it. What are you looking for? Rossi asked. I don't know. Leaning forward, Jane propped her elbows on her knees and played it again. She slowed down the play rate and chewed on her bottom lip. There's something here. Beyond a shitstorm of zombies? Yeah. Jane slowed the video further and played the initial explosion for a third time. Explosion? Holy shit, she gasped. That's it. She rewound the video again and then paused it, staring at the shape of the outbreak on the screen. A crescent of fallen people rushing outward from the holding sections near the front of the base. The front of the line. Not the side or the back, as you'd expect from people bringing the sickness into the area. The infection hadn't rippled down the line from outside, and no one had stumbled into that final holding area with any obvious infection, because everyone there had already been checked. That area had been where people went through the final round of checking, and all those people who'd been fine one moment had been infected so swiftly, so violently, that they'd broken free from the fencing. They'd all turned, and they'd all broken free. At the same moment. From everything she'd experienced, that wasn't how this shit worked. Infection had traveled down the hall on campus, and it had raced through the fallen men at Joe's base, always coming from an identifiable source. It was visible, loud. And at the compound, the change had taken place in a matter of minutes. But here, there was no identifiable source of the infection. No one person started this, and they all turned too swiftly for group transmission, even faster than at Joe's, which left only one possible outcome. Eyes wide, she faced Rossi. Someone intentionally triggered the outbreak at the forward base.
Chapter 12. Gray, Jack.
Gray sat perfectly still on the couch in Rachel's unit and watched her buzz around the tiny kitchen with a steady gaze. The space was smaller than the one belonging to Jane's parents, but otherwise exactly the same. White polished steel and a brown plastic that was supposed to look like oak, with a smattering of furniture 2 sizes too small. When he'd been with Jane, the space had felt cozy, a welcome reminder of the bunker. Here, it felt cold. Contrived. Maybe that was the point? To remind people this space had been constructed to contain an emergency, not for human comfort. He could have told them the lab did that well enough, though it did resemble that space, from the slick white walls to the persistent echo. Every scuff of Rachel's shoes sounded louder than it should have against silver linoleum. The mugs she was removing from the tiny cupboard rattled against the counter. They were currently alone in the space, unsupervised. That was new. Rachel's delay tactics, however, were not. Since they'd arrived, she'd started to tell him how they met, broken off the account to take 3 calls, and then had an urgent need to update her notes. And now she decided they needed coffee. Gray did not need coffee. He needed answers. Waiting rankled, chafing his skin like the chains they'd insisted on using for his first 2 weeks in the lab. He wanted to move, to pace the room and meticulously search through every one of her belongings until he got information. But she'd been expecting that behavior, braced for it. Off the battlefield, Jack wasn't patient. But Gray, he knew how to wait out his target. Instead of motion, he'd embraced stillness. He hadn't argued when she'd taken her calls, and he hadn't protested when she'd sat to make notes, and she'd paused with her pen hovering over paper, clearly waiting for a complaint. So he'd merely watched her, silently, until she had set that pen to paper and make marks. He doubted any of those notes were legible, but she'd stuck to the ruse for an impressive amount of time. Now she was focused on refreshments. Whatever she was hiding, it better be worth the production. Taking a deep breath, he settled back on the couch. If he was stuck in yet another holding pattern, this unit was an improvement. Sure, it reminded him of the lab, but it wasn't the lab. The couch wasn't plastic, and the window was open. He savored the fresh air. It felt almost normal. Did he even know what that was? Does it bother you that we have so little normal in our lives, Jack? He froze. Holy shit. Was that a memory of Rachel? He gripped the edge of the couch and willed his mind to keep hold of the fragments, trying to pull them carefully toward the surface, like a fragile rope on the brink of tearing. It had been Rachel's voice. He was sure of it. The surroundings were hazy, but it might have been an office or... The scent of freshly ground beans and a muttered complaint about poorly roasted beans washed over him, and suddenly the image solidified. Then he was simply there, in a hallway, watching her. She was walking out of a briefing in a killer suit, some dark red fabric that hugged lethal curves, and flashing an even more lethal grin. Most civilians were cowed by a panel with the top brass, not this one. She was invigorated. Then again, she wasn't exactly a civvy. "Commander," she said, "here to clean up the remains?" He laughed. "Obliterated them, did you?" "Of course." She offered him a sly smile. He snorted. "I thought you were a doctor." "Of psychology." She tapped her lapel, where the tiny enamel pin of an American flag lay above her breast. "Analyst first, doctor second." Gray blinked as he emerged from the memory. "Analyst." He stared at her. "You work for the CIA." It was her turn to freeze. Without a word, she went and closed the window. The glass sealed, and she stood with her back to him, hand on the latch, staring out the pane. "You remember?" "Some," he said. "Well, that's a complication," she said.
Another image flashed through his mind, this one bringing a moonlit beach and a familiar smile from behind a candle and a single flower on a corner table. They'd been celebrating a win, the clink of glasses for a job well done, and suddenly he knew that job had been both a rescue and an assassination. He remembered the cold metal of the rifle in his hands, the wind in his hair, and her voice in his ear as he sighted down the scope. "This mission's off the books," she said. "They can never know you were here."
"They won't," he had replied.
And his finger had pulled the trigger. He pulled out of the memory and stared at her.
"You're a fucking spy?"
"Sometimes." She faced him, and her eyebrows lifted in challenge.
Shit, he knew that expression.
4 weeks later, and it rose out of the depths of his mind, as clear and as certain as if he'd never forgotten. She was straddling him, though both were clothed, plain clothes, or perhaps something nicer. The lights shining, music blaring. A few stolen hours on some tropical venue with drunken tourists milling in the background. He'd thrown back a drink and laughingly asked her how she could enjoy so many fractured moments. She'd replied that the job always comes first. That's why we work. Only that moment wasn't the complete picture, merely a sliver of one memory. Like the shards of a broken mirror, it could only reflect that single moment. The rest were all jumbled together in the mess that was his past life. But he knew things now, and the more they pulled together, the more he began to understand the woman claiming to be his wife. After that tropical bar, there had been an empty townhouse they both barely used, too busy with their own jobs to spend any time together. That had worked for Jack, Gray realized. It let him keep things simple, let him push the emotions to the side. And he'd bet it worked for Rachel, too. Let her stick whatever they'd been to each other in a corner and focus on her duty.
That's what she's doing now.
He gave her a slow, steady look.
"You're not here for me."
Her eyes widened. "Jack."
"No." He waved off her protest. "The job comes first. You're not here for me. And this..." He gestured between them. "I don't believe it."
"You remember me," she said softly.
"Pieces," he said. "Enough to know you put the job first."
She sighed. "Yes, Jack, I put the job, our country first. Same as you." Did he still put the country first? He probably should. He'd given his past life to that service. But right now, he couldn't find that level of care inside himself. Not unless Jane was there. His mouth tightened, and he sat forward on the couch, elbows on his knees, keeping his gaze fixed on Rachel. She returned to making coffee, and it was jarring to have his broken memories collide with her current actions in the kitchen. But they did. She'd been particular about her coffee. Fuck. He remembered her now. And that should have made things easier. Should have convinced him to give up his fixation on Jane and believe in this marriage. But he couldn't shake the image of that empty house and the hollow rattle of keys in a disc when he'd returned. Different lives and an empty house. Was that their marriage?
"I don't believe we're married. Not like what you're peddling to the general. We had moments, not a life. You're selling this for your own fucking agenda."
He rose and crossed a short distance to the kitchenette. He splayed his hands on the slip of a counter and gave her a hard look.
"Tell me the goddamn truth, Rachel. I remember enough to know you're lying."
He caught the scent of fear, saw the spike in her pulse. "Don't, Jack."
"Don't?"
The words wanted to jumble and tear at his throat, so he forced himself to take a breath.
"I remember enough to know when you're lying. Truth, now. Or I'm done being your lab rat."
Her eyes hardened. "That marriage is the only thing standing between you and a life in the test tube." He stared at her.
"Is that so?" Over the past 4 weeks, the base had relaxed security when it came to him. He could get out. It wouldn't even be hard. In truth, he could have done it before. It would simply have been more destructive. But if he escaped, he'd be outside, and even farther from Jane than he was now. He leaned closer. "Convince me." Her throat worked.
Let me finish our drinks." Her voice was small now, almost pleading. "I need my coffee."
She turned away and carefully removed 2 mugs from a small cupboard, placed them on the counter with shaking hands. She poured the coffee and added a dash of milk to both. She took her time stirring, too, biting her bottom lip while the spoon rang against the mug. She's buying time. The man he'd been had learned that she bit her lower lip when she was caught in the lie. That the action meant she'd be debating whether to tell him the truth or make up another lie. Jack had found it fun to tease her about such an obvious tell. Gray did not. Rachel and her machinations were keeping him from Jane, trapping him in that damn lab. "Don't," he said. "Don't lie to me." Her brown eyes widened. He tapped his temple. "Memories. You wanted them." "So I did." She let out a breath and slowly pushed one mug across the short stretch of counter to him. "The marriage paperwork is legitimate. We took vows in Bali after working a mission together and too much tequila." She met his gaze. "I swear, Jack, I'm using this to my advantage, but I'm not lying about it." His stomach clenched. He wanted it to be a lie and hated that he believed her. "There's more." "I can't tell you," she said quietly. Well, that wasn't good enough. She'd been keeping close to the doctor, using her status as his wife to have access to all the tests and results in that lab. Or at least most of them. She'd insinuated herself into the base like the expert operator she was, but to what end? To save him? That logic didn't check out. Back her into a corner, then offer her a way out. His head tipped to the side. Jack had finally gotten useful. About time. Now he needed to find that corner. "What can you tell me?" he asked. She shook her head. His fingers tightened and the steel-clad counter groaned. He jerked his hands away and stalked over to the window. Jack might have been good at this shit, but Gray fucking hated it. Still, there had to be a way. If his memories were real, then they'd worked cases before. They'd been a team of sorts. The thought lodged in his gut, an unwanted rock. He glanced at her. "Are we in this together?" Her throat worked. Jack, don't bother." He could already smell the bullshit, and he didn't have the patience for that, or the inclination. Forget Jack. He'd have to try this a different way. The Gray way. He returned to the counter. "Let's try this, Rachel. I've tolerated 4 weeks in that fucking lab. You want cooperation? You need these tests? Read me in, or you'll fucking find out what I'm capable of." He fixed his gaze on her. He heard her heart rate increase, caught the acrid scent of sweat. She was scared of him. He'd terrified her. The woman with whom he'd shared an empty townhouse and a piece of paper, and he should feel ashamed. And he must be more of a monster than they both thought, because he didn't. Not even a bit. If anything, he relished it. He might not be able to parse guilt from caution, but he was excellent at using his new state. And he'd definitely backed her into a corner. Placing his hands on the counter, he slowly applied pressure to the brushed steel until divots formed under his fingertips. "Read me in, Rachel," he said. "I need to be more than a test subject. Let me work with you. Or—" He leaned across the counter and took in the whites of her eyes. "Or testing will get very difficult." "Fine." She turned away, and he could see her gripping her wrist,
probably counting her pulse and trying to control her panic. She licked her lips. "This stays between us." He grunted. "I died from a virus, not stupidity." "Please." She let out a soft huff. "You didn't die, Jack." He shrugged. "Whatever you want to call it, I'm not in the lab for conversation." Without Jane, he didn't have anyone else to talk to. Well, maybe one person. "Whitlock knows?" She nodded. "I don't have anyone else," he said. "Jane is off limits." "I suppose that's fair." Her lips quirked and she pointed at his mug. "Drink your coffee. It's going cold." He pulled up a seat and took a sip. "Had to admit, it was better than what they served in the lab. I'm waiting." She took a swallow of her own drink. "There are other outbreaks." "That wasn't news." He took another sip. She let out a breath and rolled her shoulders as if trying to shake off tension, or the stress of revealing a secret. "The first outbreak happened the night before the virus was unleashed in Vancouver and other cities across America." Her lips wobbled. "We covered it up." Ah, guilt. He simply inclined his head. "As you heard, it was a small, contained location, but one with a huge impact on key people in the government. Those people are contained." She blinked rapidly, as if fighting tears. "Those who survived, anyway. If we're going to have a chance of saving them, if we have a chance in hell of reaching them, we need information. I thought I'd come here, get critical data, and take it back to DC and give our scientists a fighting chance." "But I'm not the same," he said slowly. "No." Her lips were tight. "You're not." "Multiple attacks." That implied coordination, a broader plan. His brows pulled together. "Different virus?" She nodded. "Our scientists initially thought it was the same disease, the same strain, delivered via different means. Dr. Coe doesn't agree, and I think he's right. I believe there are also multiple strains of this virus." She sucked in a breath. "And I think people like you are the key to figuring it out." "People like me?" he asked. Who the hell was like him? "I can't believe I'm sharing this." She cleared her throat and gave a reluctant nod. "There's another subject, similar to you, but also wildly different. Your readings don't match, but I'm wondering—" "What?" he prompted, needing to know more. "The outbreak at the forward base aligns more closely with what we've observed in D.C., she said. I'm wondering if the strain that hit Squamish wasn't the same as Vancouver at all." He sipped his coffee and considered. "My tests won't help you then. So what do you want?" She drew in a deep breath. "I want you to get me a sample from one of those zombies. One of the ferals, as you call them, that came from that outbreak. Or better yet, one that turned at the compound in Squamish." She looked away, and he watched her posture stiffen. When she faced him again, her expression was grim. "Dr. Coe says he needs a living subject to get the most effective data." Grace stared at her for a long moment. Alive was harder than dead. He'd do it. It would help people, so he'd do it. But Jack was alive in his ear, whispering about quid pro quos, leverage, using the weapons in his arsenal. Most of it was bullshit. Jack had been big on bullshit, Gray had learned, but Jack had been right about one thing. Leverage. He needed to be something other than a lab rat, needed to take some small step back to his pack. If that meant playing along with Rachel's game until he could wrest the remaining truth from her, then so be it. "What do I get?" "Jack," she sucked in sharply, "you need something more than the chance to help your nation? To save lives and make a valuable impact on the future of cross-border relations? He waited. She sighed. "What do you want?" He held her gaze. "To get out of that fucking lab." "Fine." She gave a sharp nod. "Do this, and stop openly questioning our marriage, and I can make that happen." "In other words, stay away from Jane." His face wanted to snarl and snap. His hands wanted to ball into fists and tear through walls. He hated this, the deception, the games. He didn't want to pretend to withhold help, only to pretend he believed in his marriage and didn't want to see Jane. It all sat in Gray's throat, a sick lump. But he couldn't see another way. And Jack insisted progress was progress, and an opportunity to push for more. Apparently, it was time to test more of the man he used to be. "I can take a feral alive," he said, "but that's not a one-person job, even for me. I need a team and time to train them. Deal?" "Deal," she said, and held out her hand. He shook it, careful to keep his grip light. Despite his returning memories, the simple contact did nothing for him, triggered no recollections of intimacy or emotional bonds. They had paperwork, but to what purpose? He couldn't tell, and damned if that didn't feel like a problem. She was a trained liar, and he just told her they'd work together. Fuck. He hoped he hadn't made a deadly error.
Chapter 13. Jane.
"Lurking on catwalks isn't questionable at all," Rossi drawled, following the comment by propping herself beside Jane and nudging her side with an elbow. "Tell me again why I'm your friend, you creepy stalker." Jane winced. From the statement, not the elbow. Sitting by her other side, Schroddie whined. "I'm not stalking him." She ducked her head, letting a fall of blonde hair shield her from the sergeant's scrutiny. Biting her lip, she dug her fingers into her dog's ruff and tried to think of a better angle. "Not stalking. Checking. He could be in danger. I need to tell him what we found." Rossi snorted. Cheeks flushed, Jane angled her face away from her friend. "It wasn't stalking when the person you were looking after wanted to spend time with you, right? And she was positive Gray missed her as much as she missed him. Or nearly positive. She hadn't been in a room with him for nearly 5 weeks, and goddammit, that was unacceptable. She shouldn't be creeping on his training session. It was embarrassing to loiter with her dog on the narrow upper walkway between the base blocks. But here she was, out of options and attempting to stand casually while she stared at the square patch of moss and dirt that was the base's courtyard, and currently serving as a training ground. There were 5 men in that yard. She only had eyes for one. Gray had his shirt off, the dark veining from his infection forming a strangely beautiful pattern across his back and shoulders. Not to mention, hello muscles. He was training with a team in the yard, prepping for some mission if her dad's information was correct. Not that he'd shared any details. So she'd had to come here, only instead of finding the Gray she knew, she'd discovered a shirtless man who was being Jack Hale and reclaiming his life. A life that didn't involve her. The thought struck like a fist to her chest. A sharp blow. Schroddie leaned into her and licked her hand. "I know, buddy," she whispered. "I'm okay. It just hurts." Was that pain why she'd truly come to the catwalk? Had she needed to watch Gray remembering himself as Jack Hale to remind herself of the truth? That he might become some guy she didn't know and had no right to? Swallowing hard, she tried to look away. She failed. "And I'm going to hell for lusting after someone else's husband. Assuming she doesn't want to kill him or... Jane!" Rossi drew out her name. "Come on." I know. Jane winced again. "It's obvious and sad, but they're not sending my messages and I'm worried about him."
She needed to tell Gray what she'd found in that video to show him the footage. If anyone could confirm her assessment, it would be him. But how to get to him? Schroddie bumped her with his head, and she scratched the back of his ears. "Seriously," Rossi said, "this is... shit. Wife at 10 o'clock. We gotta go." Instead of taking her friend's advice, Jane gripped the rail and rested her forehead on the cool metal. Why, oh why, was her first instinct to charge down the catwalk and demand Rachel tell the truth about the forward base? "Because I'm stalking her husband." She resisted the urge to thunk her forehead against the surface. "Stupid, stupid, stupid," she muttered. "Arrrrrr." Schroddie wriggled under her arm and did his best to kiss her nose. She caught his face and booped his nose with hers. The big dog wanted to wag away her pain, and she wished he could. As much as she doubted Rachel's motives, as much as Jane suspected her of being involved with the outbreak at the forward base, she didn't have any proof. She could be wrong. Vague suspicions didn't give her the right to claw the woman's eyes out. As much as she wanted to fight for Gray, she couldn't. He wasn't hers. He might not even be Gray anymore. And Jack Hale was a stranger. She let out a shaky breath. In the yard below, Gray, Jack, looked up. Their eyes locked, and awareness flooded her body. Maybe he was still Gray. Maybe she could shout secrets at him, and sense be damned. "Ms. Finch." She spun around to find Gray's so-called wife watching from the catwalk entrance. Jack's wife. Rachel. Damn it! Jane never knew what to call the woman, not even after their interview. They'd verbally sparred across a white desk, but first names just didn't fit. "Miss Hale Lee," she managed. "Arrgh!" Schroddie gave a slight wag but stayed glued to Jane's side. Rachel's cool brown eyes slid past her and the dog. "You're dismissed, Sergeant." "That's awfully kind of you." Rossi stiffened and stepped slightly in front of Jane. The sergeant hadn't said much, but it was clear from her actions that she shared Jane's concerns. "But I answer to the general, not an American attaché. Where Jane goes, I go." Rachel's brows flicked upward. "Very well. Perhaps we might go in the direction of the lab." "Why?" Jane asked softly. Was this to keep her away from Gray or something else? "I'd like your professional opinion, Miss Finch." Rachel's smile did not reach her eyes. "It appears you have some time on your hands. I thought we could put your skills to use." She gestured toward the building behind them. Schroddie huffed, though his fur remained flat. Jane fought the urge to curl her fingers into fists. It was clear the other woman hadn't told Gray what he needed to know, which Jane had thought would happen, and she despised being wrong about people, especially people close to Gray. "You want my opinion?" "I do." Rachel inclined her head. "You have first-hand knowledge, and our meeting impressed upon me your skills." Jane's back stiffened. She wanted to tell Rachel to go kiss a feral, but that wouldn't help anything. If Jane wanted to know more about the American and her motives, if she wanted to figure out what had happened at the forward base, then this was her moment. Maybe she'd even get to view some of Gray's test results. And her creeping had already been disrupted. "Fine," Jane said. "What do you want?" "I want you to assess our infected subjects in the lab. Study their behavior and compare it to what you experienced with others in Vancouver and with Jack. It's what you're here for." Rachel brushed past them, walking toward the doorway that Jane knew led to the lab. "Come on." Rossi muttered something under her breath. Jane touched the sergeant's arm and gave her a slight nod. Warning glittered in the sergeant's eyes. Her mouth flattened, but she stepped aside and held out her arm for Jane to precede her into the building. "I'll wait outside the lab," she said quietly. "If that viper even looks at you wrong, shout. Rest assured I'm bored and eager to shoot something." Jane muffled a laugh. Noted. Yet her mirth fled as they left the courtyard, and Gray, behind. He'd warned her about the ferals being kept in the lab, but somehow she hadn't considered facing them herself. Her hands flexed at her sides, palms sweaty. All she'd wanted was to get an eyeful of Gray, and maybe catch a quick word with him. A quick trip. Simple. Now I'm going to meet ferals. With someone who might have started an outbreak. The first moments of the attack still haunted her dreams. Memories of being trapped in that room with Schroddie, catching glimpses of the world turning upside down through a narrow portal.
"Shall we, Miss Finch?"
Rachel was waiting by the lab's sliding doors. Jane's throat worked. Air shuddered in her chest. Schroddie nibbled her fingertips. The gesture was gentle, but the line of fur standing up along his back and the low growl reverberating in his throat were not. Both spoke of warning. Gripping the dog's collar, Jane hesitated. Once she set foot in that lab, she'd be at the mercy of those who ran it, and the strength of their cages. Do you know how dangerous it is to keep ferals on the base? Do you really know what you'll be dealing with if these subjects get out?
"I was at the forward base,"
Rachel said, voice flat.
"I saw."
Right. Because that's reassuring. You were. Jane gave the other woman a long, assessing stare.
"Research is critical," Rachel said, "even if it is unnerving."
So you keep saying. Jane disliked Rachel with all the territorial intensity of a cougar defending its own, and the urge to stand there and scream like the big cat until the other woman backed off was strong. But that wouldn't help anything. Let's go see your ferals. She headed toward the doors with her dog at her side. Schroddie would warn her of any immediate danger. And with the dog watching her back, she could study Rachel. If Rachel had set off that infection, she might slip and give away some clue as to why. If she hadn't, she might have seen something that would lead to who did.
"Excellent."
Rachel paused.
"You'll want to leave your dog outside."
"No," Jane said, holding the collar tighter. "I won't."
"Co runs a tight ship. You'll undergo orientation before being allowed in the holding area, which is not a safe place for a dog."
Rachel's brows formed a perfect arch.
"Or perhaps I should inform the doctor and the general that Miss Jane Finch is ready to join the rest of the civilians?"
And even farther away from Gray. A low whistle escaped Jane. So that's what Rachel wanted. For Jane to give her a reason to be removed from the premises. Fuck that. Jane's fingers flexed on the collar, but she knew when she'd been backed into a corner. If she didn't do this, she could be forced into the civilian side of the base. Her investigation into the forward base outbreak would be stopped in its tracks, and Gray would be alone with Rachel. A potential risk. Someone who might hurt him. Jane nudged Schroddie toward the sergeant. "Rossi, will you please take him?" Rossi took the dog, but her dark eyes were full of warning over entering that lab without her or Schroddie. "We can come back."
"No,"
Jane said quietly.
"We can't."
She signaled for Schroddie to stay with Rossi outside the lab, and then she followed Rachel through the doors and into the main lab. Her dog's howl sounded behind her until the doors closed and the space fell unnaturally quiet. Everything felt hushed, from the voices of people clustered around stations to the footsteps of aides as they hurried across the lab. And still, the hair on Jane's arms stood on end. She slowly turned to Rachel, and for the first time since reaching her parents, she wished she had a gun. "All right, Miss Hale. You've got me where you want me." The white lab coat sat stiffly on Jane's shoulders, the over-starched fabric as rigid with warning as Schroddie had been when she'd left him outside the lab with Rossi. But despite the unease trickling down her spine, nothing terrible had occurred during the 30-minute safety orientation she'd had to undergo. Though the aide's stumbling words and constant checking of his notes had her thinking something had happened. And recently. She glanced at Rachel. The other woman had kept a careful distance while Jane's hands were scrubbed, her face was covered by a plastic shield, and she donned a lab coat that better resembled a cardboard cutout. It felt oddly anticlimactic. She didn't know what she'd expected. There were loads of people in the lab. Rachel could hardly shoot her in the back of the head or unleash zombies. But it wasn't for the woman to stand 5 feet away and fiddle with her wedding ring. Even if that small act was telling, as if she was unconsciously worrying about her marriage or wasn't used to the band on her finger. Jane silently filed the action away for further reference. It might be helpful, but shouldn't they be arguing about Gray or the monumental stupidity of keeping ferals for study in the base? Only Rachel had been quiet. The astringent Dr. Coe had been occupied elsewhere, and Jane was struggling not to chuckle at what might as well be labeled the "don't lick the zombie" portion of orientation.
"Miss Finch," the aide said, voice earnest and eyes wide, "it is very important to stay behind the line."
"I solemnly swear," Jane said. "I have no interest in getting close with a feral."
The aide blinked at her.
"We're supposed to call them Delta variants? We were calling them betas, but Dr. Coe says that's inaccurate to the manifestation of the virus in their case."
Jane lifted a brow. "Does this help him treat them?"
"That's what we're hoping you can tell us."
Rachel swept into the conversation with annoying ease. One moment the woman was ignoring Jane and spinning a gold band on her finger. The next she was oozing authority and gesturing across the lab to a pair of sliding doors with a giant "Caution, live subjects" emblazoned on the glass. Somehow, the lab coat sat perfectly on her frame, and her hair remained a perfect fall of black down her back. The woman's composure was infuriating, and more than a little demoralizing.
"Now that you've received basic safety training, we can proceed," she said.
"Great," Jane muttered, but she followed Rachel to those doors. The closer she got, the more she noticed how the aides circled the area, giving the opening as wide a berth as possible in the bustling lab. They also got visibly more nervous, with the ones at workstations closest to the warning sending worried glances at the panels every few steps. Not that it seemed to faze Rachel. Of course, the woman wouldn't let something as mundane as a roomful of ferals tangle her hair. Nor would she make an obvious move in front of a lab teeming with witnesses. She'd make sure Jane went through safety training and create every possible layer of plausible deniability before taking her into a restricted area where they'd be alone with test zombies. Jane's breath caught, and her steps faltered. She eyed the doors as Schroddie might a running vacuum.
"Once inside, I'll expect you to follow those safety procedures and offer a preliminary assessment of the subjects,"
Rachel said, stepping up to hold her ID in front of a small scanner. Oh, this had to be a mistake. But Jane found herself entering a small antechamber, almost like a holding cell, and standing alongside Rachel while a green laser panned over their bodies. Then another door slid open, and they made their way down a narrow hall. If she had Schroddie, she knew the dog's fur would have been standing on end. As it was, Jane's teeth were clenched tight, her body tense and ready to bolt at the first hint of trouble. Assuming she wasn't entering with trouble. They reached the final door before the cages, and the other woman had yet to so much as blink at Jane wrong, which would have been comforting if she wasn't convinced Rachel was hiding something. Jane paused and glanced at Rachel. "Why me?" Brown eyes flickered over her.
"It's what you do."
"I escaped them in Vancouver and Squamish and communicated with Gray, who's not what you're calling a Delta variant." She kept her gaze steady on Rachel, searching for any hint as to the woman's motives. God damn, that was an impressive poker face. But Jane had a few tricks of her own, starting with blunt honesty. "You don't like me, and you've kept me as far from this lab as possible for weeks. So why me?"
"Because you're what we've got."
The door slid open, and Rachel stepped through. A host of keening wails greeted her. The cries rippled past to batter at Jane. From her place just outside the room, she could just see an edge of steel cages, just catch a hint of movement. A smart person would probably turn around and hurry back through that lab, except then she'd lose what little access she'd just gained, and would be giving up a rare opportunity to study Gray's wife. Nothing ventured. Jane swallowed hard and stepped into the room. She found herself facing a wall of cages. Thick steel mesh, or were they considered bars? Divided ferals from each other and the humans unfortunate enough to be in the space with them. But the metal wasn't thick enough to hide the hungry, rolling eyes or snapping teeth. "Holy shit, there's a lot of them," she gasped.
19 subjects in total,
Rachel said. 19? Jane gaped at her. How many subjects does this doctor need? Rachel's mouth formed a hard line.
as many as it takes to find a solution.
But, careful to stay behind the safety line painted on the floor, Jane surveyed the caged ferals and then scanned the notes displayed beside each subject, names and timeline of infection and...
Oh, damn.
Every single subject was a member of the military or a first responder. The majority had been stationed at the forward base in Squamish and had been infected when the second wave of infection tore through the ranks. Jane had probably seen a number of them in the footage she'd spent hours reviewing. They'd given their lives to help others, and they all deserved better than being infected and locked in a cage. Was Rachel responsible for that? Jane shifted her gaze from the notes to the only other person in the room. If Rachel had triggered that outbreak, Jane would have expected some sliver of triumph in her bearing, that smug edge of a person who'd effectively gotten away with murder and enjoyed feeling superior to all around them, or the placid expression of a psychopath who felt zero remorse for the lives destroyed. But Jane found neither of those on Rachel's face. The woman's lip trembled, and moisture marked the corners of her eyes. It might have been subtle, yet it screamed of grief. Shit. Jane might have been wrong about Rachel revealing her motives to Gray, but perhaps she hadn't misread the genuine concern that had leaked through Rachel's controlled expression in their first meeting. And the woman hadn't shoved Jane into a cage yet, or stabbed her with a scalpel.
"Why are you doing this?" Jane asked softly. "Because it's the right thing to do."
Rachel stood on the painted line and stared intently at the cages. Her fingers twined together, and her mouth pinched at the corners.
"Because someone has to."
Damned if Jane didn't believe her. Worse, she was right.
"Assessing these subjects will take time," Rachel continued. "We would have to work together in this space and the wider lab. That will not be comfortable."
Intent brown eyes met Jane's.
"Will you help me?"
Jane held the woman's gaze for a long moment. She didn't want to trust Rachel, didn't want to believe her, didn't want to consider that someone else could have triggered that outbreak. But neither could she ignore the commitment rolling off the woman in waves. If Jane could help even one of the people who'd been infected, she had to try.
"I'll do what I can."
Chapter 14. Gray, Jack. 12 soldiers stood at attention in the courtyard, all waiting for his next set of instructions, and all Gray wanted to do was scale the wall and go after Jane, which would get him nowhere. He knew that, but his hands wouldn't stop flexing, and his gaze kept tracking the rough parts of concrete on the wall. 3 quick steps, a jump, a grab of the rail, and he'd be onto that catwalk. He'd track Jane's scent, reach her before... Bro. An elbow jostled his side. Focus. Gray's gaze snapped to the man beside him. I'm focused. Not on your zombie brain's crush, bro. Whitlock rolled his eyes and nudged Gray again. On the training, in case you're confused. His wide smile faded. Do not be confused. I stuck my neck out backing you in this play. It's my ass on the line if we fail to train this platoon. Get me? Shoulders flexing, Gray sent a final glance at the catwalk. As much as he hated seeing Jane leave with Rachel, and as much as Rachel was keeping things from him, he didn't believe she was a threat to his Jane. It wasn't worry. He simply missed his pack. But to get to his pack, he had to prove he could live outside the lab. He returned his attention to Whitlock. I get you. Good. The big man hooked his thumbs in his waistband and leaned back on his heels. The loose dirt and gravel filling the square courtyard crunched beneath his boots. He was dressed in combat pants and a white t-shirt, like Gray and the rest of the volunteers. So far, only he and Whitlock seemed to be enjoying the change of pace. Every single one of the soldiers in the courtyard, who'd volunteered for this training initiative, Zombie Fight School, as he'd heard one recruit calling it, were survivors from the attacks that had shaken the United States. They'd all lost comrades and loved ones to the infected. None of them were comfortable taking orders from an altered person. Gray understood their reaction. Hell, he'd spent a month in the lab being informed he was a daunting specimen, and damned if he didn't lie there at night, furious at being trapped between his old life and whatever he'd become. Unfortunately, he had no idea how to address it. Jack Hale would have cracked a joke, or tricked one of the recruits into sharing some long-winded tale that appeared to be an honor, until it ultimately revealed embarrassing secrets. Then he'd have made a clever remark and everyone would have laughed. Laughter bonded people. Sadly, no one got Gray's sense of humor, and he wasn't comfortable with the manipulations that had been second nature in his previous life. This was his first moment of responsibility at the base, his first day as a trainer. He couldn't afford to fuck it up, and he didn't want to start on a foundation of lies and mockery. What that left was hardly recommended. Fuck it. He adjusted his stance, locked his hands behind his back. He let his gaze travel over the volunteers, and they might have chosen to be here, but none appeared at ease with the decision. Their expressions were closed, posture wary. Most of it had to do with Gray. Some of it likely rested with a unique compilation of military humans. They were a mix of American soldiers, sailors, and operatives who'd been granted permission to train with a similar mix of Canadians in Whistler. Word was the general had argued hard for joint operations, but Whitlock seemed to think taking Canadians over the border wasn't likely. Jack would have loved the mess of competing interests. Gray simply wanted the best people to do the job. Still, standing in a field with a team of dedicated soldiers was something Jack knew well and felt somehow natural to Gray. Maybe, in this one way, he could be Jack. He sucked in a deep breath of fresh air and did his best to meet the gazes of the recruits before him. Every set of eyes slid away, except for one. He locked eyes with one volunteer standing in the middle of the pack, a single soldier who didn't focus on his boots or the sky above, and instead held Gray's gaze with an intensity bordering on anger. Shoulders bunched and dark brows forming a fierce line, the soldier was built like a brick shithouse and clearly ready to plant himself between Gray and his teammate beside him. "You don't trust me." Gray didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. Silence gripped the courtyard, and even the creak of leather boots and the rustle of gravel seemed muted as everyone inside focused on his words. Still holding Gray's gaze, the soldier gave a slight nod of agreement. The corner of Gray's mouth twitched. He appreciated honesty, and he figured these volunteers deserved that courtesy. They also deserved proof of their altered zombie of an instructor. So did Gray. "The person I used to be? The man would have tricked you into trusting him. He was good with jokes and people. I'm not." Gray shrugged. "Infection changes you. But you're not here to like me. You're here to learn how to handle yourselves around ferals." The soldier gave a sharp incline of his chin. The tension gripping Gray's back shifted to his shoulders, settling into an eager sort of readiness. He knew Mad, knew the need to fix that kind of fury with a fist to a face. Jokes were beyond him, but fists? There he could oblige. He adjusted his stance. "You're here to learn from someone who is altered." He paused, searched for the right words. "I know things regular humans don't. I know how the infected react, how they think, how they fight.
It was easier to talk to a single soldier than a room full of strangers. Simpler, especially when that conversation could lead to something far more productive. Lifting his arms, he pointed at the soldier. "Want to test that?" The soldier inclined his chin again. "Good." Gray motioned for him to approach. The soldier moved through the ranks to stand before him, and the rest of the recruits eased away to form a loose circle. Closer now, Gray could see grief in the young man's eyes, and the corded muscles standing in readiness along his forearms. Oh yeah, he wanted to punch something. "Name," Gray made the question an order. "Fox, Marcus." The soldier linked his hands behind his back. His mouth was a flat line as he added, "Rank, Sergeant." Gray nodded. "Ever hit a superior officer, Sergeant?" "Once," the sergeant grunted. And in that confirmation matched the attitude. Gray's lips twitched. "Good news, Sergeant. You have the opportunity to do it again." He slid into a ready position and watched the sergeant do the same. They began to circle each other. Flexing his arms, Gray steeled himself to temper his reactions. He'd let the sergeant land a strike, maybe two, and he'd have to control the impulse to snap the other man like a twig in response. "Repeaters are no threat," he said. "Ferals, zombies, are." "Like you?" Sergeant Fox asked. "Yes." Gray blocked the man's first strike with ease. "And no." "Bullshit, sir." Hands balled before his face in a classic boxing stance, Fox jabbed and ducked in rapid succession. His controlled expression dissolved into a snarl. "You're a fucking feral." "No." Gray redirected the hits with a single arm. "I'm different." "Sure you are." Fox went low. A fist connected with Gray's stomach, and he grunted with approval. "Nice." "I'm not here for compliments," Fox said, trying to follow up the hit with a flurry of strikes. "I'm here to kill fucking zombies." "That make you want to bite me, you fucking feral?" "That's Sir Feral," Gray said, stepping neatly out of the way. "And no." Faster than any human could manage, he caught Fox's wrist on the next swing, spun the man around, and pinned him against the courtyard ground in a smooth motion. His knee was on the man's back between his shoulder blades, the pressure enough to make his point without doing any damage. "Ferals are fast," Gray said. "I'm faster." He removed his knee from Fox and stepped back to let Fox gain his feet. He'd have offered a hand up, but he already knew the man would slap it away. Hell, Jack Hale would have done the same after having his ass handed to him. It left him wanting to get to know this volunteer and his friend, to get to know all the brave men and women standing before him. Face tight, Fox silently reclaimed his position in the line. Gray gave a tiny nod of acknowledgement and said, "Ferals are pure instinct. They are driven by hunger, predatory urges." He finally let himself smile. "I feel all those urges too, but they don't control me. That makes altered people like me the most dangerous." He watched that information register with the recruits. "And I've been cleared," he said. "If I do bite you, know I am not contagious." Exactly 2 of them laughed. He'd take it. Even with their collective distrust seeping into the gravel, it felt good to stand in a field with fellow soldiers. Natural, even. Holy shit, he liked working with a team. Training soldiers and prepping for missions. This work had mattered to Jack, and it mattered to Gray. "I am altered, but I am also a soldier." He drew in another breath, and for the first time tasted a real future beyond the lab. God damn it. He wanted this life, with its purpose and function. He could be a soldier again. He could make a difference, and he would. Awareness tugged at the back of his neck, but he refused to turn around, refused to look at the catwalk and where Jane had gone. He'd check on her later. Right now, he had work to do. "I'm going to teach you to survive," he said to the recruits.
I'm going to lead you on a mission to capture a feral for study. And I'm damn sure going to make sure every one of you makes it back from that mission."
3 weeks later, Gray propped his head in his hands and glared at a report on one of his operations. He thought having Rachel access his records would help him reconnect with Jack Hale and would improve his training efforts. Instead, the heavily redacted reports challenged his sense of calm and willingness to engage with his former self. Because Jack Hale might have been a bit of a dick. Or a lot of one. Today's report involved some kind of shady operation in Yemen, where he and an unnamed operative, most likely Whitlock, infiltrated an expensive party and ended up learning the intel they'd come to steal from the very naked, very high hostess. It was implied they traded sex for information. He blinked rapidly as flashes of sheer lingerie and the smashing of a crystal tumbler against a marble fireplace filled his mind. Then, fuck. Had she ripped his shirt off? He winced as the memory surfaced. Yes, she had. The hostess was furious with her husband and decided to get even by screwing a toned American. On the one hand, it was an efficient and bloodless way to gain necessary data. On the other, Gray couldn't imagine doing that on a mission, even if he could remember it. In fact, it seemed that Whitlock and Jack had done many such trips together, where they'd pulled various types of shady bullshit and spent too many nights with too many nameless women. Honestly, his marriage to Rachel had been an improvement, even if they hadn't meant it. "Don't like what you're reading?" He glanced up from the report to find Rachel watching him, an amused smile shaping her mouth. He grunted and dropped the pages back onto the growing pile on her tiny kitchen counter. "None of this is helpful for training," he said. "Jack Hale was a sneaky—" "Man-whore?" she supplied. "Yeah," he cited. "Why the fuck did you marry him?" "He was hot and great in the sack," she said dryly, then held up her hands. "Okay, fine. I married you for a mission and we connected. After it was over, we figured we'd give it a shot." She shrugged and saluted him with her coffee mug. "It didn't work, but that doesn't mean I regret the try." Fair enough. Gray wanted to try, just not with her. He'd spent the past 3 weeks training his recruits, being tested, and spying on Jane at every possible opportunity. Creepy. And necessary. He thought that the order against contact would be rescinded as soon as he proved he could act like a soldier. He'd been wrong. And since he couldn't relax until he'd confirmed Jane was safe, he'd been reduced to sneaking around corners and timing his soldier training to coincide with her dog training, which, in retrospect, was a very Jack Hale move. Damn it. "Jack, focus." Rachel snapped her fingers in front of his face. He barely stopped himself from snapping his teeth in response. "What?" "We're not here to reminisce," she said, pushing a file at him. "The general has called a briefing. You and that team of yours are about to be tested, so tell me, are they ready?" "Right. That." He and his new team were about to be tested. "They're solid. Good soldiers." He straightened in his seat and sent her a hard look. 3 weeks of training isn't enough. They should work together longer. His mouth flattened. At least a month before heading into the field to capture a fucking feral. "Afraid the apocalypse doesn't leave a lot of room for prep." Rachel pulled up a second stool and propped her elbows on the counter. "I got you all the time I could, so run me through it. Standouts, issues. What do I need to know before we walk into that briefing?" "To find a way to get comfortable with the top brass." He shifted on his seat, adding a slice of space between them. They might be married, but it felt wrong to be that close to someone who wasn't Jane. Not that he could explain such a thing to Rachel. Focusing on the file, he flipped through profiles. He tapped a finger on a picture of Whitlock, sending the camera a cocky grin. "Doing better than I'd thought." In fact, for an operative who'd cheerfully fucked his way across South America, Whitlock was shockingly good at leadership.
Whitlock has the volunteers working together. Got them practicing my techniques for dealing with ferals.
Rachel snorted. Whitlock's a motherfucker. But he's got skills. And it's his op, so he'd better bring his A-game. The rest?
Like I said, solid.
Gray lifted a shoulder. You're going to need more than that for the general, she said. Details, Jack.
Fucking details.
He adjusted the collar of his borrowed dress uniform. The jacket was too tight, the pants oddly stiff. What could he say? Their recruits were highly skilled. They were less uncomfortable around him, and he and Whitlock were figuring out a training regime that helped them get accustomed to Gray's abilities. He liked them, and he'd come to respect their abilities. But they weren't a team. Jack? Rachel prodded.
Right.
He scrubbed his hands over his hair and thought of the recruits who stood out from the rest. Of all the people in that courtyard, the one who'd stared him down that first day still took that place.
The pair from D.C., Fox and Rio, are notable. Fox is skilled frontline infantry, determined to face any threat. Rio steady with a gun and under pressure.
Her brows lifted. That's it? Gray rolled his shoulders.
You asked for standouts.
Okay. She pinched the bridge of her nose. That's accurate, but when the general asks for standouts, you list everyone. Or at least half the recruits on that field, because what he's really asking is for validation for backing this project. He stared at her. Fuck's sake, Jack, she said. You know this.
No,
he said, shoving himself off the stool.
I don't.
She followed him and jabbed a finger into his arm. It means you go in there and stroke his ego and make yourself look good. You'd better pull it off, or else your team won't see another week.
Like hell, he growled.
Apparently, she'd stopped being afraid of him, because she didn't so much as blink. Hell froze over a while ago, Jack. The world is scrambling, and people in charge want solutions. Your team is either one of those solutions, or it's a mistake to shove under a rug. She pulled on a black suit jacket and scooped up the file. This isn't your first rodeo. You know how the game is played. Under all your altered thinking, you know. He did not know this. But Jack Hale did. Straighten your cuffs and let's go, she said. His jaw flexed, but he didn't have any rejoinder. He wasn't comfortable in his dress uniform, and he no longer swam easily through the waters of military politics. Sure, his altered instincts had something to do with that, but it wasn't like he wanted to run naked through the woods. Okay, maybe he did. But more than that, he wanted his team to prove its mettle and to secure his place outside of the lab. For that, he had to get Dr. Coe a new subject, which meant surviving this briefing. He drew himself up, locked his shoulders in place, and followed Rachel out the door. No more bumbling through interactions and getting a pass out of sheer pity. His previous self might have been a dick, but he'd been a dick who'd gotten shit done, and gotten respect from his superiors. Gray refused to do anything less. Too many people were counting on him. He couldn't fail them. He would pull his shit together and march into that room, and he'd use every ounce of knowledge he'd regained from his memories and those files. It was time to reconnect with his past self. To be Jack Hale.
Chapter 15. Jane. Jane Finch was once again on zombie assessment detail. Or at least, that's how she'd come to think of it. Clutching her assigned laboratory tablet, she was standing behind the red line in the narrow side room that acted as a containment space for the live subjects. The entire room was white and steel, the lights cold strips of bright above her. Before her were rows of steel cages, all with multiple ferals crammed into them. She was supposed to be observing the reactions of her subjects to different stimuli in the lab, except the lab defined subjects as the ferals in the cages, while she'd taken a different perspective. Her subjects included every single person in that lab. In truth, she'd been focused more on the humans than the zombies for the past hour. Not that she'd found anything particularly useful. Rachel and Dr. Coe had a cool, yet professional relationship, and they seemed to find each other mentally stimulating. While Coe was obviously the alpha of the space, Rachel had certainly established herself as the secondary power. Both were fascinated by the reams of information pouring out of the array of research stations populating the lab, and both seemed to enjoy the veritable army of white-coated minions ready to do their bidding. And neither of them cares that these cages are far from humane. Biting her lip, Jane pulled out her own notebook and jotted down a couple quick thoughts about the lab conditions and hierarchy as Rachel, the doctor, and his aides clustered to the side to discuss some piece of data. They seemed to think progress was being made. Jane wasn't so certain. Still, she couldn't throw too much blame. She'd come here to try and connect with these ferals, these people who'd been infected in the line of duty, and she'd allowed everything else in the lab to consume her focus. Time to see what I can do. She positioned herself on the red line that marked safety and studied one of the ferals crammed into a cage with two others. Skin almost green beneath the harsh lighting, dark veins covering their bodies as if they'd rolled in giant webs of ash. They were all staring at her with wild, hungry eyes. "Hello, Jacob Harris." She focused on one, keeping her voice calm and clear. "Do you feel like talking with me today?" He turned partly away, watching her from the corner of one bloodshot eye. Well, she definitely had his attention. "That's right," she said, slowly drawing a random pattern in the air with her finger and watching the zombie track the movement. "Let's talk." Still sideways, he shuffled toward the front of the cage. Were she working with a dog, she'd have marked the rolling whale eyes. When the whites were so pronounced, the iris seemed to float on the surface, and the approach as that of a feral creature. The whites were no longer white, and the person before her wasn't a dog, but the behavior was the same. A prelude to a bite. She had no intention of getting close enough for that. "Come on, Jacob," she said, trying to coax a memory to the surface. "You're still wearing your tags. You haven't clawed them off. I know what happened was awful, and that your brain is trying to protect you, but somewhere inside—" He threw himself against the grate. She lurched backward, heart pounding. "Jacob, please, try to—" He wailed, teeth snapping and scraping against the bars of the cage. The others in the cell joined the cry, until all of them howled like a pack of coyotes beneath a moon. "This seems to be going well," a voice declared from beside her. "Jesus!" Jane jumped and whirled around to find Rachel had somehow come up behind her. "You startled me." Rachel arched a brow. "This space isn't large." "Yeah, but apparently you're sneaky." "I was focused." Jane pressed a palm to her chest and struggled to pull herself together. "So I gather," Rachel said, "and not seeing any success." "Not yet." Jane hated to confirm Rachel's assessment, but it was true. The ferals tracked the movement of everyone within view, or possibly within scent, but there'd been no hint of awareness beyond hunger. They followed everyone and seemed most reactive to fear-based or prey behaviors, such as when the aides scurried through the section. Dr. Coe and Rachel walked sedately, and the ferals rarely responded as a result. Jane had started wondering if the sheer lack of humanity in the space was somehow feeding their inability to connect. There were definitely too many of them crammed into these cages. They needed to be separated and kept in quarters that reminded them of when they'd been human. But the doctor had rejected all those suggestions, and, in fairness, Jane couldn't see how they'd accomplish such a feat at the base. Zombie cages that were also mini apartments? Not happening. She tapped her stylus against her tablet as she watched a lab aide scuttle out of the containment area, while the doctor remained stoic and impassive. It was interesting, and a nagging part of her wanted to believe answers lay inside that dynamic, but she wasn't any closer to figuring out any of it. Not for these poor creatures. Or her video feed. She knew someone had set off the infection at the forward base, but figuring out who had so far eluded her. With Rossi's help, she'd narrowed down a list of suspects, and even though Rachel hadn't tried to feed her to a zombie, she remained at the top of the list. But could it really have been her? As much as Rachel wielded cold facts like a weapon, Jane had found herself watching Rachel more than she watched the zombies. And every so often, what appeared to be grief flickered across the woman's features. Frustratingly, no one else appeared to have any motive. The aides might have had access to samples of the infection, yet they seemed uniformly afraid of the ferals. Some soldiers and attachés had access, but Rossi had been asking around, carefully, and hadn't unearthed a single one who'd have benefited from losing the forward base. That video footage haunted Jane at night. Whenever she closed her eyes, she saw images of tortured faces and heard desperate cries as the infection washed across the forward base. If it wasn't for Schroddie's solid bulk snuggling up to her every night, she doubted she'd have gotten any sleep for the past week. The whole situation made Jane uncomfortable, but she had to keep going. She slanted a glance at Rachel, watching as she moved around the narrow observation area behind the red line. Her outward appearance was steady, yet her fingers trembled when she reached for the wall-mounted console near the cages. Still nervous around the ferals. Could someone that uncomfortable have triggered an outbreak? "Find anything useful?" Rachel asked. Jane's gaze snapped up. What?" "You're watching me as closely as these subjects," Rachel said calmly. "I'm wondering if you found anything useful?" "Not really. I have no idea if you're just a liar, or a liar and someone who'd set off an outbreak to gain entrance to this base." Jane cleared her throat. "Aside from what I've already commented on regarding the conditions here, I feel confident confirming that the ferals respond to prey behavior." "Indeed." Rachel's tone indicated that much was obvious. "And?" "And what?" Jane asked. "As you pointed out, I've made no progress." "We didn't expect you to." Rachel shrugged casually, yet there was a strange line of tension in her posture that indicated there was more at work. "But if you had a different subject, one whose infection manifested in a manner closer to Jack's, do you think it would be different?" Jane blinked with surprise. "Are you talking about the mystery subject from DC?" "The DC subject. You do listen closely, don't you? But you need to check your assumptions, Miss Finch." Rachel gave a soft laugh. "The United States wouldn't send its most valuable asset to Canada for study." Jane's mouth tightened at the mocking edge given to her country. Crossing her arms, she regarded Rachel and silently waited for the other woman to explain. If Schroddie had been here, she was certain the big dog would have been growling at the woman, or at least grumbling. Of course, he'd have been too busy trying to guard her from the ferals. But Jane still liked to imagine that he'd have spared a dirty look for Rachel. Rachel's lips twitched slightly. "Join me." She motioned toward the exit, and Jane was grateful to oblige. She'd had more than enough time with the caged ferals for one day. She followed Rachel through the connecting atrium, waited while lasers scanned them, and then continued across the lab. As they walked, she noticed the increased activity. Everyone seemed to be rushing through their work with hurried steps and quick conversations, as if every aide and researcher had ingested twice their normal amount of coffee. What the hell is going on? Biting the inside of her cheek, she followed Rachel to a private workstation. Sitting in a corner, it was protected from the bustling lab by a plexiglass screen and featured a small desk with 2 plastic chairs. "Take a seat." The command made Jane want to remain standing, but she refused to be openly childish. Back ramrod straight, she slowly took a seat. "Well?" Rachel steepled her fingers on the narrow slice of table. "You're aware that you're bound by confidentiality?" "I'm aware," Jane grumbled. Thankfully, her father had retained his security clearance, so she had someone she could talk to about everything she'd seen inside this lab. She'd have rather it be Gray, but that didn't make her less grateful for her dad.
Good. Rachel gave her a steady look. I want you to tell me everything you recall about former Corporal Daryl Gardner. Jane frowned. Who? I believe he was the soldier you encountered at Joe's base. The one who'd...
AWOL asshole? Jane gaped at the other woman. Why the hell did Rachel want to know about him? I didn't know his name, just that Sergeant Rossi confirmed he'd led her and other survivors into that hell pit. Oh, and that he was trained. I clocked the military training before Rossi told me. He was more confident than the rest of the jackholes running that compound, and he definitely planned on killing Joe and taking over.
But he was human, then? Rachel asked.
Yeah. Though I've seen more humanity in those ferals in the cages than that asshole's gaze. Jane's brows pulled together. Why? He was a shitty, vicious man who thought women were possessions. Then Gray fucking killed him, and if someone wants me to be sorry, they'll be waiting a long time.
Except he didn't stay dead,
Rachel said softly. Fuck. Straightening in her seat, Jane sucked in a breath. No way. You can't want to study him.
Of course we can.
Rachel smiled.
You have to see the logic.
No, I fucking don't, Jane hissed. You weren't thrown into a cage by him, and you didn't see his face after he changed. He knew what he was, what he'd become, and he fucking loved it.
Actually, that's precisely the point,
Rachel said.
According to your report from the encounter, Corporal Gardner is the only victim of the feral attack that appeared to maintain some semblance of awareness. He's military trained, just like Jack, and we have his service and medical records, a complete picture of who he'd been before he was infected. Dr. Coe says it will give us the best comparator to Jack, and I have to agree with him.
Holy shit. Body trembling, Jane shook her head. The blinding white walls of the lab seemed to press on her, the underlying scent of antiseptic threatening to choke her. You can't. You're going to have Gray and his team get that asshole? You can't. Her voice broke. There's no way you can keep him here.
We're perfectly positioned to study him, just as we were Jack, Rachel said. I've confirmed it with Dr. Coe.
This was a terrible idea. Jane was more than happy for that asshole to get what was coming to him, but Rachel hadn't seen his eyes as he'd hunted the bus, hadn't seen the joy and the hunger in that altered gaze. Her heart pounded, and her palms were slick with sweat as she planted them on the table.
You don't understand, she whispered. Gray never tried to escape, and he doesn't want to hurt anyone. If you bring someone with Gardner's abilities inside these walls, you're putting everyone in danger. It's a death warrant.
Please, she said, shoving herself out of the seat as she spoke. You have to stop this. Rachel's brows merely lifted slightly.
Even if I wanted to, I can't stop this, Jane, and neither can you. Nor your father. The general tolerates the admiral's meddling, but he won't take orders from him. And this mission has already been approved. The team is already in the field.
Horror made Jane's knees weak. Already in the field? She clutched her throat and struggled to breathe. You don't... Rachel, we can hate each other all we want, but I am begging you, please, don't do this. The other woman leaned slightly back in her chair, nostrils flaring as if she was disgusted by the display of emotion.
Let's not overreact. Trauma can be...
Have you been up close with these things? Jane demanded.
I came straight from D.C.
I don't know what that means, Jane spat. Unless you've been alone and...
I'm married to one.
Rachel's face could have been carved from stone. She mirrored Jane's stance and rose from her seat.
So, I believe I have a pretty good idea of what we're dealing with. Better than you.
Jane's head snapped back. Breath rushed out of her as if she'd been slapped. She glared at Rachel. Oh, those words hit their mark. They'd struck like a damn sword straight through her heart, just as Rachel had intended. A cruel barb designed to strip her defenses bare and send her crying. Too damned bad. Jane's fingers curled into fists. I don't think you have any fucking idea, she said. You might be married to Gray, to Jack, but you have no clue how dangerous he was in those early days, and he didn't want to hurt me. Unlike the AWOL asshole who enjoyed pain. All these people inside this base and in the camp beyond are here for safety. We've promised to keep them safe. And you want to bring a monster inside. She spoke through her teeth, barely able to stop herself from screaming. She slammed her lab-assigned tablet onto the table. Maybe I can't stop you, but I'm damn sure gonna try. Spinning on her heel, she bolted for the exit. She had to find her father. Because anyone who could bring that asshole into this base could certainly set off that outbreak.
Chapter 16. Gray, Jack. Gripped tight on the guardrail, Gray leaned partly out of the helicopter and hoped the rush of air would clear his head. Beneath him, the sea-to-sky highway flowed past. A desolate stretch of asphalt, like a gray scar running through the trees. He tightened his grip and tried to get his head in the game. Outfitted in full tactical gear, with a helmet and headset cutting the scream of the wind and looping into the team's comms, he sure as shit looked the part. He felt like he'd sipped on his former skin. Unfortunately, the suit no longer fit, not completely. A problem, as the team was expecting him to run point on this op. Rather, Whitlock was expecting his old friend Jack Hale to run point and provide proof of concept for his tactical zombie squads. Specialized teams who were trained to handle ferals were great in concept. But in reality, slapping an altered human into the role of commander and getting him to train a group of volunteers hell-bent on vengeance? Not exactly a recipe for success. At least not after 3 short weeks. Gray drew in a deep breath and scanned the deserted stretch of road leading to the chosen drop point. He tugged on the helmet strap under his chin. Rolling his shoulders, he tested the fabric and compound armor covering his chest. It didn't restrict his movement, not really, but it weighed on him, irritated his skin like a fly he couldn't shake off. "Staying frosty, Jack?" Whitlock's deep voice crackled through the headset. He didn't shift his gaze from the road. "Yeah." Only that was bullshit. Upon taking his seat, he'd rapidly discovered that his altered state was not a fan of air travel. Seemed he should have factored in some time to teach an almost zombie how to handle a helicopter ride around training his team to handle zombies. "Doesn't matter. I'll handle it." It would be easier to handle it if Jack would get talkative, but his former self had been oddly quiet since the mission got the green light. He probably shared Gray's concerns over the team's readiness, how typical of his prior self to avoid the stickier parts of commitment. Instead of useful intel, Jack wanted to reminisce. He offered no clear memory of the area before the attacks, but Gray knew Jack had driven that stretch more than once. It had left an impression of vehicles trundling to the mountains and hikers seeking weekend adventure. Now everything was abandoned cars and broken fences. Still and quiet, as if it had been forgotten by people and animals alike. But it hadn't. Beneath that somber sky, hiding within the trees or empty homes, lay an unknown number of infected. Even if Gray hadn't known as much from his time in town, sweeps from rescue teams confirmed it. He glanced at Whitlock. "No movement." "No surprise there." The big man lifted a shoulder. "Still 2 minutes from target." "Right." Gray glanced at the rest of the team. With him and the bird were a select group of Whitlock's trainees. The pair from D.C., Sergeant Marcus Fox and Santiago Rio, a sharpshooter named Lacey DeLuca from L.A., a tech specialist named Jem Barron, and a giant bruiser of a heavy weapons expert who insisted on going by Stone. Jack Hale would have given his left nut for his team. Gray had some reservations. Their expressions betrayed nothing, posture ranging from at the ready to at ease, but he could smell their stress and anticipation. Even the rush of air from the birds' open sides couldn't conceal the distinctive scent of acrid sweat, the type that came before a fight. They'd all performed admirably in training and were learning to hold their own against him in trial combat, and they were outfitted in tactical armor, which had been modified to offer the best protection against bites. But were they ready to hunt down a specific zombie? One who might be altered beyond a typical feral? There, he wasn't so certain. Worse, the team didn't trust him, and their target was a nasty piece of shit. Gray had experienced firsthand that asshole's skills and his vicious delight at causing pain and fear, which his transformation had appeared to only amplify. The asshole had hunted Gray and Jane and their busload of survivors from Joe's compound to the edge of the Whistler base. He'd been fixated on his targets, yet he'd had enough self-preservation left to pull back when outgunned. The sum total of that equation was fucking dangerous. Shifting his attention to the area outside, Gray clocked their approach to Joe's former compound. Nearly 2 months had passed, and time hadn't been kind to the would-be dictator's metal-clad shitpile. The place looked on the brink of collapse, the defensive walls listed to the side, and the catwalks that once allowed Joe's forces to survey any threat were broken in places. Yet the interior buildings remained intact, providing ideal cover for whatever lingered within. He glanced at Whitlock. The big man gave a slight nod, a silent request for Gray to lead the briefing. Here goes. Gray regarded the team. Target is former Corporal Darrell Gardner. Yes, sir. Santiago Rio had remained in the same position since entering the bird, sitting back in his seat and watching Gray with a steady gaze. Went AWOL during the fall of forward base. Took up with a group of would-be rulers. Infected approximately 1 month and 23 days ago. From his seat beside Rio, Fox sent Gray a challenging look. No confirmation as to the source of the infection. Gray's jaw flexed, but he refused to rise to the bait. As much as he respected the sergeant's skills, the man flat-out refused to make peace with Gray's role with the team. He tolerated training, barely, and made no secret of the fact that he did it purely to learn how to kill zombies like Gray. A chip the size of a fucking tank lived on the man's shoulder, and that kind of resentment could fuck a mission more thoroughly than any enemy operative. If they'd had a few more weeks of training, Gray thought he might have broken through. Instead, it would be trial by fire, or by feral. Gray cleared his throat. Intel indicates Gardner has taken up residence in an abandoned compound. Fuck, that sentence had been long. How had Jack done so many of these briefings? He motioned for Whitlock to continue. Smooth as butter. Jack's old friend picked up the thread. The defenses of this compound were undermined when Jack here extracted a group of prisoners. The location is too far from town for easy hunting, so the conclusion from the top brass is that Gardner made an ego-driven decision. Another super zombie with an ego? Fox muttered. Great. Not great. Gray fixed his gaze on the man and willed him to see the deadly animal beneath his mostly human skin. Gardner was a sadistic prick before infection. His fingers flexed against his knee. If he's like me, then you are royally fucked. 5 humans against that? Skills and armor won't save you, unless, he leaned forward, you work with me. Fox's mouth tightened, but he shrugged. Sure. Sitting beside him, Rio elbowed his friend and then nodded at Gray. What do you have in mind, sir? Gray drew in a deep breath. Keep it simple. The outer ring is built to delay any attacks. Think maze. Dark, packed with blind corners. The front gate is wrecked, but there's no cover from that side. He sketched the general shape of the place with his finger as the copter slowed. We drop down at the west side of the wall. I take point. You all stay tight behind me. Stone, you take the rear. He stood and confirmed they were nearly in position for the drop. Catching Whitlock's eye, he nodded. a silent request for his friend to cover the final piece of the brief.
"And that's about it, kids," Whitlock said, with a low chuckle. "Except for one last nasty little piece. If Darrell Gardner is letting his ego drive, likely, as he's returned to the compound he'd planned to steal from its former owner, then he could have any number of ferals following him."
"What the hell?" Baron jerked. "Following him?"
"You can't be serious, sir," DeLuca said.
"But I can." Whitlock's tone was wry.
"Jack Hare tells me that super zombies like him seem able to influence the regular ferals. While he hasn't tested that influence, we know Gardner pursued Jack and the prisoners with a large number of ferals. Maybe it was a group hunt, or maybe it was more."
Gray lifted a brow and scanned each of the team in turn.
"Be prepared for resistance."
The bird hovered over the bare ring of land Joe had carved between the forest and his personal kingdom. It pleased Gray to already see vegetation reclaiming the terrain. He wrapped a hand around his guideline and leaned out. Barely a 20-foot drop. Easy.
"It's time."
The team stood and clipped onto their lines, ready to rappel down.
"Stay on comms, capture the bastard, and mark the spot," Whitlock said, rising to confirm their location.
He slapped each of the team on their shoulders, but his eyes remained steady on Gray.
"Make sure you contain the target in the open, and I'll get the cage lowered."
Gray nodded.
"Consider it done."
Instead of clipping on his own line, he simply jumped. He landed in an easy crouch in the earth below, almost directly in front of the compound's side door. The same door he'd used to infiltrate the base's defenses. The door through which he'd unleashed two of the ferals that had been tethered outside the compound, and inadvertently infected their target with the virus. Moving swiftly, he closed the distance and checked the hallway past the broken door.
Nothing.
No movement, no hint of activity. Good. Hopefully, Gardner and any ferals following him were sticking to the central buildings. It would give Gray and his team a small slice of opportunity. But if their target had Gray's senses, it was only a matter of moments before he smelt them coming.
"Nearly 2 months since I rescued Jane, and I'm back for another extraction. Only this time, I'd rather it was a kill mission."
Life sure had a fucking sense of humor. He motioned for the team to join him, gesturing for Stone to take rear guard. They made their way down the hall slowly, carefully checking each bend and dip for ferals and finding none. As they approached the opening, he slowed their pace and studied the courtyard beyond. It was a bright day, the sun highlighting every dip in the stretch of gravel and dust. The last time Gray had come through here, he'd had the element of surprise on his side and a pair of ferals on chains. This time he had 5 humans who didn't trust him. He lifted a closed fist, and the team stopped behind him. No cries of alarm or wails of hunger sounded, but Gray's instincts were screaming. He couldn't hear anything past the damn helmet, yet he felt fingers in dirt and watching eyes in the courtyard beyond. Whitlock had said that the bird had taken daily runs past the compound for the past week, hovering for a moment as if searching for survivors before continuing on a loop around Squamish. He'd claimed that was overkill. Their target was a zombie, not a super spy, but Gray hadn't been sold. He was less convinced now. Even accounting for the helmet muting his hearing, the compound was too damn quiet. The second they left this tunnel, they'd be vulnerable from all sides.
"No cover. Too many points of egress. Smells wrong." "What's the holdup?"
Fox asked from behind. The sergeant's voice was low, but it didn't hide his derision as he added, "Sir." Gray glanced at the team, clocked their expressions. Disbelief, disinterest, and thinly veiled mockery. His jaws flexed.
"Doesn't sit right."
"There's nothing on sensors," Baron said, studying a small screen strapped to his left forearm. "Satellite doesn't register any movement, and there's 0 heat readings from infrared."
"Looks like Intel fucked up," Stone grumbled. Nothing here. We going to stand here all day? Fox grumbled. Let's clear this shit pile and get back to base.
Ignoring him, Gray pressed his call button.
Alpha Scout to Vulture, over.
This is Vulture. Whitlock's voice crackled over the comms. Sit, Rep, over. How the hell could Gray explain that while human sensors said the location was empty, his altered senses insisted the courtyard was a kill box? He glared at the open stretch of dust between their tunnel and the central buildings. When he'd been here 2 months ago, he'd known exactly where he was going, straight to Jane, and damn anyone who stood in his way. Now, he had no fucking clue where their target was, or why his instincts said to run.
I said sit, Rep.
Whitlock's frustration was clear.
Over.
Gray tensed his shoulders. He wasn't the liar Jack had been, so he stuck with the truth.
Situation on the ground doesn't match intel. Recommend we fall back, reassess, over.
Negative, Whitlock said. Sensors indicate the site's abandoned. Orders are to confirm. Search for evidence where the target could have gone, and then signal for extraction. There was a long pause. Then he added,
Deliver on this, Alpha Scout, or this entire team is roadkill.
Get it done, Jack's memory insisted. Gray jammed his thumb on the call button.
Copy that.
Fearing he was leading 5 humans to slaughter, he gave the signal to head into the courtyard.
Stay tight.
He took point, choosing the route that gave them the most space between buildings. There was no point looking for cover with ferals, and every need to see the fuckers coming.
Eyes up, hands steady.
They left the tunnel and moved across the gravel stretch. Halfway across the courtyard, he caught the smell of fetid meat. Oh, their target was here all right, but there was no benefit in explaining that to this team at the moment.
DeLuca, watch that north door. Rio, take the eastern edge of that building. Stone, eyes on our rear.
It took 30 seconds to reach the central cluster of buildings. Expediency insisted he take the team down the center. Instead, he led them in an arc along the outer edge. They'd circle the entire cluster and clear the wall and outbuildings before going through those structures. It wasn't standard protocol, but that space between the building where Joe had held Jane and his torture barn was narrow and full of blind spots. He yanked on his helmet again. He couldn't shake the feeling it was dampening his senses just enough to steal his edge.
Fuck this, Fox muttered. There's nothing. Movement!
Shadows flashed along the edge of the main building, and Gray pivoted.
Yeah!
The feral's distinctive cry echoed through the space. He fumbled with his fucking gun, trying to take aim at the source. A fucking horde of ferals raced out of the central building, charging at them down the middle and around the sides in a pincer movement. The single cry became a chorus, voices rising with the thrill of the hunt and relentless hunger. His eyes widened with alarm. Shit, they'd hidden, and they'd waited. Shots rang out.
10 hostiles on sensor, Rio cried. Make that 20!
Awareness rippled over Gray, and he shifted position in time to see more emerge from the walls.
9 o'clock!
Holy shit! DeLuca's rifle cracked, and 2 ferals dropped. He had to give them credit. The team made those 8 meters between them and the ferals count. Within moments, they'd formed a tight ring, backs to each other and guns facing out, forming a defensive circle that allowed them to maximize shots while protecting each other's 6. Positioned outside that circle, Gray did his best to drop incoming ferals with his stupid gun. Jack had been an expert marksman, but Gray was out of practice with arms, and most of his shots went wide. Fuck. He ran out the clip and tossed the useless thing into the dirt moments before the first feral reached them. He met the thing's charge and snapped the creature's neck. Dropping low, he spun and kicked another feral into 2 of its fellows. The snap of bones rang in his ears, and the trio crumbled to the ground. But there were already another 5 taking their places.
Fuck, fuck, fuck! Trap!
He rammed his fist into another feral's throat and tried to keep eyes on his team.
Watch for target!
Their asshole of a target had done this. He'd clocked the surveillance and set an ambush. That had to be confirmation the bastard had become something like Gray, something able to control, even compel, the ferals to follow him. Gray had tasted that control all those weeks ago at the forward base, and again when he'd first infiltrated this compound. He'd confirmed it with the doctor, in that damned lab with those poor fuckers locked in cages, but he'd never wanted to explore it, never wanted to use it. Their target, on the other hand, had to be relishing it.
"There are too many!"
Baron cried, voice threaded with panic.
"We're being overrun! Rio!"
The alarm in Fox's voice had Gray spinning around. A group of ferals had taken Rio down, and Fox was grappling with another pair, out of range to pull them off. Gray grabbed the feral closest to him by the throat and whipped it at the pile on Rio, knocking two ferals off the fallen soldier. He lunged for Rio. In a single move, he yanked Stone out of range and slid across the dirt towards Rio's side. If the soldier hadn't been bitten, it was a matter of moments before those ferals got the exposed flesh of his hands or face. Gray's vision flickered from color to shades of gray, a colorless background that perfectly highlighted the cool blue shapes of ferals milling around the single bright spot of Rio. Reaching the soldier, he took out the feral on the man's arm with a boot to the skull, while a fist to the throat took out the one on his middle. Positioning himself over top of Rio, Gray snarled at the ferals.
"Back off!"
The nearest ferals seemed to hesitate, and a couple bowed their heads. Shit. That helmet must have clogged his brains as well as his senses, because their target wasn't the only altered who could influence ferals. Gray bared his teeth at the pack surrounding his team, and the mass of ferals backed up. Gnashing their teeth and hissing, they made no more move to attack, instead forming a solid ring around the team. Clumps of dirt fell off them with each jerk of their bodies, and every moment the stink of unwashed, dying flesh built. They must have dug themselves into the earth to hide that smell.
"Not sure how long this will last. Make it count."
Lowering his voice, he asked,
"Rio, you bit?"
"I'm not sure, sir." The soldier's voice shook. "I don't think so."
"Get sure,"
Gray growled.
"Fast."
The team formed up around him and Rio.
Orders, sir?"
DeLuca's voice wavered, but her hands remained steady on her rifle.
"I'm running low on ammo here. We all are, and those fuckers seem to keep coming."
"Takes too many bullets to drop these things."
Fox crouched beside Rio, but glanced up at Gray. The question in his eyes was clear.
"Unclear."
Gray wanted to give the soldier hope. No one deserved to see their friend turn feral, but the truth came first.
"If he's bitten, we'll know in the next few minutes. Keep a beat on him."
"Do we have another 5 minutes, sir?" Fox asked quietly. They did, if Gray had something to say about it.
"Stop thinking like a human. Use what you are."
This particular shade of foobar required an unusual solution.
"We're getting out of here."
He looked at his team, all 5 of whom were dirty and bloody and hopefully uninfected. He'd be damned if they died or became feral in fucking Joe's compound.
"Fox, you'll lead evac. Baron, comms. DeLuca, eyes up. Our target won't miss this show. Stone, you're hauling in Rio."
Unclipping his helmet, Gray tossed it onto the ground.
"Sir."
Fox's eyebrows shot up.
"What the hell?"
Gray's chest piece followed.
"I'll handle the target."
The more layers he removed, the more he felt like himself. They could do this. He'd make sure of it. No one was dying on his watch.
"Our extraction point is due east, straight through the main entrance. As soon as we're clear," he said. "Baron signals for extraction. Stone, you'll open the cage. DeLuca, you'll shoot any of those things that sniff the wrong way."
"All due respect," DeLuca said. "We're surrounded."
"Yes."
Gray shed the rest of his armor and unbuttoned his shirt, leaving his tee and cargo pants in place. Finally, he could breathe.
"We're surrounded. Now our target comes out to play."
He raised his voice to carry above the din of chattering ferals.
"Gardner!"
The fucker was clad head to toe in what looked like salvaged military gear. His buzz cut had grown out,
and dark veins stained his exposed skin. But his eyes, those hadn't changed. As flat and dead as they'd been when Gray had faced off with the bastard on the catwalk. The ring of ferals writhed and chittered like a pack of rabid ferrets. As the fucker approached, Gray tapped DeLuca's hand, then the cargo pocket on her sleeve where he knew she'd stashed their tiny supply of zombie tranks. He couldn't risk telling her out loud, couldn't risk anything that would tip off their target. He just had to hope she'd gotten the message. Because he and Jack agreed on one point. When it came to assholes and traps, there was no need to fight fair. "Learn to talk, did you?" Gardner grinned, revealing a mouthful of stained teeth. "Good." He flexed his muscles, cracked his head to the side with relish. "Easier for you to be the brass's pet zombie." He stared at Gray. The challenge in that flat gaze crawled over Gray's skin. His instincts flared. Veins of black flooded his vision, and he took a menacing step toward the jackhole. His hands flexed, aching to wrap around the target's throat. He wanted to go feral on the bastard and rip him limb from limb. "Want to fight me?" Gardner thumped his chest with a fist. "Come on!" "I want to fight you." Gray took a step toward the bastard. "But that's not the mission." He pointed 2 fingers at Gardner. 3 rapid thwips sounded from over his shoulder, and a trio of darts appeared in the asshole's neck. Gardner's eyes widened. Then he crumpled. "Hold!" Gray ordered his team. He darted forward and grabbed Gardner before he hit the ground. Locking his arm around the prick's throat, he lifted the body and roared at the watching ferals. "He's mine! You're mine!" He smacked a fist into his pec and snapped his teeth. "I said back!" Ducking their heads, the pack of ferals hunched their shoulders and retreated to the shadows of the nearby buildings and wall. Gray shifted his gaze to the team. "Move, now!" "Yes, sir," Fox said, hurrying to take point. "Let's go!" Traveling as a unit, the team exited the compound and headed for the extraction point. Gray carried Gardner's limp frame over his shoulder, and Stone had an arm around Rio, who so far hadn't started howling. Odds were improving that the soldier hadn't been bitten, or that the bite hadn't been contagious. He knew the ferals were watching them. The entire team knew it, but none of the creatures approached. The copter appeared above the tree line, a reinforced cage suspended below it. "Put the restraints on Rio and get him inside," Gray said, already feeling his prisoner beginning to stir. God damn, that bastard would not stay down. "I've got Gardner." He tossed his prisoner into the cage with more force than technically necessary. There was no denying the satisfaction of closing the door on the bastard. It was the least he deserved for what he'd done to Jane, though it didn't snuff the urge to smash his fist into the prick's head until it resembled spaghetti. The click of the lock rang in his ears, and past the rage and the mess of unrequited challenge in his chest was another, colder sensation. Because he couldn't help but see himself in that cage, and wonder if those steel bars were what it would take to defeat him. Or was he bringing a creature into the base that even Dr. Coe couldn't hold?
Chapter 17. Jane. Jane leaned against the stark white wall in the medical wing of the base and did her best to blend in. Tricky, as she wasn't a strip of LED lighting or gray flooring. But she was determined to hold her position, which meant avoiding any sharp movements, and generally giving the personnel patrolling the medical portables no reason to notice her or tell her to move along. And if they did, she'd brought Schroddie along to wield the power of tragic puppy eyes. Who knew? It might work. Honestly, it had better. Her nerves were shot, body vibrating as if she'd chased 10 shots of espresso with a bag of jujubes. Someone deliberately triggered the infection at the forward base. And someone sent Gray and his team on a deadly scavenger hunt. Those two facts in isolation were enough to keep her up at night. But combined? She shivered. As soon as she'd learned that Gray's team had already departed to collect AWOL asshole, the worst plan she could imagine, as he'd been an evil prick even before becoming infected, she'd collected Schroddie and Rossi and headed for the medical wing. She needed to see Gray, to confirm he was okay, and not the next victim of some shady conspiracy she didn't understand. Which left all three of them here, parked in front of the lab, pretending they belonged and waiting for word. She knew Gray was a badass with superhero-level abilities. She also knew he was the kind of leader who'd put himself in danger to protect anyone in his team. And there was no way that team was ready for that asshole. Gardner. The infected ex-soldier who'd hunted them from Squamish to the military base in Whistler. Well, this isn't awkward. Shoulder propped casually against the wall, Rossi slanted a glance at Jane. You know it's only a matter of moments before they make us leave, right? Jane crossed her arms. They haven't yet. Yet being the crucial word, Rossi drawled. The sergeant had a point, not that Jane was inclined to admit it. They'd been standing there for nearly an hour, and she had zero intention of leaving until she knew what had happened to Gray. She didn't even know who had triggered the outbreak at the forward base, at least not officially. Unofficially, she'd moved Rachel into first place on her suspect list. Lying flat on his side in front of the lab door, Schroddie unleashed a massive sigh. See, your dog agrees with me, Rossi said. He knows we're painfully obvious, and that any moment the general is going to get word of our shit and have us removed. Well, they can try, Jane muttered. They are larger than you, Rossi said. Stronger. They are, Jane lifted her chin. But I have a lot of pent-up frustration. They are not prepared. Rossi snorted. Ruh! Schroddie's tail thumped against the floor. See? Jane said. My buddy knows. Don't you, Schroed? The Great Dane thumped the floor again with a lazy wag. Then his massive head lifted off the floor, and he peered down the hall. He got to his feet and huffed, cheeks puffing as he scented the air. His tail picked up speed and he started in that direction. She caught hold of his collar, even as her heart lunged into her chest. The big dog wouldn't do that for anyone. It had to be someone Schroddie considered pack. Was it Gray? She forced herself to take a deep breath. She had to manage her expectations. More likely, someone had called her father and told him to deal with his weird daughter. A group of people appeared at the end of the hall. It was a flurry of movement. A swarm of figures in tactical gear and lab coats, all clustered together and moving toward the lab. She scanned the group, searching past those white coats and uniform helms for Gray. So many damned people. The group seemed to ripple, and a massive cage rolled into view. Holy shit, she whispered. They did. An achingly familiar figure moved in front of that cage, somehow directing the flow of activity. Gray! His name rushed out of her. Everything inside her lurched at the sight of him. It had been too long since they'd had so much as a conversation, nearly 2 months, and time had dulled none of her feelings. Instead, it was like they'd been honed to a fine point, a blade sharpened by time to a lethal edge, begging to slice through any obstacles in her way. She stepped toward him, wishing she could race down that hall and fling her arms around him. A hand gripped her arm. Easy killer, Rossi said quietly. Don't give them a reason to kick you out. Fine. Jane forced herself to stand still. Only possible because Gray was heading in her direction. Unlike the other soldiers, he wore no armor or helmet. Clad in only a tank top and utility pants, his bare shoulders somehow dominated the space around him, and the dark veining marking his body stood out prominently beneath the flat lights. He prowled down the hall, every lithe movement screaming barely contained frustration. Whatever had happened in Squamish when they'd hunted their prey, things had not gone as planned. But she couldn't worry about that, because he was alive, and here. Relief left her knees weak and body trembling. God, she'd been so scared for him. She pressed the hand not holding Schroddie's collar to her heart and tried desperately to get a grip. It was ridiculous how worried she'd been. She knew what he was capable of. But Gardner wasn't your average feral. She'd seen the awareness in his gaze when he'd hunted her and the other survivors from Joe's base. That man had become a creature who enjoyed pain. While Gray wouldn't forgive himself if a soldier fell on his watch. If he even is Gray anymore. Her stomach twisted, and she quickly scanned the soldiers around him. All the ones dressed in tactical gear appeared to be in one piece. They were close enough now for her to recognize faces from training sessions in the courtyard, even if one man was being helped down the hall by another. Nothing about their body language or expressions indicated they'd lost someone.
Jane.
Gray broke free of the circling soldiers and lab technicians. He closed the final distance between them and took hold of her arm, fingers gripping her bicep and palm, almost cupping her elbow. His hold was gentle, yet effectively locking them together.
Hi.
Sucking in a shaky breath, she gripped his forearm. The surrounding noise seemed to vanish. All at once, she could breathe, as if an invisible weight had been lifted from her chest. Somehow the floor steadied beneath her feet, and simultaneously the hallway seemed to tip toward him. If she was a compass, he was her true north. All she wanted to do was wrap her arms around him and never let go. Instead, she searched his face.
You okay?
He gave a short nod.
Are you...
She swallowed hard.
Should I call you Jack?
He held her gaze and pulled her an inch closer. No.
You're...
Her voice caught.
You're sure?
Yes, he said in a low voice. The single word felt like a promise, and an impossible hope fluttered in her chest, one she couldn't study in that hallway, with a horde of personnel about to descend upon them. But she couldn't help leaning into him just a little more, and hoping so hard she might brand the shape of him on her heart. And your team? She asked, trying to force her thoughts back to neutral territory. They're all right? Think so. He glanced over his shoulder. Had a close call. Schroddie warbled happily and shoved his face into Gray's side, tail slapping against the wall. The dog wiggled from his nose to his rear and curved his big body around Gray's legs. She wasn't the only one who'd missed Gray, though the dog certainly had more leeway to show it. Hey, beast, Gray said, giving Schroddie a rub. Good to see you, too. Jane blinked furiously. She would not cry, damn it.
Gray,
she said softly.
Did you find...
Schroddie stopped wiggling and gave a low growl. Make way, a voice called out, followed by the squeak of metal and the gleam of steel. She blinked at the cage, surprised to discover it had reached them. The myriad of soldiers briefly obscured her view. Then she found the figure inside. Her gaze narrowed. His buzz cut had grown out, and his exposed skin and face were marked with blackened veins. But that flat-eyed stare was the same as when he'd tied her to a chair in Joe's compound. I'll be damned, she said. You captured him. Fucking asshole, Rossi hissed. Truer words. The asshole in question leaned close to the bars and leered at her. Gray unleashed a growl to rival Schroddie's and tried to move her behind him. She lightly elbowed him and stared at the zombie. Awareness, even delight, of his condition shone in those vein-shot eyes. Strange how his infection could appear so similar to Gray's, and yet could not be any further apart. Schroddie's growl became a bark of warning, his head swinging between the cage and the lab. His hackles were raised, fur standing up in a line down his back. She knew exactly how the dog felt, but he was drawing far too much attention. Leave it, Schroddie. She grabbed his collar, with... How nice to see you again, Gardner said in a voice like broken glass. Jane. Gray slammed a palm into the bars. You don't talk to her. Gardner merely chuckled in response, an evil sound that shouldn't have existed outside horror movies. God, he was verbal, more aware than she'd expected, and all the more unnerving for it. Still holding tight to Gray's arm, his hand still gripping her elbow, she let Gray position himself between her and the cage. They moved with the cage, and everyone, soldiers, technicians, and cage, seemed to cluster at the entrance to the lab. Scans and samples were taken, and the soldiers kept everyone else from coming within an arm's reach of the cage. The humans were a flurry of anxious activity, while the infected asshole in the cage seemed far too content. Jane narrowed her eyes and hummed in contemplation. Gardner had been at the forward base when everything had fallen apart, and he'd done alarmingly well for himself in the immediate aftermath. Not only had he gotten out of the base and into a position to offer help to Rossi and others, but he'd also taken a position with Joe and had been working toward deposing the would-be dictator when he'd been infected. Then, instead of becoming a regular feral, he'd turned into something alarmingly similar to Gray. Now he was captured, and a power-hungry sociopath of his level should be railing against his bonds, throwing himself against the bars and threatening everyone responsible for his confinement. Yet he appeared strangely calm. There he was, locked in a steel cage and surrounded by soldiers, and somehow a satisfied smile tugged on his lips. She didn't like it. Not one bit. What does he know? What if he did? She said quietly. Talk to me, I mean. Gray's head snapped around and he stared at her. What? No. I'm with Super Zombie, Rossi said. No one should be close to that asshole. No one. We should kill him and do everyone a favor. She unclipped the safety on her handgun, rested her palm on it. I volunteer as tribute. It'll be a real challenge, but I'm prepared to shoot that fucker in his cage. I wish, Gray muttered. Put me in, coach, Rossi said. I get it, I do, Jane said, meeting the sergeant's gaze and lowering her voice. But I think talking to him could be helpful. You know, for that special project that we're working on? Rossi's head tilted. Gray ducked down to study Jane, nose hovering before hers and brows drawn together in obvious concern. She held his gaze. Do you trust me? Always, he said. For a moment, emotion clogged her throat. She squeezed his arm in silent thanks and managed to say, Then I need to talk to him before he's out of reach in that lab, and I need everyone else focused elsewhere. I can't explain right now, but it's important. He nodded. Done. His hand closed over hers, and he squeezed. Swallowing hard, she reluctantly let go of him. His touch slid away, and somehow the hallway became colder. Flexing her free hand, she willed her expression to remain placid. Enough with the asshole in the cage. He can wait. Gray marched into the middle of the technician swarm and pointed at the wounded soldier. I need you all confirming Rio wasn't infected. The group's collective attention shifted to the man being supported. This was the best chance Jane might get. If she waited until the asshole was secured in the lab, there might not be any chance of asking her questions without Rachel present. Hold Schroddie for me. Jane waited for Rossi to take hold of the dog's collar. She knew the Great Dane would do anything to stop her from approaching that cage, and he wasn't wrong. That asshole was possibly the most dangerous infected they'd encountered. But she had to try. Jane stepped up to the cage. Asshole's gaze tracked her, that hint of a smirk never leaving his lips. Got a taste for the infected, bitch? Her lips tightened. Just one question. He pressed his face against the bars so hard that it stretched the stained skin of his mouth, creating a wide smile. A fetid mixture of dirt and unwashed flesh assaulted her nose. What's that? Oh, she wanted to tell him to fuck himself with his mostly undead thumb. Instead, she squared her shoulders. You were there when the forward base fell. Did you see anything? He looked at her for a long moment, and then laughed. You want to know who did it? Holy shit. He knows. Struggling to remain outwardly calm, she nodded. His smile grew wider still. "I got one word for you." The doors opened, and comments from the surrounding techs rippled past her. His eyes darted to the side, and what might have been glee lit his gaze. "Hello, Doctor." Jane's shoulders stiffened. "What is the meaning of this?" Dr. Coe glared at Jane. "A conversation. Between friends." Gray appeared between them. He reached back and once again gripped her arm. His posture remained outwardly calm, but she felt a coiled tension in his touch, like a snake ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Schroddie yanked Rossi forward as his growls escalated to full-on warning barks. He pulled free and pushed himself in front of Gray, as if trying to stop him from entering the lab. She knew exactly how he felt. That lab was a void that had taken Gray from them. Gray caught the big dog and held him back with apparent ease, despite Schroddie's continued barrage. "We got your lab rat." He pointed at Gardner in the cage. "Do your tests." The doctor's mouth pinched. Instead of turning to the cage, he focused on Jane. "You are not welcome here, Ms. Finch. You will take your—" He glanced at Schroddie, and the top of his lip pulled upward into a faint snarl. "Animal, and go." "Not your problem," Gray said. "Incorrect, Commander Hale." Dr. Coe's knuckles were white against his tablet. "Your well-being is my primary concern. You must cease contact with Ms. Finch immediately, before you lose all progress. If you do not, I will be forced to take extraordinary measures to ensure your health." Jane felt the punch of that threat in her solar plexus. "Now, Commander." The doctor put his back to them and motioned for the cage to be wheeled inside the lab with the attitude of someone convinced their orders would be followed. He swept inside the lab. "I really hate that man," Jane whispered. "Yup." Gray let out a low breath that bordered on a growl. There were too many people around for her to cause a scene, especially as it might hurt Gray. Willing her eyes to stay dry, she reached for Schroddie. Now that the cage and doctor had disappeared inside the lab, the big dog had returned to his normally calm state and tried to make her mouth curve into a rueful smile. "Guess this is goodbye again?" Her voice cracked at the end, ruining any chance of hiding her feelings. "No. This fucking separation ends. Now." Gray brought Schroddie back to her and met her gaze. "Trust me?" "Always," she whispered. He gave her a sharp nod. "Good." He returned to the group of soldiers waiting to be cleared for entrance to the lab, and she trailed a few feet behind, studying the soldier being supported by others. Technicians were scanning him and taking samples, while a few guards stood at the ready. She realized the soldier in question had a clear plastic mask over his mouth, like a muzzle for humans, and that Gray hadn't been making things up. The soldier might have been infected. Well, there was one thing she could do for Gray until she saw him again. "Schroddie, check." She motioned to the soldier. The big dog gave her a look, and when she repeated the gesture, he trotted over to the soldier. They'd been working on identifying infectees, and she remained convinced her dog would be able to tell faster and earlier than any test. Admittedly, it was a bit of a gimme, as the man should have been showing symptoms within 5 minutes of infection. But still, it might set some worries to rest. The Dane stuck his head between the technicians and sniffed. Then he wagged and licked the man's face. "Good boy," the man said with a laugh. "Glad the expert approved me." Jane grinned and glanced at Gray. "I'm not a doctor, but I feel confident in saying your Sergeant Rio is fine." "Thank you," Gray mouthed. Then he and his team disappeared into that lab, leaving Jane and Schroddie in the hallway. "You okay?" Rossi asked quietly. I don't know." Jane held tight to her dog, desperately needing the comfort of his solid bulk. Her insides were a churning pot of mixed emotions. Relief that Gray was well, and still the person she knew, alarm over Gardner being inside the base, and a terrible, sneaking suspicion that whoever had triggered that outbreak wasn't simply hiding in the base. They were planning their next move.
Chapter 18. Gray, Jack. One hand on the back of a metal chair, Gray stood behind his team while the technicians in the lab confirmed what they all already knew. Rio was fine. The final lingering threads of doubt had been cleared the moment Schroddie had licked the soldier's nose. The atmosphere inside the lab was a strange mix of relief, excitement, and burgeoning terror. It had Gray's instincts straining like dogs on a leash, his nostrils flaring as he scented the air, searching for hidden threats. Or not-so-hidden ones. He glanced at Gardner, sitting placidly in his cage. The zombie might appear calm, but that asshole was a loaded biological grenade. Still, confirmation that Rio had escaped infection had bolstered the entire team. Crouched at his comrade's side, Sergeant Fox looked up and gave Gray a single nod. The soldier's attention immediately returned to Rio, but nothing more was necessary. Gray understood, just as Jack would have understood, that the short gesture was both thanks and an apology. More, it marked acceptance. That attitude was mirrored by the rest of the team, all of whom had shifted from wary tolerance to something almost like loyalty. They clustered around him without a hint of the wary, guarded postures and careful distance they'd maintained that morning. The shift was welcome, and a shock. Then again, he supposed being extracted from a zombie death trap would do that to a group, bring people together. But who knew he'd find success in violent team building? It was more than Gray had expected. Far more than Jack would have imagined possible. He'd openly wielded his altered state, and he'd won their trust. Didn't see that coming. The victory should have held a place of pride in his gut. Instead, it warred with a spiraling tension. He adjusted his stance, flexed his fingers against the cold metal chairback. He'd had to let go of Jane, and every inch of him hated that loss. Yet the sharp twist in his stomach went beyond having to say goodbye to his pack. It had been to protect her from reprisals. And he'd meant what he'd told her. This separation would be brief. No. There was something else happening in this damn lab. Something he'd missed. Jaw tight, shoulders rigid, he studied the sterile expanse of white and plastic and brushed silver. Fuck, he hated this place. Hated how he'd been separated from his pack, locked away in the soulless stretch, and forced to endure endless tests. The physical locks and chains couldn't hold him, but they didn't need to, when any retaliation would have put those he cared for in the crosshairs. And altered or not, he was a soldier at heart. He wouldn't put civilians or other soldiers in danger, nor would he deny the top brass what they needed to fight a damn apocalypse. It didn't matter if he lay awake at night on a hard plastic slab and fucking ached for his pack. He'd done his goddamn duty. And it worked. Valuable data was gathered, and the technicians had even given up skirting around him like a flock of startled birds. That offered a slice of relief, a chance to explore his former life. But with Gardner's arrival, they'd been reminded that predators wore human shapes. Their unease trickled through his veins and toyed with his altered instincts, making him want to twitch every time they jumped and startled, which was all the damn time. Still, he couldn't blame them. He felt Gardner's gaze between his shoulder blades. Gray would have railed against that steel cage, tested it for weakness, and plotted his escape. But Gardner seemed oddly content with his situation. He was sitting in the middle of the steel box, calmly studying the cluster of technicians. After the elaborate trap he'd set and the flood of ferals he'd unleashed, Gray would have expected Gardner to rail against his bonds, not just sit there, as if content with his place in that cage.
Guess some people really are in it for the attention. Then again, was Gray so different? Gardner caught his eye, blew him a kiss. Gray repressed a snarl and pointedly looked away from the asshole. It pissed him off to admit that after all his thoughts of escape, he had accepted his fate too. Just accepted being separated from his pack, like he was a stupid, feral animal that didn't know what it needed. That ends now. Mouth tight, he glared at the doctor, who was standing too close to the cage, surveying some readout on his datapad. As always, the man's gaze was intent, and concern for his techs was non-existent. Well, Gray had done what he could for the white-coated armada. His muscles bunched, and the chair back groaned beneath his grip. Time to tell that frigid ass I'm done being his... Whitlock gripped his shoulder. Hell of a thing you did out there, brother. Did what was needed. Gray shrugged, tracking how the doctor stood within reach of Gardner. What the hell was up with that? Did he want to get infected? It's nothing. I'm serious, bro. Whitlock tightened his grip. That was major. Gray tore his gaze away from the strange dynamic surrounding the cage and glanced at his friend. Well, Jack's friend. Where the big man stood with Gray hadn't been addressed. He and Jack hadn't exactly had the kind of relationship that shared feelings. But if the earnest, open expression in Whitlock's dark eyes was anything to judge by, he decided Gray was all right. Maybe they'd go out drinking now, or maybe they'd simply never speak of it again. As Gray didn't know which option he preferred, he grunted. You saved the whole damn team, Whitlock said, adding a slight shake to his hold on Gray's shoulder. I'm not one for touchy-feely shit, but bro, seriously, you saved everyone with that badass zombie shit of yours. That's me, Gray said. Friendly neighborhood super zombie. Fuckhead. Whitlock elbowed him. I owe you. Noted. Gray sent the man a quick smile. The acceptance felt good, but tension was coiling in his belly. His hands felt empty. It couldn't have been more than 30 minutes since he'd let Jane go, and he was ready to chew through an electric fence to get to her. One touch, one goddamn touch, and he'd known he couldn't suffer another day apart. How to extract himself from the lab without damaging her status in the base? That part was a problem. He wanted to stalk out of the lab and never return, possibly breaking that fucking datapad on the way. But that wouldn't fly with the brass. He'd thought the moment he rolled Gardner into the lab, he'd be granted the Jane equivalent of shore leave. But Rachel hadn't said a word. Not one fucking word. Between his so-called wife and the doctor, Gray's days had been booked, and the party line of "she's bad for you" might as well have been laser-etched onto the bloody floor. They had the general's ear. Jack would say it was time to call in favors and fight fire with fire. He glanced at Whitlock. The man owed Gray, and there was no doubt he paid his debts. At this moment, if asked, he'd probably confess the rest of Rachel's agenda. Jack would take advantage of the man's gratitude, dig for information, and find out what else she wanted at the base so he could use it against her. Gray opened his mouth, closed it. Go ahead and ask, bro, Whitlock said softly. It's the least I can do. It's not yours to say. Gray wasn't Bloody Jack, and he could get his own damned information. His gaze locked onto Rachel, carefully positioned on the outer edge of the fray. It's mine, and it's past time. Commander Hale, your team members appear to be well, Dr. Coe said. Gray's attention snapped to the doctor in time to see the man put his back to the cage. Fuck. Take that total disregard for the well-being of his techs and add a monumental lack of awareness for his own safety. Hovering over them is hardly productive, the doctor continued. Flat, pale eyes, better suited to a lizard than a person, glinted from behind his glasses. He regarded Gray with the utter confidence of someone used to getting his way.
and it made Gray want to rearrange the doctor's features into something with a slice of humility. The subject you retrieved is also secure, thus it is time for you to—
No,
Gray said. The doctor recoiled as if he'd been struck. Commander, it is critical that—
No.
Gray crossed his arms and regarded the doctor with a steady gaze. It gave him a bone-deep satisfaction to be the source of the man's shocked expression.
You have Gardner. Test him.
The doctor's brows lifted and he sucked in a breath. Former Corporal Gardner is an asset, but he does not replace the valuable data to be gathered from your assessment. You know that, Commander. Or you would if you were not allowing yourself to react instinctively. All that progress. He made a sad sound and noted something on his datapad. Miss Finch must not be allowed anywhere near this lab. Her influence is detrimental to our efforts.
Gray's fingers tightened and the chair gave another wail. He ignored it. Forget rearranging the doctor's features. Gray wanted to smash his bloody face in. He wanted blood. For bones to shatter beneath his fists. Without taking his gaze off the doctor, he drew in his own breath and forced himself to release his hold on the chair. Perhaps the frigid asshole had a point about Gray's emotional state. Fine. That was fucking fine. What was it Jane had said about people liking to be validated in their assumptions? If so, then Dr. Coe was really going to enjoy the next 30 seconds of his life. Gray felt a slow, vicious smile spread across his face. You're right, he said. Her influence is detrimental to your efforts. The doctor blinked. Then where— She is, however, essential for mine. Gray adjusted his stance and balled his hands into fists. The stretch of plastic tile between them was suddenly vacated by technicians, and even the guards removed themselves from the path. Smart. Helpful, even. Gray shouldn't have to stalk across the lab and smash the doctor's head through a screen to see Jane, but he preferred to keep his options open. I'm done with this lab and your rules. Dr. Coe's thin lips worked, and, for a moment, anger twisted his features. I will not be— You will not be anything to me, Gray said. We're done. Now, Jack— Rachel approached from behind the doctor. Let's not be hasty. One look at her carefully constructed expression, and he knew she was about to insist he return to his own cage in this lab. Their deal had been worth less than a cup of coffee. The keen edge of his rage shifted from the doctor to her. He pointed at her. We need to talk. You will not leave this lab. You will do what you're told. Face white with fury, Dr. Coe spun toward Whitlock and the team. He gestured furiously at Gray. Do your jobs. Stop him. Way I see it, Doc. Whitlock shoved his hands in his pockets and rolled his shoulders in a nonchalant gesture. We already did our job today. All of us. We went into Squamish and got your new pet. And ain't it just a kicker that we're all off duty until we're cleared by your helpful team? We're to stand down and get tested. And our boy Jack has earned himself some downtime. No, the doctor sputtered. That's not what I want. Sounds right to me, Fox said, resting his palm on his sidearm and sending Gray a respectful nod. The steel in his gaze, however, indicated he was more than ready to use that gun on Gray's behalf if the doctor forced the issue. We all have to be tested. Enjoy your break, sir. Gray's mouth quirked into a genuine smile. You too. Without another word, he crossed the lab and took hold of Rachel's arm. We are going to have a talk. It will change things. He kept his voice low. Your doctor is going to have to deal with that. Sending a quick, grateful look to his team, he guided her out of the lab. He felt the doctor's rage all the way across the lab and into the hall. And he decided he didn't give a fuck. Jack, Rachel said, trying to slow their pace, please reconsider. Don't. He marched her to the door of her living cubicle and shoved her inside.
He stepped in after her and closed the door behind them. Lips wanting to twitch into a snarl, he glared at her. It didn't matter what she said. She'd been about to stand there and let that reptile in a lab coat shove him back into a cage. "That wasn't our fucking deal," he growled. I wasn't breaking it, I swear." Her lips wobbled and she backed toward the kitchen. Her back collided with the tiny slice of kitchen counter, and she held up her hands. "I told you, the doctor is particular but brilliant. I need his cooperation. We needed to choose our moment." "The moment is now." He watched her steadily. "I'm done." Her throat worked, eyes wide. "It's too soon. The general will never." "He will," Gray said, "because you will convince him." Her chin lifted even as her voice shook. "And how am I doing that?" "I don't care." His tone was mild. The feelings tearing at his insides were not. "You're the clever spy. You figure it out. Deal with the general, and deal with the fucking doctor." "What?" She swallowed hard. "What if he's right?" "That Jane makes me feral?" He started to laugh, then paused. He couldn't deny that the clawing, desperate need to get to Jane was unlike anything Jack had ever felt. Jack wouldn't have happily beat through a wall of concrete to reach anyone, nor would he have been able to find Jane anywhere purely using his base senses. But Gray's base senses belonged to an altered, and he'd do whatever it took to reach her. Nothing about his reaction felt human, and Gray didn't care. If he was honest, he liked it. "If he's right," Gray shrugged. "It's up to Jane if it matters. I know her. She will tell me if she's afraid of me, and if she's afraid, I'll go," he said. "If she doesn't care, I don't care." But Jack," Rachel whispered, "you're not—" He narrowed his gaze at her. "Human?" Whatever he'd become, whether it was Whitlock's super zombie or the doctor's alpha strain, it wasn't human. And as he watched her, another slice of understanding slid into place in his brain. Because if they'd been committed to each other, his instincts would be equally attached to her. But they weren't, not even close. He gave a soft laugh. "Our marriage was over before the outbreak, wasn't it?" She swallowed hard. "The divorce would have been finalized by now if everything hadn't gone to shit in D.C. He nodded, accepting the truth of those two words, the freedom of them. "Then it's over." He drew in a deep breath and gave her a steely look. "Let's be fucking clear on what happens next. I go to Jane. You make sure nothing happens to her or her family as a result. You owe me that much." He turned around and headed toward the door. "Jack," she called after him. He looked over his shoulder. "Yes?" "I'll do what I can with the general. I'll deal with it, you're right." Her lips quirked into a shaky smile. "I do owe you that much. Now go, and do better with her than you did with us." He gave a single nod. "I will." Striding out of the cubicle, he opened up his senses and searched the air for his target. He didn't bother asking the guard who'd trailed after him for directions. He already knew where he was going. To see Jane.
Chapter 19. Jane. A single heavy thud shook the door to Jane's parents' living quarters. She jerked upright from her slouched position on the couch and stared in shock at the portal. That thing was steel-lined and built to withstand bullets, or zombies, in the event of a lockdown. It was solid. And it had just rattled like a thin strip of plywood in a windstorm. Schroddie's head lifted, and he huffed at the door. What the hell? She glanced at her parents. "Everyone stay calm." Her father rose from his perch at the skinny kitchen counter, motioned for her and her mother to stay seated, and slowly made his way to the door. He pressed a button on the display, and his bushy eyebrows rose in obvious surprise. "Who is it?" "Arrgh!" Schroddie's tail thumped against the couch. Her father opened the door. "Jack, this is a surprise, son." "Admiral,"
Mrs. Finch.
She couldn't see past her parents, but Gray's deep voice reverberated through her breastbone.
It is very nice to see you both. I would like to visit later, but right now I need to talk to Jane. Please take the dog and go somewhere else.
Jane's jaw dropped. I beg your... Her mother turned and sent Jane a questioning look. Janie? In a matter of seconds, Jane had gone from eating her feelings on her parents' couch to having Gray at the door. She gripped the edge of the couch and willed her brain to catch up. He wasn't trapped in the lab or navigating doctors and technicians. He was here, in her doorway, and he wanted her parents to leave with Schrodinger, which meant they'd be alone. I'll actually be alone with Gray. Eyes wide, cheeks burning, she nodded at her mom and gestured furiously at the door. Honestly, did her mom need to feign misunderstanding? She knew exactly what Jane was saying, just as Jane knew her mom would have insisted on the visit if, for some impossible reason, she wanted to avoid him. But avoiding Gray was the very last thing Jane wanted to do. Pud? Her dad followed his wife's gaze. Let him in already! Jane lurched to her feet. Cookie crumbs fell from her hoodie onto the floor. She winced. God damn it. Why did Gray always appear when she'd descended into swamp beast mode, donning worn sweatpants and a threadbare tee? Though, to be fair, she'd been in that mode ever since they'd forced her and Gray apart. Sure, she'd forced herself to put on real pants whenever she'd left the living unit, or trailer, or whatever the heck the proper term was. But the second she'd returned, it had been ugly sweats and whatever snacks she'd been able to scrounge. Her parents had expressed concern. And even Schroddie had given her a querulous glance. But who honestly cared? Turns out, she did. When Gray appeared in the doorway demanding alone time, she cared, very, very much. There was no way to run into the washroom and furiously change her outfit without making things even more awkward. Was there? She considered her options. Nope. Freshening up would be weird and presumptuous. Roar! As if sensing she needed help, Schrodinger rose from his sprawl on the couch and trotted to the door with a happy wag. He wiggled past her dad, his tail swinging merrily. Hello, beast, Gray said. The Great Dane gave a happy warble. Yes, yes, good boy, her dad said with the strangest sigh hanging onto the end of his words. Then he looked at the ceiling and took her mom's arm and said in a loud, stilting voice, Know what good boys need, Mary? A walk. Come on, Schroddie, let's go walk. Her father should never, ever go into acting. There was a flurry of coats and dog leash, and then her parents and her dog were leaving the unit. Cheeks burning, she stared at Gray. He was standing just inside the doorway, eyes cast into shadow by the harsh band of light overhead. It reminded her of those first moments in the bunker, when he'd had an iron hold on her arm, and she hadn't been certain if he would save her or eat her. This time, he had an iron grip on her heart, and she knew he would never hurt her. Every part of her wanted to race across the short stretch of space that comprised her parents' living quarters. But just as in the hall outside the lab, she forced herself to hold. Only this time, she wasn't holding back for others. She was holding back for him. Because he may have been standing still, but the air around him vibrated with intensity. Whatever he'd done to come here, to leave that damn lab and be alone with her, couldn't have been easy. And as he'd sent her parents packing, it appeared he had a plan. Hey, she slowly approached. You wanted to talk? He huffed through his nose, as a grizzly might when scenting the forest. Then his head lifted, and she met his gaze. The intensity in those broken eyes had her stopping in her tracks. She licked her lips. 1,000 questions clambered in her mind, and yet she waited for him to do whatever he'd come to do. He lifted a fist, extended one finger. I'm not human. I know, she said softly. I've known that from the start. A second finger lifted. My marriage was over long before I was infected. What? She blinked at him in surprise. "You're sure?"
"Yes."
He sounded very certain. Beyond that, his voice was oddly flat. She couldn't tell if he was angry at Rachel for the deception or upset at the loss. And God, she had to know. "Are you—" She sucked in a breath. "Are you sorry?" The corner of his mouth twitched. "No." Thank God. She took another step toward him. "I was being my worst self over her." He wasn't tied to Rachel. He hadn't been for some time. She hadn't destroyed a happy marriage, hadn't unknowingly infected him with some unhealthy need while he'd been vulnerable. The thought of accidentally doing such a thing to Gray had tormented her. But she hadn't done any of that. Even if his reactions to her were inhuman, they were all his. He was free. And he was here. She'd missed him like a limb or a vital organ, because that's what he'd become, this fundamental piece of her soul. She could live without that piece. She'd proved as much these past weeks. But every one of these days felt off, as if she'd been dropped onto a ship's deck and the floor wouldn't ever settle beneath her feet. Damn this space between them. She needed to be closer, to wrap her arms around his waist, to sink into his strength and never let go. The way his free hand flexed against his thigh had her thinking he felt the same, as if he was battling the urge to reach for her. Why fight it? They'd held on to each other in the hallway as if they'd never let go. Her throat was dry, but she forced herself to ask, "What's going on, Gray?" He lifted a third finger. "That doctor might be right. I might be primal when it comes to you." "Oh. Wow." Her knees went weak. Well, that's... Wow. She sucked in a breath and staggered backward, grabbing onto the narrow slice of counter for dear life. The thought of a primal Gray probably should have terrified her, but it didn't. It was like she'd been struck by lightning, shocked by a bolt of pure longing that left every nerve ending standing on edge. She couldn't pretend to misunderstand his intent. Even if he'd said nothing, if he'd only watched her with those blazing eyes, she'd have known what he meant. If she touched him now, if they took this next step, there would be no going back, and no way of knowing exactly what would follow, where his control would end and instincts would take over. Primal. Who knew one single word could set her on fire? Her palms were slick against the counter. Her heart thundered in her chest, so hard it felt like it was trying to escape. "Gray," she whispered. "Be sure," he said, voice a low rumble. "Because if you touch me, if you tell me to touch you, I won't hold back." Her body simply quivered. You want me? That way?" "Yes," he growled. "Good." She lifted her chin and held his gaze. "Because if you don't touch me right now..." He seemed to blur. One moment he was poised before the door, and the next he was standing in front of her. He leaned into her, hands braced on either side of her, caging her against the counter. His gaze was fierce as he searched her face, as if hunting for the faintest hint of uncertainty. His head dipped until they were nose to nose. "Are you sure?" he asked. "Sure." A soft laugh escaped her. "I have no idea what happens next, and I have never been more sure of anything in my life." She cupped his face, thumb tracing the hard line of his jaw. "One kiss, and I was a goner." She laughed again. "Who am I kidding? I was a goner long before that kiss." Eyes wide and a little wild, he searched her face. Her lips curved. "Speaking of kisses..." She closed that final breath of space between them and slanted her mouth across his. Finally. The word was a soft sigh of satisfaction. The first time she'd kissed him, it had been a desperate attempt to save him from a solitary cage. She'd barely fallen into the embrace before they'd been forced apart. This time, she intended to savor it. Her arms slid around his neck, hips tilting to meet his. He tasted indefinitely male, like smoked wood and steel and raw chocolate had been forged into some impossible, heady dessert. Strong hands cupped the small of her back and the nape of her neck. A soft moan escaped her, and she tried to pull him closer. His massive chest shuddered, and he pulled back. Desperate gray eyes met hers. "What if I hurt you?" She held his gaze. "You won't." "Can't know that." He released his hold on her and gripped the counter. His arms were taut, muscles quivering as if he was wrestling with himself. The brushed metal groaned and buckled beneath his fingertips. There must be something wrong with her because her core pulsed in response. "You know what?" A soft huff escaped her, and she brushed the tip of her nose against his. "I might be a little primal when it comes to you two." "Jane." She bit her lip and nudged him with her hip. "I mean it. I can't say if it started when you rescued me from Joe's compound or during the long days we spent together in the bunker, or if things simply clicked that cold, snowy morning when you eviscerated the ferals hunting me and Schroddie across the Lion's Gate." She shrugged. "Not sure it matters. You saved my life, and my dog's." "You saved me too," he said in a rough whisper. "I did." She brushed her lips across his and slowly traced the hard lines of his chest, celebrating her ability to touch him without guilt. Then we stuck together, listened to each other, cared for each other. And every time we faced a threat, I knew you'd protect me. Always. A low, possessive rumble reverberated through his chest. The metal counter gave another wail as he adjusted his stance, his body tense, as if barely holding himself together. "But what if I'm the threat?" "You're not the threat." She ran her hands up his chest and once again cupped his face. She couldn't stop herself from arching against him, desperate to feel that hard line against every inch of her body. "You are my Gray." She swallowed hard. "We're a unit." "Pack," he rumbled. "Pack," she affirmed. He wanted her as badly as she wanted him. She could feel the hard proof of it against her stomach, just as she saw desire blazing in his eyes. He hadn't changed from when she'd seen him in the hall, his remaining clothing still marked with dirt from his mission and his combat boots crusted with mud. Somehow, that only heightened her anticipation. He would always try to protect her, even from himself. Good thing she wasn't so restrained. She grabbed the edge of his shirt and yanked it over his head. "I want you," she said. "All of you. However I can have you." "Done." His eyes were fierce, lips curved. He nipped her chin and then leaned into her, pressing that long, hard bulge into her, pinning her against the counter and whispered in her ear, "You'd better hold on." Heat rushed through her. Her body tingled, thighs flexing. "Gray." One moment she was standing before the counter, back arched and relishing the feel of him. The next, she was seated on the edge of the counter and her hoodie was ripped in half as effortlessly as one might tear tissue paper from a gift, exposing the worn cotton shirt below. She'd shed her bra the moment she'd come in the door, and the thin white fabric hid nothing. He sucked in a breath. Perfect. His hands cupped her breasts, and she caught her breath. The first brush of his thumb over her nipple nearly sent her over the edge. A sharp, desperate desire was building in her, her heartbeat pounding like a war drum, demanding she act and take and taste. Despite all his warnings, she knew he was leashing his strength, controlling his touch with ruthless efficiency. Enough of that. She grabbed onto his waistband and yanked him into her, fingers fumbling with his belt buckle. His low chuckle sent another bolt of pleasure rioting along her spine. In retaliation, she dipped her fingers below the band and stroked the tip of his cock, which was already testing the limits of reinforced combat gear. Fuck. He ripped his belt off and tossed the broken leather aside. She finally defeated the button and zipper and shoved the fatigues over his hips. The full length of him sprang free, and she gasped in sheer delight. "Damn, Gray." She caught his gaze and grinned at him. "What was it that doctor said about an alpha strain? Because I think I found proof." He might have tried to laugh, but all that emerged was a rough grunt. His nostrils flared as if drawing in the scent of her. The muscles of his shoulders and chest seemed to expand. Another rumble vibrated through him and into her. The sensation made her eyelids flicker and her core flex. God, he was impossibly strong, more powerful than any human, and it was intoxicating to have all that force between her thighs. She needed to touch him everywhere, to taste him. But he had other plans. Mine. He fisted one hand in her hair and wrapped the other around her waist, bending her back over the counter with daunting ease. He slid his grip lower and lifted her hips with one hand, holding her against him with ease, like she weighed no more than a pillow. He half crawled over top of her, and broken, fierce eyes met hers. "Tell me these aren't your only clothes." It wasn't a question. She felt his hands take hold of her shirt. Once that layer of cotton was gone, there'd be no more holding back. This first time wouldn't be the sweet coming together of lovers, and she thanked every power in the universe for it. Forget pretty words and fancy sheets. She needed to be naked and have him inside her, right now. "Do it," she pleaded. The sharp tear of fabric rang in her ears. Then her clothes were simply gone, and she was naked on the metal counter. It was hard and cold, and she didn't care. Somehow the chill of the metal was the perfect counterpoint to the flames engulfing her body. She moaned with delight. Locking her legs around his waist, she tried to pull him closer, and the hard muscles of his thighs pressed into her softness. Already her body tingled with pleasure, that delicious pressure, enough to nearly pull her under, but she wasn't ready to lose herself to release. His grip tightened, but still he held back. She was wet and wanting and done waiting. "Please," she gasped, desperately lifting her hips to meet his, fighting for more contact, more of him. "Damn it, Gray!" He gripped her ass and lifted her off the counter. In a sharp, almost brutal move, he plunged into her, filling her to the brim. Her back arched and sensation shot through her. The swift impaling, that entire length being driven into her core, should have hurt. But it didn't. He was hard and thick and everything she'd fantasized about alone in the dark. One thrust and she found herself on the brink of release, as if she'd been waiting for him, just him, her whole life. Her head fell back, body begging for more. She clawed at his shoulders and fought to meet him. He withdrew and pinned her against the counter with a single hand, watching as she tried and failed to reach him. A dark, almost wild light burned in his eyes. Then he was driving into her again, and she went flying over the edge into a climax so fierce her back snapped off the counter. Ears ringing, heart pounding, she stared at him and struggled to catch her breath. "Hold on," he rasped. "We're not done." She was still trembling from her release, and those simple words sent a fresh wave of desire through her veins. Already she was tightening around him, and he was somehow expanding within her. He was impossibly huge and hard, and yet her body seemed to fit him perfectly. "How?" Her words dissolved into a moan of pure lust. His thrusts resumed, faster and stronger this time, his body setting a furious pace that she was determined to match, that she needed to match. Already tension coiled in her belly, her fingers dug into his rock-hard shoulders as she silently begged for more, 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 more. And there was always more. He'd crawled on top of her, pinning her to that counter as he drove her to the brink once more. And still, it wasn't enough. She tightened on his cock, trying to draw him deeper. He snarled and sank his teeth into the sensitive flesh where her neck met her shoulder. Pain flashed to pleasure in a heartbeat. An intoxicating sense of belonging, of being joined, stole her breath, and release struck like lightning, sending her veins alight with wave after wave of sensation. Her body shook from the force of it. Over the wind rushing through her ears, she heard him shout his own release. He swelled further within her, and somehow that sent her rolling over the edge again. Her vision blurred, and all she could do was cling to him until the rush of pleasure subsided. When she finally surfaced from the wash of bliss, she found him grinning down at her. Good for you. His expression was smug and male. The best. She couldn't help but grin back at him. I'd tell you not to let it go to your head, but I can see it's already too late. She bumped her hips against his in a teasing gesture, and found his cock still deep inside her, the base thick and pinning them together. Her eyes widened with shock. Gray? You know how we said I'm not human? Yeah, about that. He somehow cradled her against his chest while simultaneously rolling them off the counter. Then he carried her over to the couch, one hand cupping her rear while the other traced her spine. His smile turned perfectly wicked. I think we'd better get comfortable, because we might be here for a while. Already, she could feel pleasure stirring inside her, and she gazed at him in utter disbelief. 3 orgasms. 3 body-shaking, mind-shattering orgasms. And her body somehow wanted more? How the hell was it possible to be this ready this fast? I don't understand, she gaped at him. More? More. He rubbed sinful circles on her rear and laid back on the couch, positioning her carefully on top of him. Every motion was controlled, and yet every movement sent another frisson of sensation vibrating through her. It's new territory for both of us, he said, his voice rough with desire. But I'm betting you'll find it enjoyable. I think I will. She shivered with anticipation and locked her ankles around his waist. She'd waited months for the chance to claim this man as her own. She'd damned well savor every moment. And she did. There were also many, many moments to be savored. There was something impossibly erotic about being fused together, after so long a time apart. Perhaps it was their bodies' way of reclaiming that connection, of healing and affirming their commitment to each other. Or maybe it was simply Gray being inhuman. Either way, it provided a great deal of orgasms. An hour later, when his body finally decided to release its grip, she was a sweaty, satiated heap. She slid off Gray and would have landed on the floor in a happy, boneless puddle if Gray hadn't caught her. Safely contained on the couch, she let out a contented sigh and gradually faced a daunting fact. At some point, her parents would return and she desperately needed to clean up. Tricky, as she was reasonably certain her legs were on strike. Ooh, she blew out a breath. I should have been so much better about using the gym. He gently pushed tendrils of damp hair out of her face. You okay? Oh, I am great. Never better. Propping her chin on his pec, she grinned at him. I'm not sure I'll walk again, but who even cares about that? I'm basically a sex pioneer, and I might now victory crawl into the shower. He laughed and scooped her into his arms. I can do better. I thought you already did better? She nipped his chest. For an hour? I'm ordering a trophy, by the way. Jane. He snorted and rose from the couch. Time to clean you. It gratified her to find that even her superhuman lover wasn't entirely steady on his feet. But he still carried her to the utilitarian shower as the groom might his new bride across the threshold. She treasured the comparison. Not that most of those moments ended in a narrow steel shower, hurriedly scrubbing before parents and dog returned home. Then again, she wouldn't have traded a single moment. Who knew she could laugh so hard after an hour of exquisitely intense sex? She pushed a ridge of bubbles from his face and grinned up at him. I know we're not out of the woods, but I need you to know that this was perfect. You're perfect. She swallowed hard and forced herself to continue before she lost her nerve. And I realize I haven't said this before, and it's okay if you can't say it yet, if you're not ready. But I need you to know that... She drew in a breath. I love you, Jane. He cupped her face. I love you more than my life. The words wrapped around her, warmer than the fall of water from the showerhead. She felt the promise all the way to her bones. Blinking past tears and water, she pulled him into a kiss. His lips slanted across hers, and he gripped her rear, pulling her closer. Gray, she gasped. You can't possibly... I can, he said. I will. She felt the proof of that against her belly, and desire unfurled. We shouldn't. But as a sexual pioneer, it's basically my duty to... The bathroom door rattled against the frame, and she froze. Her eyes widened, and she stared at Gray in burgeoning alarm. The door only did that when the pressure in the unit changed, which only happened when... Janie? Her mother cried. We're back! Next time, Gray murmured in Jane's ear, the words edged in a low growl of frustration. Which will be soon. Then he called out to her parents in the unit. We'll be right out. Laughing, still barely able to stand, Jane and Gray exited the shower and hurriedly dried off. It was a good thing her parents already liked Gray, because this was officially the most wonderful date of her entire life, and she needed to survive the awkwardness that was about to occur, because she needed a repeat performance.
Chapter 20. Gray Jack. Perched on the small kitchen stool, Gray did his best to keep his shoulders from bunching with mounting tension. As the rush of satisfaction and pleasure had steadied, fucking reality had crept in. His jaw flexed. Hands wrapped too tight on the warm mug he had been handed. But he couldn't avoid the glaring fact before him. It was one thing to claim Jane as his. It was another to get the rest of the base to accept it. Hell, he'd just stormed out of that lab with no plan beyond reaching Jane. He'd gone to Jane. Unfortunately, he didn't have anywhere to go back to. Not that he wanted to leave, but 4 people in a unit built for 2, paired with the fact that he had zero intention of keeping his hands off Jane, would make for a challenging living situation. Jack would have negotiated space in the barracks or a personal unit before burning his bridges. Gray was more single-minded. In that moment, he hadn't given a fuck for anything other than Jane. No regrets. It simply limited his options. Milk, Commander? Mrs. Finch's voice cut across his thoughts. Sugar? No, thank you, ma'am. He sent Jane's mother a slight smile. Appreciate the hospitality. Of course, she said. We're family. His chest tightened with an emotion he couldn't quite identify. Still, he knew it was warm, and another piece of his world seemed to click into place. Jack had spent so much time running away from himself, burning himself in the job and keeping bonds to a minimum, that Gray had some gaps to figure out. He didn't mind the work. Focusing on his mug, he shifted closer to Jane. The 4 of them, Jane, her mother Mary, her father the Admiral, and Gray, were all clustered around the narrow kitchen counter in the living module. It had been a brisk 10 minutes since their parents had returned, and after some fumbling, they had all been ordered to take their seats. Mary Finch could rival a 4-star general when she chose, and to have some tea. Thus, they were all now holding steaming cups of tea, as putting them on the counter was tricky. Gray had bent the brushed steel covering all to hell, leaving it rippled and dented with his fingertips. Jane's mother was doing an admirable job of ignoring that fact.
"Drink, Commander," she told him. "Then we'll finish our conversation."
"Mom,"
Jane hissed.
"Haven't we said enough?"
"No, dear," Mary said. "We haven't." Gray took a sip, as ordered. According to Mary Finch, the solution to any problem was tea, though serious issues required tea and cookies. Gray wasn't going to argue, nor was he going to complain about the delay. One look at the mix of concern and understanding on Jane's parents' faces, and he'd known the next hour would be far from simple. His short, simple answers weren't going to cut it, either. Her parents might welcome him, but they also knew he had fuck all of a plan. A family debrief was inevitable. He didn't mind. Anything was better than being alone and cut off from Jane in that fucking lab. He'd sleep on a roof or in the damn courtyard if he had to, though he'd much rather be with Jane. He also had to ensure he remained in the base. Whatever danger lingered here, his instincts insisted it wasn't done, which meant navigating this situation with the help of her parents. He set his mug down on a mostly level stretch of steel. "What's first?"
"You're absolutely certain you're not married?"
Mary asked.
"Yes."
Gray lifted a shoulder.
"Well, as much as possible. Divorce papers were signed and submitted."
"Knew Rachel was lying,"
Jane muttered darkly.
"That bit. Janie,"
her mother chastised.
"Language."
Gray smothered a laugh and nudged Jane with his elbow. Jane sent him a steely look beneath her eyelashes, but he caught her lips twitching. She still had serious concerns about Rachel and her motivations. Gray understood. He didn't think Rachel would screw him over, at least not intentionally, but relying on her to fix things,
not optimal.
So he'd made the only play he could. He'd disclosed the full truth of their relationship to Jane's family. The Admiral had taken all of 2 seconds to figure out the rest.
"Expert liars, those spies. I knew I smelled CIA on her. Never trusted that marriage story. Too convenient,"
the Admiral huffed, his thick silver mustache rippling with the words.
"Glad to hear your divorce papers are in process. My pud deserves a man who's all in. But..."
He looked from the counter to where the shredded clothing had been shoved beside the far end of the couch, and then at Gray.
"Son, you know I have questions."
Gray nodded.
"Understood, sir."
"Oh my God." Jane put her forehead on the warped corner.
"Dad?"
"Now, Pud," the Admiral said firmly, without a hint of shame.
"We're in extraordinary circumstances here. Situation requires a full analysis. Commander Hale here, Gray, isn't that sad, pimply-faced wiener you dated in high school. I need to understand exactly what..."
"Bill." Mary cut him off. "It's quite obvious what happened."
"Is it?"
The Admiral ran his hand over the warped counter, then stroked his mustache in contemplation.
"These modules aren't fancy, but they're supposed to hold up to..."
"Bill." Mary's smug rattled against the steel. "I'm going to die," Jane whispered into the bent steel. Gray couldn't help it. He grinned. He tugged Jane's seat closer and wrapped an arm around her waist. There must be some Jack left in him, because he leaned close and whispered loudly in her ear.
"I think they know we had sex."
"I will murder you," she choked.
"Nah,"
he chuckled softly.
"You want me for other things."
"Murder," she gasped. "Definitely murder." Her cheeks had been pink since they'd left the bathroom to find her mother standing beside the counter, holding a shredded gray hoodie in one hand and torn sweatpants in another. Now they flared bright red, radiating heat. His body responded instantly, his cock growing hard and straining against his pants. Thank fuck the Admiral and Mary sat on the opposite slice of counter and couldn't see him. He shifted uncomfortably and tried to subtly adjust himself. "Serves you right," Jane whispered. It did. He sent her a wicked smile and tugged her a little closer.
Embarrassment hung heavy in the air, and he took a happy sip of tea. He had his pack and their family safe in one space. Sure, it was awkward and a host of uncomfortable questions were headed his way. Danger lingered in the base. He had no plan and no idea where he'd sleep that night. But he had his Jane. Schroddie shoved his head onto her lap and wagged happily. Then he turned and huffed at the door. Not a full bark, which meant the person on the other side was known, but enough to let everyone in the room know someone was on the other side, and they weren't one of the big dog's favorite people. The knock that followed was redundant. "Stay put, son," the Admiral rose. "I'll handle it." He crossed to the intercom panel beside the door and pressed the button. "What?"
"Admiral Finch." Rachel's voice crackled through the speaker. "It is Dr. Rachel Hale Lee and Major Whitlock. We know Commander Hale is inside. We need to debrief on recent—"
"Miss Lee," the Admiral made a point of dropping Hale from his address, and while his finger remained on the talk button, he made no move to open the door. "You have done more than enough. This is a Finch family matter. We will call you when we are done." At that, he released the talk button and put his back to the door. The knock sounded again, heavier this time, and Gray's sensitive ears could pick out Rachel's muffled voice demanding she be allowed to enter. Whitlock's deep tones added it was important. The Admiral returned to the counter and casually sipped his tea. "Where were we?" It was damned impressive. Also, tactically unwise. "Sir," Gray cleared his throat, "as much as I—" "Your family now, son." The Admiral sent him a ferocious grin. Bushy brows, straight bars over top his eyes, and that handlebar mustache curving upward at the corner. "Just try to get out of it."
"Dad," Jane whispered, "don't threaten."
Schroddie huffed as the knocking continued. "Sir," Gray said, holding the Admiral's gaze and simultaneously giving Jane's knee a squeeze under the counter. "I understand the sentiment. I appreciate it. But I did not leave that lab peacefully. Rachel is a liar. She's also good at what she does. We should listen to her." Jane jerked beneath his touch.
"You actually think she's here to help you?"
"No." Gray gave a slight shake of his head. "I think she's here to help herself. Doesn't mean we're enemies. I told her to fix things with the General. Be good to know what that looks like." Jane sucked in a breath.
"We can't trust her."
He squeezed her thigh again. "Trust me." "Can't say I like it. Too many damn lies," the Admiral grumbled into his tea, brows drawing into a fierce line. Then his faded blue eyes met Gray's. "You sure about this, son?" "Yes, sir," Gray nodded. "Get on with it, then," the Admiral sighed. "Damn bloody spies." Before anyone could change their mind, Gray rose from his seat and hit the release. The door panel slid back with a hiss of air to reveal Rachel and Whitlock. She appeared torn between worry and fury, while Whitlock wore the expression of someone ready to be entertained at others' expense. Gray sent them both a silent look of warning, one that said, "Behave or else," and stepped to the side, motioning for them both to come in. Mouth tight, Rachel entered the room with Whitlock on her heels. Her assessing gaze swept across the three Finches sitting at the counter, and her eyebrows arched. Understanding sharpened her dark brown eyes, and she pinned him with a glare. "Jack?" His lips twitched. "Yes, I told them."
"That was?"
"Necessary," the Admiral said. "Take a seat, Miss Lee."
"I'll make more tea,"
Mary said, rising from her stool. She pointed to the other end of the living module.
"We should move to the couch. There's more room there. Bring the chairs, Bill."
"All right." He heaved a sigh and hefted two of the stools. "Exactly where do you want—" There was a knock at the door. "Oh, who the hell is it now?" Abandoning the chairs, the Admiral stalked over to the panel. "What is this? Open invitation to tea at the Finches? I don't care if it's the General himself." Gray tensed, ready to fight anyone trying to drag him back to that lab. Schroddie trotted alongside Jane's father. Reaching the door, the big dog pushed his nose into the indentation where the sliding panel met wall, snuffled intently, and then wagged. "Rrrr." "Well now, someone we like, eh, boy?" the Admiral said. "About time." The panel opened to reveal the slender, uniformed figure of Sergeant Rossi. Gray didn't know the sergeant overly well. They'd barely spoken since their arrival at the base, but he'd watched her escorting Jane everywhere around the base like some sort of fucking warden. He'd appreciated Rossi and their desperate escape from the compound. But if the sergeant was here to keep Jane away from him, she'd be leaving. Quickly. "Sir?" Rossi offered the Admiral a quick salute. "I'm here to collect Jane for a dog walk and an evening meal in the mess." Her mouth formed an "oh," and her eyes lit with mischief. "But whatever's going on here is way more interesting." She swanned past the Admiral. "I'm in." "This is not an open invitation," Rachel snapped. "If you're here, Rossi's here," Jane retorted. Ah, his Jane liked the sergeant. That changed things. "Come in," he said. "Find room." "Don't mind if I do." The sergeant positioned herself beside Jane in a move that spoke volumes. She had Jane's back. Good. Gray didn't know the sergeant well, but he approved of anyone who gave his Jane the support she deserved. She sent a nasty, toothy smirk at Rachel. "Want to read me in?" "Not in the least," Rachel replied. "I want you to leave." "Not your house, or cubicle. Whatever this thing is, it's mine," the Admiral barked. "I decide who leaves." "All due respect, sir," Rachel said. "This is above your pay grade." "Above my—" His mustache vibrated with barely contained fury. "You listen here, you conniving—" Gray slammed his palm into the counter. The wail of metal and the sharp crack of polymer sliced through the bickering like a sharp machete through grass. Silence gripped the small space, and everyone in the room turned to him. Enough. He braced both hands on the counter. Time to put our cards on the table. "Gray?" Jane's eyes widened, and she sent a pointed glance at Rachel. "Son?" The Admiral's eyebrows drew together further. "Sir," Gray replied with a nod. "I know, but it's time. This base is in danger. Something is—" He growled, unable to find the right human words to describe the feeling. "Something is rotten, waiting. I feel it. Right here." He thumped a fist against his chest and glanced at Jane. "You trust my instincts?" "Always." She tipped her head at Rachel and Whitlock. "I just don't trust them." "I know," Gray said, "but I do." "Can't see why," the Admiral said. "They lied to us, to my whole damn country, from the start." "They did," Gray agreed, "but they are not the threat." Jane held his gaze for a moment, then blew out a breath. "Okay." "That's it?" Rossi sputtered the question. She threw her arms wide and gestured at Rachel. "2 lines from Super Zombie, and you're ready to trust our #1 suspect." "No," Jane said softly, her eyes still on Gray. "But I trust Gray. I trust his instincts." Yeah, you love him," Rossi crossed her arms. "I still call bullshit." Gray decided he liked this Sergeant Rossi. He wasn't alone, as Whitlock sent her a wide grin. "Sorry, Sergeant. We'd be great villains. Rachel and I have carried out more than our share of fuckery. Got a talent for it. But we're only here for information. No sabotage, no alternate agenda. But our country's took a hard hit. We've lost people. Got others who are sick. We're just trying to find answers." "Good." Mary walked into the middle of the gathering and calmly handed out mugs of tea. "It's about time we all got some answers." No one was asked what tea they wanted or how they took it, and no one complained. "Everyone has been keeping their information, their answers to themselves, like dogs guarding bones." I agree with Gray. She sat on a kitchen stool and leveled them all with a searing look. It's past time for secrets to come out. Gray had joined a family of warriors, and he couldn't be prouder. Exactly. They'd all been kept apart for too fucking long, running in circles and missing the bigger picture. Their enemies had a plan, were coordinated. It was past time for his allies to come together. He moved behind Jane and put a hand on her shoulder. She reached up and laced her fingers with his, and some of the tension in his chest eased. This verbal fray wasn't his strongest space. But like all battles, someone had to throw the first punch. Guess it's my turn. Rachel is a spy and a damn good liar, he said, dropping the facts point blank. Whitlock is a specialist, and a good one, though he's happier flying a bird or shooting people in the face. They came for information that could help those infected in the DC outbreak, which happened before Vancouver and which the U.S. government covered up. God damn it, Jack. Rachel sucked in a breath and regarded the room. Her lips thinned, but her expression was one of resignation. Maybe even acceptance. That's accurate. Can't disagree, Whitlock confirmed. DC is a mess. Government's in shambles. Thanks. Gray gently squeezed Jane's shoulder, a silent request for her to go next. Her fingers tightened on his, but her voice was steady when she said, On my dad's request, and with Rossi's help, I've been looking into the outbreak at the forward base in Squamish. A lot of footage was uploaded to remote servers before everything went down. There are hours of footage to study. We determined it was not an accident, or at least the infection didn't follow the same pattern as Vancouver. There's a clear origin point. We believe someone triggered it. Someone who arrived right before it happened, Rossi added, with a glare at Rachel and Whitlock. Rachel's head snapped back in obvious shock. You thought Whitlock and I triggered an outbreak? You, specifically, Jane said sweetly. Figured Whitlock was the patsy. Ouch. Whitlock rubbed a palm over his heart. You wound me. But if it wasn't you, and I believe Gray would know if it was. A tremor ran through Jane's body, and he moved closer, so his thigh braced her back and waited for her to continue. She drew in a deep breath. That makes everything so much worse. Shit, it does. Rachel tapped her fingernails against her tablet in rapid succession. If it was triggered, and I've seen enough of your skills to trust your assessment, then we're looking at an inside job. Someone planted here. Possibly a long-term sleeper agent. Gray sent her a meaningful look. What else? Rachel's lips tightened. I'm going to get court-martialed for this. Nah, Whitlock said, with a casual wave of one massive hand. End-of-the-world exception. But whatever, I'll do it. He shrugged. Everything we've learned points to the DC infection being the same as what happened at the forward base, which is an entirely different strain from what hit Vancouver. Fuck. The Admiral spat the word. Bill, Mary elbowed him. Only word for it. He glanced at his wife, apology in his gaze. I don't want to worry you, love, but you need to know. This means whoever triggered the outbreak in Squamish had a different strain on them than was unleashed in Vancouver, and access to the forward base. It's likely they're in this base right now. Well then, fuck. Mary took a shaky sip of tea. Exactly, Rachel said. It's possible they triggered both outbreaks, or had a part in the Vancouver outbreak. I have no intel on why there are different strains emerging at the same time, in what appear to be coordinated attacks. All this data and no one bloody knows a thing. It's also possible our insider, this terrorist, I guess, has more strains on them, isn't it? Jane asked quietly. Yeah. Gray drew her closer. More zombie plagues. Whitlock pinched the bridge of his nose. Shit. Exactly. Jane let out a shuddering breath and turned to face Rachel.
If you didn't do it, then there are only a few other people whose movements make them a likely suspect.
Rachel blinked in surprise.
You have other suspects.
Of course, Rossi snorted. She's brilliant. Gray nodded. She is. Jane flushed a little at the praise, yet her expression remained deadly serious.
Gardner was there, and based on his behavior at Joe's compound, he seemed to think the outbreak was a personal win before he was infected.
She glanced up at Gray, eyes worried.
Now that he's infected in here, I don't know. He's too content to be in that cage. And when we spoke, he was aware, even enjoying things. It freaks me out. It's like he knows something.
He's not right, Gray agreed, voice a low rumble.
Anything else?
Rachel prompted.
Nothing concrete.
Jane shivered and leaned into Gray.
The footage is hard to watch. Most people are surprised, panicked when everything erupts, but you and Whitlock stayed so calm. It's what drew my attention the first time, and so did Dr. Coe. He arrived at the same time as you, and you all left together with my parents just before the infected breached the barriers. I agree he's got the emotional bandwidth of a scorpion, Rachel shook her head, but that could describe most of the CIA. It doesn't make him a terrorist. He was nowhere near the origin spot. He wasn't, Jane said. One of his lab techs was. That person didn't make it out. So he sacrificed a technician, or was working with a suicidal accomplice? Rachel's fingers tapped rapidly against her tablet. Maybe he's got the temperament for it. Still, why would British Columbia's key expert put himself in danger to set off an infection? How would he coordinate with the attackers in D.C.? And if he did, why would he want to trade data with our D.C. expert? It doesn't track. It doesn't. It should be impossible, Jane said quietly. But his behavior? His fixation on Gray and determination to control him? It's not right, and he's too comfortable around Gardner.
He puts his techs in danger, intentionally, Gray added.
Rachel shrugged. Wouldn't be the first genius to treat people like test tubes.
What's his win, though? Whitlock spread his hands. Sure, the doc's a raging asshole with a god complex, but what does he gain from an outbreak? No offense, he said to Gray, but no one wants to risk infection. Odds are it's someone else in that lab, someone using their position to fly under the radar.
Maybe. Jane's shoulders were tense beneath Gray's touch. I can't explain it, but there's something wrong about him. Sure there is, Rachel said. Do you know the stats on the instances of high-functioning sociopathy in advanced medical fields? Odds are he's squarely in that boat, but we can't accuse people of treason on the grounds of being creepy, especially when that person has the ear of the general and is a fundamental piece in your line of defense. Gray shared the tension radiating through Jane. More than that, he trusted her instincts.
Something's wrong with him.
Yes. Yes, it was.
He'd tamped down his response to the doctor in the lab, forced himself to cooperate with the tests and orders so he could get back to her. Now they were together. He could admit something had been digging under his skin in that space. Something beyond assholes and ferals in cages. Unfortunately, Rachel was also correct. Whether the asshole was an instigator or a patsy, they needed proof. The clock felt like a lit fuse, burning toward a vicious, unknown endgame. His enemies had been biding their time in this base, dug in and lying in wait, just as Gardner and his ferals had been at the compound. Gray had to uncover them before they struck. He just claimed his Jane, just found his place. He'd be damned if he let the bastards win. We need to figure it out. Fast. Gray turned to Whitlock. We need to get the team and go back to the forward base. Search the site. There has to be evidence, some piece of information. Whitlock nodded. I'm on it. Good. Gray shifted his attention to Rachel. "Mind that doctor for all the information you can get. Test him. Try to get him to slip up. Assess the others in that lab. You're good at that."
"Fine," she said with a nod.
That settled, Gray cupped Jane's face and gave her a quick kiss. "You keep studying that footage and tell us everything we missed. We need proof." And he was afraid they didn't have a lot of time left to get it.
Chapter 21. Jane. Gravel crunched under the thick soles of Jane's borrowed boots. She stood in the middle of the base's courtyard, finishing up the day's round of training with her rescued Malamutes. The pair sat to attention, ears forward and bright gazes fixed on her, while Schroddie sprawled in a patch of sunlight, observing the activity as a supervisor might new recruits. She glanced at him.
"How are we doing, buddy?"
He thumped his tail against the ground. "Good to know you approve." Hands on her hips, she turned back to her new charges. She'd been working on their ability to signal infected, putting the pair of them through an obstacle course that ended with a scent challenge, distinguishing the one scrap of fabric from the feral cages from all the rest she'd taken from other places. So far, both dogs had identified the feral sample every time. After what they'd been through, she hadn't needed to teach them what scent to prioritize. Instead, she'd had to focus on getting them to alert calmly. Both had made great progress, even if Shadow's hackles still rose and she growled at the sample. And Gary still whined and tucked his giant plume of a tail between his legs. They'd both been through a lot at that compound, and likely before they'd been brought there. In no way did she believe Joe had owned these dogs before the outbreak. More likely, he'd scavenged them in the chaos, or outright stolen them from families fleeing downtown. Jane wished she'd found their families, but none of the refugees at the base had reported dogs missing. She'd been told to take them or else. Easiest call I've had to make in ages. "You are both very good dogs," she said, crouching down to dole out ear rubs and treats. The pair were adorable, one sleek and black, the other fluffy and white, both with ears standing straight up and focused forward. They sat side by side, their rears touching, and front paws in a neat row on the ground. Not bonded, not yet, but friends. Such smart and clever dogs. Gary's tongue lolled out, and he wagged at the praise. She'd meant to change their names when she'd rescued them from Joe's, only they knew their names, and there was a certain charm in having a zombie-sniffing dog named Gary. Of the pair, he was the most amiable. Shadow was more aloof, as if afraid to fully bond with anything. Jane wasn't forcing the issue, letting the female Malamute emerge from her shell in her own time. She gave Shadow a gentle scratch beneath her ear, then cupped Gary's fluffy cheeks. "I think I'll recommend you for Gray's team. Those badasses need a floof named Gary, don't they? Wish they had you with them right now." Oblivious to her worries, Gary gave her another doggy grin, and his massive plume of a tail swept the ground. Shadow looked away, as if embarrassed by Gary's shameless affection. Schroddie wandered over to snuffle loudly in her ear. "Sat on the sidelines long enough, huh?" She wrapped an arm around the Great Dane's neck and leaned into his solid bulk. He licked the side of her head and gave a soft huff, then swiped a treat from her palm. "Mooch?" She managed to laugh. The big dog rested his head across her shoulders. Unlike her white floof of a Malamute, Schrodinger knew she was on edge. He'd stuck to her side all morning, ever since Gray and his team had left for Squamish. They were returning to the forward base with the intention of searching the site. Jane wasn't going to draw full breath until they returned. Will they find proof? Or are they walking into another trap? Her hands trembled at the thought, shaking the treats in her pouch. Gary whimpered, and Schroddie huffed at him. Shadow lurched to her feet, scanning the courtyard for threats. Jane sucked in a breath and wrangled her emotions back in line. "Shh," she said to all 3 dogs. "Easy. It's fine. You're all fine." She gave them all a pat and glanced at the kennels. Normally, she'd put the 2 Malamutes back in their kennel, but today she needed the comfort of all 3 dogs. And since she'd done a terrible job of hiding her nerves, they needed it too. "Let's go meet Rossi in the cafeteria. You 2 need practice, not begging." A giant black and white head nudged her arm. "Huh." She rubbed Schroddie's neck. "I've given up on your manners, you big hungry goof. Just keep it to those tragic brown eyes, mister. No stealing chips from Rossi's plate." He huffed softly, his cheeks puffing, almost as if he was laughing at her. Yeah, you're a comedian." She got to her feet and signaled the dogs to stay close beside her. "With me." Then she and her fuzzy entourage set out for the cafeteria, leaving the courtyard behind and stepping through the monitored doorway into the rectangular block that was the residence wing. "Let's go." A glance at her watch confirmed she was already late for lunch. She quickened her pace. Access to the barracks was secured, and she had to travel through the residence to reach the general use doors. It was strange to be at liberty to walk through the base on her own. After 2 months of constant company, she enjoyed the freedom, even as she missed Rossi's presence. Since Gray had made his decisive break from the lab and made his commitment to her clear to the general, Sergeant Rossi was no longer required to escort Jane all day, every day. She'd been reassigned to one of the dreaded details on the base, Civilian Administrative Liaison. Neither of them were thrilled with the arrangement. But as Rossi pointed out, it could have been worse. The general could have slapped her with waste management. Though spending all day filling out forms and logging items was hardly the best use of the sergeant's skills. Still, at least Rossi had something to do. While I have to invent tasks. The best way to handle the weight while Gray and his team investigated the forward base was to keep busy. Especially since he'd refused to take her with him, and she wasn't done being mad about it. He needed someone to watch his back. Someone she trusted. Okay, fine. Her. She wanted that person to be her. Even if she wasn't a frontline combatant, she was the person who'd figured out the outbreak had been orchestrated by human hands. She might see something the others overlooked. Moreover, she missed Gray. He'd been bunking with Whitlock and the team, and she hadn't seen him nearly as much as she wanted. Which was all the time. She needed the contact. More than that, she needed the comfort of having him near. The safety of it. Because something was off at the base. The truth of it nagged at her, like an itch she couldn't scratch. It's why she'd avoided visiting Keeley in the civilian camp, even though she was desperate to share every single steamy detail with her best friend. Jane had limited herself to a couple brief chats, with the promise of more when things settled down. She couldn't risk bringing trouble into the camp. Beyond that, she was afraid to take her eyes off the military section of the base, as if the act of watching would somehow protect those she loved. It was irrational, sure, but it's about all she had to work with. They knew someone in the base was a traitor, a terrorist, but they had no proof as to whom. The creep factor demanded it was Co, but Rachel was right. What reason did the doctor have to start an outbreak? The not knowing ate away at Jane. She didn't know who to watch, who to study, couldn't go to the general and demand he reinstate her access to the lab. Not without that fucking proof. Come on, Gray. Find what we need and get back to me. He and his team should have searched the remains of the forward base days ago. But the general had been thoroughly unhappy with him for walking out of the lab. So it had taken a week for he and Whitlock to get the green light. Too long for comfort, in Jane's opinion. She knew Gray was right. Their enemy was in the base, and they were far from done. Not having him inside the base changed the weight of the air, lent every footstep and every cough a sinister edge. She felt vulnerable. Hell, she was vulnerable. But there was no point in letting their foe see that. Get it together, Finch. She drew in a deep breath and held her pass up to the scanner, waiting for the doors separating the troop barracks wing of the base from the residence wing to slide open. Every time she walked between those white panels with their slanted windows of reinforced glass, she thought of the first time she'd walked through the base, when a tour had turned into a moratorium and she'd been banned from being in contact with Gray. So many things have happened since then. And yet, not enough. The doors opened, and she stepped through, with all 3 dogs keeping close to her heels. "Hold, ma'am." The guards on the other side stepped forward. One had a device that looked straight out of Star Trek in his hand. "Orders are to scan anyone entering the central block." "Oh." She stopped and held out her arms. "Sure." "You're in contact with that infected." The guard ran his device through the air a hand's width from her body. The man's mouth was a flat, judgmental line. "Had to step up security since that subject escaped." "Escaped?" she snorted. "Commander Hale is bunking with his team." "Whatever." The guard glared at his scanner. "Carry on." "Thanks." She offered him a syrupy smile. "I'm looking forward to lunch." She was damned tired of everyone acting as if Gray, being the person he actually was, somehow put the base in danger. She knew Ko was behind the perception, and it pissed her off that the general wouldn't put a stop to it. There was a small contingent of soldiers who knew Gray, his team, or Rossi, and thus knew they were damned lucky to have Gray on their side. Then there were these asshats. A large swath of the base was unhappy with Gray's freedom, and more than one blamed her for it. Well, fine. If he wanted a show, then she and her dogs would give him one. It was a good moment to practice their newest skill. "You're right. We should step up." She sent the guard another overly sweet smile, then grinned at the 3 dogs behind her. "Hold." All 3 dogs stopped. "Shadow, Gary, to me." She crouched down and dug in her pocket for the bandana Rossi had loaned her. The gun her father had insisted she keep rubbed against her ankle, and she swallowed hard. Yes, she knew how to use the compact Beretta. But damn, she didn't want to. "Let's return this bandana with style," she said, holding the folded square of fabric out to the 2 Malamutes. She waited for them to get the scent. "Shadow, take." The black dog took the fabric in her mouth. "Shadow, Gary, ready?" The pair wagged furiously. "Good dogs. Now, deliver. Deliver to Rossi." They took off down the hallway at a flat run. "Whoa," the guard muttered from behind her. "Arrgh," Schroddie sighed. Her lips quirked. "Easy, buddy. You're with me." She nodded at the guard, and then she and Schroddie followed the pair at a more sedate pace. Yes, she was late, but she wouldn't give that guard the satisfaction of seeing her hurry. The weight of the gun on her ankle made her want to walk oddly, as if she held a cane or needed a crutch. It took effort to keep her stride even, and she had to watch her steps. She hadn't wanted to take the piece, but her dad was right. It was better to be prepared. Necessary, even. With all signs pointing to someone in that lab being their traitor, any attack could be devastating. Her dad was worried. And her mother would have been baking cookies 24/7 if she could have gotten her hands on the supplies. Even with the constraints, there was an alarming amount of cookies cooling on the warped counter, which Jane had passed by without temptation on her way to the courtyard. Not even stress eating was working for her today. Schroddie nudged her. She rested her hand on the big dog's back and focused on keeping her body language calm. Everyone seemed restless. The guards, spaced along the hallway, might have a lingering smile from her dogs racing past with a bandana, but the soldiers were also obviously on edge. It felt like everyone was. The cafeteria doors came into view, and she did her best to shake off her unease. Rossi had shuffled her schedule around to share lunch today. The least Jane could do was be decent company. And lunch was popular. She whistled softly as she and Schroddie entered the dining hall to find it packed with service people. They crowded around rows of white plastic tables with attached benches for seating. The cafeteria was as utilitarian as the rest of the base, and none of the people balancing trays seemed inclined to let it stop them from enjoying their break. "Hey, stranger!" Rossi waved the bandana at her. "Over here!" The sergeant was sitting a few tables deep with a group of 4 other soldiers. The 2 Malamutes were parked proudly behind her chair, tails sweeping across the floor and chests puffed out. Both dogs looked extremely pleased with themselves. "What good dogs!" Jane fussed over them as she joined the group. "What smart and clever dogs!" "Gotta say, that's a hell of a way to get your bandana back," Rossi chuckled. "You've impressed the girls." She jerked her thumb at the other 4 soldiers. Sergeants Macy, Park, Kovic, and Levine. "We're surviving civilian affairs through camaraderie, drinks, and pasta." "Nice to meet you." Jane smiled at the 4 sergeants. "Feel free to pet the Dane, but know there will be drool." "Go grab your lunch, Jane," Rossi said. "We'll watch the beasts." Right, I was late. Everyone else already had their food. Jane glanced at the lineup for servings. It was short, but her stomach was in knots. She'd skipped breakfast and should have been starving. Probably was on some level, but the thought of eating anything made her queasy. And if she couldn't stomach her mom's cookies, then cafeteria food wouldn't fly. Maybe later. She took a seat at the table. "What's up, Finch?" Rossi sent her a searching glance. "You on a hunger strike or something? It's macaroni today." "Cheesy goodness, you love this shit. Get yourself a damn bowl." "Cease your pasta pushing and let me hunger strike in peace." Jane stuck out her tongue. "I'm sad and lonely and determined to waste away without my dedicated escort." "A likely story," the sergeant snorted. "Is it working with the ex-wife?" "Nah, I've been spared Rachel so far today, though we're supposed to do another round of assessment after lunch," Jane replied, and then shrugged. "We're managing to coexist. I'm just not hungry. I'll eat with Gray when he and the team get back." "Eat?" One of the others smirked. "Is that what they're calling it?" "That's what I'd call it," another said, smacking her lips. "That fine hunk of mail might be altered, but who even cares? Bet he can go for days. Spill, Finch. Is he superhuman in the sack or what?" "We need all the details," a third leaned forward. "Options are thin on the base. We're living through you now." 4 sets of eyes fixed on Jane. Her cheeks flushed. I can't take you anywhere." Rossi waved a fork at them. "Ease up, you thirsty bitches." The 4 soldiers laughed and tossed out apologies. Face and neck burning, Jane wished she'd gotten a bowl of macaroni simply to have something to stare at. She didn't date much, and tended to keep things private when she did. She hadn't even confessed the details to her best friend, Keeley, who was currently out of reach in the civilian camp just outside the base. Visiting opportunities were few and far between, and it would be a strike against the BFF code to tell anyone else first. She studied the scuffed white tabletop. Can we talk about macaroni?" "Only if the world wishes to punish us further," one of the sergeants grumbled. "Ruff!" Shadow shuffled around and nosed one of the sergeant's elbows, while Gary stared at the nearest plateful of macaroni and cheese and let out a plaintive whine. "See what you've done?" Rossi lightly slapped the soldier beside her with the back of her hand. "You've upset the actual bitches. Bitch. And Gary. And we all know they've been working harder than you." No, they're fine." Jane motioned for the dogs to back up. "I told you, no mooching." Schroddie grumbled and leaned into her, big body tenser than normal. Head lowered until his chin brushed the scuffed white surface of the cafeteria table, and he huffed at the group. "Damn," one of the soldiers said, lifting her hands. "Sorry, big guy." "Yeah," another said. "Sorry, Jane and dogs. Didn't mean any harm. It's been 4 straight days of emergency requisition form AC7, and I've lost all sense of human decency." Shit. Jane was letting her nerves impact the big dog. "It's okay. It's fine. It's not you. I'm just a mess today. They're picking up on my nerves, she said.
Easy, bud.
He rumbled again. Shadow and Gary mimicked the sound. Bet he's complaining about having to spend the afternoon with Rachel the Ice Queen, Rossi said. You should cry off. I'll skip the afternoon filing drill. These bitches can cover for me. Let's go to yours and keep working on our... She glanced around the table. Project. I'd love to, Jane said, but I promised Gray I'd work with Rachel. Later? Yeah, sure. Rossi shoved in a mouthful of pasta. Schroddie stretched his neck toward her and let out a soft warble. You know I can't spoil you in front of your mom, Rossi said to the dog. Then she switched her attention to Jane. And you say later now, but wait until Commander Hottie gets back and I'm thrown aside for muscles. She pointed her fork at Jane. Muscles are a lot, but they aren't everything. I have feelings, you know. Thoughts, too. I know you do. Jane sent the sergeant a lopsided smile. She tried to keep it light for the sake of their audience, but the truth was she really did want Rossi's input. She felt like the answer was right there, and she just couldn't see it. Even if I wanted to have Gray to myself tonight, I can't. So, it's a date. I'm a damned consolation date, Rossi muttered. You're a charming second place, Jane replied sweetly. Schroddie rumbled loudly, and she twisted around to eye him. Excuse you, what did I tell you about mooching? We do not demand treats. And look, now Shadow and Gary are doing it. Consolation date, Rossi said. Enough already with the pity party. If you had a hot date with muscles for days, you'd throw me over too. Jane kept a fierce stare on her dogs. And you are not promising these dogs a consolation mooch later. I have thoughts, Rossi said again. Consolation date. I know, you already... Jane paused and her voice dropped to a strangled whisper. You already said that. Heart in her throat, she whipped around to face Rossi. The sergeant's dark brown eyes were wide with horror. Consolation. Her eyes screamed, but her mouth couldn't seem to stop repeating the same few words. Thoughts. Have thoughts. Consolation. Her fingernails scraped at the tabletop. Repeating. They're repeating. Oh my God. Staring in horror at her friend, Jane lurched back from the table. Oh my God, Rossi! Schroddie threw his head back and started howling. Gary wailed and ducked between Jane's legs. Shadow barked at the other soldiers at the table, all of whom began twitching and muttering uncontrollably. The black Malamute then turned and growled at the rest of the room. The flash of white canines shook Jane from her frozen stupor. She spun around, gaze sweeping across the cafeteria. Her blood ran cold. It wasn't just her table that had been affected. The whole room was infected. Every single person in the packed room appeared to be twitching and trembling. Hands lifted forks to mouths, noodles falling with each repeated gesture. Fractured words stuttered from half-slack lips, their expressions contorted with burgeoning horror, the whites of hundreds of eyes blazing beneath the harsh white lighting. Most with horror. A few with that sly, feral gleam of hunger. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Breath catching in her chest, she twisted back to Rossi. There must have been something in the food. Consolation. Devastation burned in Rossi's eyes. Her expression was sheer dread, twisted around a sick kind of resignation, as if she was staring death in the face and knew she couldn't so much as spit in its eye before her life vanished. Don't give up. Jane planted her palms on the table. Don't. Gray was a repeater. He came back. You can come back. Just hold on. Her friend's body convulsed. Jane froze, unable to stop staring at Rossi as the infection spread. Dark veins spread outward from her eyes and mouth, leaching across her olive skin like ink in water. The whites of her eyes became fractured. Fingers hooked into claws even as they continued to move the empty spoon before her lips. All 3 dogs erupted with fearsome growls. Their warning was clear. Any moment, feral cries would fill the air. But where were the alarms? The room should have been sealed at the first sign of infection, but the door panels still glowed green and none of the guards Jane had passed in the hallway had appeared. Shit! This was really bad. Their traitor had struck. And if the alarms were down, there'd be no way to seal the base in time to stop the infection from spreading. "I'll save you," she held Rossi's desperate, fading gaze. "I promise you. I'll help you come back." But first, she had to save the base. "Shadow, Gary, Schroddie, with me!" She drew her gun from her ankle holster and ran for the doors. She had to trigger the alarms before it was too late. If it wasn't already.
Chapter 22. Gray, Jack. With one hand gripping the reinforced rail, Gray leaned partly out the open helicopter door and surveyed the area around the approach to the forward base. The summer sun beat down on the mountain road, and heat formed pools across cracked pavement. Beyond the curves of hot air and the swirl of dust beneath the bird, no shapes scuttled across the open area. Most ferals waited for dark to hunt, but they'd be drawn to the disturbance of the bird's blades. If they were here, there'd be a sign. Shadows. Cries on the breeze. Something. He inhaled deeply. No stench marked the air, or not what reached him. There was no reason for the clawing unease in his throat, nothing beyond the spiked ball of frustration that had been lodged there for the past week. Fingers flexing, he drew in a second breath, just to be sure. A hand tapped his shoulder, and he glanced behind. Rio jerked a thumb at the cockpit. Covering the mic on his headset, which everyone else wore but Gray had refused, the soldier shouted above the roar of the wind. "Whitlock wants to know if we're clear." Gray flashed the OK sign. Rio nodded and spoke into the mic. "Commander says we're clear." The bird descended at the front of the forward base, right between the old truck Gray and Jane had abandoned and the first stacked cement wall. Months had passed since that first day of travel outside the bunker, yet the memory burned bright in his mind. The first time he'd taken hold of Jane. The taste of her fear on his tongue as she struggled to search for her parents among the rubble. How he'd been unable to offer any words of comfort. Fuck. The nonverbal creature couldn't have imagined today. He glanced fondly at the broken truck. Who knew life would be simpler when he couldn't talk? He jumped out of the copter and hurried through the worst of the downdraft, hoping to steal a moment with the past. No time. Wind roared overhead as a second helicopter landed on the stretch. Gray's jaw flexed as he stared at the larger bird. After dragging his heels to approve the mission, the general had finally granted permission for Whitlock's zombie hunter test squad, so long as they were accompanied by another senior squad. Task Force 6, led by Lieutenant Brand. No doubt about it, the general was still pissed at Gray's exit from the lab, and it was possible the doctor had been whispering in his ear. It was the only reason an otherwise sensible general would allocate twice the necessary resources to search a defunct base. Waste of fucking time. Should have been here days ago. Gray rolled his shoulders and tried to swallow back his frustration. By all accounts, Lieutenant Brand was an accomplished soldier, with an impressive track record, and Team 6 had a sterling reputation. Still, adding unknowns to this mission made Gray's shoulders tense. He tried to relax his stance as the team joined him. Thank fuck the general hadn't pushed for them to take more of the trainees as well. He had what he now thought of as his core squad. Frontline fighters Santiago Rio and Marcus Fox, sharpshooter Lacey DeLuca, tech specialist Jem Barron, and heavy weapons expert Stone. They'd been through it at the compound, and he trusted each of them to have his back. "Lots of company, boss," Stone rumbled. "We throwing a party?" "Where the hell was this when we collected Gardner?" Rio's tone was casual, but his dark eyes were narrowed thoughtfully at the second bird. "Could have used a fancy team at our backs then." "They were polishing their boots," Whitlock chuckled, clapping Rio on the shoulder as he headed to Gray. "Now that's done, they can preserve the integrity of the evidence for us." Gray's lips quirked. "Can't trust the zombie." "Bullshit," Fox muttered from behind. Gray shrugged. The escort was irritating and mildly offensive, but ultimately harmless. He had to remember that. The general wanted to locate their traitor as much as the rest of them. If he needed to send some fancy team along to trust whatever they recovered, fuck it. Let them waste time and fuel. He looked at his team. They can tie a bow on whatever we find. DeLuca grinned. "There's a plan, Commander." The engine cut and the blade slowed on the second copter. Lieutenant Brand swung out, looking every inch like the stereotypical American soldier. An odd move for a Canadian. Brand sported a silvering buzz cut, a perfectly tucked uniform, and a displeased expression. He walked with the puffed chest of an officer who took his rank a little too seriously, and expected everyone else to do the same. Gray gestured at Whitlock. "This one's on you." The team might have taken to calling Gray boss, since he'd flexed his altered abilities at the compound, but Whitlock was officially in charge of the squad. And there wasn't a chance in hell this Lieutenant Brand wanted to play nice with the altered second-in-command. As it was, Team 6 set up a short distance away, checking their weapons while regarding Gray and his squad with open hostility. "Suspicious bastards," Rio said. Fox whistled under his breath. "Whew. Decked out, too." That they were. You wouldn't know they were suffering supply restrictions by looking at Team 6. All 10 soldiers in the team were clad in top-of-the-line gear. From their body armor to their helmets, everything was in pristine condition. Fancy. And expensive. Shit. This might be the base's ace squad. Why the fuck would the general send his best as backup? "No requisitions for the interlopers," Rio said, and the chuckle in his voice had an edge. "We brought in Gardner, and all we got were these ugly-ass masks." He rapped his knuckles against a red plastic utility mask on his hip and sent Gray a searching glance. "Since when are these required for sites that have been abandoned for months?" "Seriously, sir?" DeLuca made a face. "What are they expecting us to find?" The general opted not to share that. Gray scanned the desolate remains of the forward base, and his jaw flexed. The last time he'd been there, the forward base had just fallen, and Jane had been racked with fear for her parents. Months later, the smoke had fled, and the stench of bodies had vanished along with the flesh from the bones. "I can tell you what they won't find here," he added softly. "Any sign of life." The forward base had become an open tomb. They should be recovering more than evidence from this place. They should be marking bodies and trying to give the survivors closure. He regarded his team. "Listen up." After some debate with Jane and the others, he'd won their agreement to read in his team, at least enough to get the mission done. "You know why we're here." He tipped his head toward Rio. "Yes, sir." The sergeant gave a decisive nod. "From my briefing this morning, we know that intel suggests the outbreak here was a targeted hit. Our top priority is finding evidence of that. We're searching every inch of this place until we do." He scanned the team. "If a device was deployed here, we'll find it." There was a murmured round of agreement from the team. The sergeant was as steady as they came. He'd picked the sergeant to be his second on this op because he hadn't flinched during the entire round of testing he'd been subjected to, and he'd managed to keep the rest of the team level while they waited for the green light for this mission. Fox might be deadlier in a fight, but Rio had a keen eye and a slow fuse, and Gray needed both those skills right now. The comms are acting up. Whitlock rejoined them, unconcealed irritation shaping his features. I'm going to stay with the bird, get things up and running. I'll patch you in with the base when we're back. He glanced at the other team. The lieutenant claims it's impacting them too, but they sure shit aren't acting like it. Gonna stay with the bird. Keep eyes on them from here. Gray snorted. You just want to stay clean. Whitlock sent him a wide grin. That too. Enjoy your comfy chair, Gray said. We'll get it done. I plan to enjoy the show. Whitlock jerked a thumb at the other team and lowered his voice, speaking so only Gray could hear. Our backup isn't interested in playing well with others. Watch your back. Noted. Gray nodded. Watch yours too. He motioned for his team to follow. They worked their way past the initial barricade, made of stacked cement breakers and corrugated steel. That line of defense remained intact. Not that it had proven any help. Right now, all it did was block sight lines and slow their pace. The cement barriers had been positioned one behind the other, with an overlap that forced anyone approaching into a narrow, blind corridor that ran in a zigzag pattern toward the central prefabs. If they hadn't been followed by Team 6, with their fingers ready on those triggers, Gray would have jumped onto the top of the walls and used the height for recon. As it was, he didn't fancy being shot in the back. Jack probably would have found some clever way to bring the lieutenant on side. Because Gray had no idea what that would have been, he led his squad through the passage, their boots crunching through the abandoned wrappers and broken items littering the corridor. The stretch was strewn with bags and books. Paper and torn clothing stuck to sharp, rusted edges of steel, and they couldn't go 2 feet without stepping over the smashed remains of a phone. Finally, the passage opened into a wider holding area. A charred corral full of broken fencing that led to the tattered remnants of a tent. When Gray had last been here, the tent had been mostly intact. Now it was a tattered white sail sticking resolutely to the skeleton structure beneath. A terrible tribute to the remains littering the ground below. Shit, Baron hissed. This place went to hell. Or birthed it, DeLuca whispered. Fuck, Fox grunted. Stay frosty, Rio said, bringing up the rear of the group. Keep your eyes open. We're searching for anything that could have been used to deploy a virus. Canister, syringe, maybe a vial. The fires had long ended, leaving scorched pieces of tent and smoke-scarred siding. Inside the pens were clusters of bodies, or what had been bodies. After months exposed to the elements on the mountainside, bone, hair, and clothing were all that remained. Face tight, Gray headed to the central corral, the one where he and Jane had found repeaters circling inside, endlessly reenacting their shock. Those victims had long since perished. At a guess, it had taken approximately 2 weeks for their bodies to give out. No one from the base had come to collect them. Fuck. His hands curled into fists. All those feral subjects collected and shoved into cages for study, and that fucking doctor hadn't pushed to retrieve the real victims. To care for them and give them the same chance Gray had to heal. The man was obsessed with Gray, with Gardner, and all the additional physical abilities of an altered. He had incredible resources at his disposal, and he'd done nothing to help regular people who'd been rendered helpless by their infections. Staring at their bodies, seeing how their corpses formed a circle on the pavement, and knowing how they must have died struggling to perform their final task, it yanked Gray's underlying rage to the surface. He officially didn't give a fuck if the doctor was their traitor, or just another asshole. The smug prick deserved to have his skin slowly peeled from his body, and then be left in the sun for... He sucked in a breath, lifted his hand, fist closed. The team stopped behind him. This is Ground Zero. He checked the air again. No sign of ferals. No idea what device we're looking for. We won't be making assumptions. Lieutenant Brand's clipped voice cut through the area as he marched toward Gray. His unit bunched up behind him, constricting in a wave like the body of a caterpillar that had run into something foul on a leaf. Team 6 will do a thorough search of the buildings. We're fully equipped for this operation and properly trained for entering active infection zones. Your team can guard the perimeter. Gray lifted an eyebrow. It's an abandoned prefab. Brand's jaw tightened. We're reconstructing the outbreak and determining the source of origin. Point of origin is there. Gray pointed to the section of broken fencing that formed a now-broken pen. Bodies lay in a circle. The repeaters they'd found when he and Jane had first arrived, who had been reenacting their shock over the outbreak. Jane believed this area was the origin point of the virus, and that was proof enough for Gray. Your girlfriend's pet theory isn't intel. Brand made a dismissive noise. He gestured for his team to move forward. She's an untrained civilian. Her judgment can't be trusted. Fucking A, zombie, one of the soldiers behind him muttered. Crazy bitch, another said. Gray clenched his jaw. The world flickered into shades of black and white, and, for a moment, the soldiers before him became glowing targets. Targets begging for a fist through their throats. 10 targets. Easy. Armor or not, he'd have them bleeding on the ground in a matter of... He sucked in a breath and fought to keep himself from tearing the assholes apart with his bare hands. Without that civilian, we wouldn't know the outbreak was anything other than an accident, Rio said, voice painfully calm. Given that same civilian went through these buildings over 2 months ago and suffered no side effects, we're confident we don't need special equipment. He paused for a long moment before adding a dismissive, Sir. That civilian is intimate with an infected, Brand snapped. She should be in a cage with... You don't want to finish that sentence, Lieutenant, Gray growled. Or what? Brand shifted his grip on his weapon. You'll bite me? You should be so lucky. Too angry to force out human-shaped words, Gray visualized ramming his fist through the lieutenant's face, breaking all his front teeth before cracking his jaw and nasal bones and driving the shards into the man's brain. A quicker death than the asshole deserved, but it would create a truly satisfying mess. You want to put Jane in a cage? I'll put you in the... If you got a problem with the commander, Fox said, voice low with warning, then you've got a problem with all of us. The telltale sound of leather gloves against weapons followed. And we don't need to play dress-up to make a goddamn point, Baron added, voice overly sweet. Though if you ask real nice, I'll cut your... Easy, everyone, Rio cut in. Fox, hold. Shit. Gray pushed back the rage-induced haze. Enough. He motioned for his squad to stop and then pinned Brand with a look. I don't give a fuck that you have an issue with me. Hell, have an issue with my whole team. He stepped close to the lieutenant and lowered his voice. But when we're on the ground, the mission comes first. My mission, Brand replied, is to do this right, without any altered compromising things. For fuck's sake. Fine. Gray eased back and faced his team. I'll stay here. The rest of you carry out the search. Fox let out a hiss. The hell you will. Sergeant, Rio cut off the rant before it could start. What the commander says, goes. If he needs to hold the perimeter, then we're lucky to have him hold it. We'll pair up with Team 6, work the site square by square. He pointedly ignored Brand and focused on Gray. If that works for you, sir. It does. Gray gave his second a nod. Carry on. His team grumbled, and there might have been some comments about getting Team 6 nightlights, because they had to be afraid of the dark, but they did as directed. In a couple of minutes, they were all sweeping the grounds, searching carefully beneath abandoned suitcases and around corpses for any sign of a device. The squads might be itching for a fight, but they were professional enough to put it aside. But Gray couldn't shake the unease. His instincts were buzzing, and he swore it didn't have anything to do with ferals lying in wait.
The base was as quiet as a tomb. The air lacked that electric undercurrent of a hidden threat. So why the hell did his teeth hurt? He motioned for Rio to join him. The sergeant tapped a searchmate on the shoulder, said a quick word, and then jogged over to Gray. "Sir?" Hands casually sliding into position on his rifle, Rio gave the area a quick survey. "There a threat?" "Not sure," Gray growled. "What's your take on Team 6? "Assholes," Rio said without hesitation. Gray snorted. "Other than that, the gear, the 2 squads." He rolled his shoulders in an attempt to shake the tension gripping them. "Overkill for a cold sight. Doesn't sit right." "No, it doesn't." Rio shifted his stance. Gray knew the soldier was surveying the other team. "They've got better gear, but everyone aside from you has been issued a rebreather since the Gardner extraction." Rio gave a low hum and tapped his fingers against the hard shell of his own mask. "I've dealt with a lot of assholes in my time, sir, and that squad ranks right up there. But I don't see another angle. They're scared. You pissed off the general. Figure a point is being made." "Didn't that just sum things up?" "Guess so." He nodded to Rio. "You'd better get back." "Commander!" The Luca weighed from the far right of the central holding area, exactly where Jane said the outbreak started. The sharpshooter was blithely ignoring her Team 6 searchmate's protest. "Might have something." Gray decided Team 6 could deal with life and headed over to investigate. "Check this out, sir," DeLuca said, hunkering down and pointing at the ground. She'd found a trio of bright silver metal shards, each with a hint of curve, and what might have been a handle of a metal suitcase. A short distance away was a shard of what could have been textured suitcase exterior. He crouched beside her and examined the pieces as closely as he could without damaging any remaining evidence. He cautiously drew in a breath. Months later, and the piece retained a faint odor of sweat and something else. Something that stank of illness. "Something here," he said. "Good work, Bag." "We'll take that." Lieutenant Brand appeared. The soldier from Team 6 who'd been searching with DeLuca picked up the pieces with a set of tweezers, while another held open a white case. When the last shard was safe inside, they closed it with a decisive snap. The case vanished into the ranks of Team 6. Fuck. The 10 soldiers formed a dour-faced wall, standing shoulder to shoulder, their butt cheeks clenched as if they were all in imminent risk of having a prostate exam. "We're gearing up and sweeping the inside," Brand said. "Your team can finish searching the perimeter." Gray stared at the lieutenant, the flat, silent stare that let people know he'd considered how to dismantle their body with his bare hands. The lieutenant's expression didn't flicker, but the vein in his neck pulsed faster. Under that carefully pressed uniform, that asshole was sweating. As he should. He thought Gray would let the other team disappear with what might be the only evidence? Fuck that. I'll stay here. You leave one of your people with us and take Baron with your group. Nope, Brand signaled to his team. The general charged me with managing evidence and searching the interior. And we're back to skull-crushing. Gray tipped his head to the side and considered his options. Striking from the left and blowing out his eyeballs, or from underneath and utilizing the teeth. Then again, crushing the visor of that dumb helmet and driving the broken plexiglass into his face had a lot of appeal. He cracked his neck. Fine. Rio stepped decisively in front of Gray. We'll watch the perimeter. Just stay on comms. Don't clog the frequency, Brand snapped. Sit back and let the pros work. He and his team adjusted modular armor on their arms and legs, clicking the panels into place for maximum protection. It gratified Gray to see their hands shaking, just a little, when he shifted his stare to them. Still, this team was full of veterans. They barely faltered before readying what looked like modified filtration masks, the kind with the round, canister-like shapes on either side of the nose. Brand fixed the piece around his neck in a ready position, to be pulled quickly into place before entering a contaminated area.
and there'd been zero indication this area was hot. Gray frowned at the lieutenant. "Why are you putting those on?" Brand didn't look up. "Because those of us who are still human want to stay that way." Task Force 6 donned their masks and disappeared into the nearest prefab without another word. "Piece of shit," Fox grumbled. "Put it away." Rio clapped him on the shoulder. "There's more ground to cover here." There was. It stuck in Gray's throat to let Team 6 take the evidence and point on the interior, but unless he wanted to murder the lot of them and thus get his squad court-martialed or arrested, or whatever happened in their post-outbreak world, he had to make it work. As his team resumed sweeping the area, he radioed Whitlock. "Team 6 took the evidence. They're sweeping inside the prefabs. We're to stay outside," he said. "Comms up?" "Fuckers." Whitlock's voice crackled across the radio. "And no." "Great." Gray gently moved the remains of a teenager out of the way, found nothing beneath. "Any updates from Brand?" "Not a peep." "Fuck." The lieutenant was an ass, but he seemed like an efficient, rule-following kind of ass. Not checking in with Whitlock? That didn't track. He motioned for his team to hold position and moved toward the nearest prefab. Listening carefully, he picked up faint sounds of movement. A kicked stone rolling across a hard surface. Something sliding. All of it was muffled. And none were voices. So, either Gray and his team were the op, and they were about to be ambushed by 10 highly skilled veterans, or something was seriously wrong. Was there something inside that base? Something he'd missed? The air felt different now, but of course it did. The outside was occupied by his team, and Team 6 were inside. There was no way to tell if the movement belonged to the soldiers in either group or some other threat he'd missed. Not without going in there himself. Which meant taking his team with him, or leaving them behind. He jogged back to his team and looked at Rio. "Radio Team 6. "Sir?" Rio nodded and depressed the button on the mic clipped to his shoulder. He spoke into the piece, released the button, waited, and then tried again. With each passing moment, his brows drew closer together. "What the hell are we dealing with, Commander?" Fox asked in a low voice. "Wish I knew," Gray said. "No answer, sir," Rio said. "Enough games." Gray growled into his own radio. "Brand, Team 6, respond over." Nothing. Instinct lifted the hairs on the back of his neck. There'd been no cries, but something was wrong. He felt it, cold and subtle against the back of his neck, like the draft from a cracked window on a frigid winter's day. Maybe a smarter man would head back to base, but Gray needed that evidence. He glanced at Rio. "Do we think they're assholes enough to ignore us?" The sergeant's face was etched with worry. "Honestly, sir, we don't." "Enough second-guessing." "All right, Rio, take Stone and Barron, circle right." He motioned to the edge of the prefabs. "Fox, you're with me. We're going left. Everyone keep your ears peeled. I want intel before we enter."
Sir?" DeLuca spread her arms. "Did we forget I exist?" Gray's lips quirked.
"No, we did not." He pointed at the sharpshooter. "You're staying here. Get to cover and fucking stay there. I want eyes on that entrance in case Team 6 returns or makes a move. Maintain comms with Whitlock. Make sure we're not flanked. Got it?" She gave a sharp nod. "Got it." "Good." He looked at Rio and Stone. "Watch your backs." As they swung right, he and Fox headed left, skirting what had been the hub of the forward base, and was now a collection of half-collapsed prefabs. Built to last, the prefabs were still scorched and dented, with fencing protruding from the sides and parts of walls melted by fire. Moving silently, he and Fox came around the western edge, to where the prefabs gave way to an open stretch of road that had been turned into some kind of operational courtyard. A row of giant white painted circles marked a long section of pavement.
In the middle lay the remains of a helicopter, exactly where it had been when he and Jane had found it months ago. There was no sign of Team 6, but he could hear movement inside. The soft scuffs of boots across broken flooring, a faint gasp of air. Or was that the labored grunt of someone dropping to their knee? "Shit," Fox muttered. "Don't like this." "Me neither." Gray clicked his radio. "Sounds of movement on the western edge. No sign of Team 6. "No movement up front," DeLuca said. "But I'm hearing something." "Access to the northern entry blocked by a fall of rocks on the eastern edge of the complex." Rio's voice was quiet, as if he'd angled the mic and whispered to control the noise. "No response from 6, but Barron swears he heard footsteps. Might have someone hiding inside. Permission to investigate, sir?" "Fuck." Either Team 6 were the victims of an ambush, or they were about to strike. Gray glared at the yawning entrance to the prefabs, the nearest opening sagging like the open mouth of a dying man. All the additional layers 6 had donned were obscuring his senses. He couldn't tell what was inside, and it was pissing him off. But if 6 thought that would stop him, they were in for a rude awakening. "Hold position, DeLuca," he said. "Rio, you enter from the east. I can hear something moving inside. Assume the worst, but for the love of fuck, do not take the first shot." "Acknowledged," Rio said. "Meet you in the middle." Releasing his radio, Gray motioned to Fox. "Let's go." Mouth grim, the sergeant signaled agreement and fell into position behind Gray. There was no need to discuss the obvious, that they might be walking directly into a trap. There was no real alternative. They needed that evidence, and they needed to confirm what was going on with Team 6. With Fox at his back, Gray slipped through the sagging entrance and slid down the hall. Inside the prefabs, shadows reigned, stretching and warping around the slivers of sunlight where bolts had failed. The entire structure groaned and swayed, as if longing to collapse onto the road below. It stank of damp and death, a pervasive mold. He stretched his senses as far as he could, and froze, as he caught the scent of sweat mixed with sickness. He closed his fingers into a fist, and a figure blasted out of a corridor. "Yay!" The guttural wail vibrated with the force of its steps as it barreled toward them. In the dark hall of the prefab, it shone against the black, a faint shape, just as the ferals had at the compound. Without hesitation, Gray slid into its path. He slammed his elbow into its face, the force of the blow flipping it backward onto the warped flooring. He followed with a sharp strike to the chest, crushing ribs and driving bone into the heart. The heart ceased beating, and he eased back. "Shit," Fox said, voice a rough whisper. "Team 6. The sergeant staggered back, eyes wide with alarm, and Gray twisted back to regard the figure, his heightened sight fading to reveal the broken body of one of Team 6 on the ground. The mask had shattered beneath his strike, and the face beneath was twisted with infection, skin sagging and stained with black veins and yellowing even as he watched. Infection, and unlike any he'd encountered before. "Fuck," he glanced at Fox. "This sickness is different." "There must be something in here," Fox said, his normally tan skin taking on an ashen hue. "This must be why Team 6 was told to take precautions." "Damn it." Hand shaking, he clicked his radio and spoke hurriedly into the mic. "Rio, Barron, there's infection in here. Get your masks on, stat!" Without waiting for a reply, he fumbled with the red mask on his hip and lifted it toward his face. There was a soft click as his fingers slid over the clasp. Gray's instincts screamed. He lunged forward and slapped the piece out of Fox's hands just as a hiss of air erupted from the red plastic. He kicked it away, using momentum to shove Fox back as a puff of green gas engulfed the mask. Sickness. Fuck. Still pushing Fox, he grabbed his radio and bellowed, "Masks are rigged! Don't use!" The scent faded almost as soon as it appeared,
but Gray kept going, shoving Fox until the soldier was clear of the gas. Then he whipped around to study the soldier. Pinning the sergeant against a prefab wall, he quickly assessed his condition. No discoloration or veining. No scent of infection. He had no idea the range of that gas or how quickly it would act, but it appeared the sergeant might be fine. He fucking hoped so. "Are you clear?" he growled. Instead of answering, Fox grabbed his radio. Rio, do you copy? The master rigged." A trio of wails sliced the air. 3 more figures burst into view. This time Gray noted the armor, and the masks still firmly in place over their mouths. Past those plastic muzzles, their eyes were wild and blank, fingers hooked into claws, bodies running with an uneven, desperate lope. They rushed down the hall. "Stay back!" Gray shouted at Fox, then leapt ahead to intercept the trio before they could reach the sergeant. He barely dodged the first series of frenetic strikes. These were ferals unlike any he'd encountered, at once faster and more mindless than the creatures he'd become used to. These victims didn't give a fuck about his altered status. They didn't seem to give a fuck about anything beyond attacking. One landed a blow on his side, and his ribs groaned from the force. Fuck, these ferals were strong. Gray needed to end this fight fast. He slammed his palm into the nearest one, knocking it into the others rushing from behind. Using the quick window, he spun around and checked on Fox. The soldier still appeared human. His shocked expression held no hint of wild hunger. Still against the wall where Gray had left him, the sergeant had his gun in hand, but had yet to raise the barrel. "Fox!" Gray shouted. "You good?" "Sir." The sergeant's black eyes darted between Gray and the infected members of Team 6. "They're soldiers. Lethal force?" Reasonable question. Gray dropped low and whipped around, sweeping out with his leg and knocking 2 of the infected team to the ground. Rounding on the third, he evaded its grasping hands and slammed his fist into the mask on its face, cracking the plastic. He tore the piece off and threw it as far from Fox as he could. He quickly studied the infected soldier, hoping against hope he'd find some hint of awareness. Maybe the effects of this gas were temporary. Maybe some soldiers could be saved. Gaping mouth, blank eyes, irises already clouded with white. Already dead. "Can't save them." Face tight, he ducked under its flailing limbs and wrapped his arm around its neck. He cut off its airflow, and it didn't seem to notice. Its movements didn't falter, its fingers clawing at his arm. "Fucking shoot them!" he ordered Fox. Then he brought the infected down onto his knee, simultaneously snapping its back and neck. "Now!" A rapid series of shots rang out, and the other 2 infected dropped. Blood slowly leaked from their foreheads. The ferals he knew weren't dead, neither were repeaters. But these things, if they lived, it was by the thinnest margin. Their flesh already stank of decay, and he couldn't imagine their bodies would have lasted much longer. "Fuck." Fox's deep, rasping curse summed it up. "We have to get to the others." The soldiers started forward, and Gray blocked his path. "I'll get them. You have to get outside." "Like hell," Fox growled. "Rio's in here." "You can't help him if you're infected." Gray knew how close the 2 soldiers were, a pair of brothers forged in battle, as tight as any he'd ever known, and he knew that Fox couldn't bear to put a bullet between his friend's eyes, not even to save his own life. He forced the sergeant back a step, impressed by how hard it was to shift the man when he planted his boots. "We've got infectious gas, a fuck ton of unknowns. I'm the altered. I continue the search. You get to the Luca. Back her up." "Sir." Fox's stern features were twisted with grief, his voice harsh and desperate. "I can't." Eerie wails reached them, mixed with voices and cries. The erratic thud of uneven footsteps trembled through the structure. Then the air-popping crack of a rifle reverberated through the prefabs. The sound bounced off the mountainside, and it would have been nearly impossible to identify the source if he didn't know only one soldier carrying that model. Shit. That's the Luca. Gray shoved Fox toward the door. Go! Trusting Fox wouldn't abandon their sharpshooter, praying DeLuca stayed alive long enough for help to reach her, Gray plunged deeper into the prefabs. His guts twisted as he rounded a corner and found another member of Team 6, this one clawing off his own skin. He put the man out of his misery. 5 down, 6 if DeLuca landed her shot. That left 4 hostiles, assuming all of Team 6 was compromised, and that none of his team were. And what were the chances of that? Fucking 0. Rio and Baron had been warned to don their masks, and the pair were too damn good at what they did to hesitate. Doc recommended extra precautions, Lieutenant Brand had said, as he'd readied his mask before entering the buildings. Additional precautions, my ass. No one in their right mind sent a team kitted out for an active hot zone when that site had been abandoned since the outbreak, and when survivors from the site were already on base. He'd wondered why the fuck Team 6 had been sent on this mission with that kit. Now he knew. It had been a setup. Gray's lips curled with rage, his teeth clenched so tight they ached. He'd done his best to spare Fox the misery of killing a teammate. Too bad he couldn't spare himself. But he'd carve payment for every life lost today from that doctor's hide. More guttural cries erupted, followed by another crack of gunfire. This time he knew exactly where the sounds were coming from, to the east, exactly where Rio and Baron had made their entrance. Hating what came next, Gray raced down the sagging corridor, dodging topped furniture and equipment, heading for the source. He blasted around a corner and nearly tripped on a body. Catching himself on the wall, he managed to stay on his feet. A quick glance confirmed the body belonged to Team 6. The knife protruding from his throat had belonged to Rio. Damn good soldier. At least he got a strike in before. Gray slid into the next room and staggered to a halt, stunned at what lay before him. 2 more bodies were crumpled on the ground. Standing over them, guns in hand, and a familiar plastic case at their feet, were Rio and Baron. Stone's massive form was slumped against the far wall, bleeding but breathing. None of them wore a mask, and none appeared on the brink of turning feral. "How?" he gaped at them. "How are you not infected?" "Please," Baron flashed a shit-eating grin. "I'm too smart to get taken out by tacky red plastic." "Hardly." Rio elbowed his fellow soldier, then stood to attention. "Honestly, sir, it was dumb luck. One of the infected rushed us before we could get our masks on. Mine went flying in the struggle. Stone dropped his to wrestle the guy off us. By the time we took him out, you and Fox were bellowing about the masks being rigged." He paused. "Fox okay?" "I figured since you warned us, he's fine," Gray confirmed. "Good," Stone grunted. "Makes getting my shit clawed up worth it." "Surprise, surprise, this asshole was good for something after all." Baron prodded one of the bodies with the toe of his boot. "Even brought us back our evidence." He glanced at Gray and shrugged. "Though I think we all know who our goddamn traitor is, sir." "Yes, we do. And when I see that doctor, I'm going to show him exactly what an alpha strain is capable of." Gray depressed his mic. "DeLuca, Fox, check in." "We're both here and human." DeLuca's voice crackled across the connection. "Whitlock already has the bird started. Says we need to get the hell back to the base, sir, and that you'd better hustle." Fuck. Gray's eyes widened. Their traitor wouldn't limit himself to making a move on Gray. If he'd taken out Team 6, he had a lot more planned than simply killing Gray and his team. Whatever play that doctor was making, whatever he had planned for the base, it was going down now. And Jane was there. He'd left her vulnerable. He met Rio and Baron's gazes. "We need to get back to the base. Move!"
Chapter 23. Jane. Crack. The pistol kicked twice in Jane's grip, the small caliber still packing enough of a punch for it to vibrate up her arms. Or maybe that was shock, as she watched the feral's head snap back and its body simply crumple, as if its bones had become loose grains of sand. She and the dogs had escaped to this section of the base to get away from ferals, not find one. She hadn't been able to seal the cafeteria doors. Every door in the base was supposed to lock in the event of an emergency. All it should take was the single slap of a palm against that big red button. But the cafeteria door panel seemed frozen, displaying nothing but a shuddering, pixelated mess. She'd headed for the guards, looking for help. What she'd found was a wailing feral racing toward her. The muffled thump of that body hitting the floor seemed to echo in her ears. Oh, God. Palms sweaty, fingers locked in position, she lowered the gun with shaking hands. Eyes wide, she stumbled backward. She'd shot someone. Twice. Her gaze shifted between the fallen feral and the gun in her hand. She'd taken the piece, carried it as her dad had requested, but using it? Oh, she hadn't wanted to use it. "I'm sorry," she whispered to the body. "I'm so sorry." A wet nose bumped her arm, then a solid form leaned into her side. Unable to look away from the trickle of red leaking from the body's forehead, she reached blindly for Schroddie and sank her fingers into his scruff. The warm, steady presence of the big dog cut through the worst of the chill. She sucked in a lungful and glanced behind at the two Malamutes. Both had held position about 5 feet behind her, and both had what trainers called whale eyes, round and ringed with white. The dogs were scared, but they'd followed commands. "Good dogs," she managed. "Such good dogs." Schroddie huffed and shifted beside her. Warm dog breath ruffled the hairs of her arm. Then his grumble became a low growl. His attention was fixed down the hall. The fur along his spine stood up and his gummies pulled into a partial snarl. A quick glance confirmed Shadow's ears were forward, her teeth showing. Gary had doubled in size, his floof apparently expanding with worry like a startled cat. Both dogs were staring in the same direction as Schroddie. She couldn't hear whatever footsteps or cries the dogs were hearing, but she didn't need to have a canine level of hearing to know there was more trouble on the way. But it's not here yet. She had to make that count. "Hold," she ordered the dogs. "Stay." Schroddie grumbled at her stern tone, and no doubt the prospect of her going anywhere without him at her side. But she had to keep all 3 dogs back until she confirmed the feral she'd shot would stay dead, which she desperately didn't want to do. She wanted to walk quickly in the other direction. Hell, she wanted to run. But too many people were in danger. Her parents were in danger. She swallowed hard, willing her insides to settle. "Stay, Schrodd," she said. "I mean it." Breath catching in her chest, she slowly approached the collapsed feral. She stretched out her leg and prodded its shoe with her foot. The boot tipped toward the ceiling, then flopped back to the side. There were no sounds, no reactions, no response to her touch. Dead. Definitely dead. Her stomach roiled, and she fought the urge to heave. She slowly approached the head. She didn't want to identify who they'd been, but she had to. She'd had to know where the feral had come from and why there weren't any guards. She'd returned to this section of the base to get help from the guards she'd passed on the way to the cafeteria. It didn't matter if they hated her. They could activate the alarms or... Oh, shit. The dead feral was one of the guards. She blinked at the body, and her brain finally registered the torn, tan soldier's uniform. How the hell had he gotten infected? He hadn't been in the cafeteria, hadn't been eating anything when she and Schroddie had crossed paths with the guards. Her gaze locked onto his arm, where a torn sleeve revealed a set of marks. Bite marks. And they looked fresh. Somehow this guard had been bitten in that small amount of time. She gulped. Shit, shit, shit! Barking erupted from behind her. Her gaze snapped up and she looked down the hallway. No visible threats as of yet, but her window had to be closing. She needed to figure out her next move, and quickly. "Hold," she said to the dogs, confirming the command with a quick gesture. There had to be some way she could warn people, warn her parents. She spun around, scanning the walls. The guards had been stationed in this stretch of hallway. They had to have some kind of communications, didn't they? A frustrated puff of air escaped her. Where was an emergency panel or magic intercom when you needed it? "Come on," she muttered. "There has to be something." Her gaze dropped to the ground and she blinked. There, a few feet from the body, was a black plastic brick of a military-issue radio. "Think?" A cacophony of barks erupted behind her. Her head jerked up. The keening wail reached her, followed by pounding footsteps and more cries. "Oh God, oh God." Even knowing they were coming, she gasped as two more ferals, faces twisted in mindless fury, raced into view. These ones were faster than the first, too damned fast. She jerked her gun up and squeezed off a shot, but her hands were shaking. One of the glowing LED strips on the ceiling exploded. Neither of the ferals so much as stumbled. Cursing under her breath, palms still slick with sweat, she adjusted her grip on the gun. Sucking in a lungful, she forced herself to stand firm and sight down the barrel. She aimed for the Forerunner's center body and pulled the trigger. Crack! Red exploded, but the barrel barely faltered. Shit! She pulled off 3 more shots, all struck the middle of its chest, and the Forerunner finally stumbled. Its feet faltered and it veered into the wall. Blood bubbled from the wounds, and its eyes rolled back. As it collapsed, the second feral shoved past, barreling straight for Jane. Schroddie lunged forward with Shadow hot on his heels. "Hold!" Neither dog listened. Schroddie slammed his big body into the feral, throwing it off balance, while Shadow leaped onto its chest. All 4 paws struck the feral in the torso, and the weight of the Malamute took the feral down to the floor, where it landed on its back. She stayed on its chest, snarling and snapping at its face, then yelped when it grabbed her by the scruffy. The feral threw Shadow down the hallway as if she weighed nothing, and then clawed toward Schroddie, dragging its body rapidly along the polished floor like a demented worm. "No!" Jane lunged in front of Schroddie and fired almost point-blank into the feral's skull. 3 shots later, it stopped moving. She stumbled back and watched the body for a long moment, waiting to see if it would rise from the dead to strike at them. She'd seen too many horror movies to take any chances. When it remained still and bleeding on the ground, she spun around and hurriedly checked on her dogs. "Shadow, sweetie, what a brave girl." She crouched to run her hands over the Malamute. The black dog had returned to her side and seemed no worse for wear. Behind her, Gary was a worried poof, but the pale dog hadn't engaged in the fight and was unharmed. "Credit for following orders, Gary Bean." She turned to Schroddie. "You good too, bud?" The Great Dane butted his head into her side. "Thank God." She let out a breath. "All right. All of you, stay." She retrieved the radio from the floor and pressed the button. "Hello? Hello? Can anyone hear me?" A crackle of static was the only reply. "Come on!" She spun the dial and tried to remember what her father had taught her about Army channels, which was effectively nothing, as he was Navy and they had their own rubric for communications. She'd also been a uniformly terrible student when it came to radios. Damn it, she had to warn everyone. Sinking back on her heels, she blinked back tears of frustration and desperately considered her options. She had a radio she couldn't use, a gun that was rapidly running out of bullets, and 3 dogs. Her head tilted in contemplation. She'd been training Shadow and Gary to find specific people in the base, and her father was one of them. Schroddie wouldn't leave her, but the 2 Malamutes might.
Okay, guys, she whispered. You're my best shot. She tore a strip off her white t-shirt and wrote Outbreak in the pink lipstick she'd shoved in her pocket that morning. Then she'd called herself foolish for using her meager supply to look pretty when she got to see Gray. Now, she just wanted to live to see the next morning. Shadow, come. Good girl. Trying to keep her voice calm, she tied the strip to Shadow's collar, where it would show boldly against her dark fur. Now, you and Gary are going to find Grandpa. Ears upright, Shadow's head tipped to one side, then the other. That's right, Grandpa. Jane shifted her attention to Gary, who shamelessly loved her dad. She'd used Grandpa in jest, a fun way to tease her dad. Now, that joke might save the base. Both dogs were faster than her, and their sensitive noses would help them find her dad anywhere on the base. Gary, do you want Grandpa? Can you get Grandpa? He wagged his plume of a tail. Good dogs. She rose and motioned for them to go. Go! Find Grandpa! The two Malamutes wagged. All dogs loved having a job, especially the working breeds, and scented the air. Turning in circles, they looked to be searching for the right smell. Then, Gary let out a single bark, and they took off, running in the opposite direction of the ferals. Good luck, Jane whispered. Ruh, ruh, ruh. She whipped around at Schroddie's huff, stomach clenching. Only the Dane wasn't focused down the hall, nor was his fur standing in a warning ridge along his spine. Instead, he was sniffing part of the wall, right where the guard had been standing on their way past. He gave a whine and looked back at her, before focusing again on the spot. She joined him and caught a faint buzz as she drew near. Was that a seam in the wall panel? Schroddie, you genius! She pressed on it and the panel popped open, a hidden hinge swinging to reveal a silver-edged screen with a set of buttons glowing alongside. Please let this work. She depressed the flashing red button with her finger. Hello? Hello? Can anyone hear me? Who's this? A voice crackled across the connection. You're not Corporal Jenkins. It didn't matter that they sounded the opposite of happy to hear from her. She'd reached someone, finally. A relieved breath escaped her. I'm Jane Finch, and I need to— Ma'am. Even through the crackles, that voice was remarkably stern. Only the assigned military operatives are allowed to access the security comm system. Let me speak to the corporal. Jane looked at the bodies sprawled in the hallway. I can't. Ma'am. I can't because he's dead, Jane said, the words coming out in a rush. Your guards are dead and the entire cafeteria is infected, please. The doors aren't working. I can't seal anything. There are ferals in the halls. You need to sound the alarm. You need to tell everyone. Protect the civilians. Miss Finch, please calm yourself, the voice said. There is nothing on our systems to indicate an issue. I'm seeing nothing in the cafeteria. There was an issue reported earlier, but it's under control. Like hell it is, Jane snapped. Ma'am. She could hear the hesitation, the uncertainty. You can't? I can. I wish I couldn't. Jane sucked in a breath. I want to be wrong, but I'm not. There are dead bodies at my feet. There is blood everywhere. I just shot your corporal. Can't you see? There was a pregnant pause. Miss Finch, are you standing at the comm? Yes! Jane slapped the wall beside the comm. I'm right at the panel. Aren't these things coded so you can tell? They are. It wasn't just static making the voice shaky. I can't see you. Oh, shit. Jane gulped. That's bad. That's really bad. What is happening? Ma'am? The person on the other end of the connection drew in an audible breath. Ma'am, I'm not supposed to talk to civilians, but I can't reach my superiors. Our systems are being attacked. I was told security was fine, but surveillance isn't showing you. It isn't showing anything. Please, Jane said. Please lock the gate to the refugees. I'm activating every lock that is still responding. Hold. The rain-like patter of rapid typing sounded across the connection, followed by softly muttered curses. Ms. Finch, ma'am,
It's going to take me a minute to regain control of our systems. Can you see the other soldier who was on duty?
He's dead too, Jane whispered. I shot him. He was feral.
Fuck. Rattled over the comm.
Yeah.
Jane glanced up and down the hallway.
I don't have much time. What can I...
Nothing you can do, ma'am, the person said. You need to take shelter and...
No.
Jane didn't need to consider hiding. Lock herself in another room with Schroddie while the world went to hell around them? That's how she'd entered this nightmare. It wasn't how she'd leave it. I might be the only person in this part of the base who isn't compromised. There has to be something I can do. Tell me what I can do. Ma'am, do you have the corporal's mobile radio?
Jane clutched the black brick of a radio to her chest. Yes, I have it.
Okay. There should be a mark next to 15386, Bravo setting. Turn it to that channel. Jane quickly adjusted the dial.
Done.
Good. We'll stay in contact on that channel. A sharp, shaky exhale crackled across the connection. Okay. The 2 soldiers stationed in your location were called to support others at the lab. A glitch was reported. We were warned comms might be impacted while it was resolved. Then I realized we were being hacked. Ma'am, I need our systems back to secure this base and protect the civilians camped behind our walls. The incursion originated in that lab. Whatever was used to breach our systems is still active. So getting someone in there to disable whatever devices are offering this fucker a gateway into my comms is priority 1. Jane braced herself against the wall. Of course the problem originated in the lab. That's where their traitor was located. And the ferals that had no doubt infected the guards. If there was one thing she knew, it was how to reach that lab from anywhere on the base. Given her location, she was relatively close, likely closer than any other non-infected responder.
I'll do my best. Can you tell me what I'm looking for?
Not yet, the person said. Can you retrieve the service weapon from either of the soldiers? Throat tight, Jane forced herself to study the bodies. The first had no sign of a weapon on his person. The second...
Okay, yes, I can see a backup weapon strapped to his ankle.
Get it.
Right. There had to be only 2, maybe 3 bullets left in her gun. Guess she should have listened to her dad and brought that extra clip. But she'd felt uncomfortable enough as it was carrying a gun. Yes, she knew how to use them. Her dad was an avid patron of the shooting range, and he taught her well. She was licensed and trained and a decent enough shot, and that didn't change her discomfort with firearms. But right now, she needed everything she could get. Jane scrambled over to the private's body and released the weapon from its holster with shaking fingers. Her radio crackled. She reached for it, then froze. Schroddie's head lowered, and he growled in the direction of the lab. She swallowed hard and listened carefully. They were faint still, but there were more cries from down the hall. If she didn't get this base locked down, fast, there wouldn't be anything to save. Her family was here. Her best friend and her honorary niece were in the refugee camp on the other side of the wall. They were supposed to be protected by the base, not endangered by it. Shit. Jane took the private's gun. I can hear more ferals coming, more infected. Please, you need to reach Commander Hale. You need to reach him and tell him what's happened. Tell him I'm going to the lab.
Ms. Finch.
Jane,
the person said. I'm comm specialist Min. Please, be careful.
I'll do my best.
Jane stared at the black plastic brick in her palm for a moment. Then she clipped it onto the waistband of her borrowed military-issue pants. Thank goodness she hadn't gotten around to replacing her destroyed sweatpants. There was no way that elastic waistband could have supported anything, let alone a radio and a backup weapon. Gripping her gun, she signaled Schroddie. With me. The Great Dane glued himself to her side. Together, they headed toward the lab. Even with the area oddly deserted, it took time. Perhaps Min had had some success in activating security measures. While some of the sliding doors were fixed open, others seemed to be on repeat. opening and closing, or shuttering halfway between. She and Schroddie had to time things carefully to jump through the panels. Hopefully, those doors would help keep the bulk of any infected at bay. As they drew nearer, she and Schroddie ran into a cluster of infected lab technicians. Or, rather, they ran into her. Torn white coats and wild eyes, and she still recognized too many of them. Even as she shot them down, grief and fury filled her chest. She didn't want to hurt these people. They'd been doing their jobs, trying to help people. They were supposed to be safe here. But they weren't. Instead of she and Gray being able to warn these people, or better yet, being able to throw their top suspect in jail or holding or whatever happened at an emergency base, they'd been forced to wait a week. A week! And that was just for permission to go after evidence. Fuck. Tears burned the backs of her eyes. I'm so sorry. By the time she drew within sight of the lab doors, one weapon was completely empty and the other was close. Schroddie was keeping tight to her side, and the big dog's steady presence was the only thing keeping her from falling apart. "Jane?" Her radio crackled. "Jane, are you there?" "I'm here," she said, depressing the call button. "We're nearly at the lab." Her steps slowed and her voice quieted. "We're approaching the front doors of the lab. Hold on." Through those gleaming, clear panes, the space was as bright with white and brushed steel as ever. She'd always found it soulless, and now it sent a chill down her spine. "I'm looking for—" She caught the flash of movement. "There are people inside," she whispered. "I've reached the general," Min said. "Help is coming." "Help. Thank God." Jane's shoulders sagged with relief. "That's great. I'm almost out of bullets and—" Schroddie gave a low, menacing growl. Shit. She grabbed his collar and focused on the figures. His rumble vibrated through her arm. The kind of growl he reserved for things he truly hated. But he didn't try to pull away. Holding on to him with one hand, radio in the other, she crept closer to the lab doors. The glare of the space finally waned enough for her to see 3 figures. 2 were facing away from her. But one, it turned and stared unerringly at her. She lurched backward. Gardner. Oh, fuck. The altered asshole who might be as strong as Gray, but lacked any hint of empathy, was out of his cage. He fixed those flat, broken eyes on her and smiled slowly. The veins marking his mouth stood out as he mouthed a word. It might have been later, and aimed a finger gun at her. Never in the history of that stupid hand gesture had it managed to be terrifying, until this exact moment. She watched, frozen with horror, as he left the lab through the opposite door to her entrance. This is so bad. She fumbled with the radio. "Min," she hissed. "Min!" "Yes?" The comm specialist was clearly trying to stay calm. "Whatever help you have coming, it won't be enough," Jane said. "Gardner is free. The altered test subject that Commander Hale and his team brought in, the dangerous, scary asshole, he's free." Her breath caught, and knees nearly buckled. Oh, God. They needed Gray. Shit. The curse crackled on the radio. "Get out of there." Jane couldn't stop shivering. "He's gone. Left the lab through another entrance." To do what? She could only wonder. And worry. She shifted her gaze to the remaining figures inside and tightened her grip on the guard's gun, and its remaining bullets, however many there were. "Do you know what I'm looking for yet?" Static crackled softly for a moment. Then Min said, "Something plugged into the system. Something that doesn't belong." Way to narrow it down. But what other choices did she have? The cafeteria strike, ferals in the halls, Gardner being loose. It all added up to one hell of a plot against this base. Clearly, she should have been infected along with the rest at lunch. But that hadn't happened. She was here, and she was still armed. If she could be the fly in their traitor's ointment, she had to try. She lifted her head. I'm going in. Then she clipped the radio back onto her belt and drew her remaining gun, the one she'd taken from the private. With Schroddie at her side, she squared her shoulders and walked through the lab doors. She was braced for ferals or repeaters. What she found was Dr. Coe and Rachel. They were beside one of the central consoles in the room. Rachel sat in one of the chairs while Coe stood behind. The blue gleam from a myriad of screens added a hard edge to their profiles. Rachel? Jane took a few cautious steps toward them. What's going on? Rachel's face could have been carved from stone. Her lips were thin and her posture rigid. In contrast, the doctor seemed far too relaxed for someone who'd just been in an enclosed space with Gardner. His posture was casual, one hand holding the ever-present data tablet, as if it was any other day in the lab. Traitor or not, shouldn't he be terrified of infection? Or, brutal death? And why was he standing so close to Rachel? Schroddie's growl turned into a bark. Ruh, ruh, ruh. Hold. She feared the big dog would charge ahead, but he planted himself between her and Coe and gave no sign of moving. Head lowered, he bared his teeth and snapped at the air. Ms. Finch, the doctor said, I see you continue to disregard the rules of this lab. Jane snorted. Why stop now? It might be time, Rachel said, her voice a thready whisper. You should go. Despite making some degree of peace with the woman, Jane couldn't call Rachel a friend. But every woman knew that strained, silent look of warning. Rachel's brown eyes were round, her mouth pinched at the corners. No doubt about it. Gray's ex-wife was scared for her life, and she was telling Jane to run. But what was there to run from, now that Gardner had left? Jane scanned the area. She couldn't see a weapon in Coe's hand. There weren't any more ferals to be seen, and the aides had either fled or been infected. But his lower half was hidden by the console. Besides, it didn't matter if he had an obvious weapon. His body language screamed threat. And she was done doubting herself. Back up. She raised her weapon and aimed it at the doctor. Keeping it trained on him, she slowly moved further into the room. Her eyes darted over the white and steel space, searching for something out of place. Some glowing or otherwise different device that met Min's description. Keeping a wide berth of the console, she came around until the tables and screens no longer blocked her view of Coe and Rachel. Hands gripping the arms of her chair, Rachel was sitting before one of the curved, central desks below the wall of screens. And there, on the white desktop, a black box with a pulsing blue light. Jane gestured to the box with her gun. What the hell is that? Coe sighed. I suspect that's the cause of our challenges today, Miss Finch. And since you've insisted on entering this space, you can help me deal with the situation. He gestured to the black box, which was plugged into the console. I apprehended Miss Hale Lee inserting this into our system. Jane hesitated. The explanation sounded plausible. Oh, so very plausible. It even appealed. Jane had hated Rachel, had distrusted her for months. The other woman had intentionally kept Jane and Gray apart. She'd lied and used her past relationship to gain access to the base. But Gray trusted her. And Schroddie wasn't yelling at her. No. Her dog's warning was aimed squarely at Coe. Just like he'd done the last time when they'd stood outside the lab with Gray. Jane's eyes widened. She sucked in a breath and took a quick step back. Her gaze darted between Coe and Rachel, absorbing every tense line of the woman's body and every overconfident micro-gesture of Coe's. The doctor wasn't worried about the device that was corrupting the base's security. wasn't concerned about Jane's dog or even the gun she still had leveled at his chest. Nor had he been worried about the ferals in those cages. Or Gardner. Oh, fuck. All the pieces clicked together. All the barks and growls as her dog had tried to tell her the truth. It fit together with the doctor's flat-eyed stares and overblown sense of control to form a ghastly, horrifying picture. She'd ignored the signs. She'd been a complete fool. After surviving downtown, she thought she knew what they were dealing with. She'd been wrong. Throat tight, she stared at Ko. "You're infected," she breathed. "You've been infected the entire time."
Chapter 24. Gray, Jack. Gray gripped the security rail bolted over the open helicopter side and stared at the terrain ahead. His fingers flexed against the cold steel. His jaw was clenched tight, his gut sick with worry. When they'd returned to the bird, they'd received a brief, garbled message from the base. Only a few words had been intelligible, but those had been enough to shoot terror through his veins. Base hacked, ferals loose, Jane Finch. Jane was trapped in that base with a general that didn't listen to her and a traitorous doctor with an agenda. An agenda that might involve retribution against the woman whose tenacious, dedicated commitment had given Gray the strength to leave that lab and denied their traitor a favored test subject. The buzz of conversation reached him from the interior. Huddled around Stone, who was stretched out on the floor, his team was talking, trying to plan, trying to figure out what the hell their traitor's endgame was. Good questions. Nothing about Ko screamed suicidal, yet he'd released ferals while inside the base. Gray should join the others, should try to prepare for their arrival. But he couldn't focus on the words. His Jane was in danger. Nothing mattered beyond reaching her. A low growl rumbled in Gray's chest. He couldn't turn away from the opening. Beneath the copter, the empty stretch of highway rushed past. Pavement and buildings running together until they resembled a cable being retracted at pace. He knew they were flying fast, far faster than on their approach, and yet it felt impossibly slow. His lips tightened. How many trees and rolls of mountain had to exist between their location and the damn base? Were the fuckers multiplying before his eyes? They had to get back to the base before anything happened to Jane. He yanked his gaze away from the trees and glared at Whitlock. "Can't this go faster?" Whitlock's expression was abnormally grim. For once, he didn't crack a joke about the limits of Canadian wilderness or waiting women. Instead, his gloved fingers flexed against the controls. "I'm pushing the bird as much as I can, Jack." "Push harder," Gray snapped. "I do that, and we don't reach the base," Whitlock said. "Let's not be a fireball." "Fuck." Gray slammed his fist into the copter's side, and the dull ring of metal briefly drowned out the wind. He wanted to yell at Whitlock, but he knew his friend was pushing their bird to the limit. "We'll get there in time, sir," Rio said. "Hack doesn't mean fallen." "Kick ass when we get there," Fox added. Unable to speak, Gray gave a sharp nod and returned his gaze to the horizon. His team meant well. They even sounded certain. Unfortunately, Gray could smell the soldiers' worry. The metallic tang of sweat and blood hung in the cockpit. Most of that blood was Stone's. Thankfully, the heavy weapons expert hadn't changed, so the chances he'd been infected had shrunk to near zero. Still, Gray's luck had to run out at some point. His entire team had somehow survived the setup, the odds of which were fucking mind-blowing. At least half should have fallen, but they'd been lucky. It must be the old soldier in him, one of those pieces of Jack that had stuck around, because luck set his teeth on edge, because it always had a cost. He didn't know how he'd continue if that luck came at the expense of Jane. His Jane, the beast, her family. The soldiers and civilian housed in that base and the areas beyond, it was all in danger now. If the defenses were hacked and the ferals were loose, nothing in there would be safe, not even their traitor. He shook his head. What the fuck was Ko planning? The doctor had kept himself perfectly concealed in that lab, and he'd given every appearance of enjoying his domain, not to mention dominion over his test subjects. There'd been no guarantee Gray and his team would find anything. The general had barely greenlit the operation to search the forward base, so why make such a dramatic move? Why take the time and risk to rig masks with a new infectious agent, to set up Gray and his team, and then attack the base before even knowing if his efforts were successful? He twisted around to start at Whitlock. Why? Why'd he damage the base? Wish I knew, brother. The big man kept his gaze fixed ahead, but he lifted his massive shoulders. Most in his shoes would wait for results. Maybe he panicked. Gray grunted. He could understand that animal need to flee capture, to a point, but nothing about Ko's previous behavior indicated someone likely to break under pressure. He'd walked around that space like a creature with ice in his veins. He wore logic like a shield, wielded it like a knife. Maybe it was logical to run before being trapped. But Gray didn't like it. The explanation fell flat. Not that he had another one to work with. He had to operate on the assumption their traitor had panicked and gone scorched earth. But even then, how the fuck did Ko expect to get out of an infected base, and where would he run to? The prospect of that base teeming with ferals was a blow to Gray's heart. If that asshole had gotten Jane killed, there wasn't anywhere he could run where Gray wouldn't find him. He'd hunt that doctor to the ends of the earth and carve painful retribution into his flesh. Sir. Fox's voice was low with warning. Gray forced himself to face the team. What? Fox stood slowly, palm resting on his weapon. The sergeant's expression was tense, his face streaked with dirt and worry. He tipped his head in Stone's direction. Smell something? Gray frowned. No, why? 'Cause you're snarling, boss, Baron said. Normally you only do that when we have ferals. Oh, that. Gray lifted a shoulder. Explaining how he'd slowly, tortuously disassembled a traitorous asshole who'd endangered Jane was beyond him at the moment. His throat was thick with worry, and all he wanted to do was roar his challenge out of the helicopter, which might be bad for morale. Then again, he took in the tired, strained faces in the helicopter. Their traitor had put them all through hell. He flexed his free hand. Gonna break Ko? Hell yes we are, Fox said, his deep voice threaded with a promise of violence. He's gonna pay. Baron and DeLuca bumped fists. Base coming up ahead, Whitlock said. Gray leaned out the side and sniffed the air. They were too high and too far for it to be of any use. Nothing could reach him from here, yet the lack of results still had his shoulders bunching. Though there was something. Brow furrowed, he focused on the rapidly growing steel box that was the base. A faint sensation skittered across his senses and reverberated in his chest. Not a scent, but a sound. Alarms, he snarled. Hurry! Hold on! Whitlock didn't flinch at Gray's answering growl. We're coming in as hot as we can. We're heading to the landing pad. Baron, do what you can to get our comms back up. What do you think I've been doing? Baron grumbled, one ear pressed against a headset while he fiddled with some setting. Not like I've been sitting here painting my nails. Baron? Rio made the name a reprimand. Just work. The base came into detail, and the bird tilted, circling the outer wall. Gray caught another sliver of sound from below. The helicopter was still too high to identify words, but his instincts shifted from a low murmur of worry to a bone-shaking bellow. Trouble. Gray leaned out further. Fractured screams reached him, followed by the acrid stench of smoke. As the copter tipped toward the ground, it created the perfect angle for viewing the landing pad. The enclosed stretch of reclaimed parking lot sat between the military portion of the base and the civilian refugee area. Surrounded by temporary storage container walls, it became a massive outdoor corridor that aligned with the wings of the base. Even though their altitude prevented him from seeing them, he knew the middle of the wall that led inside the base housed a set of reinforced double doors. They'd been built to add an additional layer of protection for both receiving supplies and the civvies beyond. When they'd brought in Gardner, Gray had been grateful for the security. But in the midst of alarms and outbreaks, they would be locked down, which would make entry a bitch. A figure went flying out the doors. More soldiers stumbled in its wake, their weapons pointed at the opening. From this vantage, they appeared to be the size of toys forgotten on the ground. Only they weren't lying around, they were scrambling for cover and furiously signaling each other. The soft patter of gunfire reached him. Shit. Something was going down. "Land, now!" he barked. "The objective is to not crash, bro," Whitlock said, voice infuriatingly calm. "I'll have us on the ground in 30 seconds. The copter continued its descent, heading toward the painted landing area nearest the civilian compound. A bright yellow square that marked a space, the same one their bird had come from. It made sense to return to that space, and it was fucking agonizing. Gray was too high to signal any of the soldiers below, not that they were looking up. Everything about their movements screamed alarm. It had to be the ferals, which meant they'd breached the entire base. They had to be stopped before they reached the civics beyond. If the tide of infection was that fierce, those soldiers needed help. As soon as they were low enough, Gray would launch himself from the bird. He'd jumped out at 20 feet before without breaking a sweat, and it would give the team time to... Another shape appeared below. A single figure, not a wave of ferals, and all those soldiers scrambled away, as if they'd been pushed by an invisible force. They kept their guns pointed at the figure, and the sunlight dancing erratically across the barrels told Gray that their hands were shaking. There was only one possible reason for armed soldiers to be that frightened of a lone person. His vision narrowed to a single point. Gardner. Shit. Whitlock blew out a breath. I didn't think even our traitor would be crazy enough to let that asshole loose. Okay, well... He glanced at Gray and his eyes widened. Jack, no, we're 50 feet up. That's too fucking high. Get lower. Gray leaned further out of the copter. Beneath the helicopter, Gardner seemed to blur. One moment he stood in the open stretch before the doors. Then he was deep inside the area behind a stack of crates. Gunfire sounded, and did nothing. He grabbed a soldier by the throat and shook the person as Schroddie might a toy. Fuck. If Gray didn't get down there right now, none of those people were going to survive. Fuck altitude. He jumped. Wind yanked on his hair and clothing. The ground hurtled toward him. Shit. This was a lot higher than 20 feet. Arms and legs spread wide, he did what he could to control the fall and aim for Gardner. Back in training, his Master Chief had always delighted in pointing out that falling wasn't the danger, it was the landing. Jack hadn't expected to get so personal with that lesson, but Gray would manage. Knees bent, arms out, he landed on his feet on the tarmac. The force of connection drove the air from his lungs. Something in his right leg cracked, and another simply snapped in his thigh. Pain lanced up his side, and he stumbled sideways. He coughed, and something warm ran down his chin. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and blinked in surprise when it came back red. Fuck. Not good. A desperate scream cut the air, and a body went flying into a nearby bird with a sickening crunch. What had been a soldier slowly peeled off the dented side to land in a pile on the tarmac. Gray sucked in a ragged breath. There was no time to dwell on the pain, so he'd ignore it.
Holding his middle, he staggered forward. In the open space between parked helicopters and crates, Gardner's vein-streaked figure stalked scrambling soldiers. Laughing, he reached for another victim.
"Gardner!"
Gray bellowed.
"Super zombie!"
Gardner's head swung around, his mouth split into a wide smile, too wide, as if the skin had been stretched beyond its ability. His expression reminded Gray of a band of human traffickers he'd hunted down. The bastards had been strung out on cocaine, and God knew what else, and determined to cause as much misery as they could before they met their end. They'd been insane. Feral. Only Gardner was worse.
"Looking rough, Commander,"
the creature laughed again, a high-pitched bray reminiscent of coyotes on a hunt.
"You should consider leaving the worms to die. They're beneath us."
Gray balled his hands into fists.
"No." "Why?"
Gardner spread his hands and grinned.
"The world is ours."
In the bold summer sun, the dark veins staining his skin seemed to spread into raised patches of flesh.
"We're fucking gods."
If they were, it was only gods of death. But even gods had limits, as Gray had just learned. Gray stalked slowly toward his target. He had to keep the creature's attention on him, had to buy time for those soldiers to get out of reach and for his team to land. If Gardner controlled the landing strip, who knew what he'd find to throw at Whitlock and the team? Damn, it fucking hurt. His leg and side pulsed with fire, like he'd been hooked up to an interrogation machine, and each step was the wrong answer. Doesn't matter. If continuing was the wrong answer, he'd keep giving it.
"When I'm done here,"
Gardner said with a sneer,
"I've been promised your little bitch."
Gray's vision flickered from color into monochrome hues. He quickened his step, and pain jolted through him. Fuck. He forced himself to return to his steady pace. In his condition, if he ran blindly into this fight, he might lose. That was unacceptable. Jane was counting on him. He had to remain steady, had to force Gardner to make the first move. He lifted an eyebrow.
"Promised."
Gardner's teeth were stained with blood.
"The doctor and I made a deal. He's useful for now."
So that's how he'd gotten free. Gray snorted.
"Pet. I'm a god!"
Gardner's face contorted, the eerie smile vanishing into a furious mask. His brow furrowing and mouth twisting as if his skin had doubled in size in the space of a second.
"I'm going to rule this world."
He charged Gray. Ready for the attack, Gray dodged the first punch and drove his fist into Gardner's stomach. He should have cracked ribs, but his fist didn't penetrate the way it should have. The bastard's skin seemed tougher, his bones denser, than the first time they'd tangled. Of course, then Gardner had been human. Fuck it, he'll still die. They drove their fists into each other, the blows so hard they sounded like the stomping of elephants across the tundra. It didn't matter if Gray's chest was too tight and his lungs felt like they were lined with shards of glass. He held his ground, matching his opponent and waiting for an opening. He blocked the next two strikes, then twisted sharply, bringing up his elbow to hit the prick's throat. Gardner dodged with blinding speed. Sliding out of range, the other altered, ducked low, and kicked out at Gray's legs. Gray tried to evade the strike, but his injured leg gave out. He stumbled, and a military-grade boot cracked into the already damaged knee. Pain lanced through his leg. Gray staggered sideways.
"I can smell your blood. Bleeding under your skin, already broken, already dead."
Gardner laughed again, the sound kicking upward into the keening wail of a feral.
"Poor Commander Hale, trying so hard to be human you went and gave up all your power."
He lunged for Gray.
Gray tried to pivot out of the way, but his knee gave out. He rolled into the fall, catching Gardner mid-leap and taking him down. Twisting in the air, he forced Gardner to hit the pavement first, using the other altered to break the fall. He slammed Gardner's head into the ground, but the creature got his hands on Gray's throat as they rolled across the tarmac. His fingers clawed at Gray's shoulders and neck, raking through his shirt and cutting into his skin. Fuck, the other altered was strong. When Gray's shoulders hit the tarmac and his opponent was above him, he used his good knee and drove it into Gardner's core, throwing the creature off him. Teeth clenched tight against the pain, Gray whip-kicked himself to his feet and then dropped into a ready position. A half-crouch, with his legs spread and knees bent and arms out wide. He and Gardner circled each other. Movement flashed around them, the glint of a rifle and the ripple of fatigues. But Gray didn't dare take his eyes off his opponent, not even to coordinate with his team. They couldn't kill Gardner like they would a normal man. That was fine. Gray wasn't normal either. There were lots of ways to kill things, especially when you were surrounded by helicopters, pallets, and toolboxes abandoned by people who'd been halfway through repairs. Still circling with Gardner, Gray searched his peripheral vision for something to give him an edge, something capable of killing an altered. He ignored the guns. Being shot with regular caliber weapons hadn't done much to him. He doubted it would do much to Gardner. But there were a lot of other items around. Gardner might be stronger than humans, possibly stronger than Gray, but the prick was far from smarter. Need to keep the bastard off balance. He feigned a lunge. Gardner reacted, dodging right. Perfect. Gray dropped low and whipped around on his good leg, kicking upward with his injured leg. His foot connected with the other altered's jaw, sending Gardner's head snapping back. His opponent unleashed a furious yell. But almost as soon as he'd staggered, he was back, trying to close the distance to Gray. Shit. Gray's lungs were burning, and he tasted his own blood. He risked a glance around and caught sight of the red toolkit sticking out from behind a wrapped pallet. "Give up, Hale!" Gardner snapped stained teeth and feigned a lunge. Then he chuckled, a grating noise, more like a stuttering engine. "You're done. Finished. Co told me all about what you are. The first model of fucking accident." He jabbed a finger at himself. "I'm the next level, the evolution. The other infected bow before me. I'm their master. I'm going to—" "Shut up," Gray tackled Gardner. His opponent kept his feet, but Gray didn't care about that. They were in close quarters now. He couldn't hold Gardner for long, but he didn't have to. He forced the other altered backward, toward the repair kit. Gardner battered at his side, cracking his ribs and digging his fingers into Gray's throat. Gray tuned out the damage. Lungs burning, vision faltering, he pressed on. Taking a hit to the side of his head, he forced the prick close enough for the kit to be within reach from the ground. He hooked his good foot around Gardner's ankle and shoved, knocking his opponent off balance. This time, he didn't give the bastard a chance to recover. He caught Gardner around the middle, picked him up, and then slammed his back into the ground. Once, twice. Air rushed out of the prick's lungs, and Gray had his moment. He dropped onto his knees on the other altered's chest, pleased when he heard the muffled crackle of a rib. Fractured. It made it worth the pain. Using his position to pin Gardner down, he stretched out and reached blindly into the kit. His hand closed around something long and metal. A wrench. That would do nicely. He cracked it across Gardner's jaw. "You're no god." With both hands on the shaft, he lifted the wrench high overhead. "And no one threatens my Jane." He drove the length of steel through the bastard's heart. Gardner's vein-shot eyes widened. His body shuddered,
and for a moment the blackened patches of his skin seemed to writhe with agony. His fingers dug into Gray's flesh, as if determined to take him with him into death. Then he fell limp. Was he dead? Could he die? Searching for any sign the bastard was about to rise, Gray didn't relax his pose. But Gardner's veins were silent, and his body was still. It could be a trap, but there was a slight scent, that hint of decay that accompanied the freshly dead. Oh, and a length of steel through his heart. Yeah, he can die.
Holy shit, sir!
Fox's voice cut through the ringing in Gray's ears.
Tell me it's dead.
Gray held up a finger and struggled to catch his breath.
It's dead,
he finally managed.
Thank fuck for that,
Rios said.
And you, sir? Are you fine?
Gray tried to get to his feet and found multiple sets of hands helping him up. He stumbled slightly, careful to put his weight on his good leg before waving off his helpers.
Damn,
Baron whistled, staring down at the body.
I thought that's how you killed a vampire.
DeLuca elbowed him.
Vampires need a wooden stake, you dolt.
That's enough, Rios said. We need to... A hail of gunfire sounded from the doors.
There are more coming!
Someone cried.
Form up!
Shit. Chest heaving, Gray looked at his team and tried to force out critical information, because they needed to know why he was about to leave them.
Jane, in lab. Co has her. I have to get her.
Fox slid a fresh clip into position.
Hoorah! It'd be our fucking pleasure to clear the way, Commander,
Rio said. Gray shook his head.
No, you need it elsewhere.
He gestured at Whitlock.
General. Family.
Gotcha, Whitlock said.
The commander's right. We've got a base in crisis and multiple targets for extraction. Baron, you stay with Stone. Hold this landing strip and keep our personal comms working. Our asshole thought he'd escape this way. We're here to make sure that doesn't happen. No one leaves this base without a fancy, personalized hall pass from the general himself. You get me?
Baron nodded.
Sir? Rio, you and Fox are going with Commander Hale to the lab.
No. Gray jerked and shook his head.
Jane's family.
Our friendlies that we need to look for, Whitlock said, but not our priority. Our traitor is based in that lab. Apprehending him is our top priority, and we have no fucking clue if he's run out of weird zombie tricks.
You're injured. You get help. Take it.
Gray hesitated, then signaled agreement.
Thank fuck for small miracles.
Whitlock pointed to their sharpshooter.
DeLuca, you and I are clearing a path to Central Ops. We need comms, and we damn well need to know if this base still has a general. Watch for...
Gray wiped more blood from his mouth.
Admiral.
Whitlock nodded.
We'll do a full sweep.
That would have to do.
I'm going ahead.
Jane was in that lab, with Co. As much as Gray cared about her family and the dogs, she was his priority. He headed for the doors, knowing Rio and Fox would follow. If there were more ferals coming, the two soldiers would deal with them. Nothing would stop him from getting to Jane.
Chapter 25. Jane. Shoulders tense, arms stiff at her side, nearly empty gun in her hand, Jane stared at the doctor. All those weeks, and he'd hidden his condition from everyone, even Gray. It had been a masterful act of deception, one that should have been impossible. A zombie running the lab that studied zombies? Good God. Maybe she should doubt herself, but she didn't need Co to confirm her assessment, didn't need a blood test or third-party confirmation. He was infected. Now that she'd pierced his deception, she could read that feral level of cruelty in every line of his body. From the way he held a white, gun-like object casually beside Rachel's ear, to the way his lip curved ever so slightly when her whole body shuddered with fear. Shit. Was that an air injector? Jane had seen some of the techs using that instead of traditional syringes.
"You should go, Jane," Rachel said quietly. "Get out of here."
Now, Ko said, tapping the air gun against the side of her head. Let's not be hasty, Agent Lee. He shifted those flat eyes to Jane and gave a serpentine smile. The CIA always thinks they know better than anyone else, don't they, Ms. Finch? It's tiresome. We both know you won't be going anywhere. Schrodinger gave a low growl and sidled closer to Jane. Unable to take her eyes off the doctor, she dug the fingers of her free hand into the scruff of his neck.
"Why?"
she whispered. I have to say, I'm impressed you figured out my little secret, he continued, as if Jane hadn't spoken. And before the intrepid CIA, no less. How embarrassing for them to be outdone by a dog trainer. He tapped the injector against the side of Rachel's head again. And here you thought you were playing me, using me to get information to help your dear infected fiancé back in D.C., to steal my data. But you failed. No one fools me in my lab. A metallic sound emanated from the box plugged into the console, like an error beep that had been put through a blender. Then it shuddered into a hollow, filtered voice.
"Asset at hangar. Complete purge."
Whoa, was that the hacker talking? That marks time, Ko laughed, and a chill snaked down Jane's spine. Rachel sucked in a breath. She held herself steady, but she was eyeing the injector as a chihuahua would an impending storm. Oh, God, he was going to use that on her. Jane could see it in the way he gripped the handle. Why? She asked again, this time loudly. Ko's flat eyes flicked to her. Why what? She swallowed hard. Why now? He seemed to regard the box for a moment. The people I work with have decided to consolidate operations. As my prime test subject finds this agreeable, the rest has become unnecessary. The experiment of this base has ended. It's time to sanitize. Jane sucked in a breath. Beside her, Schroddie vibrated with alarm. Had Ko just likened wiping out the entire base to cleaning lab instruments? Yes, he had. And with no emotion, no hint of remorse, as if it were as simple as throwing a used beaker into a cleaning unit. Her fingers tightened against her gun's handle. She could shoot him. But would 2 measly bullets be enough? Bullets did next to nothing to Gray. If Ko was anything like him, then it wouldn't stop him. Could she even slow him down before he infected Rachel or triggered some final round of terror from that hacker box? This is all an experiment to you? It was, Ko said, and now it's over. A muffled cry escaped Rachel, but she didn't move. Trapped in the chair with his injector to her head, she could have been carved from stone. Her eyes spoke of terror and defeat. She believed Ko would destroy this base. She should know. She'd been studying him for weeks, playing to his ego while ingratiating herself with the general and gaining access to the lab. Still, this was Ko's domain. Jane had seen his territorial nature when it came to this lab and his experiments. Just like that? She pressed. After all you've invested? I have my data. His expression didn't flicker. Now, Agent Hale Lee, it's time you were useful. My collaborators have made a reasonable request, and they are watching. Type this.
No.
Rachel's lips thinned.
I won't help you.
Of course you will, he said, or I'll infect you and study your remains. Who knows? Perhaps I'll obtain your fiancé and see if sexual attraction is heightened by mutual infection?
You couldn't.
Rachel paled.
He's in D.C. and...
You have no idea how far my access reaches. He placed the tip of the air injector inside her ear. Hands on the keyboard. You'll type this command exactly as my collaborator tells you.
The filtered voice returned. Enter F23UL. But that unlocks the cages, Rachel said. Those infected will tear us all apart.
Holy shit. Jane gaped at the doctor. You can't let them out! Attempt not to screech, Ms. Finch. This is a place of learning, Coe said. The infected in those cages respect me. Follow me. They wouldn't dare challenge me, just as they wouldn't challenge your precious commander.
The narrow smile he sent her was somehow edged with teeth.
What a shame he's dead or stranded with his terminally infected team at the forward base.
Jane jerked as if she'd been struck. Pain blossomed in her chest. No. She staggered back a step and caught herself against a desk.
Don't worry, Ms. Finch. You won't have to suffer the pain of losing your beloved commander for long.
The glint in his flat, pale eyes announced he knew he'd struck a critical blow. Gray? Dead? No way. She forced her chin up and glared at the doctor. There was no way this cold-blooded snake in lab clothing could defeat her Gray. She refused to believe he'd fall victim to anything this asshole cooked up. But if he was trapped at the forward base, then it was up to her to disable that hacking device and give the base a fighting chance. Somehow, assuming she wasn't about to get eaten by ferals.
Type, Agent Lee.
Coe punctuated the statement with a sharp prod of the injector. Face pale, body shaking, Rachel placed her hands on the keyboard. Her eyes flicked toward Jane, and she mouthed a word. Jane could swear it was, "Sorry," then did as ordered. Oh God, he's actually letting the ferals out. Frozen with fear, Jane grabbed hold of Schroddie's collar. If she didn't have enough bullets for Coe, she was laughably unprepared for those ferals. However many were left. She eyed the black edge of the hacker's box. She could see past the doctor's lab coat. Blue light pulsed from a row of tiny holes. Forget Coe. Maybe she could shoot that box? Would that give the base a fighting chance? She wished she could ask Min over the radio, but she couldn't risk warning Coe. The doors slid open, and the ferals emerged. All 6 of them. She jerked at the sight of them, their shattered eyes blinking against the glare of the lab, their nostrils flaring and heads twitching as they moved almost as a single organism. Everything about their movements spoke of hunger and the madness of the too long contained. The feral she'd worked with the most, the one she failed to reach, was in the lead. Jacob Harris. The group passed Coe and Rachel with barely a glance. The doctor had been right. Damn it. The ferals saw him as another of their kind, one who'd already claimed his prey. The pack moved inextricably toward Jane. Oh God, oh God. She had 1 bullet, maybe 2, left in her gun, nowhere near enough to kill even a third of them. Her gaze flicked to the hacker's box, but Coe and Rachel were in the way. Fuck! Palm sweaty, hand gripping the gun so hard it felt like she was imprinting the handle on her flesh, she tried to remember everything she'd learned about these ferals. Limited engagement to verbal stimulus. No apparent comprehension of spoken words. Highly responsible to visual stimuli. Particularly prey behavior. If she was going down, it wouldn't be without a fight. She just needed them to back off, needed Coe to turn, and she could hopefully shoot that box. I am not prey. I am not prey. Beside her, Schroddie growled. Without looking down, she knew the Dane's hackles would be standing in a ridge down his back. That his head would be lowered and his teeth would be showing. Good. Her dog wasn't going to act like prey, and neither was Jane. She sucked in a breath, pushed out her chest, and stared hard at Jacob Harris. Nostrils flaring, he stared back.
The rest of the group bunched behind him, teeth chattering, eyes wide and round and rolling. "Sergeant Jacob Harris," she said, willing her voice not to shake. "You know me." His teeth chattered, and he shuffled closer. "You can't be serious, Ms. Finch," Coe said. "They're animals." She forced herself to hold steady and keep her tone calm, controlled as the ferals drew nearer. "All those tests and you don't get it. We're all animals." She focused on the feral in front of her. Animals communicate. They form communities, with social structures that are so much more than some asshole bossing them around. The doctor scoffed. Jane's eyes narrowed, and for a moment she forgot to be terrified. "All your talk about the alpha strain? I noticed it. You mentioned it a lot when you were testing Gray, but the whole myth about alphas being some virile gods who dictate packs from on high, it's bullshit. Real alphas go last. That's why Gray is more powerful." Her breath caught. She'd tied herself to Gray, bonded with him, slept with him. That made her the alpha's mate, right? Maybe she could use that. Her fingers flexed on her gun. That weapon wouldn't be enough to save her from these ferals. But her connection to Gray? Maybe. Schroddie stopped straining against her grip. His shoulder pressed into her thigh, and his body trembled with a low growl. But he appeared to be doing what she was, standing her ground. The feral who'd been Jacob Harris stopped 2 feet away from her. If she reached out, she could have brushed torn shreds of paper from his stained t-shirt. He snapped his teeth at her. Jane flinched at the sharp crack of teeth, then forced herself to stand firm. The feral hadn't lunged for her yet, and he wasn't wailing his hunger at the ceiling. "You remember me, don't you?" His head tilted. "And I smell like your alpha, don't I?" One of the other ferals tried to push past the lead, its hooked fingers reaching for Jane. Jacob snarled and shoved it back. The 2 ferals snapped at each other. The entire group bunched together, but none broke free or attacked. "Kill her already!" Coe shouted. The lead feral looked at the doctor, and Jane could have sworn there was a flicker of disgust in his vein-stained eyes. Then his head swung back toward her, and he flashed his teeth. But he didn't strike. Jane held her breath and took a single, decisive step forward. She brought her heel down, hard, on the polished, white laboratory floor, sending a crack of sound through the space. If she was the alpha's mate, then she couldn't act submissive or uncertain. The alpha's mate commanded respect, which meant this creature answered to her. She had to be decisive and keep it simple. Whatever she asked had to align with its feral instincts. "Oh, I hope this works." She pointed to the door. "Go!" Jacob's head twitched from side to side. He leaned forward and sniffed. Those broken eyes regarded her steadily for a long moment, and Jane's chest began to burn from sheer tension. Then he turned, snapped at the others, and the entire group shambled out the lab door. "What?" Coe's cry of disbelief was sharp. "No!" Air rushed out of her. Her knees went weak with relief, and she nearly crumpled. God, she hoped those ferals didn't kill anyone before she got that hacker box thing out of the system. At least there wasn't much left alive in the hallway she'd traveled to the lab. "That's impossible! I command them!" She looked at the doctor and found his face contorted with rage, the air injector wavering in his grip. His controlled mask had cracked, and Jane understood. We're all just animals, aren't we? It didn't matter how well he'd hidden, or how many degrees he'd earned. He was still infected. He was the equivalent of still water, with feral instincts swimming just beneath the surface. Maybe he did a good job of controlling them, but everyone had limits. This lab was his territory, and he'd just been shunned by those he considered beneath him. She kept her gaze steady on Coe, and let her lips curve. "Didn't go as planned, Doctor?" The doctor looked at her, and his jaw trembled. She almost saw his teeth as he said, "No matter. Gardner wanted you to himself. I'll consider this a means to better secure my subject's cooperation." Jane's stomach clenched. "Is that so?" She tried to sound unconcerned. "Guess we'll see." Keeping her gaze on the doctor, she released Schroddie's collar and leaned a hand on the worktop right behind her. Sliding her hand along the perfectly white top, she nudged a stack of vials to the right, disrupting the orderly lines of supplies on the surface. Glass vials rattled. Ko's right eye twitched. Jane blinked innocently and infused her voice with amazement. "I'm surprised your collaborators want you to leave all this behind. I understood these modules had been designed to your specifications." He waved his hand dismissively. "Budget's limited progress. My collaborators have built a space to fulfill all my needs." "Huh," she shrugged. "If that's what it takes for your bosses to keep you happy." This time there was a flash of teeth. "Collaborators." "Right, collaborators." Jane met Rachel's gaze. Rachel nodded. "That must have been quite the offer they made, getting you to leave all your work. I know you spent hours training those technicians to follow your specific process." "Science demands sacrifice," Ko said. "Doesn't it just?" Rachel said. "And you sacrificed this lab?" "Hardly," he sniffed. "This place is nothing. I've evolved past such limitations. Oh, at first I lamented the lack of publishing. Who doesn't want to share their advances with their peers? But soon I appreciated the extent of their vision." "Some vision if you had to test run that virus," Jane said. "Sacrifice, Ms. Finch." He waggled the air injector at her. "I'm not some whiny woman crying over a male." "Not at all," Rachel said, picking up the thread. "You're a scientist with vision." "We're just surprised you're taking orders," Jane added. "We have a mutually beneficial arrangement," he said, smoothing his lab coat and smiling down at Rachel. "The agency thinks they know so much, but your bosses haven't even realized they've lost control. My collaborators control everything. You think this pandemic is an accident? That the timing is some fluke? We knew exactly what we were doing. I have a seat at the table so far beyond your understanding it's laughable." "Golly," Jane swallowed hard, but kept her voice light. "That's big." Slowly, letting her palms squeak as she slid her hand along the desk, she knocked a tablet onto the floor. "Stop that!" The corner of his mouth twisted into a snarl for a second. "Oops." Jane blinked at him. "I guess I'm overwhelmed." "It's a lot to take in," Rachel said. "You're right. The agency has no idea." "Of course they don't. They're short-sighted fools." He jerked his attention back to Rachel and tapped her shoulder with the air injector. "Don't get any ideas, Agent Lee. We're waiting for my subject to return. Then Ms. Finch is meeting a vicious end, and I've decided that you and I are going to join my collaborators." Rachel blanched. Schroddie growled. Jane dug deep and imagined she was dealing with her dog's original owner, the emotionally constipated jerk who'd never appreciated the beautiful animal. Sure, he was dead, and it might be shitty to think ill of the dead, but she'd never gotten a chance to give that asshat a piece of her mind. And now, here she was, trapped in another lab during an outbreak. Only this time, she wasn't going to remain silent. "Oh, please. You're not superior to anyone." She forced her lips to curve. Gray would be done by now. The doctor's lips thinned, and he leaned close to the box. "Status report." The hollow voice on the other end said, "Your asset has been eliminated." "Impossible!" Ko's head snapped back. "By what?" "The other altered," the voice said. "You chose the weaker subject." "Gray's alive!" Relief washed over Jane in a heady wave. He's coming for me. Lies! Red staining his cheeks, Ko slashed an arm through the air. There's no way he...
It did. You failed. Consider your membership terminated.
Chest heaving, he grabbed the box. You can't do this! You need me! I'm the only one who understands this virus! There was no answer.
I guess he can do that,
Jane said dryly. He rounded on her, eyes wide and hands balled into fists. This is your fault! I truly hope so, she said, gripping her gun and bracing herself for what came next. If she couldn't hit the box, she could draw him away. She could slow him down. She could make it hurt. And so is this. She looked at Schroddie and pointed at the floor with her gun-free hand. Do your business. Schroddie lifted his leg and peed on the table. Ah! Ko unleashed a bone-chilling wail worthy of any feral. Hands outstretched, he rushed toward her. She brought up her gun and fired. 2 cracks sounded, then nothing but empty clicks. The bullets struck, center mass. The doctor stopped. He stared at the red spreading across his perfectly white lab coat. Impossible, he muttered. Then he collapsed. Hands shaking, gun still pointed at him. Jane stared down at the body. She couldn't seem to stop her finger from pulling the trigger, even though she'd long since realized she was out of bullets. Black swirled around the edges of her vision, and she sucked in a breath. Was he dead? That was a lot of blood to not be dead. The pool already spreading across the polished white floor. But he'd been infected. Surely he wouldn't just up and die after 2 measly bullets. Schroddie left her side and approached the body. Schroddie, she hissed, with me. For once, the Great Dane ignored her commands. He reached the doctor and sniffed the body. His cheeks puffed, and his collar rattled as he examined the back, the head. He gave a single huff and turned away, as if dismissing the corpse. Brown eyes fixed on her. He wagged his tail. Roar! Did that mean dead? That had to mean dead. She had no idea how it meant dead, how he wasn't already picking himself off the ground and coming for her. But he wasn't. And as soon as she remembered how to breathe, she'd be grateful. Oh, good. Good boy, she gasped. That's good. I've got the box, Jane. Rachel's voice cut through the ringing in her ears. Jane, pay attention. She tried to focus on the other woman. Huh? I've disabled the rootkit, Rachel said, and sure enough, that box was in her hand. But we're not out of danger. We need to radio whoever you've been in contact with and tell them. Glass doors shattered as a figure exploded through them. It landed in the lab, arms braced and one knee bent, and looked straight at her. Jane. Gray. Her breath caught. He was bleeding and battered, and the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. She dropped the gun onto the table and tossed the radio at Rachel. Then she was running across the lab and being swept into Gray's arms. Those muscled, steel bands circled her, lifted her off the ground as if she weighed nothing, and held her close against his chest. She wrapped her legs around his waist and cupped his face. Gray, she gasped. Are you hurt? Her fingers traced the cuts on his chin and the marks of blood at the corner of his mouth. She's never seen him injured. Not really. They'd met after his infection, and he'd always seemed invulnerable. How? She whispered. How are you hurt? I'm fine. His deep voice rumbled through her, gaze fierce. He ran a hand down her body. You okay? I am now. She kissed him, long and hard. He gripped her ass, powerful fingers making it quite clear he was well enough for many activities. The hard line pressing into her stomach emphasized that point, as did the sudden heat pumping through her veins. "Rrrr!" Schroddie joined the hug, and she nearly took a paw to the face. "What the?" Another voice joined the fray. "Seems like you've got the situation in hand, Commander." "Yes," Gray rumbled. Jane peeked over his shoulder and found 2 of his team entering the lab through the broken doors. Both soldiers looked ready for anything, and they weren't infected. Their arrival also reminded her that the work was far from done. "Your team is okay?" she asked Gray. He nodded. "Good. Oh, that's so good." She reluctantly unhooked her legs from Gray's waist. She slid down until her feet were on the ground. Gray tucked her against his side, and she was only too happy to lean into his strength. Schroddie joined in, lending his doggy bulk to her other side, and for a moment she was perfectly bracketed by loved ones. Perfectly safe. She forced herself to face Rachel. "Did you get through?" "I did." Rachel held up the radio. "Systems are back online, and comms specialist Min reports that the rest of the ferals are contained. With security working, they were able to seal every feral in rooms and between hallway sections." "Thank goodness." Jane sagged into Gray, then paused. "What about—" "Word is the Admiral and his wife are safe," Rachel said. "Seems they took shelter with a group of officers before the ferals reached them. Word is they were warned by a pair of dogs carrying a note." "Well done, Shadow and Gary," Jane said softly. Tears of relief burned the backs of her eyes, and her knees nearly buckled as the reality of what had just happened hit her. The base had been attacked. Everyone in the cafeteria had been infected. She'd been so scared she'd never see her parents again. Or Gray. She sniffed and scrubbed her eyes with the back of her hand. I thought I'd lost you. That I'd lost everyone. He said you were dead. I didn't believe it, but part of me..." "Jane." Gray wrapped an arm around her waist and tugged her closer. "So brave." "I knew you'd come for me," she said softly. "It made brave possible." "Always come for you," he said. "I know." There would be more challenges in the days ahead, more danger to overcome in this new world. Yet in this moment, she couldn't worry about the unknown. They'd stopped Coe and Gardner and contained the rest of the ferals. Her parents and dogs were safe. She'd find some way to help Rossi and the other victims in the cafeteria. And most importantly, the man she loved more than anything was at her side. She had her pack. With one hand resting on Schroddie's head and the other tight in Gray's grip, she leaned into Gray's steady, indomitable strength. Whatever came next, they'd face it together.
Epilogue. Gray, Jack. Gray straightened from his position against the wall as the remaining leadership of the base rose from their chairs around the conference room's narrow, rectangular table. He'd been invited to that table for every meeting in the 3 weeks following the attack. He was still getting used to having a seat. Probably why he'd felt more comfortable standing. No one seemed to mind. In fact, Jane's father appeared to take a strange sort of glee in it. That alone made the practice worth continuing. Besides, those chairs were damned uncomfortable. And Gray preferred to stand ready, just in case. It's partly why he came to these meetings, and why he waited for the Admiral so they could leave together. 3 weeks after the attack, and the base was just starting to resume normal operations. Or what would become the new normal. He needed to protect that recovery. He stepped to the side as a few of the brass shuffled around the table. The space didn't leave a lot of room between table and wall for maneuvering. And he did what he'd done every time since the attack. He checked them for the subtle signs of infection. No strange movements, no unusual smells, and nothing triggered his altered senses.
clear, clear, and clear. The same as the last 3 times he'd checked them. Sure, he'd checked them before, and yes, he would again. He'd learned the hard way that they couldn't be too careful. A mountain of results were still pending, but so far the autopsy had confirmed that the person they'd known as Dr. Joseph Coe had suffered a very different infection, if suffered was the right word for someone who willingly infected themselves. Who the hell thought it was a good idea to infect themselves? No one sane, that's who. Gray let out a huff of frustration. What they knew about Coe's infection could fit in an eyedropper. So far, it looked like the virus had manifested wildly differently in the doctor. Coe had avoided the physical tells. No dark veins, no breaking of his irises, no visible change to his muscular structure. Whatever the virus had done to the doctor, it had all been internal. And, unlike in Gray and Gardner, it hadn't resulted in any increased strength or vitality. It was a damn mystery. "I appreciate the update," the general was saying to those remaining in the room. "Specialist Min, I expect you to keep on top of those squints in D.C. I want a copy of their report a minute before it's finished." "Yes, sir." The comms specialist gave a snappy salute. "They know they're on borrowed time," the admiral added. "They better." The general motioned for everyone to precede him out of the room. "Promises were made, and I've got a short fuse for American promises at the moment. Agent Lee made a compelling argument to send the brain to her expert in D.C., but I don't like it." "Not much of anything to like," the admiral said, adding a wink for Gray's benefit. "But we know she's honest." "And not infected," Gray added. "Yeah." The general rubbed the back of his neck. "Hell of a time. Never thought they'd be able to hide." He gave Gray a respectful nod. "Appreciate you keeping an eye on things, son." "Happy to." Gray returned the nod. "Sir." They stepped into the hallway, and he adjusted his new uniform, khaki green t-shirt and cargo pants, with a CDR Gray stamped over his left pec. Finally, he had something that fit. He'd been offered a permanent role at the base, training volunteer soldiers and sailors from Canada and America, and advising on how to deal with the infected. His words might remain more limited than when he'd been Jack, but that didn't prevent him from contributing, from being a full, welcome part of the operation. Strange to feel that acceptance, after spending so long relegated to a cage in the lab and held on the fringes by suspicion. Strange, but oddly familiar. Being accepted by the brass was a role Jack had known, one he'd valued, one he'd used to his own advantage. Gray intended to continue the tradition of being valued, less so the using. The general turned to leave, then looked back. "We'll reconvene tomorrow. At ease, Commander." "Sir," Gray said again, and relaxed his posture. He drew in a deep breath and glanced at the admiral. "Ready?" "Had enough meetings to last my retirement. Then I just had to go back to being a special advisor." The admiral's thick handlebar mustache curved upward. "You and Janie still joining us for dinner? Mary will have my damn head if we miss another family dinner." Gray's lips quirked, and he nodded. He and Jane might be enjoying their newfound privacy. They'd been given Rachel's living quarters after she'd returned to D.C., but his mate was also committed to family dinner. Besides, it made her mother and all 3 dogs happy. Good. Can't say I expected to have you end up with my Janie, but you make her happy. And you know you're a damn lucky son of a bitch to have her at your side." The admiral slapped him on the shoulder. "Now, let's go to the courtyard. I want to see how preparations are going." Gray grinned and tipped his head toward the courtyard. Side by side, they walked down the hall. Scorch marks and bullet holes stood out against the otherwise pale panels of the hall. Here and there the pattern of glowing bars was broken by missing or burnt-out lines. The attack had touched every corner of the base, though thankfully the civilian camp beyond had remained unscathed. It would take far more than 3 weeks to get everything back together. The Admiral's brow wrinkled at the damage, and he blew out a breath that had his mustache quivering. "Might still be pissed at the General, but he's not wrong," he said. "These are strange days." "New days," Gray grunted. "That they are." They stopped in front of the cafeteria, which had been turned into a temporary quarantine. The vast majority of those infected in the attack had been present in the cafeteria and had remained repeaters. It had been easier, and more humane, to keep them where they were, instead of trying to move them. Through the glass doors, he could see the infected soldiers receiving care inside. He had to hand it to the General. When the man admitted he'd made a mistake, he did what he could to fix it. Maybe the care wouldn't make any difference, but it was a hell of a lot better than leaving them to die from exposure. They deserved better than that. Gray tapped the Admiral on the shoulder, signaling for him to wait outside. Then he entered the cafeteria, the door sliding open at a wave of his ID. Perks of having access. Inside was a sea of repeaters, bodies cycling through their final actions. A field of visual distractions, yet his gaze immediately fixed on a beloved blonde ponytail across the room, then noted the black and white beast at her side. Warmth spread through his chest at the sight, at the sheer dedication of the woman who'd been in this room every day since the attack. God, he loved that woman. He wove through the infected soldiers and wondered if they knew how hard people were trying to reach them. Not yet. Most repeaters wore expressions of shock and horror, those who'd realized what was happening, while a few were still trying to take a final bite of their lunch. None paid him any mind. His guts churned. He hated what had been done to them. Hated that he hadn't seen the truth of their enemy until it was too late. Still, it wasn't all bad. He reached Jane, who was sitting at a table across from Sergeant Rossi. She looked up at him, and her lips curved. "Meeting over, huh? Good timing. I'm just wrapping up today's therapy session." Her voice wobbled at the end, and she sucked in a shaky breath. He cupped her chin, searched her face. "Bad news?" "No." Eyes shining, she gave a quick shake of her head. "Hopeful." His brows lifted. "You made progress." "I think so." Her lips curved into a tremulous smile. "The doctors say it's too early to tell, but the treatment cocktail Rachel convinced DC to share with us? I think it's working. Rossi managed to alter one of her repeats today. Just one word, and just once." Jane laced her fingers with his, then glanced at her friend. "I know it's small, but it's progress," she said. "You hear me, Rossi? It's progress." A bright, beautiful pride filled Gray. Pride for his brave woman and the work she'd committed to doing with these soldiers, and pride for every soldier in this cafeteria, who had to be fighting the infection in their own way. Jane squeezed his fingers. "We're going to send the team off?" "Yes." He inclined his head to the doors. "Your dad's waiting." She grinned at him. "Of course my dad wants to be there, too." She tapped the big dog at her side and motioned toward her father. "Go on, Schroddie. Go say hi to Grandpa." With a joyous warble, the Great Dane raced for the Admiral. Gray knew from experience they'd find Schroddie with his paws on the Admiral's shoulders, giving him giant kisses and being told he was the very best of doggos. Her hand in his, Jane rose from her seat. "I'll see you tomorrow," she said to her friend. "We're doing great." He nodded to Rossi, and liked to think there was a shred of awareness in her gaze that hadn't been present the week before. Chances were good. Better than he'd thought only a minute ago. If Jane said the treatment was working, then it was. The new medical team that had joined the base would catch up eventually. With Jane's fingers laced tight in his, they walked out of the cafeteria to join her father and the beast. She leaned into him. "I need it to work, Gray." He kissed the top of her head. "It will." When Rachel had returned to DC, She'd promised to get those studying the infection to share information. She'd been true to her word. A week ago, they'd been contacted by the lead researcher in D.C. and offered access to all their data, including a trial treatment and even more rudimentary vaccine. At the moment, the D.C. team hadn't seen any conclusive success, and different strains of the virus responded differently to treatment. But the lead researcher insisted that both treatment and vaccine had shown some potential. It seemed Jane agreed with that assessment. Still, it was early, messy days. The last he'd heard from Rachel, they were administering treatment to her fiancé, the real reason she'd been so desperate to access any and all information on the virus. It seemed the man she'd fallen in love with had been caught in the initial attack on D.C. From what Gray had been able to gather, the fiancé had gone feral and was showing no sign of improvement. Maybe he'd convince Rachel to send the man here, see if Jane and their growing team of experts at Whistler could do any better. Minor progress with a few ferals from the lab was a far cry from a cure, but it was something. Gray rolled his shoulders. Everything was harder when you couldn't simply punch your enemy. But he was working with his mate to explore the influence he had on those that went feral, and if there was any way to channel that influence into some sort of therapy, Jane would find it. They joined the Admiral in the hall and set off for the courtyard. The Admiral and Schroddie were in the lead, with the big dog prancing happily at his grandpa's side. Jane followed, and Gray walked ever so slightly behind her, so his right shoulder and side were right behind her left, the most defensible position he could take. Thinking about her, alone in these halls in the midst of the attack, was enough to keep him awake at night. Sure, she'd use her skills to reach the lab and defeat their foe. And yes, she claimed his mark had protected her from the ferals. His mate was as brave as they came. And yeah, their bond offering her protection was great and all, but he'd rather have been there in time to protect her himself, with his fists. Someday he'd get comfortable letting her out of his sight for more than an hour at a time, but it wasn't today. And he wasn't the only one still reeling. The entire base wore signs of the attack, and the soldiers treated those scars with a strange sort of pride, as a Marine might treat the latest scar from the latest bullet that failed to stop them. The guards seemed to stand taller, as if the bullet holes marring their section of corridor were personal badges of honor. Gray casually acknowledged the guards as they passed. In the wake of the attack, the base had increased security, beyond what had been in place even the week before events. Tricky, as they were down a lot of personnel, but volunteers had stepped up, and those soldiers who'd escaped infection were all too eager to serve. This time, there were no snide remarks or spiteful glances as he passed. Guards nodded respectfully to Gray, Jane, and her father, and a few had taken to carrying treats for the hound. Schroddie dutifully took each treat, delivered wags and doggy kisses, and then pranced on. He paused at an intersection of corridors and glanced at the lab. Jane stepped closer to him. "It's strange to be welcome in that place and still afraid to enter." "Don't be afraid." He wrapped his arm around her waist. "You're safe." The Admiral cleared his throat. "Our new science crew seems to be working hard." He looked at his daughter, lips pursed and bushy brows drawn together. "You're sure none of them are goddamn zombies?" She gave a shaky laugh. "As sure as I can be." Holding her close, he studied the lab. When the call had come from D.C., the General had insisted Jane be in the room, and that she have a prolonged video conversation with the lead researcher, to ensure the doctor wasn't infected. The General had also insisted Jane, Gray, and Schroddie vet every single one of the new researchers who had joined the base over the past 3 weeks. So far, he'd sensed nothing, and Jane hadn't found any cause for alarm. Schroddie had delivered a number of chin licks and not a single growl. But when it came to this virus, who the fuck knew?
The lab coats had officially labeled the virus Acute Mutabilis Sclerosing Meningorhabdophilitis. But most people had taken to calling it the Pandora strain. Because once that box was opened, you didn't know what the hell you'd get. The doctors and scientists were still working to unpack the shit mix of virus that had been used to create the damn thing. And there was a team of analysts and tech specialists in D.C. working around the clock to crack the encryption Coe had put on his notes and records. The eggheads seemed to think the information inside those files could jumpstart progress. Gray didn't understand all the technobabble surrounding protein this and antibody that, but he supported anything that helped the infected, even if results varied widely across the strains. And even if he'd be watching those researchers carefully. Right now, he took comfort in the way Schroddie ignored the lab. Gray's own senses were quiet, without even the faintest hint of alarm. The surviving ferals were being held there, yet they had been quieter since the attack, as if the doctor had intentionally stressed their worst tendencies. "They're good," Gray confirmed. "It's all quiet." "Still don't like it," the Admiral grumbled. "Damn creepy." "I know how you feel." Jane sent the lab another wary glance, then tugged Gray toward the courtyard. "It's going to be a long time before I'll be comfortable entering that lab." Gray's fingers flexed on her waist. He wondered if he'd ever be comfortable with her going there alone. It didn't matter if the new team of researchers had been carefully vetted. They seemed kind and determined and were already doing excellent work. But he'd forever feel the weight of that lab. They carried on, weaving through groups repairing panels and lighting as they made their way to the courtyard. They passed a group working to repair a set of doors, a mixed team of soldiers and civilians, all focused on the task. "There's the site," Jane said softly. "Told the General it'd be foolish not to cooperate," her father said. "People around here needed something to do, something to focus on. Bored humans are a recipe for trouble." Gray grunted his agreement. After the attack, the civilians had demanded the opportunity to help, and the General hadn't been in a position to decline. The top brass might have been worried about fraternization destabilizing ranks, but the increased sense of community seemed to have helped everyone find their feet. The barriers between the refugees and the base had been relaxed, and the base had taken on a new sort of energy. The kind that normally belonged to an established base, where families and staff and soldiers all worked together. Gray admired the shift, and it pleased him that Jane was able to enjoy the contact. She had been spending quality time with her best friend Keeley and her honorary niece, Maeve. They'd done dinner, and he'd been informed he had friend approval. That was good. He liked Keeley. He also liked scaring the crap out of her shithead of an ex. The weasel had better watch his step, because Gray would be only too happy to toss him over the wall and let the wild ferals have their way. Gray's lips curved, and he gave Jane a squeeze. He caught the murmur of voices and the scent of hot earth, and he knew they were nearly at the courtyard before the glare of sunlight reflected down the hall. Anticipation coiled in his chest at who lay beyond, even though it was hardly a surprise. He always knew where the people who mattered to him were in the base, just as he always knew the weather, even when deep in the meeting rooms. Today was a blazing summer day, even this far up the mountain. Hot enough to challenge the structure's air, and they had company, bearing gifts. "Mary," he grinned as they rounded a corner. "I can never manage to surprise you, can I?" Jane's mother, Mary, stood by the door with Shadow sitting at her side. She smiled and lifted a bright pink box that smelled of sugar and chocolate. Cookies, still warm. "I decided that if we're sending that team of yours off to fight God knows what in Los Angeles, they can take some home cooking with them." He swallowed a sudden rush of emotion. "Thanks." "It's perfect, Mom." Jane linked her arm through his and leaned her head against his shoulder. They walked as a unit into the courtyard. He squinted against the glare, and it took a moment for his eyes to adjust. "Are you sure they can't send any word?"
Mary asked. "It seems wrong." "Mission requires radio silence," Gray said, adding a casual shrug that belied the tension in his gut. The mission parameters worried him, but he refused to let a hint of that show. The team deserved better than that. Beneath the blazing sun, the team Whitlock had put together, the one Gray still thought of as his, was finishing the final stages of preparation for their deployment into infected territory. American infected territory. Gray hated that he couldn't go with them, even though he knew he couldn't leave Whistler. His status with the American government was questionable, and Rachel had flat out told him that returning to his country could land him in a lab, or worse. Even if that wasn't the case, he couldn't have left Jane. His pack was at Whistler, and he could help more soldiers by training groups of them to handle infected. "Think they're ready, son?" the Admiral asked. "Yes," Gray said. And they were. Damn if they weren't as fine a squad as any he'd had the honor of serving with. They'd faced the infection at the forward base with equal parts bravery and brains, a rare combination. And they'd handled themselves again upon returning to the base and finding everything in turmoil. They'd even managed to subdue some of the ferals Coe had released, a huge relief to Jane, rather than blindly mowing down anything that looked at them sideways. Gray was damn proud of them. He took in the sight of them. Marcus Fox, wearing his customary almost scowl, was methodically cleaning a gun. Lacey DeLuca and Jem Barron were trading barbs while packing what looked to be communications equipment, laughing and jibing each other in equal measure. Stone, having recovered from his injuries, was testing the weight of his pack, huge arms flexing. And Santiago Rio was doing what he did best, circulating through the group and making sure everyone was okay. Especially their two new additions. They make quite the sight, don't they? Jane bumped his arm with her shoulder. I still can't believe they managed to contain Jacob Harris and that group of ferals instead of killing them. I can't thank them enough, and I'm banned from saying it again on pain of Stone blushing, but I feel it. The teen gave us a chance to try and save those ferals. I know I've got my work cut out, but I'm starting to believe it might be possible. She blew out a breath. Those ferals almost ate me, and here I am wishing I'd bake the team cookies instead of my mom. Gray nudged her. Next time. She laughed. Cookies for me might be more punishment than reward, but I'll wrangle my mom into helping. When they come back from this mission, we'll greet them with lots of food. It was official. He had the best mate. Come on. He led Jane to where Whitlock stood in the shade of the wall, watching the rest work through a final set of drills. He took up position beside his friend and inclined his head at the team. Well? Whitlock sent him a wide grin. Looking good, son. That they were. The new additions fit right in, Jane said. New additions. Assets my ass. Whitlock scoffed and rolled his massive shoulders. Trust Rachel to find the one analyst in the whole CI freaking A who looks like a supermodel, or someone who could play the love interest in an action movie. But there she is. There she is, huh? Jane leaned around Gray to regard Whitlock. Doing her job and being professional, getting oriented to the team. Whitlock crossed his arms. Being all red-haired and distracting, you mean? Gray prodded his friend with his free elbow, shook his head. What? Whitlock spread his hands. Then he let out a sigh. Okay, yeah, she seems to know what she's doing, and apparently the CIA's pool of people who have been vetted, have hacking skills and a degree in behavioral psychology, currently resemble an eyedropper. She seems nice, Jane said, voice overly sweet. And good at her job. Gray grunted his agreement. Yeah, Whitlock grumbled. She's still a distraction. Gray studied the newest addition, and yes, Rachel's chosen agent, who'd be accompanying the team on their mission, was conventionally gorgeous. But as far as he was concerned, she couldn't hold a candle to his Jane.
He was simply glad the agent didn't appear infected and had been personally cleared by Rachel. "Look at Rio," Whitlock said, deep voice full of feigned despair. "That's our top soldier for this op, and he's barely checked his guns twice. He needs to pay attention to his kit, not the redhead."
"As if," Jane snorted. "Rio is distracted by your other new addition, and it's definitely true love."
"Don't remind me," Whitlock groaned. "We have a cool black dog named Shadow available, and what does my team do? They pick the creamy floof named Gary. Gary! What self-respecting special ops team has a Gary?" Arm around Gray's waist, Jane stretched across his chest to grin wickedly at Whitlock. "Your team." "God save me."
"Please," Jane waved her free hand. "Your team lead couldn't be happier."
Sure enough, Rio was crouched down beside the floof, giving Gary a rub and checking the sizing for the dog's backpack. Gary wiggled his fluffy haunches and swept his plume of a tail in a happy wag, stirring up dust from the dry courtyard ground. But neither of them seemed to mind.
"That right there," Jane said, "is a great fit."
It was. Gray shoved Whitlock. Yeah. Whitlock rolled his shoulders. "I guess you know something about dogs and fits. Still think it's bullshit we didn't get the one called Shadow. That little lady is a badass."
"She is," Jane agreed, "which is why she's the wrong fit for this mission. You need stealth, not shouting."
"Exactly." Gray sent his friend a look. Whitlock rolled his eyes, then grinned. "I know, I appreciate it. You're a goddamn marvel, Jane."
"She is,"
Gray nodded.
Her cheeks flushed. I'm just glad I can help." She'd done a lot more than help. When she'd tested the team, she discovered Rio had gone through introductory dog handling courses before getting into a scrape with a commanding officer and getting kicked out of the training program. Whatever had gone down, it had nothing to do with Rio's skill with animals. The freshly promoted Sergeant Major had a steady hand with dogs as well as people, and Gary would round out their defenses for what came next. Jane leaned close and spoke softly into Gray's ear. "It's not Rio who's distracted by the lovely Agent Adair." She nudged him, glanced meaningfully at Fox. Gray's eyebrows lifted. Fox? No way. The taciturn sergeant appeared to be focused entirely on cleaning his weapons. His brows were drawn together in concentration, and he didn't so much as glance when Gary wiggled past. Jane wasn't often wrong, but... The sergeant sent a covert glance at Agent Adair. The sheer intensity of that quick gaze, coupled with the unusual fumble of his gun's firing pin, said everything. The gruff sergeant was a goner. "Damn." Gray looked at Jane. She sent him a smug smile. "Told you." "You did." He kissed the top of her head. "She likes him too," Jane added in the barest of whispers. She stretched up on her tiptoes and kissed his ear as she said, "She might be talking with Baron, but she's looking at Fox." Gray didn't doubt it. "Ahem." Whitlock cleared his throat. "Care to share the secret, y'all?" "If I planned to tell you, I wouldn't be whispering," Jane said in a loud whisper. "You're a pair of comedians." Feigned irritation cracked, and Whitlock gave another wide grin. "Damn if I won't miss you both." He looked at Gray. "Sure you don't want to go with the team? Rachel talks a lot of doom, but we could get her to pull those strings faster, get you back in the game." Gray shook his head. "They could use you," Whitlock continued. "On the mission or in D.C. "No thanks." Gray shook his head again. He wasn't interested in reclaiming his life as Jack Hale in D.C. He had a job here, in Whistler, a purpose that fulfilled him, people who trusted him. And most of all, he had Jane. As Gray, he had what Jack Hale never did. This is home. He looped his arm over Jane's shoulders, and warmth spread through him when she curved her arm around his waist and hooked her thumb in his belt buckle. She fit perfectly against his side. and the contact never failed to give him a rush. His body stood to attention, and he silently admitted they might be late for family dinner.
Yeah,
Whitlock punched his shoulder.
Be happy, fucker.
Gray grinned at his friend, because he intended to do exactly that. He lifted Jane's free hand with his and kissed her fingers, lingering on the ring on her ring finger. The simple diamond came with a loving history, passed to him by Jane's own mother, and it symbolized the bond between him and Jane. Something unbreakable. No matter what came, they'd always return to each other. When the paperwork was finished, he'd make everything official. And this time, it would be forever. His mate, his home, and his new life in a brand new world.
This